Chapter 1. Hey, young man, would you like me to read your fortune? Excuse me, the young man ahead with the blindfold. Would you like me to read your fortune? The boy, holding a blind cane and adorned with a black silk blindfold, paused momentarily before confirming that he was indeed the one being addressed. He turned his gaze towards the source of the voice. Although he was devoid of sight, an inexplicable intuition allowed him to visualize the figure of the person before him. It was a strikingly handsome youth, albeit with an air of eccentricity. The reason for this odd impression was clear. Anyone encountering an individual clad in a Taoist robe, adorned with prayer beads, and sporting a crucifix would certainly find it peculiar. At that moment, the sweltering heat of summer was oppressive, and the stranger seemed to be equally tormented by the blazing sun. He had erected a makeshift shade by the roadside and had taken a seat on a bench to rest. Despite his curiosity, Lin Qiye approached him out of courtesy and sat down across from him. "May I inquire if you were calling for me?" He gestured to himself, particularly to his eyes concealed by the black silk. He found it hard to believe that this individual would summon a blind man for a fortune-telling. "Ahem, indeed, it is you, Lin Qiye." The eccentric youth pretended to cough a few times and winked at Lin Qiye. "You know my name?" Lin Qiye was even more puzzled upon hearing his name, yet he refrained from dwelling on it. After all, names can be uncovered through various means by the observant. A hint of sharpness flickered in his gaze. Although he was unsure of the stranger's intentions, it was prudent to remain cautious in case of ill intent. "Hey, don't be overly suspicious. I'm not a bad person. I divined your name, and I mean you no harm. My name is Fang Jue. Now we are acquainted." Fang Jue smiled mysteriously and raised an eyebrow at Lin Qiye. "Divined it." Lin Qiye remained skeptical, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Fang Jue continued, "Not only did I discern that your name is Lin Qiye, but I also know that you live with your aunt, have a younger brother named Yang Jin, and a small black dog. You recently transferred to the second senior high school of Cangnan City." Fang Jue chattered on incessantly, while Lin Qiye's brow twitched beneath the veil of black satin. This felt akin to an intrusive census. Even with Lin Qiye's good-natured temperament, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "What is this number?" Suddenly, Fang Jue bent his thumb and extended it towards Lin Qiye's eyes, his tone remaining unchanged, as if his next words were a foregone conclusion. "4. Lin Qiye, still absorbed in Fang Jue's earlier revelations, instinctively replied when asked. However, before he could fully articulate the word 4, he sensed something amiss, and his expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly halted his speech, and upon glancing at the youth before him, he noticed Fang Jue maintaining a cheerful demeanor while gazing intently at him. "I know you can see." A cold sweat broke out on Lin Qiye's brow, as a faint golden glimmer flickered in his eyes beneath the black satin, only to vanish swiftly. His mind raced with thoughts. He had encountered angels on the moon in his childhood, and ever since that moment, his sight had been lost, and no one believed him, and he even ended up in a mental institution because of it. Yet, recently, he suddenly discovered that he could see again not merely through the eyes, but rather from a perspective akin to omniscience. All of this left him in a state of bewilderment, with no one to confide in. Perhaps this person before him could unveil the truths he sought. "This gentleman, Fang Jue, just call me Fang Jue," came the reply. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qiye summoned the courage to voice his inner turmoil. "Well, Fang Jue, do you know what has happened to me?" Fang Jue cast a glance his way, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Do not be hasty. Allow me to read your fortune first." With that, he rapped the table gently, signaling Lin Qiye to extend his hand. Lin Qiye's fingers were long and strong. The joints pronounced. Fang Jue grasped them, squinting as he scrutinized the lines of his palm, while inquiring, "Your birth date?" Lin Qiye promptly divulged his date of birth. "TSK." The enigmatic youth frowned momentarily, letting out a soft click of his tongue. Lin Qiye's heart raced, fearing he had revealed something troubling, and quickly asked, "What is it?" Fang Jue paused, then redirected his attention to Lin Qiye, offering an awkward smile. "Oh, it's nothing. I just felt a bit hungry all of a sudden." Lin Qiye. After the jest, Fang Jue adopted a serious demeanor, his hands weaving intricate gestures, whether of Taoist or Buddhist origin, while murmuring incantations. Rarely serious, Fang Jue gazed deeply into Lin Qiye's eyes. "Omituo f. Oh no, omit by infinite heavenly sovereign benefactor, you carry great karmic ties. Great karmic ties. Lin Qiye seemed to have grown accustomed to Fang Jue's whimsical speech, not bothering to discern whether he was a follower of Buddhism or Taoism. He paused, repeating those three words aloud. What does that mean? What you perceive may not be genuine, or rather, it is precisely because you perceive it that it becomes real, Fang Jue replied, shaking his head, uttering words that Lin Qiye found incomprehensible. When Lin Qiye sought further clarification, Fang Jue merely shook his head. Do not inquire further, celestial secrets cannot be divulged. I have already said quite enough. With those words, he left Lin Qiye in a daze, having gathered his belongings and prepared to depart. Lin Qiye watched Fang Jue's retreating figure, remaining silent. Although he appeared to be a whimsical charlatan, for reasons unknown, Lin Qiye felt an unwavering belief that everything Fang Jue said was true. He extended his hand, gazing blankly at his palm. Snap! A soft sound broke the silence as someone patted his shoulder. Turning around, he found the previously departing youth standing beside him once more. Fang Jue looked slightly embarrassed, scratching his head. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke again. Qiye, could you lend me some money? It seems I have run out and cannot afford a meal. Ultimately, Lin Qiye bestowed 5 yuan upon Fang Jue, declaring it to be the fee for his fortune-telling services and insisting there was no need for repayment. Overcome with gratitude, Fang Jue nearly knelt before Lin Qiye. For 5 yuan could purchase 3 sumptuous meat buns. Upon hearing Fang Jue's heartfelt exclamation, Lin Qiye felt a twinge of exasperation but refrained from further comment, aware that his aunt and Aunt Jean awaited his return. Host, Fang Jue Cultivation. Immortal sealed, divine status, free immortal. Fang Jue was not a denizen of this world. He had arrived here millennia ago. As an immortal, he had transcended the mortal realm. Throughout the centuries, as deities manifested and divine presences resurfaced, he wielded his sword and ascended to the heavens, boldly confronting the gods who dared not encroach upon the great Xia. That loathsome entity named Azathoth, I shall surely obliterate you next time, he muttered to himself, grimacing. Ahead lay a Baozi shop, where he spent the 5 yuan he had just received to procure 2 meat buns and a bottle of milk. He opened his mouth and took a bite of the bun, the rich aroma of meat instantly enveloping his senses, causing him to squint in delight. The sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears, indicating that someone was arriving. Fang Jue did not turn. He knew precisely who it was. You ought not to arrive so early to meet him. The voice was calm, devoid of discernible emotion. In this world, nothing is ever perfectly timed. As he spoke, he had already swallowed the first bun and inserted a straw into the milk carton, drinking heartily. By the way, please arrange for me to enroll at Cangnan No. 2 High School. It has been ages since I last experienced student life. I find myself somewhat eager. You have changed significantly. The voice behind him fell silent for a moment before continuing. Wiping the grease from his lips, Fang Jue smiled languidly. People are always evolving. Monk, I can barely finish 2 buns myself, so I cannot accommodate you. Chapter 2. Singing, dancing, rapping, basketball, and fortune-telling. Cangnan City 2nd Senior High School, Class 2 of the 2nd year. It was now break time, and the classroom was filled with a cacophony of chatter, students clustering in their respective groups. After a tedious lesson, the end of class invited a moment of respite, prompting many to stretch their legs or engage in light conversation with friends. Lin Qiye occupied his seat, surrounded by an assemblage of classmates, yet this did not signify a profound familiarity among them. In truth, Lin Qiye had only transferred to this school the previous day, a circumstance largely attributable to his aunt's influence. Responding with a smile to the discussions around him, Lin Qiye felt a hint of fatigue as he was not well acquainted with his peers. The topics they broached were foreign to him, leaving him to listen quietly with a smile plastered on his face. Just then, their homeroom teacher entered from outside, and upon witnessing the raucous atmosphere within the classroom, cleared his throat and rapped on the blackboard. Instantly, the previously boisterous classroom fell into a profound silence. Such was the nature of students even during break time. The authoritative presence of their teacher rendered them momentarily mute. The teacher nodded in satisfaction, surveying the classroom before clearing his throat once more. Students, we have yet another transfer student joining our class today. I trust you will all extend him a warm welcome. Upon uttering these words, the audience could no longer contain their curiosity, and despite the presence of the homeroom teacher on the platform, whispers began to circulate. Another transfer student? Wasn't there just a Lin Qiye who joined yesterday? Could it be that they were originally together, but their arrivals were staggered? The homeroom teacher herself was puzzled logically. The class was already at capacity, and it seemed implausible for another transfer student to join. However, this was a decision made from above, and she felt it inappropriate to inquire further. After speaking, she gestured toward the doorway, and a head peeked in. Under the gaze of the students, the individuals slowly made their way to the podium, taking a position beside the homeroom teacher. Noticing the collective attention directed at him, he scratched his cheek, appearing somewhat bashful. "Hey, are you all looking at me? I'm going to get shy." This humorous remark inadvertently bridged the gap between him and his peers, eliciting laughter from the students below. Simultaneously, Fang Jue began his self-introduction. "Hello everyone, my name is Fang Jue. I enjoy singing, dancing, rapping, playing basketball, and dabbling in metaphysics. If anyone wishes to explore matters of fate or palmistry, feel free to reach out." Upon finishing, his gaze drifted to a corner of the classroom where a youth with a dark satin head wrap sat. Fang Jue excitedly waved. "Hi, Qiye, we meet again." Lin Qiye, seated in place, was taken aback. He had not given much thought when he learned about another transfer student, merely hoping that the newcomer might divert some attention away from him. However, the moment Fang Jue entered, Lin Qiye recognized him, and upon seeing him greet, he nodded in acknowledgement. "Fang Jue, do you know Lin Qiye?" "Yes, teacher, Qiye and I are good friends." The homeroom teacher was pleasantly surprised. She had observed Lin Qiye throughout the day, although the other students were warm towards him. Truly integrating him into their circle would likely require some time. However, if Fang Jue was acquainted with Lin Qiye, the situation would be considerably easier. She recalled the scene of Lin Qiye's aunt distributing eggs at the school, and her heart swelled with a touch of sympathy for him. "That's wonderful you can sit next to Lin Qiye." "Sure, teacher." Fang Jue smiled at the homeroom teacher and took a seat beside Lin Qiye. "Ah, the back row by the window, a classic choice. What brings you here? Aren't you a Taoist?" A monk?" Lin Qiye inquired. The first image that sprang to his mind was Fang Jue dressed in a Taoist robe, but he then recalled the prayer beads he had seen him with that day, leaving him uncertain about Fang Jue's profession. Fang Jue innocently blinked. "Not at all, those are just side gigs. After all, at my age, how could I not be in school?" "How old are you?" Lin Qiye asked curiously, eager to discern who was older. "How old am I?" Fang Jue gazed up at the sky, appearing to ponder. "I can't quite recall, perhaps a few thousand years." Lin Qiye shot him a sidelong glance, fully aware that Fang Jue was merely jesting. Just then, the class bell rang, prompting him to refrain from further conversation and to organize his books in preparation for the lesson. Fang Jue, observing the profile of his classmate, suddenly smiled, though the corners of his mouth subtly turned downward. The subject of the lesson was mathematics, and the instructor was a woman who appeared quite stern. No one dared to slack off under her vigilant gaze, except for one individual. Lin Qiye watched as Fang Jue's head gradually drooped, ultimately remaining unraised. He hesitated, contemplating whether to rouse his desk mate, but before he could solidify his resolve, it was already too late. Smack! The sound of a loud slap on the desk jolted Fang Jue awake. As he opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the frowning visage of the mathematics teacher. As he blinked in confusion and surveyed his surroundings, he noticed Lin Qiye, exasperated with a hand on his forehead, and Lin Qiye, his front row classmate, looking at him with admiration. "Fang Jue, is it? Since this is your first day, I shall overlook your slumber in class this time. However, should you repeat this offense, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave." The teacher's deep voice resonated with a barely concealed fury. "Understood, teacher." Fang Jue nodded vigorously, his agreement swift. And indeed, he upheld his promise, refraining from sleeping henceforth, opting instead to daydream. In contrast, his desk mate Lin Qiye listened attentively, occasionally jotting down notes with his pen. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, once the teacher departed, Lin Qiye eagerly turned to Fang Jue, his eyes alight with excitement. "Fang Jue, you're impressive. You dared to sleep in the presence of the formidable teacher." "You flatter me," Fang Jue replied, scratching his head and chuckling at Li Yifei's compliment. Li Yifei laughed along, but soon noticed that Fang Jue's expression had shifted to one of earnestness as he regarded him intently. "Oh dear, Li Yifei, you possess a significant destiny." The moment those words left Fang Jue's lips, Lin Qiye, who had been listening to their exchange, involuntarily furrowed his brow. This phrase, "sounded somewhat familiar." Did he say this to everyone? Lin Qiye, who had initially been skeptical of Fang Jue, now firmly believed his suspicions. Fang Jue was merely toying with him that day. As for Li Yifei, it was the first time someone had uttered such a thing to him. Being of an age ripe with curiosity and youthful exuberance, he pressed on. And then, what happens next? Fang Jue, stroking his chin, regarded Li Yifei with a hint of surprise. Your fate is rather intricate. I can only discern that you will receive assistance from a benefactor in the future, but beyond that. Shaking his head, Fang Jue conveyed his limitations. The days swiftly passed, and as school let out, several classmates, including class monitor Jiang Qian and Li Yifei, approached Fang Jue and Lin Qiye. "What do you want?" Fang Jue inquired. "Lin Qiye cannot see, so we are escorting him home." Jiang Qian smiled, harboring a fondness for the handsome transfer student. "Oh, I see." Fang Jue nodded, pondering for a moment. "Then I shall accompany you." Chapter 3. How could the foul-smelling specter possibly contend with the divine and pure angel? As dusk descended, students gradually began to leave the school in small groups. Among them, the most conspicuous was Lin Qiye and his companions, for it is indeed a rare sight to see a dozen individuals heading home together. However, as the sky darkened completely and they reached the old district, only 6 remained in the group. "Fang Jue, is your home also in the old district?" Jiang Qian inquired, her role as class monitor fueling her curiosity. "Yes, I just moved here not long ago," Fang Jue replied with a nod, yet Lin Qiye felt a twinge of confusion. After gaining the ability to see after years of blindness, he had taken great pleasure in observing the residents of the old district. Yet he had never encountered Fang Jue before. He seemed to have appeared out of thin air. And Lin Qiye sensed that beneath Fang Jue's playful demeanor lay a different persona. Suddenly, Fang Jue halted, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air. "Fang Jue, what is wrong?" Jiang Qian asked. Fang Jue glanced at his classmates, sighing at their unfortunate luck. "Everyone, something foul is approaching. We must flee." The group fell silent. Recalling Fang Jue's introduction earlier that day, Xinchuan studies, Jiang Qian, a staunch materialist, felt compelled to enlighten Fang Jue on the greatness of materialism. But just then, a powerful stench enveloped them, choking Jiang Qian mid-sentence. "Ugh, what is that smell? It's horrid," she exclaimed, pinching her nose as her face contorted in disgust. Yet, no one responded to her. Thud, thud. From the depths of darkness came the sound of heavy footsteps. Except for Lin Qiye. Everyone's gaze was drawn toward the alley's depths. Since Jiang Qian was behind them, she could not see the terror etched on their faces. Following their line of sight, she glimpsed a sight she would never forget. A pair of grotesque, beast-like creatures, larger than ordinary monkeys, with the most horrifying, ghastly visages. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Qian felt her composure shatter, collapsing to the ground in fear, unable to suppress a scream. No! Just as she opened her mouth, Fang Jue attempted to intervene, but alas, it was too late. The attention of the 2 specters was now fully captured by them. With a heavy sigh, Fang Jue turned to the group and urged run. Yet he soon realized his words were redundant. In the wake of their fleeting panic, the instinct to flee surged forth as the natural response. He turned to see Lin Qiye, perplexed, and Jiang Qian, struggling to rise and run, alongside the retreating figures of others. Lin Qiye did not flee. Within the range of his mental detection, he saw no sign of the 2 specters. All he perceived was the terror that had drained the color from his companions' faces, with Jiang Qian still crumpled on the ground. Just as he was about to assist Jiang Qian to her feet, several other boys trembled and dashed away. "What is happening?" Lin Qiye turned his gaze towards Fang Jue. In his perception, Fang Jue exhibited little panic, merely furrowing his brow while standing still. Noticing Lin Qiye's glance, he appeared somewhat surprised. An ominous presence approaches. "Why do you not flee?" "Hurry, I can withstand a fair amount of punishment and will cover for you. Fang Jue's words were not unfounded. Despite his powers being sealed, his rank was beyond the comprehension of this group of mysteries. Not even the ghostly figures of the lantern mirrors or the mysteries of the Klein mirror could inflict harm upon him. At worst, they might merely drench him in saliva. Moreover, even though these two lantern mirror specters had their celestial energy sealed, it would still be a simple task to eliminate them. However, Fang Jue pinched his chin while observing Lin Qiye, particularly noting the pair of eyes ensnared by dark satin, lost in thought. The ghostly figures did not wait for the two. They seemed to have predetermined their targets, treating Lin Qiye and Fang Jue as their prey. Each specter fixed its gaze upon one of them, brandishing its claws as they charged forward. This was Lin Qiye's first encounter with the ghostly figures, and in that moment, he understood why everyone had been so terrified. Yet time allowed no room for contemplation, as the specters had already dashed to the forefront. In the face of life and death, a person's courage often ignites. He raised his cane, positioning it to block the claws of the specter. The tremendous force nearly toppled him, compelling Lin Qiye to retreat repeatedly, relying on his cane to stabilize himself. Fang Jue continued to observe, utterly oblivious to the other specter's deadly claws approaching. He slightly sidestepped, feeling the rough, elongated claws brush past his hair, accompanied by an even more pungent odor. With a disdainful curl of his lips, Fang Jue seized a rod wrapped in layers of white cloth from his backpack, swiftly retreating to a distance of 10 meters from Lin Qiye. Dividing his focus, he kept half of his mind on Lin Qiye, who had already broken his cane into two, trembling slightly with evident fury. Although he was being pushed back by the specter, he managed to defend himself adequately, showing no signs of imminent defeat. Redirecting his attention to the ghostly figure, after several missed strikes, it crouched nearby, muscles taut as if surveying the situation, awaiting the moment when Fang Jue would let his guard down for a final blow. In the realm of mysteries, you are quite hideous, Fang Jue sighed, unveiling the object in his hand. It was a sword. Although it was referred to as a sword, it resembled a stick more closely as it lacked a guard and, when sheathed, indeed resembled a rod. Its appearance was antiquated, a style rarely forged in modern times. Drawing the sword from its sheath, the elongated blade glimmered faintly under the moonlight. Weighing it in his hand, a flicker of reminiscence passed through Fang Jue's eyes, and he then approached the ghostly figure. Sensing something, the massive form of the specter momentarily stiffened. Yet, it was merely a lantern mirror mystery, possessing little intelligence. After a brief pause, driven by instinctual awareness of danger, it let out a roar and lunged forward once more. With a faint sound, only a beast's head adorned with a ghastly visage and a headless body collapsed to the ground. The sword emitted a soft hum, as if questioning Fang Jue why it was necessary to wield it against such a feeble adversary. Fang Jue forced a smile, patting the hilt of the sword in a gesture of reassurance. While wiping the blood from the blade with a cloth, he turned his gaze towards the unfolding battle elsewhere. Before him lay a radiant expanse of gold. Unbeknownst to him, the black satin that had once shrouded Lin Qiye's eyes had fallen away, revealing his tightly closed pupils now wide open, exuding an aura of boundless authority. From his eyes emanated a blinding golden light, which swiftly expanded, reaching a breadth visible to nearly half of Cangnan City. Nearby, the ghostly figure was pierced through the eye by a severed cane intended for guiding the blind, resulting in immediate death. Remarkable indeed. Fang Jue shielded his forehead with one hand, attempting to mitigate the brilliance of the golden light. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked up at the sky. The moon today was perfectly round and exceptionally beautiful. Aware that the being on the moon was observing him as well, he raised his other hand above his head and waved vigorously. Chapter 4. The Dapper Uncle. But it seems you have arrived late. When Zhao Kongcheng finally arrived, he was greeted by an astonishing sight. Two youths stood in a pitch-black alley. One appeared dazed and bewildered, while the other waved cheerfully at the sky. At their feet lay the lifeless bodies of two masked figures. So, these two young ones managed to turn the tables on the masked assailants? Have the little demons become so formidable nowadays? Zhao Kongcheng stood frozen, aware that Lin Qiye was a key target of the Night Watchers. and it was not surprising for someone to be momentarily dazed upon encountering extraordinary powers. However, what was the deal with the other youth? Not only was he unfazed, but he was also waving with a smile. It seemed he had been rendered speechless. Initially, Zhao had envisioned a striking entrance, slaying the masked figures with flair and then inviting these two youngsters to join the Night Watchers. Yet, it appeared his opportunity for a grand display had evaporated. Clearing his throat, Zhao Kongchang attempted to draw their attention with a prolonged tone. "Oh, when did a dapper uncle arrive here?" Fang Jue exclaimed, feigning surprise. At that moment, Lin Qiye regained his composure, casting a complex glance at Fang Jue. Previously, Fang Jue had slipped out of his perception, leaving him unaware of what had transpired. Upon opening his eyes, all he could see were the corpses of the masked figures. The smooth cut across their necks was evidently beyond the capability of an ordinary person, and he had not even seen a trace of blood on Fang Jue. Zhao Kongcheng and Fang Jue exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for a suave opening line. After a brief contemplation, Zhao retrieved an item from his pocket and spoke in a subdued tone. "Care for a smoke?" Fang Jue admitted he had not felt so speechless in quite a while. He pointed at himself, then at Lin Qiye, his expression vacant. "Uncle, we are students, you know." "Oh, right. Minor shootin' tea smoke," Zhao Kongchang realized, muttering a curse under his breath. He hesitated, his hand poised in the air, torn between his desire to smoke and his concern for the two youngsters' sentiments. "If you wish to smoke, then do so. I have no objections." Lin Qiye stepped forward, his mood gradually stabilizing, discarding his broken staff aside. "I don't mind either." Fang Jue immediately concurred. Zhao Kongcheng, smacking his lips, withdrew a cigarette and placed it between his lips, then fetched a lighter from his pocket. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of grayish smoke, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. "Did you too slay these creatures?" Lin Qiye's gaze sharpened, finally addressing the matter at hand. He discerned that the man before him was not an ordinary individual. Much like characters from novels, he likely belonged to an organization and was drawn to their extraordinary powers, seeking to recruit them. Zhao Kongqing nodded. "Oh, quite impressive indeed." He made an effort to maintain an air of sophistication. The fact that the two youths had single-handedly dispatched the masked figures was far more than merely impressive. "Do you wish to become more formidable?" He grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. "Not at all." Before Zhao Kongcheng could finish his sentence, Lin Qiye immediately shook his head. He had no desire to become an extraordinary being. He simply wished to lead a mundane life, cherishing his little home with his aunt and Jean. And that was enough for him. The corners of Zhao Kongqing's eyes twitched as he took a deep drag, glancing at Fang Jue with a glimmer of hope. Let me think it over. I'll be on my way, uncle." With that, seizing the moment while Zhao Kongcheng was caught off guard, he swiftly pulled Lin Qiye along and dashed away. "Hey, you little rascal." Zhao Kongcheng contemplated pursuing them, but his attention was diverted by something that made him halt in his tracks. Gazing at the dismembered beast head and the pool of blood on the ground, Zhao Kongqing's mouth fell agape, the cigarette still smoldering between his fingers, oblivious to everything as he fished out a walkie-talkie, murmuring to himself, "My goodness, this is serious." Hoo-hoo, that uncle didn't come after us, did he? After running a considerable distance, Fang Jue and Lin Qiye finally paused to catch their breath. It seems he did not. Lin Qiye glanced back, wiping the sweat from his brow, then fixed a penetrating gaze on Fang Jue. "So, can you enlighten me about what just transpired? You had your suspicions long ago, did you not?" Fang Jue smiled, spreading his hands. "In this world, extraordinary powers exist. I possess them, those monsters do, and so do you." Lin Qiye fell silent. Ever since he encountered the angel in his youth, he had harbored suspicions, and today, those suspicions were finally validated. Having endured numerous trials, his disposition was more mature than most. Yet even so, he found himself shaken to the core by today's events. Nodding, Lin Qiye chose not to dwell on it further. After all, if the sky were to fall, there would be a tall figure to bear witness. Since there was an organization dedicated to dealing with those monsters, he need only focus on living his ordinary life in peace. He regarded Fang Jue as someone akin to himself, merely having awakened a tad earlier. Observing the twilight, he realized it was getting late, and he ought to return home before Ajin grew anxious. Standing at his doorstep, Lin Qiye looked at Fang Jue, who had followed him all the way, with a bewildered expression. Fang Jue, aren't you going home? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qiye decided to gently remind him. Fang Jue paused for a moment, then pointed to the house across from Lin Qiye's. I just moved in here today. Saying this, he pulled a key from his pocket and unlocked the door before Lin Qiye's eyes. You live alone? Lin Qiye hesitated to ask, glancing into the dark interior, suspecting something he could not voice in front of Fang Jue. However, Fang Jue seemed unconcerned, scratching the back of his head and chuckling lightly. Yeah, I've been on my own for quite some time now. I'm used to it. Lin Qiye stared at Fang Jue, attempting to glean something from him. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something in my eye? A slender hand waved in front of Lin Qiye, and, as his gaze sharpened, Lin Qiye's expression grew complex. It's nothing much. If you're feeling hungry, would you care to join me for a meal in my home? Chapter 5. The youngsters in middle school have no idea how hypnotic high school mathematics can be. Brother, why are you back so late today? And with a friend? Upon hearing the sound of the door, Yang Jin turned his head. When his gaze fell upon Fang Jue, his pupils dilated slightly before returning to normal as he inquired. Well, I encountered a few issues on the way, Lin Qiye replied with a nod, then gestured for Fang Jue to take a seat at the table, introducing him to Yang Jin. This is my brother's classmate. He just moved next door yesterday and lives alone, so I thought I'd invite him over for dinner. Oh, how wonderful. My brother has made a friend so quickly. A smile spread across Yang Jin's face, revealing a hint of pride in his brother's social prowess. Hi, you brat. Do you think it's so difficult for me to make friends? Lin Qiye chuckled playfully as he walked into the kitchen, intending to heat up the meal his aunt had prepared before heading to work. Only Yang Jin and Fang Jue remained in the living room, the atmosphere turning awkwardly silent. Ultimately, it was Fang Jue who broke the silence, placing his hand against his cheek and waving gently. Hello, Ajin. May I address you as such? Sure. Feel free. At that moment, a small black dog trotted over to Fang Jue, affectionately nuzzling against his pant leg. Lin Qiye, emerging from the kitchen, observed this interaction with surprise. The timid little pup had never been so friendly to a stranger before. After dinner, Lin Qiye, unable to resist the fatigue overwhelming him, excused himself and returned to his room. As soon as he left, Yang Jin's demeanor turned cold, casting a long glance at Fang Jue and softly stating, He's gone to sleep. Fang Jue continued to munch on his food, evidently quite hungry, with grains of rice stuck to the corner of his mouth as he mumbled, Ah, indeed, being young is wonderful. One could just fall asleep anywhere. After a brief pause, his eyes narrowed. By the way, should I call you Yang Jin or Yang Jian? Yang Jin squatted down, stroking the little black dog's fur, which responded by closing its eyes in bliss. Didn't I mention? You may call me whatever you like, but, at least for now, I prefer you to call me Yang Jin. Oh, all right, Ajin. Yes, Ajin. Fang Jue finished chewing and saluted Yang Jin. So what happened today? Yang Jin inquired. Are you referring to me being caught sleeping in math class by the teacher? Fang Jue feigned ignorance. It felt as though crows were flying overhead, and Yang Jin's expression darkened. How could the once mighty carefree immortal now be caught dozing off in math class? Fang Jue glanced at him, a sneer on his lips. Huh, how could you, a middle schooler, possibly comprehend how utterly soporific high school mathematics can be? Yang Jin, I feel an urge to strike him. I sense the taste of blood. However, Yang Jin ultimately decided to steer the conversation away from their playful banter with Fang Jue. When your brother returned, he stumbled and fractured his wrist. Yang Jin was utterly silenced, gazing vacantly at Fang Jue. The haunting look in his eyes made Fang Jue feel somewhat uneasy. Although I currently appeared as a child, could you not treat me as if I were an inconsequential little one? Sighing, Fang Jue averted his gaze, dismissing it with a casual remark. It's nothing, just encountered a few nuisances on the way back. So my brother has awakened? Indeed he has. Yang Jin's brows furrowed, his gaze drifting toward Lin Qiye's room, as if his eyes could penetrate the door itself. Why? He asked Fang Jue. Why must my brother be involved? Even if he is Michael's proxy, Surely confronting the mysterious does not require his participation? The realm of mortals cannot persist for many more years. I assure you he will not join the dark forces. Must he not be allowed to enjoy a blissfully ordinary life? His tone grew increasingly fervent, yet his voice remained soft, wary of disturbing Lin Qiye's rest within. Fang Jue stared blankly at Yang Jin. Yang Jin, as Yang Jian, was the revered Erlang Shun of Huaxia, harboring profound loyalty to his homeland and an undeniable hatred for the mysterious and the outer gods. Even so, he did not wish for Lin Qiye to join the Night Watch. It was evident that he held great affection for his brother. How wonderful it is to feel loved. Jin, Fang Jue sighed, extending his hand to halt Yang Jin. Ruffling his hair, he ultimately chose to speak the truth. It was not I who sought Lin Qiye, but rather Lin Qiye who sought me. Brother found him? Yang Jin appeared momentarily dazed, certain that prior to today, Lin Qiye was merely an ordinary person. How could he possibly seek out Fang Jue? Noting his confusion, Fang Jue added, I met Lin Qiye long ago, perhaps around 2,000 years in the past. Yang Jin began to grasp the implications, his tone softening. Are you suggesting that my brother from the future traversed back to 2,000 years ago and encountered you then? Yes. Fang Jue nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. At that time, he made a pact with me, the details of which I cannot disclose. The flicker of otherworldly emotion in his gaze vanished swiftly as Fang Jue donned a playful F.A.Ade, clapping his hands. Well, we've eaten and talked. I must take my leave. Farewell. Yang Jin, now composed, fell into silence for a moment. Since the future Lin Qiye was already a member of the Night Watch, he could not alter this predetermined reality. With a sigh, he relinquished the thought of persuading Lin Qiye to abandon his path. As Fang Jue prepared to depart, he hesitated briefly before saying, If you ever find yourself without food, feel free to come to my home for a meal. You're my brother's classmate, and my mother would be more than happy to accommodate you. Fang Jue did not turn back, merely waving a hand toward Yang Jin. Noted, I shall graciously accept your offer. He then stepped out of Lin Qiye's home, returning to his own empty abode across the way. Host, Fang Jue, cultivation level, immortal, sealed, divine status, free immortal abilities, a Tragedies system interface, which he had perused countless times over the millennia, appeared somewhat altered this time, with 2 additional lines of small text at the bottom. The host encounters the child of destiny, Lin Qiye. It is time to restore power. Mission, hunt the mysterious, absorb the enigmatic souls, weaken the seal. Was it time for the mirror? Do not concern yourself with these realms. The seal shall be disregarded henceforth, for invincibility is the essence. As he sensed his own burgeoning power, Fang Jue murmured to himself. Following the demise of the masked demon, he had sensed a slight loosening of his seal. Though it was an exceedingly faint thread, imperceptible without focused attention, it nevertheless restored his realm to the mirror stage. During the century-long confinement, he had initially sought numerous methods to regain his strength, all of which ended in failure. Eventually, seeing no viable options, he resigned himself to languish in his predicament, for he was neither aging nor mortal and could endure the passage of time. Yet unexpectedly, his half-dormant system had stirred to life. Hunt the mysterious, you say? Ah, does this imply that I must engage in more combat? Fang Jue stretched lazily and made his way to the bathroom, preparing to freshen up. Alas, our protagonist harbored an aversion to conflict. Chapter 6. Would it be cool to wear a floral wreath while fighting? Peace Street. A youth stands at the entrance of the Peace Affairs office, glancing around with a sense of anticipation. This young man is Fang Jue. He first observes the vibrant wedding company to his left and then the pale-colored funeral service establishment to his right. Finally, his gaze settles on the storefront adorned with the sign of the Peace Affairs office. After a moment's hesitation, he begins to doubt whether he has arrived at the correct location. He extends his hand and knocks on the door. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. No response. Ah, it seems he has indeed come to the wrong place. Perhaps he should just return home and rest. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Jue turns to leave, glancing into the funeral service establishment as he passes by. The shop is filled with floral wreaths and paper figures, an unsettling sight to behold in broad daylight. Zhao Kongsheng is in a foul mood today. After finally attempting to impress a couple of young spirits yesterday, he ended up letting them escape. If word gets out, where does pride reside? The more he thinks about it, the more his anger festers, prompting him to seek solace in a nearby tavern to drown his sorrows. However, the unprincipled tavern owner mixes in counterfeit liquor, leaving Zhao Kongsheng sprawled on the floor, unconscious until he awakens the following morning. Damn it! He must report this to the authorities. How could they sell fake liquor? Rubbing his throbbing head, he curses under his breath. By the time he wakes, the tavern owner has vanished, leaving him with a pent-up frustration that he cannot express. As he walks down the street, he kicks a stone forcefully, seemingly venting his anger upon it. Approaching the office, he squints and faintly perceives a figure loitering at the entrance. That silhouette, that profile, seems remarkably familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realizes with a start, is that not the young man from yesterday? Zhao Kongsheng vividly recalls him, though he may not be as renowned as the representative of Michael. The image of the dismembered, ghostly figure remains etched in his mind. He muses to himself that he could never have so easily dealt with a ghostly entity of that nature. With this thought, he is even more resolute in his determination to recruit Fang Jue into the ranks of the Night Watchers. Hey, you there! He calls out, drawing in a breath and sprinting towards Fang Jue with remarkable speed. True to his training as a Special Forces soldier, Zhao Kongsheng moves swiftly. By the time Fang Jue hears him shout and turns around, the rush of wind signals that Zhao Kongsheng is already upon him. A pair of broad, powerful hands lands on his shoulder, a clear indication of Zhao Kongsheng's urgency, enough to jolt Fang Jue from his thoughts. Who are you, sir? Fang Jue exclaims, bewildered. It is no surprise that he struggles to recognize Zhao Kongsheng, for the latter's current appearance is difficult to describe. Bloodshot eyes, unkempt hair, and an unmistakable odor of alcohol emanate from him. Sir, you don't have any ulterior motives, do you? This is a lawful society, and there are prohibitions against such matters between individuals of the same sex, Fang Jue says, instinctively crossing his arms over his chest, which only accentuates his diminutive stature in comparison to Zhao Kongsheng's imposing figure. Zhao Kongsheng, perceiving that his current actions may have led to some misunderstandings, released his grip on Fang Jue's shoulder and casually tousled his disheveled hair, striving to appear more composed. What thoughts occupy the minds of the young ones today? Zhao Kongsheng mused with a hint of exasperation, only to realize that Fang Jue was not looking at him. Instead, his gaze was fixed upon a funeral parlor nearby. Hey! Zhao Kongsheng nudged Fang Jue again. What are you looking at? Following Fang Jue's line of sight, he could only see the piled wreaths within the shop. Uncle! Fang Jue's eyes sparkled with intensity. Had he been gazing at Zhao Kongsheng, it might have been flattering, but alas, his focus remained on the wreaths. Do you think it would be cool to bring a wreath into a fight? After all, if by chance you were to accidentally kill someone, you could bury them right there and pay your respects. Fang Jue turned his head to look at Zhao Kongsheng, discovering that Zhao Kongsheng was also returning his gaze. The two exchanged a silent glance, lost in contemplation. After a moment, Zhao Kongsheng blinked, his eyes feeling somewhat strained, his brow furrowing slightly. It does sound rather cool, he thought, realizing that his earlier silence had been devoted to contemplating this very notion. However, he soon recognized a flaw in the conversation. No, you little rascal. Don't change the subject. How did you find this place? Upon this query, Fang Jue's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He retrieved a Taoist robe from his bag and draped it over himself, then produced a string of prayer beads from his pocket, clasping his hands together in reverence. Lowering his gaze, I calculated it, he replied, subtly lifting his eyes to catch Zhao Kongsheng's astonished expression, then cleared his throat. Ahem, esteemed one. I perceive a darkness clouding your spirit. Soon, you shall face a calamity. Would you care to purchase a talisman for peace? Not for $9.98, nor for 98, just 9. 8, and you may take home your peace talisman. Zhao Kongsheng was taken aback. He had never anticipated being so disarmed by a child. He continually reassured himself that it was foolish to be angered by a mere child. Inhale, exhale, and finally resign. Here, take this 100 yuan. Go buy yourself something to eat. Ultimately, Zhao Kongsheng acquiesced and purchased the talisman for 100 yuan. though the initial intention might have been questionable. Fang Jue's heart was in the right place, seeking to ensure Zhao Kongqing's safety. Furthermore, he had no shortage of money, and it would be beneficial for the child to procure some food and drink. "Wow, thank you, uncle," Fang Jue exclaimed, cherishing the bill as if it were a treasure. Handing the talisman back to Zhao Kongqing. "You are sure to live to 100. Ha, this child," Zhao Kongqing chuckled inwardly. "Indeed, such sentiments are universally appreciated. You sought this place, presumably wishing to become more formidable, as I mentioned yesterday." Yes, yes. The allure of extraordinary powers sounds incredibly cool." Fang Jue's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, affirming Zhao Kongqing's words. "In that case, come with me," Zhao Kongqing said, leading Fang Jue as he extracted a key and unlocked the door to the Peace Affairs office. The space within the door is smaller than one might imagine, adorned in a minimalist style, resembling merely an ordinary office. "Make yourself comfortable." Zhao Kongqing gestured towards a sofa before seating himself. Fang Jue, unperturbed, joined him on the couch, casually reaching for a fruit platter and stuffing a slice of watermelon into his mouth. "This lad is quite unreserved," Zhao Kongqing mused. Yet he refrained from making further comments and instead spoke in a solemn tone. "Do you understand what mystery entails?" For the next half hour, Zhao Kongqing imparted knowledge about the concepts of mystery and the forbidden ruins to Fang Jue, who listened with a sense of wonder. "So, Uncle Zhao, without the forbidden ruins, you're just an ordinary person?" Zhao Kongqing's eyelid twitched. "Young man, do refrain from bringing up sensitive topics. Don't be disheartened. I believe that soon you shall awaken to the forbidden ruins." Now it was Fang Jue who patted Zhao Kongqing on the shoulder, and then in a whisper he continued, "In the name of I." The voice was so faint that even Zhao Kongqing, seated beside him, could only discern that he was mumbling something, but the precise content eluded his ears. Chapter 7. The Tactical Meeting of Team 136. Fang Jue. "Are you willing to join the Watchers and stand up to protect the weak when the Great Xian needs you?" Zhao Kongqing's expression grew solemn. He had just washed his face to ensure he presented himself in the best light while delivering this statement. One must admit, Zhao Kongqing looked quite handsome after freshening up. His chiseled features and deep-set eyes exuded a distinctive charisma. "I am willing," Fang Jue declared, raising 3 fingers to his temple in a gesture of oath. Zhao Kongqing exhaled in relief, his previously rigid demeanor relaxing. "However, Uncle Zhao, are you the only watcher in Cangnan City? Why do I not see anyone else?" "The captain has gone after the Ghost-Faced King. The others should be resting underground," Zhao Kongqing replied, gesturing towards the lower level. He then stood up and retrieved a bottle of cola from the refrigerator, glancing at Fang Jue. "Would you like something to drink?" "Cola will suffice." Zhao Kongqing handed him a bottle and twisted the cap off with a satisfying hiss. Taking a sip, the effervescence brought him a moment of comfort, prompting a sigh of satisfaction. Before they could continue their conversation, the office door swung open. A middle-aged man clad in a blood-stained robe entered, his slightly furrowed brows lending him a stern appearance. His gaze swept across the room, giving a nod to Zhao Kongqing, but he appeared surprised upon noticing Fang Jue. "Captain." Zhao Kongqing stood up to greet Chenmai. "Have you dealt with the Ghost-Faced King?" "Not yet. It escaped," Chenmai replied, rubbing his temples, fatigue evident after a night of battle. He shook his head and, after a moment's pause, directed his attention to Fang Jue. "And who might this be?" It was no wonder Chenmai was taken aback. Fang Jue still donned his Taoist robe and beaded crucifix, a peculiar sight in the office that would cause anyone to pause. Upon realizing he was the subject of discussion, Fang Jue sprang to his feet, wearing a mysterious smile as he patted his chest, the crucifix around his neck jingling. "Greetings, this dashing uncle. I am Fang Jue. I possess the ability to divine destinies, read fortunes, and even gauge romantic prospects. I can recite scriptures, impart wisdom, and speak of Christ. Whatever your needs may be, I can fulfill them. Order now for a special price of..." Before Fang Jue could fully introduce himself and expand on his offerings, Zhao Kongqing swiftly covered his mouth. Due to the size of Zhao's hand and the smallness of Fang's face, his nostrils were inadvertently pinched shut, leading to a moment of breathlessness. Once Fang Jue's face turned crimson from the lack of air, Zhao Kongqing finally released him, shaking off the saliva from his hand as he began to explain Fang Jue's situation to Chen Mai. After hearing the explanation, Chen Mai sighed in relief. He had initially feared that Fang Jue might be a lunatic or an overly dramatic youth intent on causing a ruckus in the office. It seemed his worries were unfounded. Very well, take him downstairs. It would be fitting to introduce him to Cangnan and Hong Ying and discuss the matter of the Ghost-Face King. As they descended into the underground, the environment elicited a modicum of surprise in Fang Jue. The walls, imbued with a sense of advanced technology, and the expansive space, replete with cabinets filled with weaponry, were indeed impressive. Handsome, right? Zhao Kongqing inquired, playfully nudging Fang Jue's shoulder. Indeed, quite handsome. Fang Jue nodded in agreement. But I have encountered even more dashing figures. Zhao Kongqing smirked, dismissing Fang Jue's remark as youthful bravado. In the living room, 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women, were already seated. Upon the arrival of the trio, all eyes turned towards them. "Oh, have we a new member? Come here, little brother." One of the girls exclaimed upon spotting the unfamiliar face of Fang Jue, her excitement palpable. "Don't call me little brother. You might not even be older than I am." Fang Jue scrunched his nose and retorted with a grin. "Oh, and how old are you?" The girl, intrigued, asked with a smile. "A few thousand years old." "Oomph. What a delusional child." The girl made a face at Fang Jue and playfully patted his head. Hunkyin. If anyone bullies you, just tell your sister, and she'll take care of it. Let me introduce you. You should already know our captain and Zhao Ge. This is Cangnan, our vice captain, and this is Xiaonan. Enthusiastically, Hong Ying introduced each member of the team, her laughter echoing in the room. It was evident that she was genuinely thrilled by Fang Jue's arrival. Once the introductions were complete, Captain Chen Mai finally spoke up. "All right, aside from welcoming our new member, we have 2 more matters to discuss. The first is regarding Michael's agent, Lin Qiye. We must ensure he joins us. We cannot allow the cult of the ancient gods to get ahead of us." After this, he turned his gaze toward Zhao Kongqing and Fang Jue, continuing, "Old Zhao has already made contact with him. He is an ordinary high school student and a classmate of Fang Jue, so I entrust this matter to you both." Hearing that another person would be joining, Hong Ying cheered, "Yay, 2 new members at once." Beside her, Wen Qima shook his head with a hint of exasperation, smiling. "Hong Ying, Lin Qiye hasn't even agreed to join us yet." Such was Hong Ying's nature. She treated the team like her family, and the arrival of new members brought her immense joy. Yet did she not feel the same way? "You talk too much." Hong Ying shot a glare at Wen Qima. Pouting. The second matter. Chen Mai's expression darkened as he leaned forward, his hands resting on the table, rhythmically tapping. "The Ghost-Face King from yesterday has not perished. It will undoubtedly seek to consume humans to regain its strength, and our task is to locate it and eliminate it." A cold glimmer flickered in Chen Mai's eyes, his tone resolute and unyielding. "Xiangnan." "Yes." Wu Xiangnan nodded, laying out a flat map of Cangnan City on the table for everyone to see. He pointed out several locations, signaling to the group. Upon investigation, it appears that the Phantom King may emerge from several locations. I shall remain stationed here alone, in Cangnan and Hongying. You all proceed to this area, Long Xian. Chen Mai calmly issued his commands, leaving only Fang Jue, Zhao Kongqing, and Si Xiaonan unassigned. "Captain, what about me?" Zhao Kongqing pointed to himself, for although he was a watcher, he longed to engage in a lively battle. He aspired to become a general. "You and Fang Jue shall persuade Lin Qiye to join our ranks, while Xiaonan will remain on standby at the base." Chen Mai delivered his final orders. Though slightly dissatisfied, Zhao Kongqing recognized the rationale behind the arrangement, acknowledging that as an ordinary individual, he could offer little assistance against the mysteries of the Chuanjing. With a shrug, he nodded in agreement. Turning to Fang Jue, he noticed that Fang Jue's gaze was fixed on Si Xiaonan, who had remained silent since the onset of the meeting. Zhao Kongqing understood that this was simply Si Xiaonan's nature, yet he couldn't resist teasing Fang Jue. "What's the matter? Have you taken a liking to Xiaonan? I must warn you, she's quite difficult to pursue." "Not at all. I merely find her somewhat familiar," Fang Jue replied, still fixated on Si Xiaonan. maintaining his composure in the face of Zhao Kongqing's jest. Chapter 8. Wang Su, the unbounded immortal. Do you find her familiar? Ha, young man. That's the most rudimentary method of flirting. Zhao Kongqing wore a mischievous grin, assuming the role of a seasoned veteran as he playfully tousled Fang Jue's hair. Let me tell you, when it comes to pursuing a lady, one must be bold, attentive, and thick-skinned. That's how I won over my wife. Seeing Zhao Kongqing's smug demeanor, Fang Jue let out a sigh. That's not really. But Uncle Zhao, aren't you already married? Zhao Kongqing shot him glare. What kind of nonsense is that? Do you see me as a disheveled old man who can attract a wife? Fang Jue remained silent. Yet Zhao Kongqing discerned the answer he sought in the young man's eyes. With a pained expression, Zhao Kongqing retrieved a photograph from his pocket and handed it to Fang Jue. Upon inspection, Fang Jue recognized the first figure as Zhao Kongqing himself. Beside him stood a graceful woman, whom he embraced, her face adorned with a shy smile. In her arms lay a newborn, peacefully slumbering against her. It was evident that the other two were Zhao Kongqing's wife and child, encapsulating a serene family moment. Before Fang Jue could admire the photograph further, Zhao Kongqing snatched it back, wiping it gently on his relatively clean attire, tenderly caressing its surface. Fang Jue observed the burly man, his expression softening as he gazed at the picture, occasionally breaking into an endearing smile. Isn't my wife beautiful? Zhao Kongqing remarked proudly, casting a glance at Fang Jue while waving the photo in triumph. Indeed, she is lovely. Fang Jue nodded earnestly. As for me, I am currently hoping to achieve a notable accomplishment among the Night Watchmen, perhaps even earn a title as a general. Just imagine, when my son grows up, he can boast to his peers, my father is a general. How impressive that would be. Zhao Kongqing mused, picturing the future with a smile curving his lips. Hey, Uncle Zhao, don't go jinxing it with such declarations. Fang Jue quickly interjected, sensing Zhao Kongqing resembled an old general adorned with flags on a theatrical stage. Not to worry, my life is quite resilient. Besides, didn't you predict that I would live to be 100? As their conversation unfolded, the other members of the team concluded their battle strategy against the ghost-faced king. Fang Jue, Chenmai beckoned him over. I didn't have time to ask earlier due to the urgency. Old Zhao must have spoken to you about the Forbidden Ruins. So what is your Forbidden Ruin? My Forbidden Ruin? Fang Jue pondered, placing a finger on his lips as he tilted his head in thought. Oh, I recall during my awakening, if we can call it that, there was a voice in my mind that seemed to utter, "Unbounded Immortal." The words left his lips, startling everyone present, not due to the significance of this Forbidden Ruin, but because they had never encountered such a term before. Unbounded Immortal? What is this new forbidden domain? I've never heard of it before. The name sounds quite formidable. Could it be a divine realm? And is Fang Jue also a representative of a deity? It seems reminiscent of our Huaxia deities. Could it be that they are making a resurgence? The crowd engaged in lively discussion about Fang Jue's forbidden domain. Ahem. Chenmai cleared his throat, signaling everyone to calm down. Buzhou Xian. He had encountered this name in a highly classified document during his tenure in the capital. However, the confidentiality level of that document was exceedingly high, and even he could only access a small fraction of it. Coincidentally, that portion contained this name. Buzhou Xian, one of the 8 great forbidden domains, first appeared during the Han Dynasty 2 millennia ago, with its powers and holder remaining unknown. Yet, at the request of the inaugural holder of Buzhou Xian, this forbidden domain does not partake in the ranking of forbidden domains, thus it is absent from a list. Nevertheless, the compiler of the forbidden domain list still categorized it as one of the 8 great domains. He relayed this information to the crowd, and the atmosphere fell silent before erupting into astonishing cheers. Fang Jue, your brother, I never expected you to be so formidable, exclaimed Hong Ying, her mouth agape in astonishment. The typically reticent Si Xiaonan lifted her head, while Lung Xian paused his gun cleaning to gaze at Fang Jue, and Wu Xiangnan raised an eyebrow. What abilities does this forbidden domain possess? Chenmai was equally intrigued. From a certain perspective, Buzhou Xian was even rarer than divine domains. While the holders of divine domains were few, there were still a handful, yet Buzhou Xian had not been recorded since the Han Dynasty. Fang Jue, closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before providing an answer. It seems to enhance my fortune-telling accuracy and fortify my physical attributes. That's it. Indeed. Hiss. That shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, as a royal domain, Buzhou Xian should possess more than such limited powers, even if it is merely a lamp realm. Chen Mai stroked his chin in thought, but ultimately dismissed further speculation, as he had no choice but to accept Fang Jue's own words. Fang Jue felt helpless. How else could he explain that Buzhou Xian was not truly a forbidden domain, that its power tier was distinct from this world? Buzhou Xian was merely his own celestial energy, a name he had chosen for its pleasant sound. Fortunately, Chen Mai did not pursue the matter further, which relieved Fang Jue, as explaining it would have been cumbersome. Si Xiaonan cast a puzzled glance at Fang Jue, her dark tresses concealing her eyes that sparkled with a hint of skepticism. It seemed as if he were not being entirely truthful. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Mai applauded to refocus everyone's attention on him. The weather forecast predicts rain ahead. Everyone should return to their assigned areas and remain vigilant, keeping in constant communication. Should you catch sight of the Ghost-Faced King, report it immediately. The crowd nodded gravely, for they understood that rainy weather posed the worst conditions, washing away blood traces and obscuring scents, making it exceedingly difficult to detect the movements of the Ghost-Faced King in advance. When confronting the Ghost-Faced King of the Sichuan border, one can never be too cautious. Chapter 9. The peace charm costs a mere 100 yuan. Fang Jue, I sincerely apologize for that evening. During the break, Lin Qiye and Jiang Qian earnestly approached Fang Jue, bowing in genuine contrition. Prior to this, they had already secured Lin Qiye's forgiveness. However, due to Fang Jue's absence from school in recent days, they could only express their apologies today. After a moment of reflection, Fang Jue recalled the incident involving the ghost-faced figures. He readily forgave them, as he had never regarded those two apparitions with any seriousness. It is only natural for an ordinary person to prioritize their own escape in such a situation. Unlike Jiang Qian and Lin Qiye, who possessed benevolent natures and sought him out to apologize afterward, the other two from that night remained huddled in their seats, enduring the pangs of conscience. Upon returning to his desk, he found his deskmate, Lin Qiye, deeply engrossed in the mathematical problems on his practice sheet. Only after Fang Jue's arrival did he lift his gaze. Have you joined them? Lin Qiye inquired, not lacking in perception. It was obvious to him that Fang Jue's prolonged absence from school was not without reason. Fang Jue, truthfully, I was merely reluctant to attend school. Having a legitimate excuse to rest for a few more days was quite appealing, given that he had also been invited to join the Night Watchers. It was only logical that Fang Jue, endowed with extraordinary abilities, would accept. Yes, Fang Jue nodded casually, then asked, what about you? Do you not intend to join? My world is quite small. With my aunt and a Jean, it is sufficient. I admire you all, but I do not wish to become one of you. Lin Qiye replied after a moment of silence, his voice soft. Fang Jue stole a glance at him, noting the faint indifference in the youth's eyes. He suddenly felt a surge of curiosity about what had transformed Lin Qiye's perspective, compelling him to obediently join the Night Watchers. While he could glimpse the threads of fate, his limited power only allowed him to vaguely estimate a person's uncertain future. Thus, he knew that Zhao Kongsheng faced a deadly tribulation and that Lin Qiye would receive assistance from a benefactor, yet he could not articulate the specific details of their journeys. The rain poured heavily, cascading down in a gentle patter, while dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, suffocating the air and making it difficult for anyone to breathe. Fang Jue and Lin Qiye walked home together. Since that day, Lin Qiye and the others had felt too embarrassed to accompany Lin Qiye home. Their route conveniently aligned, allowing them to return together. As they entered Lin Qiye's home, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. A woman peeked from the kitchen, and Fang Jue recognized her as Lin Qiye's aunt, whom he had met the previous day when he had come over for a meal. She was a remarkably gentle lady. Notably, upon learning that Fang Jue was Lin Qiye's deskmate and lived alone, she had treated him exceptionally well. While she chatted about how her little Qiye had been well cared for by Fang Jue and often visited her home for meals, she generously piled food on a Fang Jue's plate. Fang Jue, in turn, accepted it all, savoring every morsel. Ah, little Qiye and little Ju are back. To celebrate Qiye's improved eyesight, we shall feast tonight. Annie has been incredibly cheerful lately. First, she learned that her little Qi had made friends at school, and then she was informed that the eyes that had troubled her for many years were finally healed. She hummed a little tune while preparing a grand feast for the children. Suddenly, it seemed she remembered something and called out to Lin Qiye. "Oh, your PE teacher is here as a guest. Yes, in your room." "Bit decker." Lin Qiye felt puzzled and realized it must be Zhao Kongsheng. He decided not to interrupt their conversation and refrained from following Lin Qiye inside. After chatting with Yang Jin for a while and mischievously guiding him through some homework, the conversation in Lin Qiye's room came to an end. Zhao Kongsheng emerged looking dejected, and upon seeing him, Fang Jue understood that something had gone awry. He gave Fang Jue a helpless glance, sighed to himself, and left. "Annie, I'll see the teacher off." With a call, he followed Zhao Kongsheng out the door. "Uncle Zhao, what's wrong?" Zhao Kongsheng stood under the eaves, rain pouring outside. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and took one, lighting it with a lighter and inhaling deeply. The smoke quickly dissipated into the air as he watched the raindrops fall. He said to Fang Jue, "Fang kid, promise me something." "What is it?" "Just say that we lost track of Lin Qiye." Fang Jue rolled his eyes in disbelief. "Hey, Uncle Zhao, don't you remember that the captain knows I'm Lin Qiye's neighbor? He is not a fool. He won't believe that." Zhao Kongsheng seemed to recall this too, running his fingers through his hair in frustration. "I don't care. The captain has never seen what Lin Qiye looks like. I know the captain. If we insist that Lin Qiye ran away, he won't ask any further questions." Reluctantly nodding, Fang Jue inquired about what had transpired in the room earlier. "Ah," Zhao Kongsheng replied, seemingly weighing his words. "That kid's world is small, but it's beautiful. All right, you should head back. I'll finish this cigarette and then leave." Clearly unable to endure expressing such sentimental thoughts, Zhao Kongsheng waved him off. After Fang Jue departed, he stood alone under the eaves, smoking and gazing at the rain, a harmonious scene shattered by a sudden, urgent voice through his earpiece. It was unclear what the person on the other end said, but after listening, Zhao Kongsheng extinguished the cigarette in his mouth, crushing it underfoot. As the sky gradually darkened, Zhao Kongsheng took one last look at the brightly lit Lin Qiye's home, and when he turned back, only a determined glint remained in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the rain, leaving behind only the crushed cigarette. "But, brother, congratulations on your recovery." At the dining table, Yang Jin raised his glass to clink with Lin Qiye's, and since they were still underage, their glasses were filled with juice. The family rejoiced at Lin Qiye's healing, and even the little black dog lay nearby, panting and occasionally barking. Fang Jue served himself a generous bowl of rice. It must be said that today's feast was indeed sumptuous, and he felt he could easily consume another bowl. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from outside the window. Was that thunder? Auntie, somewhat perplexed, attempted to peer outside, but saw no flash of lightning. "Xiao Qi, Xiao Qi." She noticed her nephew lost in thought. Gazing vacantly out the window, Lin Qiye's attention was drawn to a tiny bat fluttering outside. With a soft clatter, the chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground. "Auntie, I have something to attend to. I must step out for a moment." At that moment, the typically composed Lin Qiye appeared a tad flustered as he hurriedly rose to dash toward the curtain of rain outside. Hey, Xiao Qi," Annie exclaimed, growing anxious. "At least take an umbrella. Honestly, in such heavy rain, you'll get soaked." Fang Jue exchanged a glance with Yang Jin, both recognizing the shared sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. "Annie, I have just finished eating as well. Allow me to deliver an umbrella to Qiye." With a resigned sigh, Fang Jue stood up, not waiting for Andy's protests, and took the umbrella as he stepped outside. He had come to realize that Zhao Kongsheng's impending doom and Lin Qiye's change of heart were, in fact, intertwined events. "Uncle Zhao, this talisman is worth 100. Truly, it is a bargain." Chapter 10. Shouting the name of a powerful move is incredibly impressive. Zhao Kongsheng stood in the rain, his shirt thoroughly drenched. Unfazed, his hawk-like sharp eyes were fixated on the manhole cover in the distance. A foul stench emanated from it, persisting even under the relentless downpour. He understood precisely what this signified, and without hesitation, swiftly retrieved 3 markers from his bag, placing them around him. He then drew his blade, standing resolute. Old Zhao, you must leave. The Ghost-Faced King is beyond your means. The urgent voice of Wu Xiangnan crackled through his earpiece. Earlier, Zhao Kongsheng had informed them of the Ghost-Faced King's presence. Yet Hong Ying and the others were still approximately 10 minutes away from the old city. This meant that Zhao Kongsheng would have to contend with the Ghost-Faced King alone for a full 10 minutes. Xiangnan, allow me this moment of heroism, Zhao Kongsheng replied with a smile, dismissing Wu Xiangnan's fervent pleas as he cast aside the earpiece. Boom! A colossal figure lifted the manhole cover, a massive beast leaping forth. Rain pelted against its bulging muscles as the Ghost-Faced King let out a deep, menacing roar, its crimson eyes locked onto Zhao Kongsheng. Damn, the Ghost-Faced King is truly intimidating. Zhao Kongsheng gritted his teeth, reaching into his pocket. He adjusted the family photograph, feeling the protective talisman he had purchased from Fang Jue, which now obscured the smiling face of Zhao Kongsheng within the picture. Fang, it seems your calculations were off. Today I may very well meet my end here, he muttered, tightening his grip on the blade. When the dark night descends, I shall stand before the multitude, sword drawn, blood staining the heavens. This was the oath of the night watchman. He might not be able to protect the countless souls, but he yearned to safeguard the flickering light behind him. When Lin Qiye descended the stairs, the surroundings were enveloped in silence, with the only sound being the patter of rain. He understood that the boundless void had severed the connection between him and Zhao Kongsheng. With the realm of mortal gods fully activated, he quickly located the weakest point of the boundless void. Then, the black-haired youth's golden-hued eyes gleamed strikingly against the backdrop of the night. A subtle yet palpable aura of authority radiated from him as he concentrated his mental energy. In an instant, that thin membrane was pierced by a golden light, revealing the scene beyond. A ground marred by knife marks, the dismembered ghost-faced king, and a gasping uncle. Zhao Kongsheng seemed to sense something, turning his head and cursing. Damn, how did you get in here? Before Lin Qiye could respond, another figure emerged from the nearby building. Really now? Neither of you brought an umbrella? Do you not see that it is pouring? Fang Jue remarked, his eyes drooping as he pointed toward the sky, then at the 2 drenched individuals. If you fall ill, your aunt, along with your wife and children, will be quite worried. Clearing his throat, Zhao Kongsheng wiped his mouth, which was stained with blood. He could feel his physical strength rapidly dwindling, aware that this was the side effect of the summoned spirits. You 2 brats, who allowed you to come here. Leave now. I will deal with it and then find you. Noticing that the 2 remained rooted in place, Zhao cursed under his breath. He still had the strength to strike once more. The next blow would sever the neck of the ghost-faced king. Forget it, you brats. Watch closely. This strike will be magnificent. Taking a deep breath and holding it within, Zhao's gaze locked onto the ghost-faced king, who hovered warily nearby after losing an arm. He performed 3 simple actions, a stomp, a swing of his sword, and a bellow of dissolved life, and eclipsed the moon. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. By the time Lin Qiye regained his senses, the ghost-faced king's head had already been cleaved off. Yet, the sword's master could no longer muster the strength to maintain his grip, his hands falling limp as he collapsed to the ground. Lin Qiye attempted to rush to his aid, but someone was quicker. Amidst the roaring wind and rain, Fang Jue uttered a few words. Upon comprehending his message, Lin halted, retrieving the straight sword from the ground, his eyes ablaze. Fang Jue simply stated, the ghost-faced king is not dead. I can save him. He swiftly scooped up Zhao Kongsheng, whose weight felt non-existent in his grasp, and carried him to safety. Zhao still possessed some awareness and opened his mouth to speak, but Fang Jue promptly covered it. Was this lad attempting to murder him? Almost immediately, he felt an intangible essence waft into his mouth, and the pain throughout his body seemed to diminish considerably. Cough, 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 cough. What did you give me? Fang Jue shot him a disdainful glance. Dichlorvos. I figured you were on the verge of death, so I made it easier for you. Well, it was confirmed. This lad was indeed attempting to end his life. Zhao Kongsheng's eyes widened. He wanted to curse, but lacked the strength to do so. Uncle Zhao, why did you have to shout your technique so loudly at the end? After delivering a substantial amount of celestial energy into Zhao's body and witnessing his injury stabilize, he inquired. Zhao pondered for a moment, a serious expression on his face. Because it looks incredibly cool. Fang Jue. A wave of dizziness washed over Zhao Kongcheng, and his consciousness began to blur. Am I about to die? Perhaps this is for the best. I managed to look quite impressive before the end, and the admiration in that lad's eyes is nearly overflowing. Zhao felt quite satisfied with his final words. Soon after, his head lolled to the side, and he collapsed onto the ground. Before long, a thunderous snore echoed, indicating that the owner of the snore was sleeping soundly. Uncle Zhao, has anyone ever told you that your snoring is truly thunderous? Fang Jue sighed, unfurling the umbrella he had borrowed from Lin Qiye and placing it over Zhao Kongcheng. Raindrops cascaded down the ribs of the umbrella, pooling on the ground. Fortunately, you encountered me. Otherwise, you would have truly perished, and your child could not have proudly claimed to have a father who was a general. Zhao Kongcheng bore numerous wounds. Yet the true cause of his impending demise lay in the debilitating effects of the ghostly spirit inducement. Few in this world possess the ability to cure such afflictions. But Fang Jue is one of them. Although Fang Jue was not skilled in healing, he understood what the ghostly spirit inducement entailed. It was a single drop of an immortal's blood, diluted countless times, blood that belonged to Fang Jue himself. After restoring Zhao Kongcheng, Fang Jue cast his gaze toward Lin Qiye, where a ghostly visage writhed. The youth with golden eyes let out a growl, brandishing a blade and forcefully thrusting it toward the spectral face. He sheathed the pitch-black sword once more. Note, the protagonist's cultivation system diverges from that of the world of slaying gods. Hence, the immortals referenced here do not pertain to the deities of Huaxia. Chapter 11. A boy with high emotional intelligence would never allow awkward situations to arise. Is he dead? After vanquishing the ghost-faced king, Lin Qiye gasped for breath as he approached Fang Jue and Zhao Kongcheng. Do you hear that snoring? Does it sound like something a corpse would emit? Fang Jue rolled his eyes, pointing to the peacefully sleeping Zhao Kongcheng. How did you manage that? Lin Qiye inquired, astonished. Previously, in his perception, Zhao Kongcheng's injuries could only be described as horrific. Under such conditions, one would be doing the king of hell a disservice by surviving. My forbidden ruins are unique. I still cannot fully comprehend their purpose. Fang Jue shrugged, fabricating an excuse. He handed a second umbrella to Lin Qiye, raising an eyebrow to indicate that he should not catch a chill before stepping into the rain alone. The ghost-faced king is a mystery of the Chuan realm. If I can absorb its soul, I should be able to return to the Pool realm. Although the distinction between the Lantern realm and the Pool realm is negligible for Fang Jue. After all, he can kill any mystery that can be killed, and those that cannot kill him are of no concern. Strength must be restored gradually, for even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. Roughly estimating, he believed he could now slay mysteries of the Chuan realm and the Lantern realm. Upon reaching the Pool realm, it should be similar. At the very least, mysteries of the Sea realm would be difficult to eliminate. Approaching the ghost-faced king, Fang Jue extended his hand, but soon his brow furrowed slightly. No soul. Typically, after a mystery perishes, its spirit lingers. Yet this ghost-faced king, having just died, has lost its soul, indicating only one possibility. It has been taken away. He glanced at Lin Qiye. It seems my deskmate harbors quite the secret. I've decided to join you, to become a night watchman. As Fang Jue and Lin Qiye brought Zhao Kongcheng inside to escape the rain, Fang Jue was shaking off the raindrops from his umbrella when he heard Lin Qiye speak. Change your mind? Though it was a question, Fang Jue appeared unsurprised, as if he had anticipated Lin Qiye's response. Lin Qiye gazed at the still sleeping Zhao Kongcheng, droplets of rain cascading down his chiseled face. If it weren't for him today, Aunt Jean and I would all be dead. He has protected my entire world, so I shall assist him in safeguarding the world he wishes to protect. Fang Jue smiled and extended his fist towards Lin Qiye. All right, it's a pact, together. Lin Qiye hesitated for a moment, then smiled, returning the gesture. Their fists collided midair, reflecting the beaming smiles of two youths. Look, the rain has stopped. Han Ying, old Zhao's night watchman badge has not moved for quite some time. You must prepare for the worst. In the old city, a graceful figure was sprinting swiftly towards the ghost-faced king's location. She wore an earpiece identical to Zhao Kongqing's, through which Wu Xiangnan's deep voice resonated. Shut up. Shut up. Zhao Gu'll be fine. Han Ying shouted, her voice trembling slightly, her eyes glistening red, hinting at unshed tears. She was acutely aware that, as an ordinary person, Zhao Kongqing's encounter with the Ghost-Faced King would only lead to death unless a miracle occurred. The crimson light danced around her, and before the raindrops could touch her, they had already transformed into vapor. It was close. She was nearing her destination. The rain gradually ceased, and Han Ying had finally located the spot marked by Zhao Kongqing's night watchman badge. In the pitch-black night, there was no one around, only the lifeless body of the Ghost-Faced King lying on the ground. Zhao Gu won, although it seemed unbelievable. The evidence lay before her. The Ghost-Faced King was indeed dead, which meant a thrill of joy surged within Han Ying, but before she could report, the chaotic scene silenced her. The multitude of knife marks strewn across the ground could not have been inflicted by an ordinary person. Coupled with the corpse of the Ghost-Faced King, the conclusion was inescapable. Zhao Kongqing had employed the ghostly divine summons. Once the ghostly divine summons were invoked, even the gods could not intervene. Zhao Kongqing's badge lay desolately on the ground, likely dropped during the battle. Han Ying stepped forward, picked up the badge, and stood there in a daze. The badge was stained with dark red blood, and after wiping it clean, it revealed the solemn oath, should the dark night descend. I shall stand before millions, wielding my sword against the abyss, staining the heavens with blood. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and she sobbed uncontrollably. In her daze, someone gently tapped her shoulder. Hey, Han Ying, why are you crying? Zhao Gu is dead. As Han Ying cried in earnest, she vented her sorrow in response to the person's inquiry. After pouring out her emotions, she finally realized, staring with reddened eyes at the speaker, and sniffled. Fang Jue and Lin Qiye stood on either side of her, blinking at her in surprise. She remained stunned for a moment, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, only to find that it was futile. The tears continued to flow. Resigned, she crouched down, burying her head between her knees, avoiding the gaze of the two boys, and sobbing softly. Uncle Zhao isn't dead. He's just sleeping soundly over there. Fang Jue gently poked Han Ying's shoulder. Though he felt a hint of amusement, he dared not laugh in front of her. He discreetly opened a gap in the arm that rested on his knees, glancing towards the building along with Fang Jue. Zhao Kongqing lay there, his chest still rising and falling, a bit of drool lingering at the corner of his mouth. This was the last thought that crossed Han Ying's mind, followed swiftly by a blankness in her mind and a flush spreading across her face. Fang Jue and Lin Qiye exchanged glances, recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Fang Jue mused that as a boy with several millennia of experience and high emotional intelligence, he ought to say something to alleviate the awkwardness. Han Ying, your shoulder strap is showing. With a loud bang, Fang Jue shielded his bruised eye, mentally applauding his cleverness. He raised an eyebrow at Lin Qiye. See, I have high emotional intelligence. Lin Qiye covered his face, noncommittal. However, it must be said that after Fang Jue's clumsy attempt to lighten the mood, Han Ying indeed felt less embarrassed, promptly delivering a punch to Fang Jue. Three individuals gathered around Zhao Kongqing as Han Ying began to assess his injuries. Once she confirmed that there were no serious issues, she exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Zhao, indeed, was fortunate to have survived. Fang Jue nodded thoughtfully. Was this the essence of the saying, good people do not live long, while calamities endure for 1,000 years? Han Ying shot Fang Jue a glance, but soon broke into a beautiful laugh. Sister Han Ying, Lin Qiye murmured, unfamiliar with the girl, but deducing her affiliation with the Night Watchers. Thus he followed Fang Jue's lead. I wish to join your ranks. What must I do? Really? Han Ying exclaimed, overjoyed. Previously, Zhao Kongqing had informed them of losing track of Lin Qiye, and although the captain was skeptical, they all understood the slim chances of enlisting Lin Qiye into the Night Watchers. Yes, Lin Qiye affirmed, reiterating the conversation he had with Fang Jue for Han Ying's benefit. Come, You carry Zhao, and I shall lead you back. Sister Hong Ying, a voice emerged from the darkness. Why do you call him Brother Zhao? Zhao, being of considerable age, should feel embarrassed. You make a valid point. I shall henceforth refer to him as Uncle Zhao. Chapter 12. I do not wish to be the one who turns away. You mean to say that after employing the demonic spirit guidance, you awaken the moonlight of annihilation, and with a swift motion, you cleave the demon-faced king's head in two? Shun Mai's expression was peculiar. He paused momentarily before continuing. And then, just before his demise, he struck a pose, only to open his eyes and find himself not dead, but invigorated, having devoured 3 large bowls of rice. Zhao Kongcheng leaned against the sofa, having just peeled an orange, preparing to savor it when he heard the captain refer to him, solemnly nodding in acknowledgement. Old Zhao, how do you feel now? Shemai was also somewhat bewildered. Logically speaking, while demonic spirit guidance could indeed unleash one's latent potential, the prospect of surviving its aftermath should only pertain to Zhao Kongxing. How do I feel? I feel absolutely splendid. From now on, I too shall be one of the Forbidden Ruins. The moonlight of annihilation is truly remarkable. Zhao Kongcheng flexed his arm, laughing heartily, feeling an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within him. Old Zhao, did you do anything unusual before losing consciousness? Or did you encounter anyone? Wu Xiangnan inquired, standing nearby. The survival after utilizing demonic spirit guidance was a significant matter. If this method could be disseminated, it would undoubtedly save countless lives among the Night Watchers. Let me think. Zhao Kongcheng struggled to recall the events preceding his fainting spell. I used the demonic spirit guidance, decapitated the demon-faced king, and was dragged away by Fang Jue. Wait a moment, Fang Jue. I've got it, it was Fang Jue. Fang Jue. Wu Xiangnan pondered briefly before comprehension dawned upon him. He had previously assumed it to be the ability of Lin Qiye's mortal realm, as that realm symbolized miracles. However, it now appeared that Fang Jue's capability from the untrammeled immortals was not as straightforward as he had claimed. As they conversed, Lin Qiye and Fang Jue approached. Qiye, Wu Xiangnan nodded in acknowledgement, sensing that Lin Qiye had something to convey. Vice Captain, please deliver this letter to my aunt. Lin Qiye handed over a letter he had penned, explaining his enlistment and comforting his aunt not to worry about him. After all, he had left without a word, and his aunt would likely be frantic at home if he did not write a letter to soothe her. He might find his face on a missing person notice in the newspaper by the next day. Wu Xiangnan accepted the letter, nodding at Lin Qiye before passing it on to Chen Mai. Captain, I entrust this matter to you, and Qi remember to handle the paperwork properly. He then turned to Fang Jue, beckoning him. Fang Jue, come with me for a moment. He led Fang Jue into a secluded room, where only the two of them remained. Observing the empty space, Fang Jue curled up his body and couldn't help but remark, Vice Captain, do you know what you resemble at this moment? What do I resemble? You look like a stern homeroom teacher reprimanding a wayward student, saying, so-and-so, come with me, with not a trace of emotion on your face. Are you aware of the immense psychological pressure this imposes on me? Wu Xiangnan, despite his compliance, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye and chuckle while rubbing his forehead. Rest assured, I did not summon you here to lecture you. I merely wished to inquire whether you were the one who cured old Zhao of the lingering effects of the ghostly summon. Indeed, I am, Fang Jue readily admitted, understanding what Wu Xiangnan intended to convey, and preemptively interrupted him before he could speak. My forbidden abyss can indeed remedy the ghostly summon, but it must be administered within the fleeting moments leading to death. Once a life has departed, I am powerless. Wu Xiangnan, being an astute individual, quickly grasped the implication, and the fervor in his heart gradually subsided. It is indeed improbable to use the ghostly summon without reservations. At the very least, old Zhao has been saved, and that suffices. Very well, you may leave now. With a wave of his hand, he signaled Fang Jue to depart. Farewell, old class. Fang Jue bid farewell to Wu Xiangnan and left without looking back. A twitch at the corner of his eye accompanied Wu Xiangnan's sense of helplessness. This lad, in the training room, Hong Ying was instructing Lin Qiye in combat techniques, while Fang Jue and Si Xiaonan observed from the sidelines. Qiye, maintain a stable base. lower your center of gravity, and use your waist to drive the power from your hips to throw a punch. Yes, just like that. Growing somewhat bored and hesitant to interrupt their lesson, Fang Jue turned to Si Xiaonan for conversation. Xiaonan, are you familiar with these techniques? Si Xiaonan glanced at him and shook her head. No, I am merely a combat support and part-time military doctor. I do not need to master close combat skills. Oh, thus the topic came to an abrupt halt. Observing the silent Si Xiaonan, Fang Jue pouted slightly. Hey Xiaonan, can't you say a bit more? Is it social anxiety? Or do you simply dislike conversing? It's not that. Si Xiaonan hastily waved her hands, her words stumbling. I just don't quite know what to say. Don't know what to say? Fang Jue scratched his head, his gaze shifting from Si Xiaonan to the sky. This world is quite beautiful. If you traverse more places and live a little longer, you will discover that many seemingly ordinary things are worthy of elaborate discussion. For instance, the sky is blue, the trees are green, fish leap from the pond, and the sun rises and sets once more. Si Xiaonan observed Fang Jue's profile, noting the flutter of his eyelids and the length of his eyelashes. For some inexplicable reason, she perceived an uncharacteristic weariness in the youthful visage before her. Fang Jue, have you traveled to many places? I suppose that could be considered true. What is the world outside like? No one knew what she meant by the outside, and Si Xiaonan did not expect Fang Jue to understand. She simply felt an impulse to ask. The outside? It must be a realm of freedom and joy, I presume. Fang Jue smiled, supporting himself on the chair, his legs swinging gently in the air. Well then, Fang Jue, it's your turn next. Han Ying completed her training with Lin Qiye, took a sip of water, and wiped the sweat from her brow with a towel, calling out to Fang Jue. What? Sister Han Ying, I implore you to go easy on me. Fang Jue's face contorted in distress as he reluctantly approached. Si Xiaonan watched in a daze as Fang Jue rose from his seat and walked towards Han Ying. The sky quickly darkened, signaling the end of a long day of training. Lin Qiye and Fang Jue crouched on the ground, gazing at one another, confronted by a pressing dilemma. Where would they spend the night? Lin Qiye could not return home due to her sudden departure, and Fang Jue, residing next door to Lin Qiye, found himself equally stranded. The office lacked guest accommodations, offering only a solitary sofa. They exchanged glances, contemplating whether to share the cramped space for the night. The sofa was small, barely large enough for one person to lie down comfortably. How about we squeeze together? Lin Qiye suggested, her tone laced with uncertainty. All right, but I refuse to be the one with my back turned, Fang Jue declared with a serious demeanor, his voice leaving no room for argument. Neither do I. Then shall we face each other? That works. Chapter 13, come on, my friend. Are you really serious? Lin Qiye and Fang Jue ultimately did not spend the night together. The reason was that Han Ying, noticing they had nowhere to stay, voluntarily offered them accommodation at her home. Following the directions, they arrived at Han Ying's opulent villa, and Lin Qiye's mouth fell agape at the sight before him. Hell, Lin, you should stow away that look of ignorance. It's merely a villa. From now on, as long as you stick with me, you'll enjoy a life of luxury. Fang Jue scoffed, his gaze condescendingly fixed on Lin Qiye, reminiscent of a monarch surveying his subjects. If you clean the drool off your lips before uttering that, I might entertain the notion, Lin Qiye retorted, feigning nonchalance. He had not forgotten that he had been the one footing the bill for Fang Jue's breakfast that day. Fang Jue's expression stiffened, and he feigned interest in the sky, swiftly wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Tonight's moon is exceptionally round, he remarked. Lin Qiye followed his gaze but saw nothing but an abundance of clouds. There was no moon in sight. With a disdainful pout, he decided not to indulge Fang Jue any further and approached the villa's entrance to knock on the door. The door swung open shortly, revealing Han Ying's head peeking out. Upon seeing Lin Qiye and Fang Jue, she warmly ushered them inside. In the living room sat another person, Si Xiaonan, clad in a teddy bear pajama, engrossed in the LCD television in front of her. Only when they arrived did she shift her focus, breaking into a sweet smile. Fang Jue, Qiye, you've come. It was evident that Si Xiaonan had become more talkative. Had it been her former self, she likely would have merely nodded shyly, perhaps asking Han Ying who had arrived. The television displayed a drama series that Fang Jue had never seen before, where the male lead gazed affectionately at the girl before him, professing his love with phrases like "I adore you." Neither Fang Jue nor Lin Qiye were particularly fond of such television dramas, yet the two girls seemed captivated, their eyes glued to the screen. "Qiye, have you ever been in love?" Fang Jue inquired with a mischievous grin. "Not at all. I went blind at the age of 7 and spent my days in a mental institution. When would I have had the time for romance?" Lin Qiye shot back, casting a disapproving look at Fang Jue, who clearly relished in teasing him despite knowing his circumstances. Seeing the boys engage in a topic of her interest, Han Ying lost interest in the television and playfully joined the conversation. She lightly pinched Lin Qiye's cheek and laughed. "Our little Qiye is so handsome. He'll have girls chasing after him in no time." Lin Qiye felt a flush rise to his cheeks from her playful gesture, but quickly composed himself. "I doubt I will consider such matters. After my duties as a night watchman, I must return to care for my aunt and Ajin." Fang Jue glanced at him and mumbled softly, "That may not be the case." Lin Qiye didn't catch what he said, but turned his attention back to the instigator of the topic, tossing the question back at him. "What about you, Fang Jue?" As soon as the words left his lips, Han Ying and Si Xiaonan shifted their gaze to Fang Jue, their curiosity piqued by the inquiry. "With your eloquence, I imagine there are plenty of admirers lining up for you," Han Ying commented. Little did one know that Fang Jue genuinely nodded in agreement. There were quite a few, though I cannot recall the exact number. The crowd regarded him with expressions of disbelief. "Wait, you truly agree?" As for the topic of girlfriends, there had been one long ago. Long ago? Back in middle school? Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. "Even earlier? Elementary school?" Even before that. It can't possibly be kindergarten, can it?" "All right, to be honest, I was just teasing you." No, actually not he. After the jest, with ample time before bedtime, they decided to indulge in a game for entertainment. I'll play as the jungler, with Yuniying from the national server. My performance is verifiable. Han Ying swiftly claimed the jungler position. Then I shall play as Yao, perched atop Sister Han Ying. Si Xiaonan locked in the playful and delightful Princess Yao. In that case, I shall choose Ying Zheng, for he is an old friend of mine. Fang Jue positioned himself in the mid lane. Lin Qiye, having never played this game before and with a newly created account, could only select a novice's gifted Arthur. "Fang Jue, do not steal my kills." Hey, block for me." "No worries, Qiye. Feel free to sacrifice yourself. I shall carry." "Taste my move, Blazing Slash." "Sister Han Ying, I am out of healing." Following the laughter and merriment, bedtime approached swiftly. Han Ying informed them to make themselves at home, except for her and Xiaonan's rooms, which were off limits. She ominously threatened that any trespassers would have their legs broken. After showering, Lin Qiye wearily returned to his room. Han Ying's villa was vast, and only she and Si Xiaonan resided there, leaving many vacant rooms. Fang Jue and Lin Qiye chose 2 adjoining guest rooms, with fresh pillowcases and sheets and towels prepared for them in the bathroom. Reflecting on the moment when he and Fang Jue, feeling shy, had only selected one room, leading to misunderstandings of deeper sentiments, Lin Qiye found it amusing. Upon further contemplation, he realized that Fang Jue was a mysterious and peculiar individual. He had abruptly entered Lin Qiye's world, becoming a classmate, a neighbor, and frequently visiting for meals at his aunt's house. After enduring the encounters with the Phantom Face and the Phantom King, it was not an exaggeration to say they had become blood brothers. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qiye had come to regard Fang Jue as an important friend, or perhaps a brother forged in adversity. In the past, he had been socially inept, yet he could now engage in banter with Fang Jue, even occasionally teasing him about his numerous absurdities. Fang Jue possessed formidable abilities, capable of decapitating the Phantom Face without a single drop of blood on his hands, and reviving the near-fallen Zhao Kongcheng. Lin Qiye sensed that Fang Jue seemed to harbor secrets deep within, as the smile on his face appeared to be a mere facade. Typically, he would maintain a respectful distance from such enigmatic individuals. However, there lingered a feeling that he had encountered Fang Jue before, and that he seemed to have known Lin Qiye for quite some time. A persistent voice within urged him, "Trust him, trust him." Thus, Lin Qiye heeded the whispers of his heart, placing his trust in Fang Jue. Every individual harbors their own secrets, and Lin Qiye was no exception. The enigmatic mental institution that lingered in his mind remained an unsolved puzzle. As a brother, it sufficed for him to offer his acceptance. With a faint smile, Lin Qiye pulled the covers over himself, preparing for slumber. Even if Fang Jue were to manifest within his thoughts, it would no longer astonish him. As his consciousness sank into the depths of his mind, Lin Qiye found himself once more within the hallowed halls of the Asylum of the Gods. However, this time, he encountered a familiar figure. "Hey, Qiye, you've come!" Fang Jue exclaimed joyfully, waving at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye responded, "Wait, my friend, I was merely jesting. You actually showed up?" Chapter 14. Must I also address her as mother? What brings you here? Lin Qiye was genuinely astonished. This mental asylum within his mind was undoubtedly his greatest secret. Oh, as I mentioned, my forbidden ruins are unique, filled with numerous little tricks. Fang Jue took Lin Qiye's words as compliments, scratching the back of his head with a hint of bashfulness. Who exactly are you? Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. He did not believe that someone from the realm of light could intrude upon his consciousness. Your friend, a member of Team 136, the MVP of tonight's game. Fang Jue. Fang Jue blinked, listing his credentials one by one, maintaining his usual playful demeanor. Lin Qiye sighed in relief. At least he recognized this familiar Fang Jue. Wow. Qiye, your place is quite lavish. Fang Jue curiously wandered around the asylum, tapping and knocking at various things. I'm not quite certain what this place truly is. I only recently unlocked its doors. Lin Qiye shook his head, intending to lay everything bare to seek Fang Jue's counsel. However, this asylum truly seemed to embody its name, imprisoning deities. With that, he raised his hand, channeling the abilities of the Starry Night Dancer. This is... Fang Jue seemed surprised, raising an eyebrow. The power of Nyx. With that, he led Fang Jue to open the door of the first patient room. A woman clad in a black starry robe sat gracefully at a table, her face devoid of any expression. Upon seeing Lin Qiye, a ripple of emotion surfaced on her otherwise tranquil face, blossoming into a gentle smile. "Donatos, my child, you have come." "Yes, mother." Lin Qiye's demeanor softened significantly. Having grown up with his aunt, he had never experienced maternal love, and now Nyx's tenderness seemed to fill a void within his heart. "You are." At this moment, Nyx also took note of Fang Jue's presence, furrowing her beautifully arched brows, seemingly deep in thought. She felt a strange familiarity with the person before her. Yet the missing memories eluded her grasp. "Does your mother know me?" Fang Jue pointed to himself, inquiring of Lin Qiye. "I do not know. Should I also call her mother?" "You may try." Fang Jue turned to Nyx, noticing she was gazing back at him. When he shifted to the left, Nyx's gaze followed suit, and when he moved to the right, her eyes turned accordingly. Scratching his brow, Fang Jue let out a quiet sigh. "Mother, I have returned." Nyx's murky eyes gradually regained clarity, softening in warmth. She caressed Fang Jue's face, but soon, her gaze returned to the initial placidity. "Fear not. Next time, I shall assist you in taking down that old Zeus." Nyx's treatment progress. Lin Qiye stood by, watching as Nyx's treatment progress surged significantly. Momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Nyx's method of healing involves summoning more people to call her mother? Noticing Nyx's lack of response, he took Fang Jue and exited her ward, leading him on a tour of the hospital. Strangely enough, he had never properly explored this facility, so it was fortuitous to have Fang Jue accompany him. Should danger arise, the two brothers would face it together. Fang Jue mused, "You truly are a splendid brother." Upon opening the partition, Fang Jue and Lin Qiye discovered a basement. However, the inky darkness of the subterranean space led them to hesitate about who should take the lead. "You go ahead, and I'll cover you from behind." No, you should go first instead." After a brief exchange of reluctance, they ultimately resolved to enter together. As they descended the stairs, lights flared on either side of the corridor with a sudden brilliance. In an instant, what was once a dim passageway illuminated as brightly as day, revealing the true nature of the underground space. If the upper level resembled a mental institution, the basement bore the appearance of a prison. The corridor stretched endlessly, flanked by numerous rooms separated by unknown metallic bars. It seemed your mental hospital doubles as a holding cell, Perhaps when a patient misbehaves, they are cast down here to be subdued, Fang Jue conjectured earnestly, though his conclusions seemed rather unconvincing. As they pondered, a violent shaking emanated from the first cell on the left, accompanied by the faint sounds of a monstrous roar. "Oh, it appears we have an old acquaintance," he remarked. Within the cell, the massive figure of the ghost-faced king thrashed violently, yet the metallic bars stood firm, an insurmountable barrier against its struggles. Lin Qiye's expression turned cold upon seeing the ghost-faced king. He found himself faced with two choices: to recruit it as an aid or to obliterate it entirely. With his hand poised in the air, Lin Qiye prepared to annihilate the ghost-faced king, only to be halted by Fang Jue. "Qiye, if you intend to kill it, allow me to take the lead." Observing Lin Qiye's confusion, he added, "My forbidden ruins require mysterious souls to enhance my power." The following morning, Fang Jue awoke and stretched lazily. Assessing the seal within him, he confirmed that his strength had indeed returned to the pool realm. Could he also absorb souls within Lin Qiye's mental space? Did this imply that in the future, when he harvested mysterious souls, he could confine them within Lin Qiye's institution? Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he decided to explore such matters later. After breakfast, he and Lin Qiye returned to the office to commence another day of training. "Qiye, Fang Jue, here are your swords," Chenmai said as he handed two standard long swords to Lin Qiye and Fang Jue. He had just applied for them the previous day, seizing the opportunity to have the two practice during this training period. "Captain, I already possess a weapon," Fang Jue replied, producing the sword he had previously used to slay the ghost-faced king. Had he not declared it a sword, others might have mistaken it for a mere black stick. "A sword without a guard?" Chenmai raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. Is there still such a style of sword in existence? Fang Jue drew the sword from its sheath. The pitch-black blade bore no trace of imperfection. As he caressed the sword, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his lowered eyes. This was a gift from someone in the past, quite meaningful and also convenient to wield. "I named it Xiali." Observing this, Chenmai nodded, for he had long been accustomed to the ways of the sword. Switching to a saber would only hinder his prowess. He did not criticize Fang Jue for the seemingly childish act of naming his weapon. A weapon is akin to a companion. Often, a single weapon will accompany one for the better part of a lifetime, and many individuals bestow names upon their arms. Similarly, those forbidden items often possess their own distinct names. Well then, as usual, we shall practice sword techniques in the morning, train with Qima on firearms in the afternoon, and engage in close-quarters combat with Han Ying in the evening. If fatigue or injury befalls us, we shall seek the healing touch of Xiaonan. Chapter 15. Swordsmanship? A trivial matter indeed. With a swift motion, the tip of my sword met the edge of Chun Mai's blade, and with a mere exertion of force, I effortlessly sent his weapon flying. Rubbing the aching web of my hand, I caught the astonishment in Chun Mai's gaze. "Have you practiced before, Fang Jue?" His query was laced with a hint of humility. After all, he wielded a broadsword, which demanded brute strength, while I employed a sword, emphasizing agility and finesse. Though I had not utilized my mental prowess, it was evident how extraordinary my swordsmanship was. Reflecting on the wooden sword I had used to show off prior to our practice, I felt a flush of embarrassment. Fortunately, it was merely a wooden sword. I sensed that even had I wielded a real blade, devoid of forbidden techniques and mental power, the likelihood of besting Fang Jue was slim. Such an outcome would have been utterly humiliating. "Yes, my master taught me," I replied as I executed a flourish with my sword before sheathing it. "Master?" Chenmai inquired. Confusion etched upon his face. "I've never heard you mention him before." "Uncle Chun, have you forgotten? I used to be a fortune teller and had to take on a master. He knew a bit about swordplay and taught me what he could," I explained, gesturing to the string of prayer beads I always wore, never removed. "Does our master know you've joined the night watch?" Chenmai asked, his brow furrowing with concern. He suspected that my master might have been a supernatural being, and if that were the case, it would be acceptable, but if he were part of some dark force, it could spell trouble. I perceived his unease and smiled, waving my hand dismissively. "He has passed away. I buried him myself." Chenmai opened his mouth, at a loss for words. He could not fathom how a child bereft of parents and a master had managed to survive thus far. After a moment, he patted my shoulder. From now on, consider this place your home. Ah, listening to Lin Qiye's anguished cries, I felt a wave of satisfaction wash over me as I sat on the sidelines, cradling a cup of milk tea, exuding an air of innocence. After the morning session, the captain had granted me special permission to skip training, and now, observing Lin Qiye's utterly exhausted state, I found it endlessly entertaining. Qiye, hang in there. Hey, how curious. Why is my lemon water so cold and delicious? It tastes as if the lemons were just freshly squeezed. If a person utterly drained and parched could take a sip, oh heavens, I could scarcely imagine how delightful that experience would be. Lin Qiye, with his last ounce of strength, he raised a middle finger toward me. Fang Jue, the captain says your sword skills are impressive. Si Xiaonan chimed in, drawing closer. Could you teach me? Shifting my gaze from Lin Qiye to Si Xiaonan, I was taken aback. Xiaonan, didn't you say you had no interest in learning such combat skills? Si Xiaonan blinked her bright, sparkling eyes and tilted her head. As a delicate young woman, I feel compelled to learn some self-defense techniques, preferably the kind that can swiftly incapacitate an assailant, much like what one witnesses on television. As she spoke, she mimicked a slashing motion with her hands, resembling a blade cutting through the air. Indeed, such skills are typically suited for those of a more fragile disposition. Fang Jue wiped away the non-existent beads of sweat from his brow, but since Si Xiaonan had inquired, he pondered for a moment before imparting his thoughts. To be frank, I am not well versed in any sword techniques. When I initially began my sword training, my master attempted to teach me the intricacies of swordplay, yet I chose not to pursue it. As he spoke, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and he smiled softly. All sword techniques are fundamentally composed of 5 basic moves: thrusting, slashing, lifting, sweeping, and flicking. Therefore, I reasoned, why not concentrate solely on mastering these 5 maneuvers? And indeed, that is precisely what I did. If 10 repetitions were insufficient, I would practice 100. If 100 were inadequate, then 1,000, 10,000, and even 100,000 times. Once you truly grasp these foundational movements, the world of swordsmanship reveals itself to be devoid of any unfathomable complexities. The same principle applies to knives, spears, and clubs. Si Xiaonan nodded, somewhat understanding yet still perplexed, lowering her gaze in resignation. Why does it feel as though Fang Jue, though only slightly older than I, speaks with such an air of wisdom? Although she remained somewhat confused, one thing became clear to her. Achieving mastery requires a significant investment of time, and time is precisely what she lacked. Fang Jue sat in place, reflecting that this was the second time in recent years someone had approached him with inquiries about swordsmanship. He recalled the first individual who had sought his guidance, a boy named Huo Qubing, and wondered what had become of him. Haha, well said. Fang, shall we spar? Zhao Kongcheng entered just as Fang Jue was sharing his insights on swordplay, and he found himself in complete agreement. Many individuals today focus solely on technique, while neglecting the cultivation of foundational skills, thereby losing sight of what truly matters. Having recently awakened the high-risk forbidden technique, Ming Sheng Shanyu, in advance of the Pool realm, he felt an eager itch to practice, yearning for a worthy opponent. However, their captain was too formidable, and Hong Ying was unavailable. Upon hearing from Chun Mai that Fang Jue's swordsmanship was impressive, he specifically sought out Fang Jue as his sparring partner. Uncle Zhao, had her injuries healed? Zhao Kongcheng vigorously swung his arm, the delight on his face impossible to conceal. I'm completely recovered. Come, let us practice Ming Sheng Shanyu together. Ah, but I'm resting. I'll give you $100. All right then. After a final glance at Lin Qiye, Fang Jue accepted the red bill with satisfaction and happily accompanied Zhao Kongcheng. The practice arena beneath the office was expansive, roughly the size of half a football field. Fang Jue approached the weapon storage area and selected a sturdy-looking wooden sword. What are you up to, kid? Just to be clear, I'm using a real sword. The captain said you're quite skilled, and if I use a wooden sword, I might not stand a chance against you, which would be rather embarrassing. No. I was just thinking perhaps I should use a wooden sword as well. Fang Jue proposed, Uncle Zhao, it is not that I underestimate you, but rather that you may find it challenging to match my prowess even with your true blade. Zhao Kongqing's face twitched momentarily as he shot him a glare. Enough of your idle chatter. Wield your xiaoli if you dare. I am eager to witness just how formidable you truly are. With that, he strode confidently onto the arena, observing Zhao Kongqing's unwavering determination. Fang Jue could only nod in resignation and position himself on the opposite side. As the two stood facing each other, the moment they assumed their combat stances, Zhao Kongqing seemed to undergo a transformation. His gaze sharpened, his muscles tensed, losing the jovial demeanor he once possessed. Fang Jue was taken aback. Zhao Kongqing had previously been an ordinary man, yet to cultivate such a fierce combat spirit was no small feat. It was no wonder he could exchange blows with the likes of the Ghost-Face King from Chuanjing. With a low growl, Zhao Kongqing initiated the Mingxing Shangyue technique. In an instant, a dark luminescence enveloped the blade in his hand. Youngster, if you do not take this seriously, you may find yourself injured. As the words left his lips, his figure vanished from sight, rapidly closing the distance between him and Fang Jue. Fang Jue stood his ground, contemplating, yet ultimately chose not to unsheath his xiaoli. Chapter 16. A question. How can I prove that I am truly myself? Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted in the air, reminiscent of thunderclaps, deafening in their intensity. A shadow, as dark as the moon, surged forth like lightning, exuding an overwhelming force as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space itself, charging directly at Fang Jue. At that moment, Zhao Kongqing moved with remarkable speed, his figure flitting about like a wraith, closing in on Fang Jue in the blink of an eye. Yet, to Fang Jue's discerning gaze, Zhao Kongqing's movements appeared somewhat sluggish. He remained unfazed, his expression betraying a hint of inner conflict. How could he act without revealing his intention to hold back? Zhao Kongqing aimed to perfect the technique of Mingxing Shanyu during their sparring session. After all, he had been compensated for this engagement. It would be unwise to conclude the battle abruptly. This insolent brat dares to underestimate me? Anger surged within Zhao Kongqing, prompting a disdainful snort. His pace quickened, transforming him into a fleeting shadow that hurtled towards Fang Jue with the swiftness of a gale. The wind pressure generated by his rapid movement forced him to squint. In the mere fraction of a moment, Zhao Kongqing had arrived before Fang Jue, before the blade could make contact with Fang Jue's body. The fierce gust accompanying it struck violently against Fang Jue's cheek, akin to a torrential storm. Unperturbed, Fang Jue tilted his head slightly, narrowly evading Zhao Kongqing's thunderous initial strike. He sidestepped and simultaneously aimed a kick at Zhao Kongqing's wrist. Zhao Kongqing swiftly altered his attack, the blade slicing horizontally towards Fang Jue's calf. Fang Jue leaped effortlessly, evading the blow and landing firmly on the ground. Brat, hiding and dodging like that. Show me what you're really capable of. A flurry of crescent strikes descended upon Fang Jue, the training room floor already marred with numerous cuts, yet not a single thread of his attire was disturbed. With a sigh, Fang Jue tightened his grip on xiaoli, his figure shimmering. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, and in the next instant, Zhao Kongqing found himself sprawled on the ground. Fang Jue touched the remnants of his torn shirt, feeling a pang of regret. Uncle Zhao, you owe me for this shirt. Zhao Kongqing, rising in pain, wore a look of astonishment. You're quite formidable, aren't you? Though defeated, Zhao Kongqing felt a surge of joy, not merely from the thrill of employing Jin Su, but also from the realization of Fang Jue's strength. After all, Fang Jue was a member of their 136 squad, and in a certain sense, he was one whom Zhao had personally trained. If one were to round it up, he could consider himself half a mentor to such a remarkable disciple. With such a talented pupil, Zhao Kongqing felt a swell of pride as a mentor. Uncle Zhao. Fang Jue waved a hand in front of him, muttering, "Oh no, I think I've knocked Uncle Zhao silly. Go away." Zhao Kongqing snapped back to reality, evading Fang Jue's outstretched hand, assuring him, "I will compensate you for the shirt. However, Uncle Zhao, the power of your forbidden market is quite formidable." Fang Jue tugged at the tattered remnants of his clothing and continued, "I merely failed to dodge slightly, and I lost a piece of clothing. Do you even realize who your Uncle Zhao is? Here, take this." Zhao Kongqing's nose was held high. a look of pride upon his face as he casually extracted several red bills from his wallet and handed them to Fang Jue. Fang Jue exclaimed, "Thank you, Uncle Zhao," and swiftly dashed away, leaving Zhao Kongsheng behind. He picked up the knife from the ground and, upon reflection, felt a twinge of confusion. How strange. The sensation just now clearly indicated that I had struck something. I even panicked for a moment, fearing I might injure that lad. How then did merely a piece of clothing get torn? Zhao Kongsheng scratched his head, utterly perplexed. The sun shone brightly as Fang Jue strolled leisurely down the street. Glancing around, the people in the office were either training or taking breaks, leaving him with nothing to occupy his time, prompting him to seek a bit of joy outside. Passing by a tea shop, he intended to purchase a snack when he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Lin Qiye was filled with regret. He lamented why he had forgotten his homework notebook that day and why he had foolishly returned to school to retrieve it. Did he not realize he would be utterly incapable of completing it? Lin Qiye silently raged within, but soon slumped in defeat. Those who have attended school, particularly in high school, would understand. After school breaks, they truly felt like vacations, fully aware that the following day would leave them utterly exhausted. Yet they would still pull an all-nighter, as if sleeping early were a waste of precious time. As for the homework, it was simply a non-issue. Even the mightiest authority would prove ineffective. One could either seek the assistance of a homework help teacher or furiously copy during that one afternoon back at school. If one were particularly daring, they might opt to forego it entirely, for what did a dead pig care for boiling water? However, before returning home, students would meticulously organize their backpacks and bring their assignments home, even though they were acutely aware that they were unlikely to complete them. But what if they actually did? It was akin to a gambler betting all their possessions on the next game. Yet upon finishing this break, who could say whether they would complete their assignments? I have dubbed this phenomenon SC Char Dinger's homework, and Lin Qiye found himself in this very predicament. Were it not for his return to retrieve his homework, he would never have witnessed the terrifying scene of Lu Xiaoyan devouring the principal. Lin Qiye was on the verge of tears, wanting to exclaim, "Why is it always me? First, it was the ghost-faced man, now it is the snake demon. Do I possess some kind of misfortune-attracting aura? How is it that events I had never encountered in over a decade have unfolded twice within mere days? Help!" Lin Qiye was lost in thought, entirely oblivious to the presence approaching him from behind. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step, snap. A pair of ghastly pale hands rested upon Lin Qiye's shoulder. In a state of utter confusion, Lin Qiye was taken aback by the sudden appearance before him, collapsing onto the ground. He was convinced that yet another vengeful spirit had come to claim his life, nearly succumbing to sheer terror. Goodness, Lin Qiye, am I truly that frightening? Fang Jue mused, perplexedly touching his own face, momentarily questioning whether he had become less attractive. Upon retrieving his phone and glancing at a selfie, he sighed in relief, reassured that he still resembled the dashing young man he always was. With a newfound sense of calm, Fang Jue turned his attention back to Lin Qiye. Upon recognizing Fang Jue's familiar visage, Lin Qiye's expression visibly brightened, though he still appeared shaken, gasping for breath on the ground as if struggling to recover. Fang Jue, is it truly you? Lin Qiye stammered, his voice quivering. Despite having discerned Fang Jue's appearance, he remained uncertain whether the figure before him was indeed his friend or a serpent demon in disguise. Fang Jue sighed, pondering, how might I prove my identity? Chapter 17. You are the worst class one have ever taught Lin Qiye. Has your mind gone awry? Fang Jue felt somewhat exasperated, contemplating whether to administer a light slap to Lin Qiye's head to ascertain its condition. Is that truly you, Fang Jue? Lin Qiye still harbored doubts, maintaining a cautious distance and only daring to inquire from afar. Fang Jue shot him an irritated glance, realizing that without uttering something substantial, the boy would remain unconvinced. Should I recount the heroic manner in which you fled that day? Oh, and by the way, your screams were quite melodious. The result was that Lin Qiye swiftly clutched Fang Jue's leg, pleading for mercy. No, Fang Jue, Brother Jue, I was wrong. So, I'm not truly Fang Jue? Yes. Of course, it is indeed me, no doubt about it. Lin Qiye nearly bowed in reverence, his grip on Fang Jue's leg unwavering, looking up with a pitiful expression. Fang Jue, you cannot blame me for not recognizing you. It is rather that I have encountered yet another bizarre occurrence. Oh, what happened? Fang Jue raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Lin Qiye, eager for a confidant to alleviate his burden, hurriedly recounted the events he had witnessed. Keeping such unsettling thoughts bottled up was truly unbearable, particularly since he could not confide in just anyone. You mean to say you witnessed Liu Xiaoyan transform into a serpent demon, devouring the headmaster, only to regurgitate an identical version of him? Yes, precisely. And I am certain that the headmaster has also transformed into a serpent demon. Lin Qiye recalled the day's events with lingering trepidation, nervously patting his chest. Oh! Fang Jue moved to a nearby snack stall, purchasing 3 buns. As he took a bite, the rich aroma of meat filled his mouth, causing him to involuntarily squint in pleasure. Noticing that Lin Qiye still appeared half-dead, he glanced at the 2 remaining buns in his hand and, feeling a pang of sympathy, handed one to him. Here, take one. Lin Qiye, not one to be polite, accepted the bun and devoured it in a few quick bites. Ever since witnessing that horrific scene the previous night, he had been thoroughly shaken, hardly eating at all since then. Now, enticed by the savory scent of the bun, his stomach could no longer endure the pangs of hunger, protesting vehemently. Lin Qiye, do you have an affinity for snakes? Fang Jue suddenly inquired without preamble. Lin Qiye paused momentarily, then recoiled slightly, responding honestly. Actually, I used to quite like snakes. But after seeing that serpent demon devour a person yesterday, my fondness has evaporated. Oh! Fang Jue nodded thoughtfully. What do you intend to do next? I will seek out those night watchmen. That is my only recourse. Upon saying this, Lin Qiye's gaze fixated longingly on the remaining bun in Fang Jue's hand, swallowing hard. 1 bun was hardly sufficient. With a sigh, Fang Jue resignedly offered him the last bun. Go on, eat. Once you finish, I will take you to find them. In the second high school of Cangnan City, the bell had just rung, and the classroom was a vibrant tapestry of diverse personalities, with no worries about meals. Today's delight was the special hamburgers from Laoba. One student, brandishing his purchase, chanted, "You are simply too beautiful, chicken," while another, lost in euphoria at the back of the classroom, danced as if accompanied by an unseen soundtrack. Man, haha, what can I say? Man bao, exclaimed a third student who, after sipping iced red tea, flashed a carefree smile and executed a dramatic slam dunk against the doorframe, only to follow it with a playful elbow jab towards his companion. Fang Jue and Lin Qiye entered the classroom, pausing in silence before quietly closing the door again. Lin Qiye, are the students always this lively? Lin Qiye inquired delicately. Lin Qiye offered a hollow chuckle. Well, not exactly. Realizing the futility of his words in the face of reality, he lowered his gaze and fell silent. Fang Jue and Lin Qiye had come to investigate the matter of the serpent demon, and they were not alone. Everyone from the office had gathered as well. However, due to their advantageous positions, along with Lin Qiye's perceptive abilities related to the forbidden market, they were granted access to the classroom for their inquiry. Upon entering, Lin Qiye's expression grew somber. This is troublesome, he thought, as his senses detected 2 serpent demon avatars within the room. Fang Jue, Lin Qiye, you're back? The classmates were astonished at the sight of the 2 additional figures, given that they had hardly attended class before disappearing again. I had some issues with my eyes. But it's fine now, Lin Qiye explained, just as a voice crackled through his earpiece. Qiye, what's the situation? He exchanged a glance with Fang Jue and stepped aside to respond softly. Not great. There are 2 serpent demon avatars in our class, and I noticed about 6 more on this floor. After a brief pause, he added, the organs of these individuals have vanished. They must have been dead for quite some time. On the other end of the earpiece, Chen Mai fell silent for a moment before stating, understood. Remember, your safety is the top priority. If you encounter an insurmountable situation, retreat immediately. Okay, the earpiece was shared, allowing Fang Jue to hear the exchange between Lin Qiye and Chen Mai. Captain, what should we do? Should we kill them or wait and see? If safety can be ensured, then show no mercy. Chen Mai's icy voice echoed through the earpiece. Lin Qiye felt a jolt. He was acutely aware of the fragility of life at that moment. Yet, Fang Jue chuckled, stepping onto the podium and striking it firmly. Ahem. As I walked through this entire building, our class was undoubtedly the loudest. You are, without doubt, the worst group I have ever taught. The moment the words left his lips, the classroom fell into a hushed silence. Many lost in their own worlds, oblivious to the arrival of the two. For a moment, everyone genuinely believed that the teacher had arrived. Upon recognizing Fang Jue at the podium, the students gradually realized the truth and let out a sigh of relief. Goodness. Fang Jue, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought the teacher was here. Exactly. Wait a minute, though. It's recess. Even if the teacher were to come, what could they possibly do to us? Laughter erupted as one student added, just kidding, everyone, don't take it to heart. Fang Jue smiled lightly and then pointed to Lu Xiaoyan, who was seated nearby. Lu Xiaoyan, the teacher needs to speak with you. Could you please go over? Chapter 18-0. Do you wish to engage in an exhilarating Pokemon battle with me? Lu Xiaoyan pointed to herself, a look of confusion gracing her features. Yes, indeed, it is you. The Chinese teacher has requested your presence. Lu Xiaoyan furrowed her brows, sitting still as if grappling with an internal conflict. After a moment, she turned her gaze back to Fang Jue, her lips curving into an odd smile. Her voice took on a coy tone as she spoke. Fang Jue, could you accompany me? I performed poorly on my Chinese exam, and I fear the teacher's reprimand. Huh? What does your teacher's scolding have to do with whether I go with you? Fang Jue remarked, absent-mindedly picking at his nose with his pinky finger, a smirk forming on his lips. Well, I too need to visit the office. Let us go together then. Thank you so much, Fang Jue. Lu Xiaoyan gazed at him with genuine gratitude. She was not unattractive and seemed to have made an effort to enhance her appearance. The deliberately crafted fade might indeed deceive some innocent boys. She stepped closer to Fang Jue, intertwining her arms with his, leaning against him with a casual intimacy. As they exited the classroom, Fang Jue cast a knowing glance at Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye, signaling them to observe the other peculiar individual in the classroom. Lin Qiye nodded, while Lin Qiye appeared utterly perplexed. He was oblivious to the existence of the forbidden domain and thus unaware of which individuals had been assimilated. And that look Fang Jue had given. What kind of person possesses the ability to glean so much from a mere glance? Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyan led Fang Jue not toward the office, but rather to a secluded corner. Once assured that they were alone, she released his arm, her hands crossing over her chest as she nervously fidgeted with her clothing. This is not the office. Why have you brought me here? Feigning ignorance, Fang Jue inquired knowingly. What is the purpose of this rendezvous? A crimson blush crept onto Lu Xiaoyan's cheeks as she lowered her head, her eyes glancing up at him furtively. Fang Jue, there is something I have long to tell you. Oh, Prai, doing ligging me. As he extracted a bit of nasal debris, a look of relief washed over Fang Jue's face, having been slightly discomforted by the previous obstruction. With a flick of his finger, the dark morsel landed precisely on Lu Xiaoyan's attire. Lu Xiaoyan froze momentarily, looking up to meet Fang Jue's gaze, only to find him staring back with a blank expression. The atmosphere turned awkward as they locked eyes. My apologies, please continue. I am listening, Fang Jue offered, though he had no inclination to assist Lu Xiaoyan in removing the unsightly blemish from her clothing. Lu Xiaoyan parted her lips, suppressing the strange discomfort that bubbled within her, and continued reciting her lines. Could you lean a little closer? I want to whisper something to you. Oh, well. Fang Jue scratched his head. Taking a half step back, he pointed at the dark smudge on her clothing and said, You have something on your shirt. My apologies, but I'm a bit of a neat freak. Please, feel free to speak directly. Lu Xiaoyan found herself utterly bewildered, her mind momentarily incapacitated as she stared blankly at Fang Jue. Was this not the very predicament he had thrust upon her? Now, he dares to claim that he has a phobia of cleanliness? Though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, her flushed cheeks spoke volumes. Clenching her fists and gritting her teeth, she managed to maintain a semblance of a smile, though how she persevered was a mystery even to herself. With each step she took closer, Fang Jue retreated. When she advanced 2.5 paces, he mirrored her with an equal retreat. At last, Lu Xiaoyan could no longer contain herself. A great thinker once proclaimed that when patience has reached its limit, there is no need for further endurance. In an instant, her mouth stretched into a startling grin, revealing a frightening array of sharp teeth. Her entire visage morphed, splitting as if along a line drawn by her mouth, reminiscent of, oh my, a Venus flytrap, pointing at the grotesque creature before her, which could scarcely be deemed human anymore. She exclaimed in astonishment. One must admit, if one were to overlook the menacing countenance, Lu Xiaoyan bore a striking resemblance to the Pokemon known as Venusaur. Ah, do you wish to engage in an exhilarating Pokemon battle with me? Very well. The legendary trainer, Fang Jue, graciously accepts your challenge. It is decided. You shall be my chosen one, the single sword sheath. With that declaration, he hurled a black stick, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to the absence of a Pokeball. The Xiali, tossed upon the ground, quivered slightly, seemingly incredulous at its master's antics. Lu Xiaoyan, rendered speechless, unleashed a roar, lunging fiercely at Fang Jue. Hey, attacking a trainer is against the rules. Fang Jue muttered, exhaling a sigh. Alas, Venusaur, you are being rather unruly. With a swift motion, he summoned the discarded Xiali back to his hand. A gentle push of his thumb against the hilt sent a flash of sword light that was almost imperceptible. In the blink of an eye, the blade was sheathed once more. On the ground lay a severed head. Single sword sheath, execute the Iato slash. Even as the skirmish concluded, Fang Jue enthusiastically narrated the events. With Venusaur incapacitated, the victor of this encounter was none other than the esteemed Fang Jue. As Lu Xiaoyan's remains began to decay, they ultimately transformed into a puddle of putrid fluid, leaving behind merely a thin layer of serpentine skin. Fang Jue picked it up for inspection, wrinkling his nose in disdain. What is this? Not a Venusaur, but rather a Gyarados? Should I expect Musashi and Kojiro as well? Casually discarding the snake skin into a nearby trash bin, he chuckled, his gaze drifting towards the distant classroom of Class 2, Grade 11. With the doppelganger vanquished, the original must surely have sensed the disturbance, pondering what their next move might be. Meanwhile, in Class 2, Grade 11, the bell rang for class to commence, compelling Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye to return to their seats. Lin Qiye's peripheral vision caught sight of Han Ruo on the opposite side. Upon closer inspection, she too had been assimilated into a serpent demon. Following their analysis of the assimilated individuals, Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye discovered that these individuals all resided in the same dormitory. This suggests that the true form of the serpent demon is likely concealed within the female dormitory. Teacher, I need to go to the restroom. Lin Qiye raised her hand, and before the teacher could respond, she darted out of the classroom. The teacher was left scratching his head, pondering, is this child in such a hurry? Once in the restroom, Lin Qiye wasted no time and swiftly relayed the situation to everyone seeking assistance. The matter was far more intricate than we had anticipated. We discovered that the families of those assimilated had also transformed into monsters, indicating that the scope of this incident extended beyond the school. We must address these scattered serpent demon avatars outside, while the situation within the school rests solely on the four of you. Shimai swung his blade, vanquishing the last serpent demon avatar in the room, his expression grim. Red Ing and I found serpent skin in the office of the academic director, suggesting that many teachers may have also been assimilated. Si Xiaonan reported her findings to the group, and shortly after, Red Ying's voice crackled through the earpiece. Leave the investigation of the female dormitory to us. I will unearth the true form of that serpent demon. Chapter 19. Welcome to the real world. Potato, I'm Sweet Potato. Lu Xiaoyan has been dealt with. What is the situation on your end? Fang Jue stood in the corridor of the teaching building, his hands resting on the railing, gazing into the distance at the flag-raising ceremony taking place on the playground. The sunlight bathed him, casting a long shadow behind him. Prior to the commencement of this operation, to safeguard their identities, Fang Jue had assigned code names to the participants. At this moment, Potato referred to his good brother Lin Qiye. It is worth mentioning that Lin Qiye also had a code name, Dog Egg. Lin Qiye. Damn it. Although they are all rather silly, why is my code name so unappealing? Lin Qiye was also within the campus, his gaze swiftly scanning the faculty and students, his expression growing increasingly grim. He lowered his voice into the communicator and said, "We have a problem. The situation in the first and third years is relatively minor, with only about 10 of them. However, the second year is the most severe, with over 30, and there are nearly 20 among the teachers." After a brief pause, Lin Qiye continued, "One more thing to note. Most of those assimilated are girls. Hong Ying, what is the situation on your side?" Soon, a crisp female voice resonated from the communicator. "As you previously speculated, the conditions in the girls' dormitory are indeed dire. Many of the supervising Annies have also been transformed into monsters, and so far, we have yet to locate the true form of that snake demon." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye took a deep breath, surveying his surroundings. "All right, in that case, let us meet at the girls' dormitory," Lin Qiye decisively declared, concerned that the number of monsters in the girls' dormitory would overwhelm Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. "Li Yifei, let's go to the girls' dormitory." Upon hearing this, Li Yifei couldn't help but shudder, instinctively recoiling, and with a troubled expression, he said, "Qiye, can we really do this? If we accidentally get caught, we'll be socially doomed. I really don't want to be viewed as a pervert." Lin Qiye shot him a glare. "Li Yifei, do you still want to be a night watcher?" Faced with Lin Qiye's inquiry, Li Yifei appeared hesitant. On one hand, he longed to become a night watcher and engage with extraordinary powers. On the other hand, the thought of trespassing into the girls' dormitory left him trembling with fear. After a fierce internal struggle, Li Yifei finally gritted his teeth and resolved, "Damn it, if I'm a pervert, then so be it. I'm all in today." Fang Jue strolled leisurely down the spacious and bright corridor of the teaching building, his hands tucked in his pockets, embodying an air of nonchalance. Now that the flag-raising ceremony had concluded, students were returning in small groups. Sniff, sniff. Fang Jue's nose twitched, and his brow furrowed slightly. Ah, a familiar, repugnant odor. Following the scent, he arrived at the entrance of a classroom, where he could discern a figure in the distance approaching slowly. It was a young man, with a delicate visage, adorned with a pair of glasses, seemingly solitary without any companions. His gaze was cast downward, and his lips moved as if he were engaged in some form of calculation. "Hello there, classmate," Fang Jue greeted with a warm smile, eagerly rising to his feet to address the individual before him. However, the young man appeared completely absorbed in his own world, showing no response to Fang Jue's salutation, continuing instead to lower his head and hastily move past him. Hey, classmate, I'm speaking to you. Ignore me like this makes me feel incredibly awkward. It's quite embarrassing." Fang Jue puffed his cheeks, leaning closer to Qingyu and deliberately swaying back and forth before him. This sudden action startled Qingyu, causing him to lift his head in confusion and tentatively point to himself, inquiring, "Are you talking to me?" "Indeed. Aside from you, could there be anyone else here?" Fang Jue placed his hands on his hips, slightly leaning back as he exaggeratedly turned his head to survey the surroundings. Sure enough, as he had stated, most of the students had returned to their classrooms, leaving the corridor eerily empty save for the two of them standing alone. I apologitza. I was lost in thought. May I ask what you need?" And Qingyu smiled apologetically. "I merely saw you daydreaming and thought I would come over to say hello." "What's your name?" "My name is Qingyu," he replied softly. "Qingyu? That's a rather lovely name," Fang Jue remarked with a friendly demeanor. Fang Jue. Would it be all right to be friends?" And Qingyu hesitated, feeling somewhat apprehensive about engaging with a stranger, especially one as peculiar as Fang Jue seemed. Sensing his trepidation, Fang Jue reassured him, "Don't worry. I simply find you intriguing and wish to have a chat." With a mysterious smile, he continued, "Have you ever felt that this world is somewhat dull?" And Qingyu was taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on Fang Jue, eager for his next words. He had always known that he was not quite like others. While his peers struggled with English, he had mastered the languages of 16 nations. And while they grappled with high school mathematics, he had already verified the conjecture of Crass. He had lived cautiously, fearful that others would discover his extraordinary talent. He understood all too well that once revealed, he would be regarded as a monster, subjected to endless discrimination and fear. Thus, he chose to bury this gift deep within, presenting only a facade of what was deemed a typical genius to the outside world. Yet, as the days passed, life became increasingly monotonous, filled with the same repetitive actions devoid of any surprise or change. He began to question whether this was indeed the life he had long sought. Was this seemingly ordinary world truly as dull as it appeared? Today, however, he encountered an enigmatic individual. "Do you wish to see the real world?" And Qingyu adjusted his glasses and smiled in response. If the authentic world were not as mundane as the present, then certainly, at that moment, he suddenly perceived an unmistakable change in the atmosphere. The sun ruthlessly pierced through the clouds, casting a blinding light that made it nearly impossible to keep his eyes open. Looking up, he was struck by the sight of a peculiar and unsettling crimson hue enveloping the sky, as if it had been drenched in endless blood. The intensity of the color rendered breathing a challenge, as if the apocalypse had abruptly descended upon the earth. A chilling scream suddenly cleaved through the air, followed by a cacophony of gasps and cries. And Qingyu spun around, peering through the translucent window towards the classroom from whence the anguished cries emanated. "There's a monster! Run!" Chaos erupted within the classroom as students, in a state of panic, jostled one another in a frantic bid to escape this terrifying place. Some were knocked to the ground, unable to rise before being trampled by the surging crowd. Others, overwhelmed by sheer terror, wept openly, their tears mingling with sweat, creating an even more tragic scene. Yet, the most arresting sight was that of the creature standing atop a desk, its mouth filled with sharp teeth. And Qingyu stood frozen, as if immobilized, his gaze vacant and fixed ahead. Fang Jue smiled, gracefully extending his arms, reminiscent of a magician poised to perform. Then, with a slight bow, he addressed Qingyu, "Welcome to the real world." Chapter 20. Just call me Lei Feng. And Qingyu was initially startled, but he quickly regained his composure. "What is this?" "Mysterious, or more colloquially, a monster." Fang Jue stood behind him, providing an introduction. However, this was not entirely a creature of mystery. It was merely a doppelganger, or perhaps a host. As the two conversed, the classroom erupted into chaos, with students rushing out one after another, oblivious to the two standing aside. A profound fear consumed their minds, leaving no room for thoughts beyond escape. Amidst this turmoil, a sudden, piercing cry rang out. "Ah!" Unfortunately, the cry was swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of wails surrounding it, akin to a stone cast into the vast ocean, creating not even a ripple. A petite girl, caught in the frenzy, was accidentally knocked to the ground. She attempted to push herself up with trembling hands, but overwhelming panic rendered her legs weak and unresponsive, rendering her efforts futile. When she finally lifted her gaze and beheld the grotesque monster advancing towards her, terror seized her completely. She screamed and cast a desperate glance towards her companion nearby. "Xiaomin, help me!" Sun Yinyan cried, her face a mask of despair and fear, her eyes pleadingly fixed on her companion in the distance. Yet, Xiaomin had already stepped outside. Upon hearing Sun Yinyan's call, she hesitated for a brief moment, turning to glance at the fallen girl, a fleeting look of shock crossing her face. But in an instant, Xiaomin resumed her flight, retreating without a second thought. I'm sorry, Yinyan. I'm scared," she muttered to herself, her feet carrying her away with determination, leaving only Sun Yinyan's anguished cries echoing through the empty classroom. Hiss! Hiss, hiss! The monster emitted a shrill screech, as if mocking the frailty of friendship. Sun Yinyan was utterly despondent, her gaze wandering helplessly. "Is anyone there? Please help me. Save me. What do we do? Should we escape?" And Qingyu observed the unfolding scene, his interest in these creatures piqued. Yet he doubted his own strength to confront such a monster. "No, you just stay here and watch me show off," Fang Jue replied, his demeanor relaxed as he shrugged. He raised a black, staff-like object in his right hand, applying a gentle pressure with his fingertips. The blade, Xiali, unsheathed. In the next moment, his figure flickered like a specter, moving with lightning speed, so swift that Qingyu barely had time to comprehend it before Fang Jue stood resolutely before the terrifying creature. At that moment, time seemed to slow for Qingyu as he watched Fang Jue's seemingly calm yet remarkably precise movements as he raised his sword. preparing to deliver a fierce strike to the monster's thick neck. The monstrous creature, confronted with such a fierce assault, did not flinch or retreat, and Xingyu could distinctly discern the multitude of sharp fangs within the creature's gaping maw, moving slowly in a grotesque rhythm that sent shivers down her spine. At that moment, a faint hissing sound abruptly pierced the air, jolting Xingyu back to the stark reality. Upon her gaze returning, she realized the beast had perished, leaving behind merely a shed layer of serpent skin. Fang Jue had already sheathed his sword and turned to extend a hand towards San Yinyan. "Are you all right?" San Yinyan stared blankly at Fang Jue for a while before grasping his hand and rising to her feet. Her mind was a blank slate, the only thought crossing her mind being the relief that she had visited the restroom before class. Otherwise, if she had been frightened to the point of losing control, she could only imagine how her savior would perceive her. "And no, I'm fine." Her face suddenly flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, her gaze dropping to their intertwined fingers. "As long as you're fine, let's hurry and leave. We need to get to the school gate. Someone will escort you out." Fang Jue was already informed of the circumstances by Lin Qiye, yet for reasons unknown, he appeared remarkably unfazed. I still don't know your name." Summoning her courage, San Yinyan called out loudly. The figure before her offered only a silhouette, not looking back, but merely waving a hand over his shoulder. "You can call me Lei Feng." As they exited the classroom, Fang Jue relished the astonished expression on Xingyu's face. "Am I handsome?" "Indeed." And Xingyu nodded sincerely, unable to deny that Fang Jue had indeed been quite impressive just moments ago. However, her attention was more captivated by the serpent skin in Fang Jue's hand. May I take a look?" Fang Jue nodded and casually tossed the serpent skin, and Xingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to discovering a rare treasure. As she eagerly reached out to catch it, the moment her fingertips brushed against the skin, a slick, cool sensation coursed through her body, and Xingyu could not help but squint slightly, savoring the unique texture. She delicately ran her fingers over the surface of the serpent skin, as if engaging in an intimate encounter with a precious artifact. "This texture is truly marvelous," and Xingyu murmured to herself. Regrettably, at that moment, there were no professional instruments available to conduct a thorough examination. "It's merely the skin of a host, nothing extraordinary." Upon hearing this, and Xingyu seemed to have a revelation, abruptly turning her head towards Fang Jue with fervent eyes. "You must be part of an organization, right? Since you've approached me, does that mean I could also join you?" Fang Jue, momentarily taken aback by her words, instinctively scratched his head. We are indeed an organization, but I sought you out solely because I detected a familiar scent emanating from you." The once bright and hopeful gaze of Xingyu dimmed instantly upon hearing Fang Jue's explanation. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to surrender so easily, so he inquired further, "What are the requirements for joining your ranks?" Fang Jue scrutinized Xingyu with keen interest, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a considerable pause, he replied slowly, "It is not impossible for you to join us. Once we resolve this matter, you may accompany me, for I possess a strategy. As for the present, well, there are people at the school gate. Let us proceed to the teaching building and play the role of Lei Feng." Chapter 21. Critical Strikes. "Brothers, come and strike me." With a sigh of relief, Fang Jue exhaled a long breath, feeling that the serpent demon's remains in the teaching building had finally been thoroughly eradicated. He casually patted his hands, exuding an air of nonchalance. Close behind him, and Xingyu cradled a substantial stack of serpent skins, the sheer volume of which was astonishing. He carefully clutched the colorful skins to his chest, as if cradling the most precious treasures of the world, his face radiating an unmistakable excitement. "Say!" Xingyu Fang Jue slightly turned his head, gazing at Xingyu with an amused expression, and remarked in a tone tinged with disbelief, "Don't you find these things rather repulsive?" With that, he pointed a finger at the vibrant and oddly scented serpent skins in Xingyu's arms. Taken aback by Fang Jue's words, Xingyu paused for a moment before lifting his gaze to meet Fang Jue's, responding without hesitation, "These items are products of mystery. I am utterly curious about their structure." As he spoke, he gently stroked the serpent skins in his hands, his eyes glimmering with fervor. "I can hardly wait to dissect them for a closer examination." I've discovered that even after the serpent demons have perished, their skins retain a certain level of vitality. Moreover, the hardness of these skins far surpasses that of ordinary leather, and they even exhibit some remarkable self-healing properties. As Qingyu elaborated, his excitement intensified, and his speech quickened unconsciously. He adjusted his glasses with determination, continuing to share his preliminary observations, completely oblivious to the astonished expression on Fang Jue's face. Stop, stop, stop! Fang Jue frantically waved his arms, urgently calling out in a loud voice, attempting to interrupt Qingyu's rapid-fire monologue. The pace of Qingyu's speech was so swift, akin to a tempest, that Fang Jue felt as though his head was filled with a swarm of bees buzzing chaotically. Finally, when Qingyu paused, Fang Jue exhaled deeply, wearing an expression of helplessness. My dear brother, could you possibly speak a tad slower? My little mind simply cannot keep up with your speed. Immediately afterward, Fang Jue gave his chest a firm pat, standing tall with his chin held high. His demeanor was almost comical, as if he were trying to elevate his nose to the heavens. He confidently assured Qingyu, "Rest assured, brother, as long as you follow in my footsteps, not only will we capture mere serpent demons, but even those legendary deities shall be within our grasp for your dissection and study." At this declaration, Qingyu couldn't help but smile softly, shaking his head gently as he replied, "In my previous studies of theology, I always believed that the so-called deities were merely the result of ancient humans, driven by extremely low productivity, developing a blind reverence for nature." At this juncture, he paused slightly, seemingly lost in the reverie of bygone days. However, in the present light, the reality appeared otherwise. Qingyu let out a soft sigh and continued, "Given the existence of these mysteries, it is plausible that the so-called deities might indeed hold a semblance of truth." Just then, Fang Jue, who had been standing by in a state of bewilderment, suddenly perked up as if he had stumbled upon an exceedingly intriguing topic. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he turned to Qingyu, eagerly inquiring, "Oh, from what you've said, do you possess a profound understanding of those mythological tales?" In response to Fang Jue's eager inquiry, Qingyu calmly nodded and replied, "Yes, after I had nearly exhausted my studies in other fields. I dedicated a considerable amount of time to delve into the study of mythology." He continued, "There are roughly 10 major mythological systems in the world: Chinese mythology, Greek mythology, Roman mythology, Norse mythology, Egyptian mythology, Japanese mythology, Indian mythology, Arabian mythology, Jewish mythology, and Celtic mythology." Fang Jue listened intently as Qingyu spoke eloquently, finding it particularly fascinating that despite Qingyu's usual reticence, he became remarkably loquacious when discussing his area of expertise. After absorbing the information, Fang Jue shook his head and gazed deeply at Qingyu, stating, "You omitted one, Cthulhu mythos." Cthulhu mythos? Upon hearing this name, Qingyu furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "Isn't that a fabrication?" "It is indeed real," Fang Jue remarked with a knowing look, but before he could elaborate further, the voice of Lin Qiye resonated through the earpiece, announcing the discovery of the Nanda serpent demon. "My teammates have located the serpent demon's true form. Let us proceed to investigate." The teaching building where Fang Jue and Qingyu were situated was not far from the piano room. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the sight of what had become a chaotic ruin. "Oh dear, the principal must be distraught," Fang Jue exclaimed, bending down to pick up a broken brick from the ground, a malicious grin playing on his lips as he reveled in the misfortune. Meanwhile, Qingyu maintained a relatively composed demeanor, though a hint of surprise flickered across his face. In truth, the construction of the school did not come at the principal's expense. Qingyu interjected, momentarily pausing before glancing toward Lin Qiye, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the Nanda serpent demon, appearing quite beleaguered. "However, should we not lend him a hand?" At that moment, Fang Jue also shifted his gaze from the rubble to the battlefield, observing Lin Qiye's agile movements. Just then, the enormous serpent demon opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of crimson as it lunged toward Lin Qiye, who narrowly evaded the attack. "Oh, Potato is quite nimble," Fang Jue shouted. Lin Qiye exasperated, exclaimed, "Could you please come up and assist me?" The serpent demon let out a piercing roar, its jaws gaping wide as it lunged at Lin Qiye. The speed was overwhelming, and Lin Qiye could barely react in time, managing only to position his dagger defensively before him, bracing against the demon's menacing fangs. "Potato, I shall assist you." Fang Jue finally decided to intervene. Seizing the moment of stalemate between man and serpent, he brandished his sword and approached their side. At this moment, the serpent demon found its mouth firmly constrained by Lin Qiye, struggling to escape. Yet it refused to yield, fiercely extending its sharp claws and wildly swinging them toward Fang Jue. However, Fang Jue's agility was remarkable. He effortlessly sidestepped and skillfully evaded the serpent's relentless assault. With a wink, he raised his sword and struck at the serpent, chanting incantations. Each blow was a critical hit, a relentless barrage of strikes. As he declared his prowess with fervor. Chapter 22. You two are from Nantong. The serpent demon has met its demise, felled by Fang Jue's relentless blade. In its final moments, it witnessed Fang Jue etching a whimsical Peppa Pig upon its own belly. Had it known such a humiliating fate awaited, it would have surely cursed Fang Jue and his entire lineage. "Fang Jue, Qiye, are you both all right?" Just then, Han Ying and Si Xiaonan arrived late. Initially intending to inquire about the duo's injuries, they fell into a profound silence upon catching sight of Fang Jue. All words caught in their throats. The atmosphere grew palpably still. Fang Jue, with his sword casually perched upon his shoulder, pressed a hand against his face. A sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips as he emitted a chilling laugh. "Oomph, such weakling trousers. Is this the best you can do? I haven't even exerted 1% of my strength." Han Ying and Si Xiaonan exchanged glances, exasperated. "What on earth are you doing? Get yourself together." Ying, her teeth clenched in frustration, glared at him with wide, furious eyes, her tightly clenched fist trembling slightly from exertion. With determined strides, she approached Fang Jue, unwavering in her resolve. When she finally reached him, she did not hesitate to raise her fist and deliver a sharp blow to his forehead. The sound echoed ominously, followed by Fang Jue's piercing cry of pain. His once charming and roguish smile vanished, replaced by a contorted visage of agony. Cradling his head like a wronged child, he cast a mournful glance at Han Ying, muttering plaintively, "Hey, so I was the one who vanquished the serpent demon. Can't you be a tad gentler?" Suehua being the nickname Fang Jue had bestowed upon Han Ying. Bang! An even louder thud resounded as Fang Jue was sent sprawling to the ground, wailing pitifully. Lin Qiye, and Qing Yu, and Si Xiaonan, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively shrank back, feeling the pain vicariously. "Are you all right?" And Qing Yu inquired, leaning slightly closer with genuine concern. At that moment, Han Ying finally noticed in Qing Yu's presence. She raised her elegantly arched brows, her expression tinged with curiosity as she appraised Qing Yu before asking, "Who are you?" "My name is Qing Yu," she replied with an air of calm. Upon hearing the name, Han Ying paused momentarily, as if recalling something. Suddenly, she gasped, clapping her hands in realization. "Oh, I think I've heard of you, the top student from Cangnan City. Someone once asked us to tutor their child, hoping they would excel like you. That must be you, right?" And Qing Yu nodded gently. Grades are not what truly matter. More importantly, she hesitated before continuing. "Are you part of a mysterious organization? How might I join your ranks?" Upon hearing these words, Han Ying was momentarily taken aback, her expression revealing a hint of embarrassment. Instinctively, she reached up to massage her temples, then, feeling a surge of irritation, began to tousle her hair. Finally, with a resigned gesture, she spread her hands and replied with a wry smile, "Oh dear, this is quite troublesome. While I would very much like to welcome new members, the final decision rests with the captain. I cannot make that call." Fang Jue, rubbing his head, stood up as if nothing were amiss. Ignoring the conversation between Han Ying and Qing Yu, he began to look around, seemingly in search of something. "What are you looking for?" Si Xiaonan tugged at his sleeve and inquired. "Me? I'm looking for dog egg," Fang Jue replied casually. The next moment, it appeared he had spotted something. As he grinned and waved at a figure in the distance, Dog egg, come over here. Li Yifei scampered over, but upon hearing Fang Jue's nickname for him, his expression fell. Could you please not call me dog egg? It's quite unappealing. Fang Jue blinked innocently. All right, good dog egg. Yes, good dog egg. Li Yifei seemed to reluctantly accept the moniker, moving on to inquire eagerly, can I join you, Night Watchman, now? Oh, another one wishing to join us? How curious. It has been ages since anyone came by, and now it seems like one after another wants to become a Night Watchman, Hong Ying remarked, somewhat astonished by Li Yifei's words. She stepped closer, scrutinizing him intently. Li Yifei, upon seeing Hong Ying's charming visage, felt his cheeks flush and took a few steps back, stammering, my name is Li Yifei, male age 17. Observing his flustered demeanor, Hong Ying winked at him and chuckled, little brother, don't be shy. Li Yifei was momentarily stunned, abruptly turning his head. He found the situation overwhelming. It felt like a test of his composure. Turning back, he noticed Fang Jue whispering something in Lin Qiye's ear. After listening, Lin Qiye shot Fang Jue an incredulous glance, his expression darkening. Qiye, what is the matter? Lin Qiye shook his head, remaining silent. More importantly, dog egg, do you feel unwell in any way? Perhaps some body aches? Fang Jue said with a cheerful smile directed at Li Yifei. At this, Li Yifei involuntarily shivered, a wave of chill coursing from his feet to his head. His eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Fang Jue, stammering, What? How did you know? I have indeed felt pain all over since earlier, as if some scoundrel had slashed me with a knife. Fang Jue continued to smile. Don't forget, I am a fortune teller. With that, taking advantage of Li Yifei's moment of distraction, he swiftly lifted up his shirt. Wow, Fang Jue, you're actually a fortune teller. Li Yifei exclaimed in disbelief, instinctively shielding his body with his hands. At this moment, he appeared particularly disheveled, especially upon discovering that two girls stood behind him, causing a wave of panic to surge within him, his cheeks instantly flushing a deep crimson. He hurriedly attempted to pull his clothing down to cover his body, but just then, a powerful hand firmly grasped his wrist. It was Lin Qiye, his gaze piercing and unwavering, fixated on Li Yifei's abdomen as if attempting to see through the skin itself. Li Yifei could not suppress a shiver that coursed through him, a fine sheen of sweat breaking out on his forehead, and he contemplated an incredulous possibility, stammering, Qiye, you can't possibly be from Nantong too, can you? Chapter 23. A piglet tattoo on Li Yifei. Applause for the socialite. Before him lay the smooth expanse of Li Yifei's belly, boldly adorned with a tattoo of Peppa Pig. A burst of laughter erupted from Fang Jue, unable to contain his amusement. After a struggle to regain composure, he gasped for breath and teased. A Peppa Pig tattoo on your belly. Applause for the socialite. Dog Dan, I never imagined you possessed such childlike whimsy. However, upon noticing the design on his abdomen, Li Yifei was rendered speechless, his mind grappling with the absurdity for several moments before he snapped back to reality. His face contorted in shock as he frantically attempted to erase it, muttering, what on earth is this? Who would commit such an outrageous act? Yet, no matter how vigorously he scrubbed, Peppa Pig remained steadfastly emblazoned upon his skin, showing no signs of fading away. Stop scrubbing. It's engraved with a knife. It won't come off. Fang Jue kindly interjected, witnessing Li Yifei's fervent attempts. Oh, I see, Li Yifei replied, momentarily taken aback before slowly nodding, as if comprehending the situation. But mere moments later, a sudden realization struck him. He opened his mouth wide, pointing an accusing finger at Fang Jue, exclaiming, wait, how do you know? Did you carve this? Fang Jue nodded, tacitly acknowledging his role as the miscreant. What the heck? When did you know? Why on earth would you tattoo Peppa Pig on my stomach? If you had to draw something, why not Ultraman or something cool? One must admit, Li Yifei's fixation was rather peculiar. Fang Jue pondered for a moment before solemnly responding, perhaps it is because I am Zazawi. Li Yifei, momentarily surpresa, instinctively replied, is that a call for a brother to come and take a swing at you? Good brother. Fang Jue, with a look of satisfaction, patted his shoulder, then discreetly drew out a knife. Fang Jue, what are you? What do you intend to do? You said it, if you're a brother. Come and take a swing at me. Wait, are you insane? Li Yifei's face turned pale with fear, involuntarily retreating as his voice trembled. Fang Jue remained silent, merely swinging the blade. Qiye, help me. Fang Jue has lost his mind. He barely dodged a strike and called out, only to find no one responding. Looking up, he noticed everyone was regarding him with a peculiar gaze. Their eyes seemed to harbor a myriad of sentiments, reminiscent of the mocking, cold, and indifferent expressions found in romantic novels. Was this a pie chart? As he immersed himself in the bizarre atmosphere, Fang Jue's sword whistled through the air once more, descending toward him with a fierce wind. Caught off guard by his previous distraction, Li Yifei had no time to react further, instinctively crossing his arms protectively over his chest, shutting his eyes tightly as he internally wailed, "My life is over." Bang! A crisp sound resonated, akin to a strike against a metallic object, as one beheld Li Yifei, whose body had sprouted a profusion of serpent scales. The earlier noise was the result of the clash between his sword and these scales. Simultaneously, Li Yifei's expression transformed, his previous innocence replaced by elongated, slitted pupils that emanated a chilling depth. "Ah, so you finally revealed yourself?" Upon witnessing this scene, Fang Jue exhibited no trace of astonishment, calmly sheathing his sword while a smirk of mockery graced his lips. "How did you discern it?" Li Yifei, or rather, the Nantawa serpent demon, furrowed his brow and spoke coldly. He could not fathom how he had been discovered despite his careful concealment. Li Yifei was indeed the Nantawa serpent demon, the only individuals capable of such discernment, aside from those with the reconnaissance abilities of the Chuanjing, were those with mental prowess from Haijing. To his knowledge, Fang Jue's abilities seemed to lean more towards combat. Realizing this, the Nantawa serpent demon instinctively narrowed his serpent-like, icy gaze. He now comprehended that he was likely doomed, for not only was the enigmatic Fang Jue before him, but he also could not contend with the nearby Hong Ying. Resigned, the Nantawa serpent demon sighed softly, abandoning any thought of escape. He stood like a lamb awaiting slaughter, silently anticipating Fang Jue's response. "Huh, your flaws are numerous. There exists but one truth." Fang Jue adjusted his non-existent glasses, mimicking a signature pose reminiscent of a certain grim, reaper-like schoolboy. However, to elaborate would surely invite the reader's criticism of verbosity. Thus I shall refrain from further detail. In essence, with a solemn expression, Hong Ying stepped forward, her red spear flickering with hints of flame. Earlier, Lin Qiye had relayed this information to her, yet disbelief still clung to her heart. The boy who had shyly turned away upon their first meeting was, astonishingly, the Nantawa serpent demon. Nevertheless, the stark reality before her brooked no hesitation. Thus, she steeled herself, resolved to grant him a swift end. At that moment, a hand intercepted her. "Sister Hong Ying, allow me to take this on." Lin Qiye spoke softly, expressing his desire to personally slay the Nantawa serpent demon, believing that this would allow Li Yifei to be revived in his hospital. Fang Jue discerned his intent and quietly stepped aside. Although he was eager to test whether the soul he extracted could enter Lin Qiye's hospital, it was evidently inappropriate to use Li Yifei as a subject for such an experiment without knowing the outcome. "Just you alone?" The Nantawa serpent demon asked cold. Elongated eyes swept disdainfully over the swiftly dispersing crowd, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Yes, just me." Lin Qiye nodded slightly, gripping the hilt of his straight blade tightly, his fingers turning pale from the exertion. Overestimating oneself." The serpent demon scoffed, its scarlet tongue flickering as it darted forward in an instant, appearing before Lin Qiye. Its powerful, muscular tail lashed out like a whip, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind aimed directly at Lin Qiye. It was assumed that he would struggle to defend himself. However, to everyone's astonishment, he merely raised his blade to block, effortlessly countering the serpent demon's formidable strike. Lin Qiye's expression remained tranquil, a faint golden glimmer flashing in his eyes. "Perhaps just moments ago, I may not have been your match, but now, the night has fallen." Chapter 24. Are you willing? "I am." When Li Yifei opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a dimly lit cell, gazing upon the desolate prison and the empty corridor. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Am I destined to be dissected for research? At that moment, he was aware that he was the non-Tuo serpent demon. Yet this realization only deepened his fear. Goodness, why is it so dark here? Are there monsters lurking about? Oh wait, I seem to be a monster myself. Hello? Is anyone there? Anyone will do. Please speak to me. Research indicates that when an individual finds themselves alone in an environment that is both dark and vast, their inner fears are magnified infinitely. Lin Qiye was in such a predicament, compelled to engage in self-talk to alleviate the dread swelling within him. Stop rambling. Your incessant chatter is becoming irksome. Suddenly, a sound echoed in his mind, jolting Lin Qiye from his thoughts. Who are you? Yet, he quickly deduced the identity of the voice's owner. You are the non-Tuo serpent demon? How intriguing. The voice seemed amused by Lin Qiye's reaction, letting out a derisive laugh. I am a non-Tuo serpent demon, and you, my dear, are Lin Qiye. Do not deceive yourself. I am you, and you are me. Together, we are the non-Tuo serpent demon. Lin Qiye opened his mouth, attempting to argue, yet no words emerged, leaving him pouting in frustration. How could I be a monster? I have a father and a mother. I should be human. As their conversation unfolded, the previously pitch-black cell unexpectedly illuminated. The sudden brightness surged through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, its intense glare piercing Lin Qiye's eyes, causing a wave of dizziness and discomfort. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes, striving to diminish the onslaught of light. From the staircase, distinct footsteps echoed, growing nearer as someone descended slowly. Upon hearing those footsteps, Lin Qiye's heart tightened, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Resignedly, he closed his eyes, and his mind conjured images of mad scientists clad in white coats, wielding sharp scalpels, envisioning the horrifying scenario of being sliced into pieces for research. Yet, despite the fear gripping his heart, curiosity compelled Lin Qiye to cautiously narrow his eyes into a thin slit, eager to discern the identity of the approaching figures. As he peered through the narrow opening, he was utterly astonished. 7. Qiye Fang Jue. He could hardly believe that the mad scientists he had envisioned were none other than Lin Qiye and Fang Jue. Hello. At that moment, Fang Jue smiled warmly and waved at Lin Qiye, offering a friendly greeting. Observing Fang Jue's relaxed demeanor only heightened Lin Qiye's anxiety. He could not forget the scene when Fang Jue had brandished a knife to attack him, even carving Peppa Pig on his abdomen. He wore a grimace, almost on the verge of tears as he inquired, Where am I? Am I to be prepared for dissection and study? If that is the case, at least grant me a last meal. I wish to savor braised spare ribs. It was evident that he genuinely feared the prospect of being dissected. Lin Qiye observed Lin Qiye's panicked demeanor and couldn't help but feel a throbbing headache as he rubbed his brow. Then took a deep breath and patiently explained the current circumstances to him. Thus, Lin Qiye, or rather the non-Tuo serpent demon, would you be willing to become a caregiver in my hospital? I am willing. Upon learning that he would not be subjected to dissection, Lin Qiye nodded vigorously. In that very moment, a lively and exhilarating melody suddenly resonated in everyone's minds. The wedding march played. Its enchanting notes danced like sprites in the air. At that moment, Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye found themselves locking eyes, a profound and indescribable emotion swirling within their gaze. Subsequently, they simultaneously cast their eyes toward Fang Jue, who was beside the speaker. Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye exchanged glances of amusement. Upon noticing their gaze, Fang Jue turned off the speaker with an awkward smile, saying, Hey, I merely thought the atmosphere was quite delightful. Thus, our Lin Qiye became the inaugural employee at Lin Qiye's hospital, embarking on a rather unembarrassed, yet mundane, 9-to-5 work life. At a bustling street-side eatery, the members of Team 136 gathered around a large table laden with dishes. This gathering served two purposes: to celebrate the resolution of the non-Tuo serpent demon incident and to welcome the new member, and Qingyu, to their ranks. Indeed, Fang Jue had successfully persuaded Qinmai to allow in Qingyu's inclusion. The rationale was quite simple, and Qingyu's unique abilities enabled him to dissect the non-Tuo serpent demon right before Qinmai's eyes, who then witnessed in Qingyu acquiring the serpent demon's powers. Consequently, Chimai acquiesced. Cheers! Zhao Kongchang exclaimed, raising his glass high, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Seizing such a rare opportunity for team bonding, he resolved to unwind thoroughly and indulge in a hearty feast. Moreover, he took great comfort in the fact that this establishment served no counterfeit liquor. With that thought, he tipped back his head and downed the contents of his glass. Relishing the rich aroma of the alcohol as it spread across his palate, the fiery sensation coursing down his throat eliciting a satisfied sigh. Cheers! The others lifted their glasses in unison, and in that instant, time seemed to freeze. Lin Qiye, seizing the moment, clicked the shutter. The crisp sound of the camera echoed as he carefully cradled the freshly developed photograph. In the image, every face radiated joy, the 136 team resembling a close-knit family, warming the hearts of each member. This one turned out well, he mused, regarding the photo as a treasure as he placed it in a box. Then picked up the bottle to refill his glass. Old Zhao, come let me drink with you. Fang Jue took a sip of the juice in his cup, resting his chin on his hand as he observed the scene before him with a smile. He found great pleasure in witnessing the gatherings of others, as it evoked a sense of nostalgia, reminding him of his own past. He reached out, intending to grasp the wine bottle for a drink. Yet, just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the bottle's surface, a hand descended upon his with the swiftness of lightning, landing squarely on his hand. Minors are not permitted to drink. Hong Ying shot him a fierce glare, seizing the bottle and placing it far out of his reach. I'm no longer a child. Fang Jue murmured softly, rubbing his reddened wrist in discomfort. At that moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, he turned sharply to gaze into the distance, his brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. I need to use the restroom. I shall return shortly. With this remark, he rose from his seat and made his way towards the exit. Chapter 25. Causality and Destiny. The night sky over Cangnan is breathtakingly beautiful. Perhaps it is the distance from the bustling metropolis that allows this place to retain its rare tranquility and freshness. The moon is nestled within the nocturnal expanse, casting a dim light, while countless stars, twinkling in varying brightness, adorn the canvas above, captivating anyone who happens upon this enchanting scene. Fang Jue sits leisurely upon a large stone, his legs dangling freely in midair, gently swaying. He holds a nearly finished bottle of cola, occasionally lifting it to take a small sip. You've come to see me. What is it that you wish to discuss? Behind him, a monk stands silently, sharing in the contemplation of a night sky. Speak quickly. I still need to return for dinner. Fang Jue remarks, vigorously shaking the cola can in his hand. The faint sound from within elicits a fleeting look of disappointment on his face. With only a small amount left, he tilts his head back to drink it all, seemingly unsatisfied, smacking his lips in contemplation. After a moment of silence, the monk, Shuming, clasps his hands together and gently inquires, Why do you do this? Fang Jue retorts, Is it that those of your apparent stature enjoy playing cryptic games? Casually tossing the empty cola can into a nearby trash bin. He turns to face Shuming, who is now intently gazing at him. You know exactly what I mean? Li Yifei is indeed the Naga demon. You must have known this long ago. I wish to understand why you chose to remain idle until after he committed murder before taking action. A look of astonishment crosses Fang Jue's face as he covers his mouth, incredulous. Oh, how curious. You, devoid of emotion, actually care about human lives? Shuming's expression remains unchanged, his gaze still steady upon Fang Jue. Unwilling to back down, Fang Jue defiantly locks eyes with him, perhaps due to the strain of maintaining his stare. Shuming instinctively blinks lightly. Huh, you've lost. Fang Jue exclaims joyously, akin to a child who has won a game, reveling in his victory. Even Shuming finds it difficult to maintain his composure, letting out a sigh and shaking his head in resignation. I'm not here to hold you accountable. As I asked earlier, I am merely curious about your motivations. Why do you act in this manner? Why? Fang Jue tilts his head thoughtfully before responding. Monk, your Buddha of destiny should be able to see this clearly as well. These are matters of causality, of fate. All we can do is acquiesce to it. No one can guarantee that if I were to attempt to alter it, Lin Qiye would remain the same Lin Qiye. At last, A flicker of change appears on Shuming's countenance as he gazes at Fang Jue, his mouth agape. You have transcended? Those who have not transcended can never influence fate. Indeed, but it is not forbidden for me to strive in secret. Is it? Fang Jue shrugs nonchalantly, unperturbed. Once again, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings as the night breeze tousled Fang Jue's hair, revealing an inscrutable expression within his lowered gaze. He was, after all, quite handsome. The monk of destiny, Su Ming, shattered the stillness, speaking first. What do you think of the night sky? Fang Jue gestured upwards, tilting his head to regard the monk. Inquiring. I speak of this world, replied Su Ming. Ah, the world indeed possesses a certain beauty, Fang Jue acknowledged sincerely, yet soon a hint of derision graced his lips. But what use is beauty? Beautiful things inevitably fade. I have witnessed this too many times. He cast a glance at Su Ming, as if his gaze could penetrate the monk's placid facade and reach the depths of his soul. However, the monk's countenance remained unchanged, serene as a still lake, devoid of any ripples. This unvarying expression resembled a copy-paste function, precisely replicated in every fleeting moment. With a resigned sigh, Fang Jue gradually retracted his habitual playful demeanor. On his youthful face, a complexity emerged, strikingly incongruous with his age. Monk, since the moment you entered this world, you have possessed no emotions. To you, it is as though you were a cold machine, devoid of warmth, merely following a program. Regardless of time or place, you maintain unwavering rationality. Yet this rationality cannot forge perfection. Pausing, Fang Jue continued, you have lived for 2 millennia. Yet for you, these 2,000 years are no different from a mere year or two. The joys and sorrows, love and enmity experienced by people in this mundane world are beyond your comprehension, their essence eluding you. Having said this, he rose from the cold stone upon which he sat, stretching his body with some difficulty. He then cast a casual glance at the contemplative monk, who appeared to be in deep thought. Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes, but he ultimately shook his head. I am merely a vessel for the fruit, destined to return to the cause. I am destined to dissipate. It matters not how. He turned his serious gaze toward Fang Jue. And you? Clearly devoid of emotion. Why do you feign such posturing? Who says I lack emotion? Fang Jue retorted defiantly, though soon his bravado wavered, his voice dwindling. Rubbing his cheek, he uncertainly remarked, at least I once had some, though I seem to have forgotten. Enough, I am off to eat, he declared, turning to leave. Su Ming watched his retreating figure, head bowed, lost in contemplation. Fang Jue, has he been in the restroom for too long? What if something has happened? Han Ying expressed her concern at the dining table. Oh, why fret? That lad is quite capable. Zhao Kongsheng remained utterly unconcerned, continuing to lift his cup to his lips. At that moment, Fang Jue came sprinting from a distance, and the first thing he did upon taking his seat was to grab a chicken leg and shove it into his mouth. There was truth in his words. He was genuinely famished. You little rascal, why are you so late? Han Ying chastised lightly, giving Fang Jue a gentle tap on the back of his head. I encountered a few delays, Fang Jue replied with a vague smile, then buried his face in the culinary delights before him. Look, fireworks! Suddenly, Si Xiaonan exclaimed, pointing towards the sky with excitement. The group followed her gesture and gazed at the horizon. The night sky was awash with vibrant colors, and the remnants of the fireworks illuminated the darkness, transforming the night into a scene as bright as day. Chapter 26. Pikachu, Stitch, and Hello Kitty Alright. Let's embark on our journey. At the entrance of the Peace Affairs office, Fang Jue, Lin Qiye, and Qingyu stood in a row. They were set to participate in the Night Watchman's training camp. Curiously, the originally planned training in the capital had inexplicably relocated to the small city of Cangnan. Yesterday, the two girls, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, had taken the three of them on a tour around Cangnan, with Hong Ying lavishly purchasing all their necessities with a mere wave of her hand. However, the outcome was somewhat less than desirable. Behold their peculiar attire. Contestant number 1, Lin Qiye, donned a pink shirt emblazoned with the visage of Hello Kitty. Contestant number 2, and Qingyu, sported a blue shirt adorned with a Stitch motif. and contestant no. 3. Fang Jue wore a yellow shirt featuring Pikachu. Were it not for the knowledge that they were attending a training camp for night watchmen, one might mistake them for participants in a boy band audition. Why am I dressed as Hello Kitty? Lin Qiye lamented, tugging at his collar, his lips twitching slightly. Although the shirt was of premium quality and quite comfortable, the oversized Hello Kitty design left him a loss for words. Perhaps it's because your support color is pink? Fang Jue speculated, furrowing his brow. Are we truly not going to audition for a boy band? And Xingyu asked awkwardly, though he was somewhat pleased with the stitched shirt, which was at least less embarrassing than Hello Kitty. Rest assured, the night watchman's training has no specific dress code. We will be issued uniforms later on. If you wish, you could even dress as Ultraman and no one would bat an eye. Hong Ying waved dismissively, thoroughly satisfied with her selections from the previous day as she glanced at the snickering Si Xiaonan. What do you think, Xiaonan? Si Xiaonan gave a thumbs up. Her cheeks flushed from suppressing her laughter. Sister Hong Ying, I think it looks great. Upon hearing Si Xiaonan's endorsement, Hong Ying nodded approvingly and decisively declared, all right, it's settled. You shall wear these to the training camp. She surveyed the trio and continued, no one is allowed to change, understood? Yes. The three reluctantly acquiesced. Well then, Potato and Goldfish, it appears our codenames require some alteration. Fang Jue mused, sighing with a hint of sadness before pointing at Lin Qiye. From now on, you shall be Hello Kitty. He then directed his finger at Xingyu. You will be Stitch. Finally, he pointed at himself. And I shall be Pikachu. Pika Pika. Lin Qiye and Xingyu exchanged glances, clearly bemused by Fang Jue's enthusiasm. Given that the training camp was situated in Cangnan, Chen Mai decisively instructed Wen Qima to drive the three of them to the entrance of the training camp. As the vehicle came to a gradual halt, Lin Qiye gazed in astonishment at the imposing training camp before him, his eyes widening in disbelief as he murmured to himself, how can I recall that this was merely barren land not long ago? The training camp loomed before him like a magnificent fortress, sprawling in its vastness, with architecture that was both grand and awe-inspiring. Lin Qiye's heart swelled with shock and incredulity. He could scarcely fathom the immense human and material resources required to construct such an extensive facility in just a matter of days. Beside him, and Xingyu was equally taken aback by the sight, instinctively adjusting his glasses, his mouth slightly agape as he finally regained his composure to exclaim, it seems the strength of the Night Watchers is indeed formidable. Their scale far exceeds our expectations. Suddenly, amidst this moment of wonder, the atmosphere within the camp turned tense and solemn, as the guards stationed to safeguard the area vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Their attention was suddenly drawn to three figures approaching slowly from a distance. The guards had not anticipated that, following the recent announcement of the camp's relocation, new recruits would arrive so swiftly. One guard's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Initially cradling his long spear with both hands, he quickly adjusted his stance, lifting the weapon with one hand while extending the other to point with his index finger at the three figures drawing near. He exclaimed, his voice quivering, by heavens, brothers, a Pikachu has arrived. And a Stitch, is that perhaps a kitty cat? Thus, under the watchful gaze of the guards, the three individuals ambled into the training camp. Under the guidance of an instructor, they collected their essential supplies, and the next step was to choose their dormitory. The accommodations were designed for 2 occupants, meaning one among them would have to share a room with someone else. Standing at the dormitory entrance, the trio exchanged glances, and it was Xingyu who hesitantly suggested, how about a game of chance? Rock, paper, scissors. The hands rose in the air, 2 fists and 1 open palm. Fang Jue and Xingyu's gazes slowly transitioned from the suspended hands to Lin Qiye's face. Ultimately, Lin Qiye's scissors fell to the stone of Fang Jue and Xingyu. He offered no further words, accepting his fate as he prepared to meet his new roommate. The training was set to commence 3 days later, making them among the earliest arrivals. They had anticipated that their new roommate would not arrive for a few more days. However, to their surprise, upon returning from breakfast the following morning, they found a crowd already gathered in Lin Qiye's dormitory. The newcomers were strikingly uniform in their attire. Each donned a sharp black suit, and at the center of the throng stood a slightly rotund young man. Is this indeed a dormitory for two? Observing the multitude of individuals within the room, Lin Qiye found himself somewhat bewildered. A cursory glance around the space suggested that there were at least 7 or 8 people present. If 7 or 8 individuals were to share a single room, Lin Qiye would much prefer to reside with Fang Jue and Xingyu. They did not appear to be trainees or recruits. Xingyu cast a glance at the man in the black suit who was making the bed, as well as the plump young man lounging in an armchair with his legs crossed, and swiftly deduced their roles. It was evident that the individuals clad in black suits were merely the servants or bodyguards of the rotund young man at the center. At that moment, the comfortably seated young man also noticed the trio, his gaze lingering on their attire for a brief moment, and a delightful expression blossomed on his face. He kicked one of the black-suited men playfully and shouted, "Hey, my roommates have arrived. Quickly bring forth my gifts." Chapter 27, Yuan Gang. I really want to hit him, seizing the brief moment when the bodyguard turned to retrieve some items. The chubby boy cheerfully introduced himself to the group. A beaming smile adorned his face as he excitedly exclaimed, "Hello, everyone. I am by Li Qiye. But you can call me Tu Ming, and feel free to call me P." As soon as he uttered these words, Bai Li P seemed to suddenly realize something and coughed twice. He had inadvertently slipped into the dialect from his hometown in Guangzhou and Shenzhen due to his excitement. So he quickly adjusted his speech to standard Mandarin, continuing, my apologies. I was just too thrilled and let my hometown dialect slip out." However, before Lin Qiye and the others could respond, the bodyguard returned swiftly, cradling a large stack of boxes and carefully placing them on the bed, methodically unwrapping them one by one. As exquisite black gift boxes were unveiled, the brilliance of their contents illuminated the entire room. The dazzling light almost blinded the eyes of the 3 attendees. Upon closer inspection, they were greeted by an astonishing array of world-renowned timepieces, Rolex, Patek Philippe, and a multitude of styles that left one utterly mesmerized, the sheer quantity overwhelming. At that moment, Bai Li P displayed an air of generosity, flamboyantly waving his arm and declaring, come, don't be shy. Choose whatever you like." Fang Jue blinked in astonishment, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Li P, utterly entranced. Good heavens! The foolish son of a wealthy landlord. Bai Li P, with his endearing demeanor and round physique, paired with an innocent expression, was truly amusing to behold. Regaining his composure, Fang Jue hastily stepped forward and, with lightning speed, clasped the chubby boy's hand, shaking it vigorously while exclaiming excitedly, "Good brother, I consider you a friend from this day forth." Yet, at that moment, the bodyguards, witnessing the scene, immediately darkened their expressions and rushed forward, prying Fang Jue's hand away. One of the bodyguards barked, "You filthy swine! How dare you touch our esteemed young master with those dirty hands?" Another bodyguard frowned, but, upon glancing at Bai Li P, adopted a sycophantic smile, saying, "Young master, this place is unkempt and unsuitable for your presence. We should return at once." Bai Li P, having just joyfully held hands with Fang Jue, was abruptly separated by the bodyguards, his expression turning sour. "Get lost. I don't need you to meddle in my friendships. You and the rest leave." The bodyguards exchanged glances, eventually sighing in resignation as they departed. Only Fang Jue, Lin Qiye, and Bai Li Pangpang remained in the room, exchanging glances with one another before ultimately turning their attention to Bai Li Pangpang and the watch on the bed, enveloped in silence. Lin Qiye ultimately declined to accept the watch offered by Bai Li Pangpang, initially believing it to be a mere gesture of goodwill from a roommate and friend. However, upon witnessing the scattered watches filling the dormitory the next day, he was utterly bewildered. It seemed that he was not merely an ordinary fool. "Oh, the little chubby one is quite astute." Fang Jue leaned against the edge of the bed, unable to suppress a laugh at the sight of Bai Li Pangpang bustling about. As he turned his head, he noticed several individuals who had not yet claimed their watches. They stood with their arms crossed, regarding the chubby one with expressions ranging from indifference to mockery, some even appearing eager to join in. Yet, this farce did not last long, as it was swiftly curtailed by Instructor Hong. In the afternoon, the sun blazed intensely, casting a tense atmosphere over the new recruits' training ground. As the assembly whistle sounded, a troop of newly attired soldiers, upright in posture yet with a hint of rebelliousness in their gazes, quickly assembled. Yuan Gang stood atop a platform, his penetrating gaze sweeping over the fresh-faced young recruits before him. A slight smile curled at his lips as he scoffed, cleared his throat, and then spoke in a voice that was both resonant and piercing. I am aware that you all hail from various corners of the world, each one of you a prodigy with remarkable skills and lofty ambitions. However, remember this. Here, you are merely a group of fledgling recruits, utterly inexperienced novices. At this juncture, Yuan Gang deliberately paused, adopting an even harsher tone as he continued. Oh, to say you are merely novices would be an overstatement. You are nothing short of complete failures. The moment those words left his mouth, many in the audience turned pale. Yuan Gang noted their reactions with a silent smirk, realizing his aim had been achieved. Do you accept what I have said? No. A roar erupted from the crowd, reverberating like thunder, deafening in its intensity. Soon, more voices joined in unison, chanting, "No, no." The cacophony of shouts filled the air, plunging the scene into chaos and uproar. Jia, what say you? Bailipangta, Uja, Envia Shulde, Inkiring. I accept. Lin Qiye pressed his lips together, recalling that rainy night. At this thought, he glanced at Fang Jue. Baili Pang Pang followed his gaze, noticing Fang Jue still appearing remarkably at ease. Thus he posed another question. Jue, do you accept? Me? Upon hearing this, Fang Jue was momentarily taken aback, then raised an eyebrow, pointing a finger at himself as if to confirm whether he was indeed being addressed. Suddenly, as if recalling something amusing, a sly smile crept across his lips. I do not accept. His voice suddenly rose, drowning out the clamoring crowd below. In the past, despite the crowd's grievances, they were acutely aware that the officer on stage was beyond their capacity to confront. Thus they could only murmur among themselves in hushed tones. However, Fang Jue's sudden outburst instantly seized everyone's attention, even drawing a peculiar gaze from Yuan Gang, who was on stage. With a slight furrow in his brow and a serious tone, Yuan Gang inquired, "What is your name?" Fang Jue. Oh, why do you dissent? Faced with the officer's probing question, Fang Jue pondered for a brief moment before breaking into a grin, revealing a set of pristine, well-aligned teeth. Because I believe, sir, that your inquiry suggests you desire us to dissent. After speaking, he playfully winked at Yuan Gang, his demeanor somewhat cheeky. At that moment, Yuan Gang found himself genuinely tempted to strike him. Chapter 28. Words uttered, silence concluded. Yuan Gang's lips twitched slightly. What did he mean by suggesting that he wished for their discontent? Although that was indeed his intention. Having Fang Jue articulate it felt as though his own lines had been stolen, causing his stature to diminish in an instant. He quietly retrieved his walkie-talkie and murmured something into it. Very well, if you refuse to yield, then I shall compel you to do so. In the sky, 7 dark figures gradually came into focus. Yuan Gang looked up, and the new recruits followed his gaze. It appeared to be 7 individuals. Strikingly, they seemed to be without parachutes. Among the crowd, someone recognized the impending descent and swallowed hard. They were falling at an alarming speed, drawing closer in mere moments, and their velocity showed no signs of abating. Some closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the gruesome spectacle of their bodies splattering upon impact. Yet, just as they were about to meet the ground, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A figure donning a scale mask beckoned with a finger, and, instantaneously, the 7 plummeting individuals landed gracefully on the ground, as if enchanted, not a speck of dust disturbed. Except for, bam! With a thunderous crash, one of the figures suddenly knelt upon the ground. The atmosphere grew awkward as he surveyed his surroundings, seemingly having made a resolute decision. Greetings from the masked squad, wishing everyone an early happy new year. This was the masked squad? A gasp rippled through the crowd as some recognized this distinctive team. To avoid unnecessary elaboration, the following combat details are omitted, as it is well known. 241 versus 5. The masked squad loses once their masks are removed. After all, we never engage in trivialities. Pray tell, when shall the formal proceedings commence? A fresh-faced recruit, unable to restrain his eagerness, inquired aloud. The instructor had mentioned the time frame of 2 o'clock to 9 o'clock, so, at that moment, the figure known as Vortex leisurely stretched, loosening his limbs. Then, suddenly, he pinched his right index finger and thumb together, forming a shape resembling a pistol, and aimed it at the recruit who had posed the question. Playfully, he closed his left eye, as if genuinely preparing to pull the trigger, murmuring bang. As soon as the words escaped his lips, a resounding crash echoed, and the recruit was struck by an invisible force, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. As he arched through the air, a crimson spray erupted from his mouth, creating a striking mist of blood. Vortex blew on the tip of his finger, akin to a cowboy dispersing the smoke of a revolver, and chuckled mischievously. So, it has officially commenced. The crowd erupted into chaos, broadly divided into two factions, those charging forward and those fleeing in retreat. Lin Qiye and his companions belonged to the latter group. Lin Qiye and Qingyu exchanged a glance, nodded, and dashed towards the warehouse. Bali Pang watched helplessly as their figures swiftly disappeared from sight, anxiety swelling within him. He turned to glance back at Fang Jue, who was leisurely strolling as if meandering through a garden, and his impatience intensified. There was little he could do. His slower pace rendered him unable to catch up with Lin Qiye and Qingyu. In desperation, Bali Pang placed his hopes on Fang Jue, hastily approaching him, eyes wide with anticipation, resembling a small lamb seeking refuge, yearning for warmth in his company. Fang Jue, where exactly have Qiye and the others gone? Bali Pang inquired, panting heavily, his expression etched with urgency. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Jue replied, "They must have headed to the warehouse, as their weapons are stored there." Upon hearing this, Bali Pang urged, "Then let us hurry and catch up with them." However, Fang Jue remained silent for a considerable time before slowly addressing Bali Pang. "Perhaps it would be best if you want to find them. I have more pressing matters to attend to." "What matters?" Bali Pang asked, bewildered. Fang Jue squinted slightly, seemingly pondering how to articulate his thoughts. After a brief pause, he replied languidly, "Well, didn't the instructor mention that the activity period lasts from 2 in the afternoon until 9 in the evening?" "Yeah, so what?" Bali Pang responded, perplexa. "If that's the case, it means that for the entire 7 hours, we can do whatever we desire," Fang Jue analyzed with utmost seriousness. That made sense, and Bali Pang nodded in agreement. Thus, I was contemplating seizing this opportunity for a good nap. Fang Jue yawned widely, stretching his limbs, and continued, "To be honest, I am indeed quite tired." He waved his hand gently, then turned, slowly making his way towards the dormitory building. Meanwhile, Bali Pang stood rooted to the spot, watching Fang Jue's retreating figure with mounting anxiety, contemplating whether to chase after him to persuade him otherwise. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, deafening in its intensity. This was followed by the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. Soon after, a crescent shape manifested, its radiance approaching at alarming speed. Bali Pang's corpulent form trembled, and he instinctively recoiled, a golden aura enveloping him, forming a protective shield. The crescent struck the shield without causing even the slightest ripple. He exhaled in relief, glancing around. In the brief moment, Fang Jue had vanished without a trace. This place was no longer safe. Bali Pang swallowed hard and ultimately resolved to follow Lin Qiye and the others to the warehouse. As Fang Jue entered the dormitory building, a familiar figure appeared ahead. Yuan Gang stood at the entrance with arms crossed, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Fang Jue as he approached. The furrowed brow and tightly pressed lips of Yuan Gang conveyed a profound sense of helplessness and exasperation. Fang Jue, forbidden realm of the unbounded celestial. These words were etched into Yuan Gang's mind like a brand, for they contained the information he had gleaned about Fang Jue from the Night Watcher's archives. The enigmatic forbidden ruins of Buzhou, shrouded in mystery, had only been vaguely documented during the distant Han Dynasty 2 millennia ago. Prior to his arrival, Yuan Gang had harbored a profound curiosity about this forbidden realm and eagerly anticipated witnessing Fang Jue's prowess. Yet now, you tell me he intends to retire for the night, Instructor Yuan? A hint of astonishment flickered across Fang Jue's face as he inquired, "Are you also going to sleep?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang's brows twitched involuntarily, his gaze betraying a moment of hesitation. After a brief pause, he countered with a question. Are you truly going to sleep just like that? Fang Jue, with an expression of complete assurance, nodded and replied, Indeed, did you not say that during this period? We are free to do as we please. Yuan Gang clenched his jaw tightly, his cheeks puffing out as if he were enduring some internal struggle. Ultimately, he exhaled a long sigh, as if surrendering to fate, and silently shifted his body to the side, creating a passageway for Fang Jue leading to the dormitory. Having uttered those words, he felt compelled to see the matter through to its conclusion, regardless of his reservations. Chapter 29. Had I known, I would not have stopped him. As Fang Jue stepped into the dormitory building, he immediately caught sight of another figure, who seemed to have just entered as well. Upon locking eyes with Fang Jue, a fleeting look of surprise crossed the person's face. Chao Yuan, too, had not anticipated encountering anyone in the dormitory, a place he had specifically chosen to avoid the mass team. He offered a slight nod to Fang Jue, as they were complete strangers, and he had no intention of initiating a conversation. Moreover, he considered himself a sinner. With that thought, Chao Yuan's gaze dimmed momentarily. He then slowly turned and prepared to leave. Hey, wait! Fang Jue called out urgently, his eyes glinting with curiosity as he appraised Chao Yuan, particularly fixating on the string of prayer beads adorning his wrist. Do you believe in Buddhism? Following Fang Jue's gaze, Chao Yuan naturally looked at the beads on his wrist. They had been given to him by his master during his cultivation, intended to suppress the malevolent energy within him. A bit, he admitted, not wanting to deny it, as it was not something shameful. Oh, what a coincidence! I believe a little too, Fang Jue exclaimed, quickly revealing the string of beads he wore, though they appeared rather shabby and inexpensive compared to Chao Yuan's. They looked like the kind one could purchase for a few coins at a street vendor. My name is Fang Jue. What's yours? Gao Yuan, why don't you go steal a mask? What brings you to the dormitory? Chao Yuan hesitated for a moment in response to this question. He then raised a hand, palm facing himself, and tightly clenched his fist, seemingly restraining something within. After a considerable pause, he slowly replied, I cannot touch blades. I am here to find someone. He deftly unwrapped a lollipop and inserted it into his mouth, savoring the rich sweetness that spread across his palate. The delightful taste involuntarily made him squint his eyes in sheer pleasure. What are you looking for? Perhaps I know them. 2 trees stand tall, 8 gods go one. 10 years into the night. Ferry me through this world. Fang Jue responded, Wait, are you speaking in riddles? Chao Yuan shrugged helplessly, indicating that he too was baffled. His master had only imparted these 16 characters to him, and he was equally oblivious to their meaning. Shifting the lollipop in his mouth, Fang Jue began to ponder the meaning of the phrase intently. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, 2 trees stand tall, 2 trees Lin. 8 goes 1, 8 minus 1 is 7. Oh my goodness, is this referring to 7 nights? 7 nights? Who is that? Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan instantly perked up. His previously dull eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. He had been troubled by the inexplicable 16-character phrase, and to his surprise, the individual he had encountered by chance in the dormitory recognized him. Lin Qiye, my good buddy. Fang Jue proudly lifted his chin. His chest puffed out, as if knowing Lin Qiye was an exceedingly remarkable feat. Qiye. Yes, indeed, it is Lin Qiye. At this moment, Chao Yuan was filled with anticipation to meet the person named Lin Qiye, for according to his master, this individual was destined to be his benefactor. His fervent gaze was firmly fixed on Fang Jue, and coupled with his countenance, which bore no semblance of benevolence, it made Fang Jue feel an unsettling chill creeping up his spine. Goodness, could this child be a lunatic? Fang Jue thought to himself, his internal alarms ringing. At that moment, Chao Yuan suddenly lunged forward, extending his hands in an attempt to grasp Fang Jue's, accompanied by a series of peculiar chuckles. Fortunately, Fang Jue was quick on his feet, deftly evading Chao Yuan's grasp, preventing him from succeeding. His throat involuntarily constricted as he swallowed hard, and Fang Jue's gaze toward Chao Yuan grew increasingly disconcerting. Hello, police? There's a lunatic here. Unfortunately, Fang Jue had no phone, and the police were unable to enter this training camp. Chao Yuan soon recognized that his previous actions had been somewhat rude. He scratched his head and offered an apologetic smile. However, the expression on his fierce visage conveyed no semblance of regret, resembling more the cruel grin of a murderer after committing a heinous act. Fang Jue, where's Lin Qiye? Take me to find him. I can hardly wait to play with him. He. Chao Yuan excitedly rubbed his hands together, involuntarily extending his tongue to moisten his slightly parched lips, and let out a few sinister chuckles. Fang Jue regarded him in silence for a considerable time before slowly turning away, wordlessly retreating to his room. Bang! With a resounding crash, the door slammed shut, leaving Chao Yuan standing alone in the corridor, exposed to the cold wind. Inside the room, Fang Jue quickly approached his bed, and as if nothing had happened, he collapsed onto the mattress, pulling the blanket over himself in preparation for a good sleep. However, just as he had closed his eyes for a brief moment, a rapid and forceful knocking erupted at the door. Bang, 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 bang. The knocking resonated like a barrage of bullets, piercing through Fang Jue's eardrums and causing his head to buzz. Reluctantly, Fang Jue grasped a nearby pillow, tightly covering his ears in an attempt to muffle the vexatious knocking, and he endeavored to return to slumber. Yet, the knocking from outside showed no signs of abating. Rather, it grew progressively louder. It was evident that Chao Yuan was employing a considerable amount of force in his knocking, rendering it impossible for Fang Jue to find peace, let alone sleep soundly. Fang Jue sighed in frustration, realizing too late that he should not have called out to him. With a sudden motion, he flung open the door, which creaked under the strain, emitting a sound that echoed like a groan of burden. Indeed, standing outside was none other than the fierce visage of Chao Yuan. He had raised his right hand, poised to knock forcefully, but at that moment, the door swung open, leaving him momentarily frozen in an awkward position. Faced with Fang Jue's unexpected appearance, Chao Yuan's hand lost its purpose, and he scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, subsequently whistling nonchalantly, as if he had not been the one knocking at all. Chao Yuan thought it was not entirely his fault. After all, he had spent many years in the Buddhist path, all in anticipation of Lin Qiye. Having finally discovered his whereabouts, how could he let such a rare opportunity slip by? He was outside now, likely already engaged with the masked team. If he wished to leave a favorable impression, it would be best to assist him promptly. Fang Jue, with a weary sigh, gestured toward the warehouse, expressing his resignation. He knew full well that if he did not voice these thoughts, a peaceful night's sleep would be beyond his reach. Upon hearing Fang Jue's words, a flicker of surprise illuminated Chao Yuan's eyes, and gratitude suffused his expression. He cast a deep glance at Fang Jue, then without further ado, turned and sprinted towards the warehouse. Fang Jue watched his retreating figure and quietly closed the door. At last, he could enjoy a restful slumber. Chapter 30. When you smile, you truly resemble a villain. Fang awakened, but not in the natural sense. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted not by the familiar ceiling of his room, but by a vast expanse of star-studded night sky. Rubbing his eyes for clarity, he noticed that the fractured wall had an extraordinarily smooth cross-section, as if it had been severed by a razor-sharp object in one swift motion. Fang blinked and turned over. Winky face, surely, I am not fully awake yet. Perhaps I should indulge in a bit more slumber. Just as he was about to close his eyes and drift back into dreams, an event transpired that shattered his tranquility. A sharp sound rent the air, akin to lightning tearing through the night sky, followed by a dazzling blade of energy that suddenly materialized, rushing forth with an unparalleled ferocity. In the blink of an eye, this blade had forcefully cleaved through one half of the bed beneath him, sending splinters of wood flying in all directions. At that moment, Fang found himself perched upon the other half of the bed, which remained intact, his gaze fixated on the breach barely a centimeter away from him, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Staring at the gaping fracture mere centimeters from his person, Fang, regaining his composure, instinctively shifted further away from the edge of the bed. He reflected on his recent action, turning over. This meant that had he not moved, considering his rather unorthodox sleeping position, the blade would most likely have targeted the space between his legs. The thought sent a chill through him, compelling him to clasp his legs tightly together. At that precise moment, a celestial balance passed directly overhead. Upon catching sight of Fang within the confines of the room, its eyes widened in astonishment, resembling two large brass bells. Goodness, Captain, there is someone still in this dormitory. It had just witnessed the blade obliterate the very building. Yet here was this individual, miraculously unharmed. Truly, luck was on his side. As the celestial balance pondered this, it couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Even though the unfortunate demise of anyone here would not rest upon their shoulders, it genuinely wished to avoid witnessing these night watchman-esque recruits lose their lives unjustly. Fang emerged from the shattered dormitory, glancing at the sky, which had completely darkened. It seemed he had indeed slumbered for quite a while. The shout from the celestial balance had drawn all eyes towards Fang. He first let out a tremendous yawn, then leisurely extended his arms, indulging in a lengthy stretch. His languid demeanor left onlookers questioning whether he truly belonged among the new recruits. Once he had sufficiently stretched, Fang finally took the time to assess the current situation. The mass team remained intact with 5 members: Wang Mian, Chong Wei, Yu Gue, Tian Ping, and Xianhua. The night watchman had also gathered several leaders, establishing a one-on-one standoff with the mass team. Lin Qiye, a girl with a long ponytail wielding a katana, and Chao Yuan, a boy with a rebellious demeanor, along with the plump Bailey, were present. To Fang Jue's surprise, he did not spot Qingyu among the crowd. It was to be expected, and Qingyu had only absorbed a mysterious ability from the Nantua snake demon and lacked any combat prowess, making her elimination quite reasonable. The group appeared to have just emerged from intense battle, reclining or resting on the ground while silently observing him as he exited the building. All except one, Chao Yuan. At that moment, Chao Yuan brandished his long blade, its cold gleam sending shivers down one's spine. His clothing was slightly open, revealing the taut lines of his muscular physique. More disturbingly, he emanated a thick, dark malevolence, akin to a presence from the depths of the underworld, foreboding and terrifying. His eyes, bloodshot and glazed, indicated a complete loss of reason. He swung the blade wildly at the scales in the sky, emitting a chilling, maniacal laughter that echoed eerily. Perhaps due to prolonged torment from the celestial scales, his agitation and fury had reached a boiling point. When his gaze inadvertently fell upon Fang Jue, it was as if a famished wolf had spotted a feeble lamb. His eyes widened, and a deep, guttural growl erupted from his throat. He then lunged toward Fang Jue like an arrow released from its bow. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Fang Jue, watch out! Chao Yuan drew ever closer. Yet Fang Jue remained languidly rooted in place, his eyelids half closed, observing the approaching threat with a nonchalant air. Lin Qiye, fully aware of Fang Jue's unfathomable strength, stood silently by, refraining from uttering a word. In stark contrast, Bailey was visibly pale with fear, having witnessed the terrifying wrath of a frenzied Chao Yuan before. Even the formidable mass team could only be restrained by their leader, Wang Mian, when faced with Chao Yuan's rampage. Now, seeing Fang Jue without even a decent weapon, Bailey perceived this as a suicidal endeavor, envisioning the imminent moment when Fang Jue would be cleaved in two. In haste, he tugged at the necklace around his neck. Shaking light, which transformed into a streak of golden radiance soaring towards Fang Jue. However, it was clear that shaking light could not match the speed of the crazed Chao Yuan. Wang Mian stood to the side, having just contemplated intervening. But in that fleeting moment, he sensed a pulse of power emanating from Fang Jue that even unsettled him. This force caused him to hesitate, and by the time he regained focus, Chao Yuan was already upon Fang Jue. Wang Mian smiled, reconsidering his intention to intervene. He was intrigued to see just how formidable this young man truly was. Moments ago, he had wished to convey that Fang Jue's smile bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a villain. Fang Jue softly remarked, "Well, this isn't so bad. It provides a legitimate reason to give you a good thrashing." As the blade glinted towards him, Fang Jue remained unfazed, effortlessly sidestepping Chao Yuan's assault. In a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Chao Yuan crashing to the ground. Quickly recovering, Qiao Yuan sprang back to his feet, launching another attack against Fang Jue. Yet, no matter how fervently he tried, he could not lay a finger on Fang Jue. Instead, it was Fang Jue's fist that landed numerous blows upon him. Is Fang Jue really this formidable? Li Pang swallowed hard, initially believing that Lin Qiye and Qiao Yuan were already quite powerful. However, he was taken aback to see the frenzied Qiao Yuan utterly incapable of defending himself against Fang Jue's onslaught. In hindsight, he felt like nothing more than a jester. Rubbing his nose, Li Pang quietly stowed away his Yao Guang and cast a discreet glance at the resting Moli. Sighing in relief when he saw she had not noticed his earlier actions, he returned his attention to the unfolding confrontation. Qiao Yuan seemed to be coming to his senses, and just as Fang Jue's next punch was about to connect with his forehead, he instinctively shielded his head with his hands. "Stop! Please, I was wrong." Fang Jue's fist hesitated momentarily, but then it came crashing down heavily onto Qiao Yuan's head. Ouch! The cry of pain from Qiao Yuan resonated painfully in Li Pang's ears. Chapter 31. Let us play together. Qiao Yuan sat on the ground, cradling his head in melancholy, drawing circles absent-mindedly. Fang Jue disregarded him and strode purposefully towards the direction of Lin Qiye, eager to inquire about the current situation. Wang Mian intercepted him, the eyes behind his mask burning like flames, fixated intently on Fang Jue. After a moment of silence, Wang Mian finally spoke. "You are quite formidable." Taken aback by Wang Mian's unexpected compliment, Fang Jue merely replied nonchalantly, "Oh, thank you for the praise." He then added, "Could you please step aside? I wish to find my good friend to play." With that, he gestured towards Lin Qiye, indicating that his good friend was indeed him. Wang Mian raised an eyebrow in surprise, believing he had some influence among these rookie night watchers. However, Fang Jue remained unfazed by the compliment, not displaying any sign of emotion, causing Wang Mian to question whether his charm had faltered. "Your name is Fang Jue, correct?" Wang Mian had just heard Li Pang call out, thus he was aware of Fang Jue's name. "Would you be interested in a duel with me?" Wang Mian's excitement surged as he lightly bounced on his feet, eager to test his mettle against the legendary Wang Su. "Not interested," Fang Jue replied, spreading his hands. He was far more concerned about what to have for dinner than engaging in a fight. Upon hearing Fang Jue's resolute refusal, Wang Mian's previously heightened enthusiasm was instantly doused, his expression falling in dismay. He felt a twinge of frustration, scratching his head in thought before proposing again. "How about this, if you duel with me? Regardless of the outcome, I shall grant you one condition as a personal favor." Fang Jue's interest peaked. "Anything goes, as long as it does not violate my principles." "Anything is permissible," Wang Mian nodded. "Very well, but it would be prudent for us to find another venue for the duel." "Why is that?" "Because I fear you might lose rather disgracefully." The audience for the confrontation between Fang Jue and Wang Mian was not large. It consisted of the members of the masked team, Lin Qiye and his companions, along with Yuan Gang, totaling 11 individuals. "Qiye, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Li Pang tilted his head, his gaze fixed curiously on Lin Qiye. Among those present, only Lin Qiye had first-hand experience of a one-on-one encounter with Wang Mian, granting him the most authoritative perspective on the matter. "It's hard to say." Upon hearing Li Pang's inquiry, Lin Qiye gently shook his head. His eyes locked on the ongoing match between Fang Jue and Wang Mian, showing no intention of diverting his gaze. Lin Qiye understood well that Wang Mian was exceptionally strong. Were it not for the synergy between his Starry Night Dancer and the Ordinary Realm, combined with Wang Mian's time Divine Realm being rendered ineffective in the current circumstances, he would have struggled to endure even a few moves against him. Nevertheless, he did not believe Fang Jue would falter. Setting aside Fang Jue's enigmatic Forbidden Realm, his proficiency in swordsmanship was certainly on par with, if not superior to, Wang Mian's swordsmanship. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, as if he had forgotten something important. Goodness, he slapped his forehead. Fang Jue's Shali was still in the warehouse. Fang Jue also realized this issue. He rubbed his head and let out a resigned sigh. It seemed he could only fight barehanded. Although the sensation of fists striking flesh was exhilarating, it would surely leave his hands aching. "Where's your weapon?" Wang Mian stood confidently before Fang Jue, arms crossed, one eyebrow slightly raised. A bemused expression on his face as he inquired. Fang Jue shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands in response. I didn't bring it. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Wang Mian's lips. In that case, I shall also forego my weapon. Let us engage in a fair and just battle. With that, he unhesitatingly tossed his long knife, named a Yuan, towards the vortex, which was sitting nearby, watching the spectacle. The Yuan traced a graceful arc through the air before landing perfectly in the embrace of the vortex. Without a backward glance, Wang Mian continued to address Fang Jue. The rules will be the same as theirs. I will suppress my strength to the Zhan realm, and you need only remove my mask to claim victory. Zhan realm? Fang Jue was taken aback. I have already reached the Qi realm. You need only suppress yourself to that level. You've reached the Qi realm? Wang Mian's face displayed clear astonishment. It was known that within this rookie camp, individuals like Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu, who were at the pinnacle of the Zhan realm, were considered top tier. Yet, unexpectedly, Fang Jue had already broken through to the Qi realm. You must consider carefully. The gap between the Zhan and Qi realms is significantly greater than what most perceive. His words were not mere bravado. The overwhelming power of his temporal marauder from the Forbidden Void demanded an immense expenditure of mental energy each time it was invoked. At his current capacity, merely possessing the cultivation level of the Zhan realm could hardly sustain the use of this Forbidden Void ability for more than a few seconds. However, the Qi realm was a different story. While he still could not unleash the full potency of the temporal marauder, he could at least manage to slow the flow of time. No matter. Let us begin the match. Fang Jue clenched his fists, awaiting the commencement of the duel. All right then, the match begins. A smirk curled at the corners of Wang Mian's mouth, and the instant his words fell, his figure vanished from Fang Jue's sight like a phantom. Crack! Crack! A rapid succession of crisp, sharp sounds filled the air, akin to a fierce storm, and in the next moment, Wang Mian reappeared like a bolt of lightning at Fang Jue's left side, his speed astonishing beyond imagination, leaving one utterly unprepared. Lin Qiye and the others observed intently from the sidelines. At the very moment Wang Mian finished speaking, his figure became a blur. His movements were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, transcending the bounds of normal speed. If one were to draw an analogy, it would be akin to a film suddenly shifting into double speed mode, with all scenes rapidly flickering before the eyes. In this accelerated narrative, Wang Mian emerges as the protagonist, moving with an astonishing and eerie swiftness, akin to lightning, as he instantaneously appears beside Fang Jue. The onlookers scarcely have time to react before he reaches his destination. With a furrowed brow, Fang Jue realizes that Wang Mian's fierce punch whizzes past his hair, causing a sharp sting in his eyes. He sidesteps, rubbing his slightly reddened cheek that had been brushed by the gust of wind, and finds himself taken aback. It seems this young man surpasses his initial expectations. What had begun as a desire to swiftly conclude the battle has now transformed into a new contemplation. How intriguing. Perhaps I shall indulge you in a playful engagement. Chapter 32. Wang Mian's speed. Wang Mian's speed was astonishing, often appearing merely as a blurred shadow under the influence of the temporal marauder. He occupied the position of the main attacker, while Fang Jue mostly found himself evading. 7 knights. Does it seem that Fang Jue is on the verge of defeat? Bai Li, the plump observer, watched as Fang Jue struggled and hastily spoke up. Yet, no one responded. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Bai Li, filled with doubt, turned his head and surveyed the onlookers, only to find solemn expressions etched on their faces, mouths tightly sealed in silence. Looking over at the masked team, who had initially been vociferously cheering for Wang Mian, Bai Li was astonished to discover that, at some point, they too had ceased their shouting, sitting dumbfounded, their eyes fixated on the intense battle unfolding before them. Particularly evident was the astonishment that washed over their faces as they gazed at Fang Jue, finally breaking his silence. Lin Qiye slowly turned a glance at Bai Li and calmly remarked, "No, he will not lose." Or more accurately, he simply does not wish to win at this moment. While the uninitiated were caught up in the spectacle, Those with deeper understanding recognize the underlying dynamics. Although Fang Jue appeared to be at a disadvantage, he adeptly dodged or defended against each of Wang Mian's assaults. In stark contrast, Wang Mian found himself mired in profound self-doubt. Possessing the temporal marauder, speed should have been his forte, yet this only heightened his awareness of Fang Jue's formidable prowess. After nearly 5 minutes of combat, Wang Mian had exerted the full extent of his abilities, but had yet to graze even the hem of Fang Jue's attire, leaving him thoroughly exhausted instead. "Damn it, are you sparing me?" Wang Mian muttered to himself in frustration. "At least let me land a few punches." Standing firm, he huffed heavily, irritation flickering in his gaze as he looked at Fang Jue. "Hey, Fang Jue, stop dodging. Let us engage in a real fight, like true men." This declaration brought a flush to Wang Mian's cheeks. He had always toyed with others using his speed, yet today he found himself in a predicament. Fang Jue's expression was peculiar, as if he had heard an amusing joke, struggling to suppress a laugh. "Are you certain you wish to engage in a brawl?" "Indeed." Wang Mian clenched his fists, his intentions shifting from mere competition to a desire to deliver a sound thrashing to this lad. "Very well. But do not say I did not warn you. My expertise lies in close combat." The two resumed their stances, and Wang Mian took a deep breath, closing his eyes to calibrate his state to its zenith. When he reopened them, he seemed to have transformed, exuding an aura of subtle authority. A flicker of intangible ripples danced in his gaze, and in the next moment, an overwhelming force burst forth from him. In an instant, the entire battle room was enveloped by an aura of divine might. Yuan Gang's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly leaped before several new recruits, channeling his mental energy to form a barrier, isolating Wang Mian's overwhelming presence. Wang Mian's power was formidable. Even those at the pool realm could not withstand it, let alone these inexperienced newcomers, with the exception of Lin Qiye, of course, and perhaps by Li Pangpang as well. My goodness, the captain is truly serious this time. Xuanhua swallowed hard, sensing the Yuan cradled his arms, trembling gently, as if it would break free and return to Wang Mian's grasp at any moment. It was evident that the captain had encountered a formidable opponent. Who exactly was this young man? Huo Qubing wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing gravely at the standoff between the two. Lin Qiye's eyes had already turned a golden hue. The divine presence of the god of time enveloped him, compelling him to passively activate the mortal realm. The might of the seraphim also radiated forth, attempting to confront Wang Mian, but clearly, the time sequence marauder of the pool realm was superior to the mortal realm of the lamp realm at this moment. An invisible wind began to stir, and Fang Jue stood precariously like a sapling in the eye of a storm. "The sesame opens the door," Wang Mian whispered, and everyone felt a fleeting blur. He had already appeared in midair before Fang Jue. With his right fist coiled with immense power, he struck down directly at Fang Jue. The punch indeed landed on Fang Jue, and Wang Mian felt a surge of triumph, but he quickly sensed something was amiss. The sensation from his body was not that of flesh, but rather akin to a hard alloy. Looking down, he saw that Fang Jue, who had remained still, was now gazing up at him, his handsome face adorned with a look of resigned amusement. Gritting his teeth, Wang Mian continued to throw punches. Battle in progress. Wing Mian, facina che fa l'occhiolino. Ora, 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 ora. Ikash, fade. Wang Mian out. "You little monster, what on earth are you?" Wang Mian sat on the ground in a disheveled state, muttering incessantly while rubbing his seemingly broken waist. Fang Jue stood to the side, looking at him with a sigh of resignation, eventually explaining, "I told you, I didn't want you to lose too embarrassingly. You insisted on engaging in close combat. Even the mysteries of the Klein realm dare not challenge me in melee. Damn, this is a major loss of face." Wang Mian covered his face in discomfort. Although his mask remained intact, it was evident to anyone who won. He turned to Yuan Gang, who was equally astonished, his eyes filled with an inexplicable resentment. "Instructor Yuan, are you telling me this is a new recruit?" Yuan Gang's mouth parted slightly, seemingly attempting to provide an explanation, but the words quickly vanished, and he hurriedly averted his gaze from Wang Mian, as if feeling guilty. "Instructor Yuan, given my exceptional prowess, Could I possibly be granted direct graduation? Fang Jue had not forgotten that Yuan Gang had mentioned that winning against the mass squad would allow for an early completion of the program. To be candid, he truly did not wish to squander any more time here. It was exceedingly tedious. Yuan Gang was initially inclined to decline, yet the image of Fang Jue decisively overwhelming Wang Mian lingered in his mind, causing him to waver. After all, the prowess Fang Jue had displayed suggested that the training exercises were likely trivial pursuits for him. It seemed he indeed might not require the intensive training. I need to consult with my superiors. Yuan Gang's intention to seek approval from his superiors was not merely for the sake of allowing Fang Jue to graduate early. As the chief instructor of the training camp, he possessed ample autonomy in decisions regarding early graduation for students. However, this situation was exceptional, given Fang Jue's astonishing display of strength, which far exceeded his expectations. He was so formidable that even Wang Mian could not come close to matching him. The records indicated that Fang Jue was merely 17 years old and still a high school student. Yet, a high school student vanquishing someone with the powers of the time Divine Ruins? Can you believe that? Captain, your blade. As the battle concluded, Xuanhua approached stealthily. Wang Mian took the Guyuan with a sidelong glance at Xuanhua and extended his hand, muttering, "Assist me." Chapter 33. It is quite a rare occurrence for a commander to spit out coffee. Within the headquarters of the Night Watch, the office of the commanding officer exudes an air of tranquility, broken only by the soft rustle of pen against paper. Before Yi Fan lies a substantial stack of documents, meticulously divided into two piles from left to right. The right pile towers high, while the left is scant with but a few pages. Yi Fan rubs his temples and picks up a document from the left. After approximately 2 minutes, he signs his name at the bottom and transfers it to the right pile. Having completed this task, he exhales deeply, reclining against the cushion of his chair, allowing himself to relax. A gentle knock resounds from outside the door, the knocker evidently unhurried, tapping twice before ceasing. "Come in." Zuoqing pushes open the door and surveys the neatly stacked documents on the desk, letting out a resigned sigh. "Didn't I mention that you need rush to finish these documents before this Sunday? You know better than anyone how your body has fared since that battle." As he speaks, he strides to Yi Fan's side and hands him a cup of coffee. "I added 2 sugar cubes. Why not give it a taste?" Yi Fan accepts the cup, noting that the coffee is freshly brewed, still steaming. He blows away the froth on the surface and takes a contented sip. "It's fine. Idleness can be just as stifling. Besides, I am, after all, a pinnacle of humanity. Even if my golden form has been shattered, handling a few documents is no trouble. As long as you're happy." Zuoqing shrugs, moving to the desk to collect the processed documents, preparing to leave. Boundless horizons are my love. Beneath the endless green mountains, flowers are blooming. At that moment, the previously serene office is interrupted by an unexpected, catchy ringtone. Yi Fan pauses, lifting his gaze to Zuoqing, who is also looking at him. They exchange a glance, and for a moment, the atmosphere grows slightly awkward. What rhythm is the most swaying? What song brings the utmost joy? "You're the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me cherish you with my heart. Hey, stay." The ringtone sounds again, and ultimately, it is Zuoqing who can no longer contain himself, pulling out his phone from his pocket. "Hello. Yes, what? Are you certain? His name is Fang Jue. All right, I understand. I will consult the commander." After ending the call, Zuoqing feigns interest in his phone screen, casually turning it off before slowly returning it to his pocket. Out of the corner of his eye, he glances at the seated Yi Fan, relieved to see him still expressionless. It appears the commander is unfazed by the ringtone moments ago, adopting a serious demeanor. Zuoqing pretends nothing has occurred, maintaining eye contact with Yi Fan. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. "Zuoqing, your ringtone is quite unique," Yi Fan remarks, a flush creeping to his cheeks as he bites his lip, striving to suppress the corners of his mouth from curving upward. Zuoqing sighed. "Laugh if you wish." "Ha ha ha." In that moment, the office resonated with Yi Fan's laughter. He laughed heartily for a considerable time before finally pausing to catch his breath. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes and adopting a serious demeanor as if he had not just been the source of such merriment. My mother has recently become infatuated with square dancing, listening to it every day. Zhuo Qing resolved to clarify the situation. He did not wish to be perceived as a peculiar and reserved individual in Yi Fan's eyes. Understanding, after all, is paramount with one's mother. Yi Fan nodded, pointing to the phone in Zhuo Qing's pocket, inquiring about what was said during the earlier call. At this mention, a subtle smile graced Zhuo Qing's lips as he enigmatically replied, "Guess who called?" "Who?" "Yuangong." "Yuangong," Yi Fan murmured, pondering what business he might have with Zhuo Qing. If memory served him correctly, Yuan Gang had been dispatched to Cangnan City as the chief instructor for the Night Watch's new recruits. To be precise, he was seeking Zhuo Qing, but since the Commander-S number was classified, he could only reach out to Zhuo Qing, the secretary. Zhuo Qing paused, moistening his dry lips before continuing. He mentioned an impressive individual and asked if I could facilitate an early graduation for him. Impressive individual? How impressive? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The inquiry about this person's early graduation suggested that this so-called impressive individual was a recruit. However, what piqued his curiosity was the nature of the person who warranted such attention from Yuan Gang. In the Pool realm, one could hardly contend against Wang Mian. Even with all his prowess, he could barely graze the edges of Wang Mian's cloak. How impressive could that be? Yi Fan was taken aback, struggling to believe his ears. "Who did you say? Wang Mian?" Zhuo Qing stifled a laugh, clearly enjoying Yi Fan's astonishment. Recognizing that Zhuo Qing could not possibly be deceiving him, Yi Fan stood momentarily frozen. "I know this sounds implausible. I only confirmed it with Yuan Gang before believing it myself. It seems our Night Watch truly grows stronger with each generation." Yi Fan chuckled, shaking his head. "What is his name? Is he a divine agent?" He picked up his cup, taking a generous sip of coffee, leaning back in his chair, preparing to patiently await Zhuo Qing's report. Recalling Yuan Gang's word from the earlier call, Zhuo Qing responded, "His name is Fang Jue. He is not a divine agent. As for the Forbidden Ruins, it appears to be the Wang Su that has never been comprehended by anyone. Buzhou Xian." Yi Fan spewed coffee all over the table. "What did you say?" "Buzhou Xian." Fortunately, Zhuo Qing had already removed most of the documents from the table, leaving little behind. Otherwise, Yi Fan's outburst would have undoubtedly increased his workload. Zhuo Qing looked at the coffee stains in bewilderment, unable to comprehend Yi Fan's intense reaction. "Indeed, Buzhou Xian, what of it?" Yi Fan remained silent, hastily opening his computer. Yet, as if recalling something, he grabbed a cloth and carelessly wiped the desk a few times before neglecting it. He accessed the Night Watcher's database, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. With the decisive press of the enter key, a multitude of data was eliminated, leaving only a single entry on the entire screen. From Zhuo Qing's vantage point, he could only discern the striking red characters denoting top secret. This information could only be accessed with the highest authority of the Night Watchers, a privilege beyond Zhuo Qing's reach. After a moment of hesitation, though uncertain of Yi Fan's intentions, Zhuo Qing understood that he could no longer remain in this space. Quietly exiting, he resolved to indulge in a cup of coffee at a CAF after submitting his documents. Previously, he had prepared only one cup for Yi Fan, which had been wasted. Back in the office, Yi Fan entered the Supreme Commander's key for the Night Watchers, successfully gaining access to the coveted material. He swiftly perused the text, extracting a few key terms: Han Dynasty, Wang Su, Immortal. At the end, there was an illustration, an image depicting a solitary man with long hair cascading to his waist, his gaze indifferent. Should Lin Qiye be present, he would undoubtedly recognize the striking resemblance this figure bore to Fang Jue. An annotation accompanied the painting, inscribed simply on the side, Immortal. Chapter 34. The Heroic Spirit and the Immortal. Could it be that the Unzu Immortal is one of them? With a gulp, Yi Fan felt a slight tremor in his hands. The Supreme Commander of the Night Watchers was always privy to a certain secret. In this era, when the deities of Huaxia remain hidden, there exists a final bastion of protection, a timeless immortal of the mortal realm. However, over a century ago, this immortal mysteriously vanished, as if evaporated from the earthly plane, never to reappear. Those aware of the immortal's existence generally hold two opinions. Some believe he has merely gone into seclusion, while a larger number are convinced he has perished. Buzz. A message from Zhuqing chimed on Yi Fan's phone. Upon checking, he discovered it contained the Night Watcher dossier for Fang Jue. He stared at the screen for a moment before gradually shifting his gaze to the computer. Fang Jue's photograph began to merge with the image of the Immortal. The only distinguishing features were his neatly cropped hair and his smiling visage. Wow! Yi Fan exclaimed, breaking his usual composure, and quickly dialed Zhuqing. After an extended ring, the call was finally answered. Yi Fan couldn't help but think that Zhuqing was likely hiding somewhere, embarrassed by the ringtone. However, he had no time for banter. He urgently inquired, "Did you say Fang Jue is graduating early?" "Yes. And, Commander, could you please send me a message next time? I've set it to be particularly prioritized." Zhuqing's voice came through, tinged with exasperation. One could only imagine the discomfort Zhuqing felt when the catchy dance music blared in front of his subordinates. Hastily responding to Zhuqing's complaint, Yi Fan promised, "Absolutely. Next time for sure." His tone then grew increasingly urgent as he solemnly insisted, "I have approved his early graduation. Moreover, we must find a way for him to genuinely feel the warmth of our night watchers, to create a sense of belonging." "Commander?" Zhuqing, clearly taken aback by Yi Fan's unusual reaction, couldn't resist asking, "Who exactly is this Fang Jue?" Yet, Yi Fan merely sighed softly and replied, "It's hard to explain right now. You'll understand later. Just remember this. If his requests aren't excessively unreasonable, do your best to accommodate him. Well, let us just follow his wishes. No need for special treatment." After hanging up, Yi Fan's emotions remained in turmoil, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Unable to contain his exhilaration, the Immortal had resurfaced. Huaxia was finally on the brink of resurgence. He then seemed to recall something, murmuring to himself, "I must inform Lin Qiye and the general." Rising from his seat, he noticed the coffee stains on the table, still uncleaned. In the golden river of fate, 6 figures stood solitary, having just been awakened. "They are the heirs I have chosen," said a woman clad in a cashmere sweater. Something must have occurred. Before her words had fully dissipated, Yi Fan's visage materialized before them. "Esteemed seniors, a grave matter has arisen." Wang Qing furrowed her brow and scolded. "Yi Fan, I have long advised you against hasty actions. As someone in command, you must learn to remain unperturbed even in the face of calamity." With that, she gracefully raised her delicate hand to gesture towards herself, elegantly tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and then meticulously adjusted her attire. "Observe me. A lady of my caliber would never exhibit such impatience." Yi Fan's brow twitched visibly. However, he dared not retort under Wang Qing's admonishment. "Yes, yes, Wang Si." Wang Qing's expression deepened into a frown as her slender, beautiful eyes shot a piercing glare at Yi Fan. "Wang Ye." Yi Fan lowered his head and hastily amended his address. Tang Yuxing, standing beside Wang Qing, could no longer suppress himself. Witnessing what was meant to be a solemn and serious briefing devolve into a reprimand of Wang Qing's junior, he swiftly intervened to restore order. All right, Xiao Qing." Yi Fan's urgency signifies the gravity of this matter. He then cast Yi Fan a knowing glance. "Yi Fan, what news do you bring?" With Tang Yuxing's intervention, Yi Fan felt a measure of calm return, though he still bore the lingering trepidation of Wang Qing's earlier rebuke. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to restore his demeanor to normalcy. "Esteemed seniors, I have found the Immortal. Is that true? Are you certain?" Came the responses from the remaining 5. Among these reactions, one stood out as discordant. "What?" All eyes turned to Wang Qing, who, having just exclaimed, now appeared frozen in place. What is a dialect from my hometown meaning really?" Wang Qing awkwardly scratched her head, her cheeks flushing at the recollection of her earlier reprimand of Yi Fan. Fortunately, in the current state of national fortune, she emanated a golden glow, masking her embarrassment from the others. "Yi Fan, is it true? Is it that Immortal?" The first to inquire among the spirits was a woman clad in palace attire, her demeanor markedly agitated as she stepped closer to Yi Fan, her voice trembling. "Indeed, it is the Immortal from the records. I have compared photographs and illustrations. They are strikingly alike." Yi Fan was taken aback by her sudden advance. and instinctively took a step back. Upon receiving confirmation, Ganyang Wan stood frozen in place, joy radiating from her dazed eyes. He is alive. He is alive. A smile involuntarily graced her lips as she softly murmured, I knew he would not perish. The other spirits, save for the young general clad in military garb beside her, gazed at her in astonishment. In their memories, the esteemed elder Ganyang Wan always maintained a serene demeanor, never once displaying such a loss of composure. Among the 6 of them, only Huo Qubing and Ganyang Wan had witnessed the immortal firsthand, while the other 4, whose active years had long since passed, had only gleaned fragments of knowledge about the immortal from the available records. Consequently, they concluded that the immortal's disappearance signified his demise, whereas Huo Qubing and Ganyang Wan steadfastly believed in his enduring existence. Ganyang, I have long told you, even if we fade away, Mr. Fang will not perish. It has always been you who frightens yourself, Huo Qubing remarked, stepping forward to pat Ganyang Wan on the shoulder. As he mentioned Mr. Fang, a glimmer of admiration and reverence illuminated his eyes. Chapter 35. Let me see. No, don't. What do you understand? Ganyang Wan's beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears as she cast an indignant glance at Huo Qubing. I have accompanied my master for nearly 2 millennia. He has often expressed to me that life holds no meaning. I firmly believe that my master shall not perish, yet I'm merely at this point. Her mouth opened, but the words failed to escape. The gathered crowd, all extraordinary individuals, keenly observed her emotional turmoil. Some truths were readily apparent. Although everyone present was either a night watcher or a former commander, Ganyang Wan stood apart, having guarded the Jinxie division for 2,000 years. 2 millennia is an unfathomably long span. 2,000 seasons, 24,000 cycles of moon and sun, 730,000 rises and sets. The myriad experiences within this time frame were beyond their comprehension. Li Kangxiang's eyes widened. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a momentous revelation. Thus, every time a newcomer enters the currents of fortune, you inquire if they have encountered an immortal, because before he could finish his thought, he sensed a menacing gaze directed at him. Turning his head, he met Ganyang Wan's piercing eyes, fierce as a death sentence, and his instinct for survival compelled him to cease his speech, lowering his head in defeat. Nie Jingshan cast a glance at Ganyang Wan. He had been raised by her, often hearing her speak of immortals, so he was not surprised. He recalled his childhood, when he learned that Ganyang Wan had lived for an extensive period, and he envied her eternal existence. Back then, he had asked her what immortality felt like. He remembered her brows, typically raised in mirth, now furrowing in a complex expression he could not decipher. After a prolonged silence, she had slowly uttered 2 words, sea of suffering. There's a saying in Buddhism, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Yet, Ganyang Wan turned back and found no shore. Her shore had always been before her. As his thoughts swirled and memories flooded his mind, he gazed at Ganyang Wan, whose eyes glimmered with unshed tears, yet whose lips could not help but curve into a smile. How wonderful it is, he mused, dear Ganyang Wan. The sea of suffering is indeed bitter. Perhaps you should return to the mortal realm. Redirecting his focus back to Yi Fan, he pondered momentarily before offering him a friendly smile. Yi Fan, who had been eating a melon, snapped back to reality upon hearing Nie Jingshan call his name. The resurgence of immortals is a welcome event, yet it may also herald the arrival of peril. I entrust the defense of the great Xia to you. Yi Fan posed. Then his expression turned serious. He clearly held deep respect for this original commander of the Night Watchers, nodding solemnly in acknowledgement. Rest assured, Commander Nye, as long as Yi Fan, draw breath, I shall safeguard the great Xia. Listen to me, let me see. No, don't, Zhuge, please. As Yuan Gang approached Fang Jue's door, he overheard such voices emanating from within, causing his expression to darken. Yuan Gang, what on earth is this little rascal up to now? With a swift motion, he flung open the door, and his gaze immediately fell upon Fang Jue and Qingyu, entangled upon a single bed. What are you 2 doing? Fang Jue, clutching in Qingyu's glasses that he had just snatched, looked at the visibly irate Yuan Gang and scratched his head. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to respond truthfully. I wanted to see if the claim circulating online that the glasses worn by the glasses guy are the true essence of his being is indeed accurate. So, you were just... I wanted Qingyu's glasses, but she refused to give them. Yuan Gong. Is this truly the sort of thing a sane person would concoct? Taking a few deep breaths to regain his composure, he repeatedly reminded himself internally. This is a genius, the hope of the Night Watch. A pillar of the future of the great Xia. Must not be angry, must not be angry, must not be angry. MIH. Anger hastens the aging process and brings forth wrinkles. With a long exhale, his fury finally subsided. Congratulations, Fang Jue. You have become the first recruit in history to graduate early. Yuan Gang forced a stiff smile, striving to adopt a gentle tone. The higher-ups had requested him to look after this young lad and to accommodate his whims as much as possible. However, Yuan Gang couldn't comprehend why. Even with the young master of the Bai Li family present, he was required to treat Fang Jue equally. Could it be that Fang Jue's status surpasses that of Bai Li Tuming? Surely he isn't the commander's illegitimate son? Yuan Gang mused with a hint of dark amusement. Yet regardless, the notification of Fang Jue's early graduation had been issued. From this day forth, Fang Jue would officially be a member of the Night Watch. Your cloak and dagger are still being tailored and will likely take another week to complete. What are your plans thereafter? If you wish to leave, it would be wise to do so swiftly, while most of the new recruits are still unfamiliar with you. Fang Jue, puzzled, inquired. Why? Because you are special. Yuan Gang retorted curtly. If others discover that you graduated early, do you think they will continue their training in peace? Oh. Fang Jue obediently nodded to indicate his understanding. With an earnest blink, he stared directly at Yuan Gang, causing a shiver to run down the latter's spine. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Fang Jue bit his lip, his gaze somewhat evasive. Instructor Yuan, are you not leaving? Are you wishing to join me and Qingyu in our little game? I'll join the password. Eventually, Yuan Gang departed, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might succumb to frustration at the hands of this young man. Just before he left, he heard one final remark from within the room. Brother, you smell wonderful. Inside the room, Fang Jue and Qingyu exchanged glances, and upon seeing his expression of utter disbelief, she playfully pulled off her glasses and made a face at him. Has he left? And Qingyu asked. If Instructor Yuan doesn't have any peculiar preferences, he should have departed. The two had not been engaged in any frivolous activities in the room since being eliminated prematurely yesterday, and Qingyu has become taciturn. As an understanding and amiable elder brother, Fang Jue felt compelled to offer some encouragement to his younger sibling. Thus, he ascended to Qingyu's bed. When Qingyu, with a look of helplessness, inquired about his actions, Fang Jue aptly claimed it was to bridge the gap between them. Do not belittle yourself. Your potential, is remarkably strong in its capacity for growth. As long as you unravel enough mysteries, no one shall be your rival. Fang Jue gently patted Qingyu's back, earnestly insisting that although this did not include himself, he believed he was not mistaken. He is not merely a human. He is a celestial being. Chapter 36, as I estimate, he is still asleep. Can you help me get out as well? And Qingyu believes that the training for the Night Watchman is of no use to him. He has learned that the year-long training consists of physical conditioning in the first half and teachings about the forbidden ruins in the latter half. However, he finds both aspects unnecessary, as his abilities are solely related to the quantity of dissected mysteries. Moreover, his forbidden ruin is unprecedented among known ruins, which he has named the sole correct answer. Thus, this training camp offers him little and restricts his exploration of the mysteries. Fang Jue pondered for a moment and felt that Qingyu's reasoning was sound. I'll give it a try, but do not hold out too much hope. And Qingyu sighed, feeling a headache. For someone newly acquainted with the world of mysteries, the inability to delve deeper was more torturous than death itself. Qingyu, yes? So the glasses are truly not your true form? Suddenly, a shrill whistle pierced the stillness of the night, akin to a sharp sword slicing through the heavy curtain of darkness. It was 3 a.m, just 4 hours since their last rest. And Qingyu abruptly opened his eyes, hastily donned his coat, and slipped on his shoes. He turned to glance at the adjacent bed, where Fang Jue remained ensconced in sweet slumber, oblivious to the piercing whistle. He lay there, deeply asleep, a faint smile gracing his lips. As if the raucous sound was merely an inconsequential dream, he instinctively smacked his lips a few times, casually turned over, and then curled up like a languid cat, sinking once more into profound sleep. Fang Jue, Fang Jue. And Xingyu hurriedly shook him awake. We have to assemble. Are you coming? Roused from his slumber, Fang Jue appeared dazed, his eyes half open as he struggled to peer through the window into the ink-black night. After a moment, he seemed to lose consciousness again, tilting his head and retreating back into the warm cocoon of his blankets, mumbling, not going, I've already graduated. Why join the commotion? And Xingyu thought the same and decided not to press him further. He changed into his military uniform and prepared to depart. As he sprinted toward the training ground, and Xingyu was out of breath and discovered that many others had already gathered. He spotted Lin Qiye amidst the crowd, who approached him, panting, on the platform. Instructor Hong held a stopwatch, seemingly awaiting something. After approximately half a minute, he pressed a button, glancing at the number of newly assembled recruits, lost in thought. When the last few recruits arrived, he set down the stopwatch and surveyed the group with a serious expression. To be honest, I am extremely disappointed by your performance. Remember this, from now on, whenever you hear the whistle, you must assemble within 3 minutes. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. As the words escaped his lips, the newly enlisted soldiers below exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. They were acutely aware that the duration from the moment they heard the whistle to their arrival at this training ground had far exceeded 3 minutes. Logically, punishment should have been warranted. However, before that could transpire, Instructor Hong turned his gaze backward, and the previously tense expression on his face transformed into one of respect. He raised his voice and declared, Report to Commander Yi. All new recruits have assembled. Please give your instructions. With Instructor Hong's voice echoing, a figure began to approach through the inky darkness of the night. As the stage lights illuminated the figure, a sharply defined and imposing visage emerged. He was none other than Yi Fan, the current commander of the Night Watch. Yi Fan's gaze was like two piercing beams of cold light, sweeping over the ranks of standing recruits. Anyone caught in his sight felt a sudden tightening in their chests, as if an invisible yet immense pressure had coiled around them, making it difficult to breathe. Even Shun Qingzhu, the most unruly and confrontational of the group, found himself lowering his once proud head in submission. He nodded to Instructor Hong, cleared his throat gently, and spoke with authority. Everyone, I am Yi Fan, the commander of the Night Watch. In the ensuing minutes, Yi Fan eloquently delivered an inspiring speech to the recruits. To be honest, he had little desire to engage in such rhetoric. During his previous days as an ordinary member of the Night Watch, he had felt indifferent to such oratory. Yet, despite the possibility that the recruits below might choose to ignore him, as their leader, he could not evade this responsibility and obligation. After all, even the slightest positive impact made these words necessary to articulate. Hey, Seven Knight, it's the commander. Below, Bai Li Peng secretly nudged Lin Qiye, his voice hushed, yet brimming with excitement and admiration. It was no small feat for even his father to meet Yi Fan, so the fact that he was witnessing it today was exhilarating. Bai Li Peng's heart raced with anticipation, wishing to rush onto the stage for a handshake or a photo. Lin Qiye shared in the excitement, yet a sense of curiosity nagged at him. Why would the commander of the Night Watch visit such a modest training camp for new recruits? Historically, the commander had been too busy to attend while the training camp was in the capital. Why was he available this year in Cangnan? After concluding his address, Yi Fan observed the thoughtful expressions on the faces of the recruits with a sense of satisfaction. It seemed he indeed possessed a gift for oration. He exchanged a glance with Instructor Hong, signaling him to step down, and then sought out Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang, which one is Fang Jue? He pointed at a group of new recruits, having scrutinized each individual, yet still unable to discern which one was Fang Jue. It must be said that a celestial being is indeed remarkable. Their aura can be concealed so effectively that even they themselves cannot detect it. Upon hearing Yi Fan's inquiry, Yuan Gang was momentarily taken aback. His lips moved as if he wished to articulate something, yet he hesitated, ultimately stammering a response. Commander, Fang Jue is not here. Excuse me? Yi Fan furrowed his brow, a hint of perplexity gracing his features. Where has he gone? Yuan Gang felt beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Nervously rubbing his hands together, he hesitated for a moment before finally summoning the courage to say, "Based on my estimation, he should be in the dormitory, fast asleep." Chapter 37. The Immortal assists me. As soon as the words escaped Yuan Gang's lips, he promptly sealed his mouth shut, as if fearful that uttering another syllable would bring dire consequences. He even held his breath, his face flushing a deep crimson. He could already envision the reprimands that Yi Fan would bestow upon him. Although he had acquiesced to Fang Jue's early graduation, it was imperative to remember that this was a military camp governed by strict discipline, where order reigned supreme. Sleeping? Yi Fan arched an eyebrow, a flicker of astonishment gracing his features. Yuan Gang's heart raced, and he hastily bowed his head in contrition, admitting, "I have failed in my duties. It is my lack of guidance that has led to this. I implore the commander to impose a severe punishment." Sleeping is good. Sleeping is indeed good. Almost simultaneously, Yi Fan and Yuan Gang's voices harmonized, plunging the room into an oppressive silence. Yuan Gang, who had been bowing deeply, found his head suspended in midair due to this unexpected turn of events. After several moments, he emerged from his stupor, gradually lifting his gaze to meet Yi Fan's. Confusion evident in his eyes. What? Did the commander just say sleeping is good? He swallowed hard, and a familiar suspicion akin to the one he had regarding Huo Qubing emerged. Could it be that Fang Jue was the commander's illegitimate son? Previously puzzled by Yi Fan's sudden appearance at the training camp in Cangnan, this new perspective began to illuminate the situation. Why was Fang Jue so formidable? Why did Yi Fan exhibit such particular concern for him? With these thoughts swirling, Yuan Gang felt as though he had unraveled a profound secret. His gaze towards Yi Fan now imbued with a distinct glimmer. A knowing smirk formed on his lips. He thought, "I have discovered the commander's little secret. Allow him to sleep, and once he awakens, I shall confront him." In contrast to Huo Qubing, Yuan Gang displayed a certain obstinacy. Faced with his inner turmoil, he boldly queried, "Commander, is Fang Jue your son?" The moment those words left his mouth, Yuan Gang felt an immediate tightening in his chest. He looked up to find Yi Fan regarding him with an oddly intense expression. "Yuan Gong," Yi Fan began, his tone laced with an enigmatic quality. Yuan Gang felt a shiver run down his spine under the weight of that gaze. The once confident answer now wavered, his voice trembling slightly. "What is it, Commander?" Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips, one that hinted at inscrutable thoughts. "With Pinggu currently safeguarding Jing City, it seems you have grown too comfortable during this time, to the extent that your regular training has become lackadaisical. Come, let us seize this opportunity. I shall put you through your paces." Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang's expression morphed into one that resembled a pained grimace, more sorrowful than tears. He hastily waved his hands in surrender, pleading, "Commander, I was wrong. Please spare me." When Fang Jue awoke, the sunlight outside was already bright and blinding, making it nearly impossible for him to open his eyes. Stretching languidly, he sluggishly rose from his bed, rubbing the disheveled locks of hair that bore witness to his slumber. A knock resounded from outside, stirring Fang Jue from his drowsiness as he ambled to the door and gently pushed it open. However, upon seeing the figure standing outside, he was taken aback. "What an aberration! I shall deliver a punch to you, you swine." Regaining his composure, Fang Jue bellowed and unleashed a series of his self-created martial arts techniques, charging aggressively at the pig demon. With a resounding thud, his fist was caught by the individual before him. Beneath a disheveled mane of hair, a swollen visage appeared somewhat familiar. "Yuan, Instructor Yuan? What on earth happened to turn you into a pig's head?" Yuan Gang, scowling, was filled with a surge of pent-up frustration, particularly after being so rudely interrupted by Fang Jue, which ignited his ire. Just as he was about to explode, he recalled the possibility that Fang Jue might indeed be the illegitimate child of Yi Fan. Consequently, his raised hand froze mid-air, ultimately lowering in resignation. "Fang Jue, the commander wishes to see you." "The commander? Which commander?" Yuan Gang shot him an exasperated glance, yet the expression seemed somewhat comical given his swollen face. "Which commander do you think?" "Our night watchman's commander." Fang Jue scratched his head in contemplation, but despite racking his brain, he could not recall any acquaintance by that name. Nevertheless, boredom within the training camp prompted him to acquiesce to the summons, and he decided to investigate. Just as he was about to step out, Yuan Gang called out to him again. Fang Jue. Yes, Instructor Yuan, is there anything else? Fang Jue halted and turned to face Yuan Gang. May I inquire what your parents do? Parents? Fang Jue tilted his head, repeating the question, shrugging slightly. I have no parents. I am an orphan. My night watcher file should have noted that. With that, he closed the door behind him and departed alone. Yuan Gang observed his retreating figure, his mind conjuring up an entire saga that could easily fill a lengthy romance novel, replete with heart-wrenching drama. As Fang Jue exited the dormitory, he noticed someone waiting for him by the entrance. The figure leaned against the wall, oblivious to Fang Jue's approach. Sunlight bathed his face, and, from the side, he appeared to be a handsome gentleman. Indeed, Yi Fan was somewhat fatigued. He had not slept for 2 consecutive days, driven by an urgent desire to meet the Immortal. He had taken an expedited flight to Cangnan the previous night. Originally, he intended to rest after delivering his address early this morning. But his curiosity about the performance of this cohort of new night watchmen compelled him to observe their training for half the day. It must be said that the caliber of this batch of recruits was undeniably the highest seen in many years. The agent of Michael, the young master of the Bailey Group, along with 3 holders of extraordinarily perilous forbidden realms, among which is the sequence 031, known as Black King Annihilation. Yet, when the name Lin Qiye arises, Yi Fan's expression grows somber. The duration of the mortal realm is drawing to a close, and soon, the Greek pantheon will undoubtedly return with a vengeance. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he raised his palm to observe himself and let out a deep sigh. Uncle, why the sigh? Fang Jue inquired, curiosity etched upon his face as he sucked on a piece of candy. This elder must be the commander mentioned by Yuan Gang. Having observed Yi Fan for quite some time, he was intrigued by his melancholic demeanor and felt compelled to approach him, eager to discern the reason behind his sigh. It was at this moment that Yi Fan noticed Fang Jue beside him, startled momentarily, but soon recollected himself and hesitantly asked, You are? Oh, my name is Fang Jue, he replied. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped Fang Jue's hand, shaking it fervently. Heavenly beings, lend me your aid. Chapter 38. The dialogue between the commander and the Immortal, it is evident that the conversation carries a weighty seriousness. Observing Yi Fan's rugged visage, feigning a look of grievance directed towards him, Fang Jue felt a shiver run down his spine. Nevertheless, he discerned the key term embedded within Yi Fan's discourse, Immortal. It was a familiar yet somewhat nostalgic appellation, one that had not graced his ears in some time. Raising an eyebrow, Fang Jue repressed his naive demeanor, allowing a smile to grace his lips. Do you know me? Indeed, the Night Watcher's database contains information about you, along with your portrait. Yi Fan spoke slowly, feeling an immense pressure, a sensation he had not experienced even when facing Wang Qing during his days as an ordinary Night Watcher. He touched his parched lips, acknowledging that. As expected of an Immortal, the aura he exuded was formidable. A portrait? Fang Jue tilted his head, seemingly reminiscing. His memory had always been sharp. Events from millennia past were still vivid in his mind. Soon enough, he clapped his hands, a light of realization dawning upon him, and smirked. Oh, I remember now. But I must say, that portrait is quite unflattering. It fails to capture my handsomeness, charm, grace, and imposing presence. Yi Fan was somewhat speechless, truth be told. The Fang Jue before him bore little resemblance to the Immortal of his imagination. At the very least, he had not envisioned an Immortal so self-absorbed. Nevertheless, the necessary flattery was still imperative, for he depended on this individual to safeguard the great Xia. After all, it was merely an old visage. For the sake of the multitude behind him, Yi Fan decided to set aside his pride. With a serious countenance and righteous indignation, he declared, Your magnificence, Immortal, cannot possibly be captured in mere paint. Oh my heavens, if I were to discover who painted it, I would surely take my uncle's shoe and give him a sound thrashing. Fang Jue glanced at him, greatly amused, as if he had found a kindred spirit, and placed an arm around his shoulder. I know who painted it. You may have heard her name. She is called Gong Yangwan. Yi Fan fell silent, contemplating for a moment before deciding to redirect the conversation back to its original course. Immortal, I implore your assistance. Fang Jue responded. That phrase sounds familiar. Speak, what is the matter? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was elated, marveling at his own adaptability. He quickly composed himself, adopting a grave expression. Immortal, a decade ago, the Greek god Zeus prophesied that a blasphemer would emerge in Cangnan city. He sent forth Gaia, the mother of earth, to unleash Shiva's wrath and obliterate Cangnan city. At that time, Michael transferred his power to Lin Qiye, sealing his divine might within Lin Qiye's eyes, and unleashed mortal realm to envelop the entirety of Cangnan. Yi Fan recounted the past with fervor, while Fang Jue stood by, listening intently. Now, however, Michael's divine power is on the verge of depletion, and the Greek pantheon is certain to return. Yet, we find ourselves ill-equipped to withstand their resurgence. Yi Fan spoke with a dim gaze, reminiscing about the divine war that transpired a decade ago, where countless Night Watch brethren perished. He himself had his corporeal form shattered by Gaia, and now could only cling to life in a pitiful manner. Yes, I understand, he said. After Yi Fan finished speaking, Fang Jue slowly began to respond, though he could not help but let a wry smile tug at the corners of his mouth. But your pleas are in vain. I am currently limited to the pool realm. Avoiding Yi Fan's wide, copper bell-like eyes, Fang Jue averted his gaze, recognizing that such an intense exchange between two grown men felt rather peculiar. Reluctantly, he began to explain his current predicament. So, you seek to hunt the mysterious entities to augment your power. Is that correct? Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he spoke again. This task is not insurmountable. If you accompany me, we can slay several Klein Realm mysteries together to assist you in regaining your standing. It's not that simple. The situation is quite intricate. Ultimately, breaking the seal relies on my celestial power, while the soul of the mysterious entity serves merely as a conduit. Fang Jue raked his fingers through his hair in frustration, pondering how to elucidate the matter more vividly. You may envision my power as an immense reservoir filled with boundless water, while the seal resembles an exceedingly narrow valve atop this reservoir. The soul of the mysterious creature, then, is akin to a unique key that unlocks this valve. Once one possesses this key, the valve can be opened, allowing the reservoir's water to flow out at a steady rate. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that this key cannot widen the valve sufficiently to unleash the reservoir's contents in a tumultuous flood. Having concluded, he nodded in satisfaction, evidently proud of his metaphor. Fang Jue's gaze fell upon the somewhat dejected Yi Fan, and he let out a gentle sigh, speaking softly. Rest assured, even if my strength has waned, I will still be able to shield you from a primary deity when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes glimmered with renewed vigor, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Being able to fend off one primary deity is sufficient. After all, the Greek gods cannot all be deployed at once. At most, they would send only 5 or 6 in a battle. If you can hold back one, the remaining 5 of us are no pushovers. Celestial being, I have another question. What is it? Can a human attain immortality? For the first time, a genuine flicker of emotion crossed Fang Jue's eyes as he scrutinized Yi Fan for a moment before gently shaking his head. You wish to become immortal? Alas, your body bears flaws, making it destined to remain mortal. No, not me. Yi Fan fell silent for a moment, his tightly pursed lips parting and closing again. However, since you, celestial being, have spoken thus, it implies that humans can indeed become immortal. Fang Jue did not conceal his thoughts and nodded decisively. Indeed, the creation of divine essence, the embodiment of a flawless celestial form, and the unification of the Tao may seem straightforward to articulate. However, throughout the annals of history, no individual has ever succeeded in such an endeavor, except for myself. As the sun ascends higher in the sky, it is now midday, and the sunlight casts the shadow of Yi Fan, which gradually diminishes until it ultimately vanishes between his feet. A subtle smile graces his lips, and the dark crimson cloak billows in the breeze, creating a striking contrast against the backdrop of the pale-hued building. The sage Xie offers enlightenment, and that suffices. Chapter 39. What to do when you embarrass yourself in front of your superiors. I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Commander, may I bring one more person out of the training camp? Fang Jue did not forget Qingyu's request. Initially, he intended only to mention it to Yuan Gang and did not expect to persuade him to release anyone. However, with a higher-ranking official present, the matter became significantly simpler. It is possible, but although Yi Fan agreed, he still exhibited some hesitation, as this was rather unconventional. He was rather unique. The training camp held little value for him. Rest assured, just leave it to me, Fang Jue confidently assured, placing his hand on his chest. After a moment's contemplation, he raised 3 fingers beside his head. I guarantee it with my integrity. In recent years, Fang Jue had often relied on his standing to vouch for himself. The last time was when he borrowed 5 yuan for buns, and he had even ordered a cup of soy milk. However, Yi Fan was unaware of this. Upon hearing such a celestial assurance, he finally felt at ease. He noticed that Fang Jue referred to him as commander, which reminded him of the respect shown to him by Huo Qubing and Gong Yang on the previous night in the River of Fortune, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed. Celestial, you may simply call me Yi Fan. Well, Xiao Yi, Xiao Fan, or even Fan Fan would be acceptable. Fan Fan? Fang Jue paused momentarily, stifling a laugh that nearly escaped him, and instinctively rejected. Forget it. You continue as your night watch commander, and I shall be your new recruit. Outside, you are my superior. I am quite formidable. I must maintain a low profile. Low profile? If one were to say so, indeed it was low-key. A dark line seemed to cross his forehead, and Yi Fan tacitly accepted Fang Jue's words. Having clarified matters, Fang Jue interlaced his fingers behind his head and leisurely strolled outside. Seeing this, Yi Fan hurriedly followed him. Celestial, Fang Jue, where are you going? Fang Jue paused, turned back with a sidelong glance, and pointed toward the sun high in the sky. Of course, I'm going to eat. Do you expect me to sleep? Yi Fan responded with an "oh," intending to join him for a meal. One cannot deny that the influence of the Night Watch in the Great Xia was indeed substantial. Within a few days, they had constructed such an extensive training camp. Not only were various basic facilities well-equipped and comprehensive, but the dining hall was also impressively large, capable of accommodating thousands of individuals at once. As the two approached the dining hall entrance, they noticed a straight-backed instructor standing guard. Upon spotting Yi Fan, an uncontrollable excitement erupted in his eyes. Then, he rendered a standard military salute, akin to a towering pine, tracing a perfect arc in the air. Commanderie. The exclamation was filled with both admiration and loyalty. Yi Fan's expression turned serious as he returned the salute, each action performed with utmost sincerity, revealing his respect and appreciation for the soldiers, devoid of any pretense or negligence. Fang Jue, observing Yi Fan's demeanor, couldn't help but smile slightly. Throughout the lengthy years, he had witnessed the rise and fall of numerous authorities. Those who once bowed submissively before the gates of power, upon savoring the sweetness of authority, become ensnared by the torrent of desire, gradually losing their true selves and becoming unrecognizable. He was discontented with this state of affairs, and thus chose to avert his gaze. Yi Fan, your selection as commander was indeed not a mistake. This time, he was addressed as Yi Fan rather than commander. Yi Fan also comprehended what Fang Jue was implying and let out a soft laugh. No, I believe most individuals in my position would behave similarly. It is the sentinel that defines the commander, not the other way around. Fang Jue gazed deeply at Yi Fan. Then his attention was drawn to the approaching figures clad in gray cloaks. Although they were not wearing masks this time, Fang Jue still recognized them as the Faceless Squad. Seemingly aware of Yi Fan's presence, Wang Mian, who had been leading the group, froze momentarily, causing the others to turn their gazes toward him as well. Rubbing his eyes, Wang Mian swiftly moved to stand beside Fang Jue and Yi Fan. Commander, what brings you here? Upon confirming that the figure at the canteen entrance was indeed Yi Fan, he recalled that they had been resting when Yi Fan arrived. Hence, they were unaware of his presence. In response to Wang Mian's inquiry, Yi Fan hesitated briefly before replying with composure. Oh, I came here to inspect the new recruits' training. After all, this year's new recruits are remarkable. Yi Fan did not speak the truth, as Fang Jue's identity must remain confidential, and this visit at Cangnan was a spontaneous decision. He had only informed Zhuo Qing. Thus, he could only concoct a pretext to deflect. Wang Mian nodded, showing no further suspicion. After all, the new recruits were indeed impressive. Otherwise, Yuan Gang would not have summoned the Faceless Squad to assert control. However, he did not expect even the commander to be present. The remaining members of the Faceless Squad bowed to Yi Fan, momentarily leaving Fang Jue feeling sidelined. Hello. Sensing his own neglect, Fang Jue took the initiative to greet Wang Mian, who then noticed that Fang Jue was accompanying the commander. You, Fang Jue, why are you not training with the new recruits? How is it that you are here with the commander? Fang Jue grasped Wang Mian's hand and shook it vigorously, wearing an expression of gratitude. Oh, I must thank you, for my dashing defeat of you earned me early graduation approval. A heartless blow. Wang Mian felt as if he had been struck by 1,000 arrows, his eyes twitching in shock, momentarily forgetting to withdraw his hand from Fang Jue's firm grip. Realizing Yi Fan was right beside him, a tide of embarrassment surged within Wang Mian, rendering his cheeks aflame. Instinctively, he raised his hands to cover his face, only to find that Fang Jue still held onto his hand. Gently tugging, he attempted to retract his hand, but found it unyielding. Goodness, this fellow is surprisingly strong. Meanwhile, Fang Jue looked at him with an expression of innocent simplicity. Fang Jue, feeling utterly helpless, could only cover his face with one hand, unable to meet Yi Fan's gaze. As the captain of a special task force, he had successfully led his team through numerous arduous and perilous missions. Yet now, he found himself bested by a mere recruit, a humiliation that would certainly evoke embarrassment even in the face of Wang Mian. To make matters worse, the commander of the Night Watch, Yi Fan, was standing right beside him, and he wished fervently for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. What does one do when faced with such disgrace in front of a superior? He pondered anxiously. A gentle hand rested upon his shoulder, causing Wang Mian to tremble slightly. Cautiously, he shifted his hand from his face, allowing a narrow gap through which he could furtively observe. To his surprise, he found Yi Fan regarding him with a complex expression, one that seemed to blend reassurance, affirmation, and perhaps a hint of sympathy. It's all right. Losing to him is nothing to be ashamed of, Yi Fan said softly, giving Wang Mian's shoulder a reassuring pat. He gestured toward the dining hall. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, let's share a meal together. Chapter 40. Lin Qiye. I genuinely wish to eat. Are these items meant for consumption? I am here to train, not to be treated like a dog. With a thunderous roar, the moment several individuals stepped through the mess hall's entrance. The sound resonated like a clap of thunder in the air. All the new recruits stood by their respective positions, each confronting identical portions of food, a plain white bun and a piece of raw beef tinged with blood. At this moment, a youth clad in military attire, yet with his jacket unbuttoned and exuding an air of nonchalance, was vociferously pointing at an elderly man wielding a ladle, his face contorted with rage. The boy's brows were furrowed tightly, his expression a mask of fury, clearly pushed to the brink. If you want to eat, then eat. If not, be off with you. In the face of the youth's accusations and anger, the old man merely cast a fleeting glance his way, a cold smirk escaping his lips. With that, he chose to ignore the boy and continued with his tasks. Just as Shen Qingzhu was about to respond, a cacophony of footsteps erupted at the entrance, breaking the tranquility of the mess hall and drawing the gaze of every individual towards the door. The commotion of the newcomers was unmistakable, and Shen Qingzhu's attention was particularly captured by Yi Fan, who led the group, followed closely by Wang Mian. Despite the simmering anger within him, he had no choice but to swallow his indignation and return to his place. What is going on here? Fang Jue nudged Wang Mian, who wore a mask akin to that of the Foam Mask Squad, to avoid recognition. Wang Mian glanced at Fang Jue and then leaned closer, whispering, "This has always been the tradition for new recruits of the Night Watchman. The first meal must consist of raw meat. Have you tried it?" "I have," Fang Jue admitted, his voice tinged with trepidation. "What about the commander?" "He must have had it as well," Fang Jue replied, instinctively retracting his neck. Fortunately, I am no longer a new recruit of the Night Watchman. Meanwhile, the elderly chef spotted Yi Fan and smiled. Yi Fan, you become a commander now? Old son, it's been a while, Yi Fan replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. Old son was undoubtedly the most senior member among the Night Watchmen, and even Yi Fan had partaken in his meals as a new recruit. Observing the now spirited Yi Fan, a flicker of pride shone in Old Son's eyes, yet his words were not without bite. Ah, you're quite impressive now, but I still vividly recall your early days in the service. Yi Fan's expression stiffened, hastily interrupting. Oh, come now, old son, please spare me the embarrassment. Just right, those little rascals from the foam mask squad are here too. Let me whip up some dishes for you, old son declared, setting down his ladle and wiping his hand with a towel. Just wait a moment, it will be ready shortly. Yi Fan turned to Wang Mian and Fang Jue, gesturing towards the upper floor. You two stay here to eat. I'll head upstairs. On the second floor, where the instructors resided, one particularly rotund instructor had just finished his meal and, upon spotting Yi Fan below, broke into a cold sweat. Time had not elapsed for long. Fang Jue had barely waited when he saw old son approaching steadily, hands confidently cradling a large tray. This tray was adorned with several bowls of steaming, aromatic dishes, their enticing fragrances wafting through the air, instantly igniting a longing for sustenance. In that moment, the new recruits, who had been grimacing while forcing down raw meat buns, suddenly found their morsels less palatable. The sound of countless swallowed saliva reverberated through the quiet space, starkly apparent. 7 nights, I crave meat, Li Pang lamented, his small eyes transformed into gleaming stars, fixated on the tray held by old son, his voice tinged with a pitiful whine. Look, this is also meat. Lin Qiye, with an expression devoid of emotion, pointed at the raw meat in the tray, unhesitatingly picking up a piece and gently wiping away the remnants of blood. He placed it in his mouth and bit down. Instantly, a pungent, overpowering taste flooded his palate. Yet, Lin Qiye did not falter. He continued to chew vigorously. With each bite, the concealed blood within the meat surged forth, staining his teeth and lips crimson. I did not mean this raw meat, Li Pang said, watching Lin Qiye eat with such determination, his own resolve beginning to waver. He had been pampered since childhood and had never encountered such a scene. However, during these days spent with Lin Qiye, Li Pang discovered that following him was indeed a remarkable experience. His endeavors were invariably fruitful. Thus, despite his deep reluctance, he cautiously pinched a small piece of beef, bringing it to his nose to discern its faint metallic scent. A tentative lick confirmed the presence of that same subtle bloodiness. Do not inquire why the sanguine taste represents both taste and smell, for neither he nor Li Pang could elucidate. All he knew was that this accursed metallic scent nearly brought him to tears. 7 nights, come here. We've prepared rice for you. Wang Mian beckoned Lin Qiye while serving him a bowl of rice. Li Pang was taken aback, staring blankly at Lin Qiye as he set aside his raw meat bun and slowly approached Wang Mian and the others. He glanced back at the piece of raw beef still dripping with blood. This was not what they had agreed upon. With tears welling up, Lin Qiye, all the while under the scrutinizing gazes of hundreds, made his way toward Wang Mian and the group. Oh no, it seems I have become the target of disdain, Lin Qiye lamented inwardly, feeling an acute discomfort as if pricked by 1,000 needles. His intention in seeking Wang Mian was not merely to scrounge a meal. He wished to inquire about the divine agents. As he approached, Lin Qiye noticed a new face among them. Who is this? A new member of your group? He pointed towards Fang Jue, unable to recognize him beneath the mask. 7 nights, it's me. Fang Jue quietly lifted a corner of his mask, revealing an angle that Lin Qiye had only just begun to see, yet which obstructed the gaze of the new recruits. Fang Jue. This was the first encounter Lin Qiye had with Fang Jue since that fateful night. He felt a sense of joy mingled with relief. Would you care for something to eat? Wang Mian slid a bowl of pickled fish toward Lin Qiye, while the members of the masked team began to serve him vegetables into the bowl prepared for him. Lin Qiye felt a bit embarrassed, sensing the increasingly aggressive stares from behind him, and he quickly waved his hands. No, no, I'm a new recruit. I should eat what new recruits are supposed to eat. Nonsense. I genuinely want to eat. Lin Qiye silently roared in his heart. Nevertheless, despite his inner turmoil, he knew he could not indulge in the meal. It would be folly if he dared to take even a single bite today. He would likely find himself playing solitary games for the entire year. I came to inquire about the matter concerning the agents of the divine. Chapter 41 at this moment. They were strikingly graceful and brimming with vitality. While Lin Qiye and Wang Mian engaged in conversation, Fang Jue and the rest of the masked team were voraciously indulging in their meal. By the time their chat concluded and Wang Mian turned back to partake in the feast, a substantial portion of the dishes had nearly vanished. Wang Mian, Captain, it's not that we didn't save you any food. It's just that Fang Jue is insatiably gluttonous. If we don't hurry, he'll devour the entire table. Xuan swallowed the chicken in his mouth and deftly scooped the last piece of meat from his bowl into his own, hastily shoveling a couple of bites of rice. Still chewing, he glanced at Wang Mian and mumbled an explanation. In front of him, Yuguchi, NGWI, and the others also had their bowls piled high with food, nodding in agreement. It was that they didn't wish to leave something for Wang Mian. Fang Jue's appetite was simply overwhelming, and if they didn't eat quickly, they would be left with nothing. Wang Mian then shifted his gaze to Fang Jue, who was rubbing his slightly round belly and giving him a thumbs up. Delicious. I know it's delicious. Can you at least save me some? Clenching his fists, Wang Mian realized that Fang Jue possessed an innate ability to provoke irritation. Despite being a person of refined demeanor, having known Fang Jue for merely 2 days, he had already been infuriated multiple times. The troubling part was that Fang Jue didn't seem to intend it. Nevertheless, if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't overpower him, Wang Mian would have surely taken Yuan and given that rascal a good whack. Fortunately, the bowl of rice he had filled with dishes for Lin Qiye had yet to fall victim to Fang Jue's insatiable appetite, thus preventing Wang Mian from leaving the dining hall with an empty stomach. When are you leaving? Fang Jue asked, a satisfied expression on his face after burping. Wang Mian paused for a brief moment, then felt a warm sensation swell within him. This guy, though infuriating, surprisingly cared about others. A smirk graced his lips as he responded teasingly. What's the matter? Can't bear to part with us? A bit, Fang Jue nodded, but after a moment's contemplation, he added, though it's not entirely that. Mainly, if you leave, Sun Lao one cook for me. Bring back my sentiment, you rascal. A mysterious entity has emerged in the northern sea that requires our assistance. We shall depart after finishing this meal. Wang Mian swallowed the last grain of rice in his bowl, grumbling, so you're telling me you won't even let me eat my fill? If that mysterious being escapes, what will be your culpability? This is simple. I'll accompany you, and it will be fine. To avoid being the scapegoat, Fang Jue decided to bring in Qingyu and the masked team along. You? No, it's too dangerous. Wang Mian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refused. Upon hearing this, Fang Jue was displeased, his eyes widening as he defiantly retorted, What? Do you look down on me? I'm quite formidable, don't forget. I've beaten you before. As he spoke, he deliberately puffed one cheek, adopting an indignant expression. Wang Mian, exposed for his past misdeeds, darkened in countenance and shot a glare at Fang Jue, hastily defending himself. Humph, you merely defeated me in hand-to-hand combat. My skills in that regard are merely average. The true mastery lies in swordsmanship. Have you ever played Lualu? A game produced by Daxiao Palm Company. I have played, attaining a score of 1,000 in Zone 1. To illustrate, I am akin to Echo, while you resemble that troll. Wang Mian gestured in the air, seemingly attempting to make his words more vivid. If you expect an Echo to engage in a melee without skills against a troll, it is only natural to lose. Fang Jue longed to inform Wang Mian that, should they wield swords, his defeat would be even more pronounced. He was not a troll, but rather a swordsman endowed with countless layers of passive abilities akin to the formidable and unyielding skills of a barbarian king. However, he refrained from voicing this, fearing it might shatter Wang Mian's fragile spirit. I don't care. Regardless, I have nowhere to go after graduation. If you refuse, I shall seek out the commander. Fang Jue raised his hands, anticipating that accompanying Wang Mian and the others to the north would lead to intriguing adventures. Ultimately, Wang Mian acquiesced, for with Yi Fan's endorsement, they were compelled to include him. At that moment, the group stood at the entrance of the training camp, where Wang Mian regarded the innocent-looking Qingyu with a serious demeanor. I can understand your desire to accompany us to the north, but why must he come along as well? You have yet to confront the mysteries of the Sea Realm. You may not grasp the gravity of this situation. He paused before continuing. The mysteries of the sea can unleash devastation capable of obliterating an entire city. This is no trivial matter. To bring along a mere rookie of the Lantern Realm, we cannot guarantee his safety. And Qingyu remained silent, her gaze directed toward Fang Jue. He raised an eyebrow at her, offering a reassuring look. Rest assured, Qingyu is rather exceptional. You ought to consider why the commander approved for him to graduate early alongside me. Wang Mian, intrigued, inquired why. I shall not divulge that. Suffice it to say, you need only know that Qingyu and I can take care of ourselves. Wang Mian hesitated, grappling with the perplexity of why the commander would permit Fang Jue to lead Qingyu on a mission with them. They were the masked ones, tasked with addressing the enigmatic situations that local squads could not manage. A perilous endeavor indeed. Yet the commander had allowed these two rookies to accompany them. Recalling Yi Fan's meaningful gaze before their departure, Wang Mian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He was certainly no master of psychology. He could not decipher such intricate expressions. Sighing, he resigned himself to the situation. Very well, I agree. With that thought, Wang Mian exhaled deeply, yielding to Fang Jue's request. However, it must be stated in advance that while we delve into the mysteries at hand, we may not have the capacity to attend to your concerns. You shall bear the consequences of your own actions. Should misfortune befall you, do not seek vengeance upon me. Wang Mian decided to instill a sense of fear in these two inexperienced youths. In truth, embarking on a mission alongside Wang Mian ensures a considerable degree of safety. After all, he is the agent of the god of time. Should any unforeseen events occur, he possesses the ability to traverse back in time and avert calamity. Unless, of course, he were to perish or his lifespan were insufficient to sustain such temporal journeys. However, such occurrences are. A gust of wind swept by, tousling the strands of hair on Wang Mian's forehead, revealing his delicate features beneath. How could this be? Wang Mian confidently smirked, his right hand instinctively reaching for the long blade hanging at his waist. The gray cloak billowed in the breeze as he took a step forward, leading the way. Mass squad, he shouted. Present. Let's march forth. Yes. At this moment, they stood with a striking elegance, brimming with youthful exuberance. Chapter 42. The Enigma of Longjiang City. Longjiang City. I had previously pondered a question. With 10 individuals aboard a helicopter, could it truly avoid mishap? As the helicopter landed and came to a halt, and Qingyu wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired with a hint of disbelief. In pursuit of the swiftest support. The helicopter assigned to the mass squad was rather compact, theoretically accommodating no more than 7 passengers. Yet, with 7 members of the squad, along with Fang Jue, the pilot, and himself, they totaled exactly 10, managing to traverse several hundred kilometers without a single jolt in less than half a day. This defied logic. Hey, Private and Qingyu, we do not adhere to the constraints of science. Vortex emerged from the cabin, grinning at Qingyu's query. Just as Qingyu was about to respond, he was interrupted by Rose. Vortex, do not mislead our younger brother Qingyu. Rose shot a sidelong glance at Vortex, who was spouting nonsense, before turning to Qingyu to clarify. Do not believe that fellow. This helicopter has been modified, and with the captain boasting over 1,200 hours of flight experience, is exceedingly safe. Beside them, Moondemon added, I recall that Captain Zuobayan is actually a distant relative of Deputy Commander Zhuqing. His piloting skills are unparalleled among the Night Watchers, earning him the title of Legendary Captain. However, it must be said, Longjiang City is indeed quite frigid. No matter how many times one transitions from the south to the north, the sensation remains jarring. Tianping drew in his neck, puffing warm breath onto his hands. It was June, with temperatures in the south soaring to the 30s, and they were all clad in short sleeves, suddenly finding themselves in Longjiang City, whereas merely in the teens, was undeniably chilly. Nevertheless, they were not ordinary individuals. To claim they could not acclimatize would be a jest. And Qingyu, with only a light jacket, tightened his collar and furrowed his brow slightly. Strange, this weather seems excessively cold. Let us proceed to find a local night watch team to ascertain the situation, Wang Mian remarked, glancing at his jovial companions. Much like Cangnan City, the base of the night watchers in Longjiang City was a somewhat concealed establishment, the Haijun Wedding Company. To be frank, for a wedding company, Haijun appeared rather diminutive and bore an unappealing name. Unlike others that boasted names like Love in the City or Joyous Unions, Haijun Wedding Company seemed rather pedestrian. Upon pushing open the door, the anticipated scene unfolded. The shop was devoid of customers. A young man in a hat lounged in a chair, legs propped up on the table, intermittently tapping on a tablet. Hearing the chime of the door, he did not lift his head, casually stating, "The boss is out." Appointments are required in advance. Fee for the officiant is 1,000, floral arrangements 200, and planning the wedding venue 2,000. Just register at the entrance. If there is nothing else, kindly exit and remember to close the door behind you. A 5-star review would be appreciated. A remarkably skilled discourse left Wang Mian momentarily bewildered as he stepped out the door, casting another glance at the address. It should be accurate, he mused. After a brief pause, he hesitantly inquired, may I ask if this is Team 106? Upon uttering these words, the young man, who had been languidly sprawled on the sofa, suddenly brightened, his spirit visibly rejuvenated. With an astonishing swiftness, he lifted his head, revealing his eyes, which had been obscured by the brim of his hat. When he discerned the faces of those present, particularly noting the iconic masks they wore, his excitement became uncontrollable, prompting him to leap from his seat. Holy moly, the masquerade! You really came? The young man trembled slightly, as though he were in the presence of long-admired idols. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. He counted the number of individuals entering the establishment, pausing in confusion upon reaching 7. Oddly, wasn't the masquerade team comprised of only 7 members? Why were there 9 this time? Were these new recruits? Su Yeqing scrutinized the 2 figures adorned with Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji's masks, pondering their identities. They did not resemble the others. The masks of the remaining 7 were intricately patterned, while the Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji masks appeared rather out of place. Yes, it is us, Wang Mian affirmed. Please enlighten us regarding the mysterious situation in the Sea Realm. Oh, certainly, Su Yeqing replied, recognizing the gravity of the matter. He wasted no time in briefing Wang Mian on the situation. Through Su Yeqing's account, Wang Mian and the others gleaned a general understanding of the events. Approximately 5 days prior, Longjiang City experienced a sudden drop in temperature. Initially, the members of Team 106 did not take it seriously, as such abrupt temperature fluctuations were common in the north. However, 3 days ago, local law enforcement reported that a citizen had been discovered gruesomely murdered in their home. Even more bizarre was the peculiar nature of the victims' deaths. Their faces contorted in extreme agony, as if they had endured unspeakable torment, and their hair had frozen into a thick layer of ice. It is noteworthy that every household in the city is equipped with a comprehensive heating system, ensuring a consistently warm and comfortable indoor environment. Logically, under such robust heating conditions, occurrences like this would be nearly impossible. After a thorough investigation, they initially ruled out the possibility of a standard case and subsequently transferred the matter to their jurisdiction. The enigma involved a sea serpent from the Sea Realm, possessing formidable strength. Su Yeqing recalled the harrowing encounter they had with the sea serpent a few days prior, his expression darkening. Their captain had just recently breached into the Sea Realm and was no match for the creature. Following their confrontation, the captain sustained severe injuries, while the sea serpent was also wounded. However, it seemed to hesitate for some reason, opting not to pursue them, but rather to flee rapidly, leaving its current whereabouts unknown. Upon reaching this point, he let out a sigh and handed the tablet to several individuals, indicating its display, which vividly showcased numerous surveillance feeds from various angles. The captain was recuperating from injuries, leaving us with no option but to report to the Central Command for assistance. The other team members were scattered, seeking traces of the sea serpent, while I, possessing lesser strength and inclined toward a supportive role, Remain here to tend to the captain and monitor the surveillance. After hearing these words, the expressions of the masked team members, already grave, grew even more somber. They were not intimidated by the mysteries of the sea realm. But the current predicament was indeed the most challenging to navigate. In the vast expanse of Longjiang City, searching for a concealed sea serpent was no simple task, especially considering the limited time they had. With each passing minute, a citizen's life could be lost. They cannot afford to wait. Chapter 43. The Serpent Woman and the Eighth Seat Disciple. Due to the recent severe drop in temperature, the streets of Longjiang City have become eerily desolate, devoid of any signs of life. Clearly, in preference to braving the biting cold, the populace is more inclined to remain indoors, enveloped in warmth, lounging on heated beds while perusing their mobile devices. However, at this moment, in a secluded alley, two figures have unexpectedly materialized. "Where's the ice serpent?" inquired one man clad in a black cloak, his head tilting slightly as he cast a glance at his companion. Standing beside him was an enchanting woman, her makeup bold and striking, her face adorned with a thick layer of powder, and her lips, painted a vivid cherry hue, exuded an irresistible allure. Yet, it was her eyes that captivated the most, elongated and slit-like, glimmering with a beguiling light. She leaned against the wall, her right hand hovering before her face, gently twisting and turning as she admired her freshly manicured nails. Each nail was coated in a deep sapphire blue, embellished with tiny silver sparkles that danced with the shifting light. In response to the cloaked man's inquiry, she appeared nonchalant, pausing briefly before resuming her nail play. "I have no idea. That serpent is quite adept at hiding. Even I cannot find it at the moment." The man furrowed his brow, his tone growing somber. "Lord Murmurs summoned you to assist me in capturing that ice serpent, not to indulge in manicures here in Longjiang City, Serpent Woman." Upon hearing this, the woman known as the Serpent Lady slowly lowered her hands from their previous position. Her fingers, delicate and pale like tender green shoots, curled slightly, resembling a sinuous serpent as they gracefully traced an arc in the air before inching towards the cloaked man's face. "Oh dear, do not be so fierce," she cooed, her voice imbued with an enchanting quality that compelled one to succumb to its charm. "Why not forsake your role as a disciple of Murmurs and become my servant instead? In Murmurs' realm, you're merely the eighth seat, but here with me." As her dainty hand drew ever closer to the man's icy visage, he felt his breath quickening, his chest rising and falling with increasing intensity. Just as the hand seemed poised to make contact, the serpent woman abruptly withdrew, placing her retracted hand against her rosy lips, emitting a melodious, tinkling laugh. "I could offer you a position as the first seat." Realizing he had been so brazenly toyed with, a surge of anger ignited within the eighth seat, his expression darkening as he coldly retorted, "Do not forget, you are merely a pool realm. If I wish to end you, it would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist." Faced with the threat of the eighth seat, the Serpent Lady exhibited an air of unshakable composure. Her eyes, which had been slightly narrowed, gradually opened wider, revealing her eerily mesmerizing vertical pupils, akin to those of a venomous snake, locking onto the eighth seat with unwavering intensity. "Do not forget, I'm a member of the ancient god cult, while you are merely a follower." Despite her voice maintaining its alluring timbre, a subtle chill could be discerned beneath the surface upon closer inspection. With that, she delicately twirled a lock of her sinuous hair around her finger and departed without a backward glance. "Damn that wretched woman. If it weren't for the orders from Lord Murmurer, I would have acted long ago." The eighth seat spat, standing alone in a simmering rage for a while before ultimately gritting his teeth in resignation and striding after the retreating figure of the Serpent Lady. "Could you pass me the tablet? I might have a solution," spoke a figure adorned with a Zhu Beiji mask as the crowd found themselves in a state of utter exasperation. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. This individual was, of course, Qingyu, who, to avoid drawing attention, had donned a mask alongside Fang Jue. As for the choice of Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, it was simply due to his fondness for Journey to the West. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, and Qingyu's face flushed slightly beneath his mask, he shyly smiled, gesturing towards the tablet in Su Yeqing's hands. Su Yeqing promptly handed it over, reasoning that after scrutinizing it for so long without discernible results, allowing this Zhu Beiji to try wouldn't hurt. As Xingyu took the tablet, he fixated on the 4 surveillance feeds flickering on the screen. After pondering for a moment, he expanded the feeds to 8. The onlookers were left in awe as he proceeded to increase the feeds to 16 and then to 36. 36 feeds sprawled across the modest tablet, each occupying a mere fraction of the screen. Could he truly discern anything from this? Su Yeqing's jaw dropped in disbelief, staring at the face behind the Zhu Beiji mask, utterly stupefied. He prided himself on being a genius, capable of monitoring 4 feeds simultaneously, but only if they were from the same street. Yet looking at these 32 feeds, this was absurd. A wave of profound frustration washed over him. This should suffice, and Xingyu murmured softly, nodding slightly. His slender fingers began to deftly tap the control panel before him, and with each movement, the images on the screen began to shift rapidly, ultimately freezing at a moment from 3 days prior. Without hesitation, he activated the 8-fold speed playback mode. In an instant, a torrent of data surged past his vision, the densely packed images transforming into dazzling streaks of light, mesmerizing to behold. The room fell silent, each individual holding their breath, fixated on Xingyu, eagerly awaiting his findings. With a sigh of relief, he finally pressed the pause button, removed his mask, and rubbed his slightly fatigued eyes, gesturing towards the screen in his hand. He first pointed to the upper left corner where the initial surveillance footage was displayed, inquiring, "Is this the scene of your battle that day?" The footage depicted a man engaged in combat with the ice serpent, and as time sped by at 8 times the normal rate, the onlookers soon witnessed the ice serpent unleashing a vast plume of icy mist. The man, unable to evade in time, was engulfed by the frigid fog. Then, with a sudden movement, the ice serpent vanished from the frame. "Indeed, that is the captain." Su Yeqing nodded, affirming Xingyu's assertion. "Yes, there is no doubt about it." Xingyu then rewound the footage to the moment just before the ice serpent made its escape, slowing down the playback. Chapter 44. Xingyu, could you refrain from changing my name so frequently? As the scene played at half speed, everyone distinctly observed the ice snake transforming into a faint blue shadow, swiftly fleeing into the distance. However, an astonishing occurrence transpired across the 32 surveillance screens. Each time one of the screens captured the fleeting figure of the ice snake, its trail inexplicably reappeared in the adjacent screen, creating a continuous loop without exception. Xingyu's finger traced along the series of surveillance images, starting from the first and extending to the last. Ultimately, his fingertip rested upon the final screen, which displayed an inconspicuous manhole cover. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a scattering of crystalline ice fragments surrounding it. A chorus of gulping sounds echoed as the onlookers regarded Xingyu as if he were a monster. Why are you all staring at me like that?" Xingyu scratched his cheek, feeling somewhat bashful under their gaze, and promptly donned his Zhu Beiji mask once more. "Pervert," Su Yeqing remarked with a meaningful glance, earning nods of agreement from the others. Hee. Fang Jue could hardly suppress his amusement, recalling how vehemently Wang Mian had opposed bringing Xingyu along. He leaned closer to Wang Mian and lightly inquired, "So, Captain Wang Mian, didn't I tell you bringing Beiji along would be beneficial?" Fang Jue referred to Xingyu as Beiji, a title that Xingyu had reluctantly accepted under Fang Jue's insistence. "Last time he called me Stitch. So, can we not change my name every few chapters?" Xingyu retorted, frustration evident in his expression. Wang Mian, slightly embarrassed by Fang Jue's teasing, cleared his throat. To be fair, without Xingyu's extraordinary intellect, our progress in hunting the ice snake would have been significantly hindered. He offered Xingyu an apologetic smile. "Xingyu, I previously underestimated you, and for that, I apologize." It's fine, I didn't take it to heart," and Xingyu hastily waved his hand, knowing that Wang Mian's earlier reservations were rooted in concern for his safety, and he bore no resentment. Wang Mian nodded gratefully. Then his demeanor shifted decisively. "Tan Xiang, assess Captain Dai's injuries. The rest of you, follow me to slay the snake demon." The remaining 6 members of the mass team responded in unison, "Yes." Fang Jue noticed Yu's lack of movement and gently patted the back of his hand, offering him a reassuring glance. Oh, and Yu realized and performed a crisp military salute, declaring, "Yes, sir." Witnessing this, Wang Mian found himself at a loss for words. I was referring to Tian Ping, Yu Gue, and the others. You two should remain here. The mysteries of the Sea Realm are not something you can contend with. Without giving Fang Jue a chance to refuse, Wang Mian immediately donned a mask, and the crowd rushed out the door. Su Yicheng led Tan Xiang into the inner room, leaving only Fang Jue and Yu to exchange glances in the reception room. Fang Jue, Captain Wang is right. The battles in the Sea Realm are indeed beyond our reach. Yu consoled, patting Fang Jue on the shoulder. Call me Master Brother, Fang Jue replied, glancing at him with a pout. You promised me. Very well, Master Brother. Fang Jue finally expressed his satisfaction, crossing his arms and huffing. That old Wang doesn't want me to go, but I must. The current Longjiang city is so intriguing. How could I possibly miss this spectacle? Noticing Yu's doubt regarding his abilities, he offered a reassuring gaze. Rest assured, Ba Jia, your Master Brother is quite capable. Keep an eye on our master here. I shall return shortly. With that, he struck an exceedingly childish pose, extending both arms straight ahead, raised high, and then darted towards the door like an arrow released from a bow. Watching the door that Fang Jue left ajar gently sway in the breeze. Yu couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. So who is the master? This is the place. Even 2 days later, the ice shards beside the manhole showed no signs of melting. Though the weather outside was cold, the sun shone brightly and no snow had fallen. Thus, the only explanation for this phenomenon was that the ice serpent had not fled far, but was likely still lurking in the sewers. Wang Mian and Tian Ping exchanged a knowing glance, the years of camaraderie allowing them to understand each other's thoughts without uttering a word. Tian Ping produced a signboard and waved it slightly. In an instant, an invisible force emanated from him, swiftly enveloping the surrounding area. Wang Mian exhaled deeply, the breath transforming into a hazy white mist in the frigid air. His muscles tensed as he silently activated his divine powers, stepping forward until he reached the manhole cover. One hand firmly pressed against the yuan, while the other grasped the edge of the manhole cover tightly. Wang Mian let out a low, rumbling roar and exerted his strength. The next moment, the dark opening was revealed before them. Let's go. The group exchanged glances and nodded silently, descending the stairs. Not long after they entered the sewer, 2 unwelcome guests arrived at the street entrance of the alley. Boundless Void? The 8th seat of the followers furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at the seemingly calm street, murmuring to himself. He could sense a thin membrane enveloping the area, and he was all too familiar with this forbidden domain. The boundless void of the Night Watchers. The snake woman swayed her slender waist, a seductive smile gracing her face as she said sweetly, It seems those Night Watchers have found their way here as well. The 8th seat of the followers snorted coldly, his tone frigid. Oomph. Team 106 has only Captain Dai Shaoan, who has just entered the Sea Realm and is still nursing injuries from his battle with the Ice Serpent. If they dare to obstruct us, let them face annihilation. Alas, it is no surprise that the 8th seat of the Sea Realm's pinnacle speaks with such audacity. Upon hearing this, the Serpent Lady let out a melodious laugh, her voice as crisp and pleasing as silver bells. As she chuckled, she extended her blood-red tongue to delicately caress her luscious lips, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a bewitching light. However, do ensure that you do not slay Dai Shaoan. I find him quite handsome and wish to take him as my servant. With that, the Serpent Lady erupted into another fit of delightful laughter. The 8th seat cast a disdainful glance at the infatuated Serpent Lady, his contempt unmistakable. In the distance, atop a towering building, Fang Jue stood with his hands in his pockets, gnawing on a chicken leg. Upon observing the two, a broader smile spread across his face as he calculated the unfolding events. It seems there is amusement to be had. Chapter 45. Whose mysterious sea realm awaits in the sewers? Oh, how foul. As soon as they descended the staircase, Rose, one of the girls in the group, wrinkled her nose in disgust. She pinched her nostrils while her left hand flailed in the air, desperately trying to fan away the overwhelming stench. Beneath the manhole cover lay the sewer, and despite efforts to clean it, the results were evidently lackluster. Upon hearing Rose's complaints, Tianping merely shrugged indifferently and replied with a casual demeanor. There is an ancient saying in Daxia. One becomes accustomed to the stench of the fish market after prolonged exposure. If you find it unbearable now, you will soon grow accustomed to it. I am well aware of that. But this place is exceptionally filthy, Rose muttered softly in rebuttal. As a young lady, she naturally cherished cleanliness, and the disarray and repugnant odors surrounding her caused her considerable discomfort. Even her grip on the hefty hammer tightened unconsciously. Achoo! Vortex couldn't suppress a tremendous sneeze, causing his entire body to shudder involuntarily. Rubbing his itchy nose vigorously, he inquired, "Do you not feel it growing colder?" Given Vortex's peak prowess in the realm of Chuan, typical temperature variations would usually leave him unperturbed. Yet at this moment, he could distinctly sense an encroaching, bone-chilling cold, indicating that the ice serpent was ahead. Moon Ghost, who had remained silent and fixated on the flowing underground river, suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. Since entering this area, he had noticed that as they ventured deeper, the river's current gradually slowed. By the time they reached their current location, the once turbulent waters had come to a complete standstill, and a thin layer of ice crystals had formed upon the surface. At the forefront, Wang Mian also halted, narrowing his elongated eyes slightly. Through the mask he wore, a flicker of chilling light could be discerned. His right hand stealthily reached for his waist, firmly grasping the handle of the sharp long knife known as Yuan. Found it. Following his gaze, the group beheld a thick layer of ice covering the surface of the underground river. Their target lay quietly coiled upon the ice. In terms of mystery, the ice serpent was not particularly large, its coiled form roughly the size of a compact car. Seemingly aware of the intruders in its territory, the ice serpent, which had been resting with its eyes closed, slowly opened its serpentine gaze. Its slender, crimson tongue flicked out, and its vertical pupils fixated intently on Wang Mian. It sensed the significant threat posed by this masked figure wielding a blade. The ice serpent, imbued with a modicum of intelligence, cast a glance at its vulnerable 7-inch mark. A thick layer of ice enveloped the area, and through the crystalline surface, the once smooth and robust scales lay in disarray, revealing a gruesome tableau beneath. It was evident that the creature had suffered injuries prior, and the ice serpent could only freeze its blood to temporarily mitigate its wounds. Recollections of the serpent woman and the cloaked figure from days past sent a shiver of dread through its heart. Its current affliction was a result of that dark figure's actions, and now, the masked man before it emanated an aura of peril that far surpassed that of the cloaked figure. There was no chance of victory. The serpent's innate instincts were in a frenzy, alerting it to imminent danger. It subtly shifted backwards, its gaze still fixed on the masked man to project intimidation. Yet it furtively glanced behind, contemplating an escape route. Having located its target, the next steps seemed simpler. The corners of the masked man's mouth inclined slightly, forming an almost imperceptible arc. In the next instant, with a flick of his wrist, shot forth like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a howling wind. A razor-sharp blade surged forth with the velocity of a shooting star, hurtling towards the ice serpent. Upon witnessing this, the serpent's once icy gaze narrowed in alarm. Sensing an unprecedented threat, almost simultaneously, its scales shimmered with a brilliant radiance, transforming into an impenetrable armor. It then opened its gaping maw, unleashing a thunderous roar, as a massive shield of solid ice rose before it, effectively blocking the impending assault. The clash of the blade against the ice shield resonated with a deafening boom, and as the dust settled, the figure of the ice serpent emerged, albeit in a rather pitiful state. The blade had not only shattered the formidable shield with ease, but had also cleaved through the serpent's resilient scales, leaving a deep, bone-revealing gash across its chest. Blood poured forth from the wound, swiftly staining the serpent's front in a vivid crimson, causing it to writhe in agony, its cries echoing with anguish. Faced with such a formidable adversary, the ice serpent could no longer afford hesitation or false hopes. With a sudden shift, it morphed into a blur of blue, darting like an arrow towards a nearby manhole cover. The masked man raised an eyebrow in surprise. That last strike had been delivered without restraint, augmented by S ability to convert kinetic energy into a lethal blade. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that most entities of the sea realm would perish under such a blow. However, he remained unfazed, confident in his ability to unleash thousands more of such strikes. Observing the serpent's flight, the corners of his mouth curled into a smirk, a sneer of disdain evident as he scoffed. "Do you dare to challenge me in speed? You have chosen the wrong opponent." Before his words had even faded, time around Wang Mian appeared to be ensnared by an invisible force, becoming extraordinarily viscous and slow. The temporal marauder was unleashed. In the next instant, Wang Mian's figure flickered past like a phantom, his speed surpassing all imagination. In the mere blink of an eye, he had arrived beside the ice serpent with the swiftness of a tempest. Due to his overwhelming velocity, the fabric of his attire trailed behind him, leaving faint, lingering afterimages in the air that refused to dissipate. The razor-sharp blade magnified intensely in the terrified gaze of the ice serpent, consuming its entire field of vision. Under the cold, glimmering light, the flicker of hope that had once resided in the serpent's eyes was extinguished, replaced solely by an abyss of despair and dread. It yearned to cry out, yet found itself utterly incapable. The headless serpent's corpse, devoid of any strength to struggle, convulsed a few times before plummeting from the air, landing upon the thick ice covering the river's surface. Chapter 46. The hero emerges. Wang Mian landed gracefully on the ground, his light form akin to a feather. As he gently straightened up, with a slight bow, he brushed off the splatters of blood that had stained his garments and sheathed his blade. "Impressive, Captain," cheered Xuanhua, raising his hands in applause. The enigmatic forces of the sea realm fell before him. "Oh, it's nothing extraordinary. After all, I am but an agent of the divine, at the pinnacle of the sea realm. If dispatching an ordinary sea realm creature is this taxing, I might as well reconsider my path," Wang Mian replied with a smile, heading towards the corpse of the ice serpent. Seeing the ice serpent's demise, Qianwei's excitement was palpable as she exclaimed, "Let us return swiftly. I have had quite enough of this place, and once we're back, I shall indulge in a long, soothing bath." With that, she hurriedly rolled up her pant legs and dashed toward the exit. As Qianwei gradually distanced herself, Xuanhua and the others turned to Wang Mian, who was still attending to the serpent's remains. "Captain, shall we depart as well?" "Indeed, just a moment. I need to finish with this serpent." Fang Jue had previously mentioned that I should deliver the mysterious creature's remains to Qin Yu. "Huh? What does he want with the mysterious remains? It isn't edible, is it?" Xuanhua questioned, puzzled, while Xinghin hesitantly remarked that, "Seems somewhat irregular, does it not?" Wang Mian cast a glance at him, his expression tinged with mild annoyance. "It may be irregular, but the rules were set by the commander. Before we leave, Yi Fan specifically instructed me not to overly accommodate Fang Jue. Yet I must strive to fulfill his requests. How can I not accommodate him? Huh, that little rascal." The smirk of Fang Jue flickered through Wang Mian's mind, prompting an involuntary shake of his head, though a subtle smile graced his lips. Despite their brief acquaintance of merely days, it was evident that Wang Mian had come to regard him as a significant companion. Once he concluded his task with the ice serpent's remains, Wang Mian retrieved a clean white cloth from his pocket, meticulously wiping away the blood and grime from his hands. Just as he prepared to issue the command to leave this place, an earth-shattering roar erupted without warning. Boom! The deafening sound drowned out his impending words, and Wang Mian's expression sharpened as he swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. "No good, Qianwei." Without a moment's hesitation, he darted towards the exit. Time rewound a few minutes. The serpent woman languidly leaned against the wall, idly toying with her fingers. The man from the 8th seat emerged from a sewer, a grave expression upon his face. "Did you capture the ice serpent?" The serpent woman was taken aback by his swift return. The 8th seat cast her a sidelong glance, replying coolly, "The ice serpent is dead." "Dead?" The serpent woman's brows furrowed. Although the ice serpent had been injured by the 8th seat, it should not have fallen to Team 106. "Then why did you come back up? Were you not supposed to eliminate them?" At her words, the anger that the eighth seat had barely suppressed flared anew. He glared at her fiercely, his voice rising in frustration. Is this not your fault? I asked you to accompany me down, yet you stubbornly refused. Since Squad 106 was able to slay the Ice Serpent, it indicates that the intelligence was flawed. It is quite possible that Dai Xiaohan was never injured and her strength surpasses merely having just transcended to the sea realm. How could I possibly confront an entire squad alone? At this moment, the chastised snake lady pretended to wear a mask of innocence, pouting her luscious lips, which gleamed like fresh blood, tempting and irresistible, reminiscent of ripe cherries. She extended her slender, delicate hand, gently caressing her fair, rosy cheek, and in a sweet, melodious voice. She remarked, "That sewer is simply too filthy. I simply refuse to go down there. Moreover, you were the one who claimed you could easily breach their defenses alone. And now you dare to blame me? Oh, man." Seat 8 let out a heavy huff, his brows knitted tightly. The task entrusted by Lord Murmurs has been mishandled. We shall face dire consequences upon our return. Upon hearing the name Murmurs, the snake lady fell unusually silent. Indeed, she was a member of the ancient god sect, yet merely a novice. Having botched her first assignment from Lord Murmurs, she too would face significant reprimand. The atmosphere turned utterly still, only the occasional whisper of wind shattering the suffocating silence. After a moment of hesitation, the snake lady finally spoke. Lord Murmurs seeks a new follower. Since the Ice Serpent is dead, we can simply capture another. They will inevitably come up here, and we can lie in wait by this well, exterminating them and then capturing someone at our leisure. Seat 8 pondered for a moment, seemingly assessing the feasibility of this plan. Before ultimately sighing, it seems we have no choice. Just as their dialogue concluded, a disturbance emerged from the well cover. Someone was approaching. The two instantly ceased their conversation, exchanged a knowing glance, and silently nodded before concealing themselves. Before long, Rose crawled out from the dark, foul-smelling sewer. The moment she escaped that suffocating environment, her first instinct was to inhale deeply the fresh air. "Ah, the air outside is so refreshing," Rose exclaimed, her face radiating a sense of relief. The beautiful blue sky, the lovely white clouds, the delightful birds, and in front of her this magnificent bomb-like fireball. Wait, a bomb? Rose's pupils constricted sharply. As a member of Special Squad, her reflexes were lightning fast. She quickly raised her hammer defensively and retreated swiftly. Boom! A powerful shock wave surged forth, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of dust. Rose propelled herself off the ground, soaring into the air in an attempt to mitigate the impact's harm. Oh dear, what a lovely young lady. Alas, I do not fancy beautiful girls. A ghostly shadow materialized behind Rose like a specter. Accompanied by a light-hearted chuckle, a blade without a hilt emerged from the shadows, thrusting directly toward the cheek of the Rose. At that moment, suspended in midair, the Rose found no point of support to leverage, rendering her unable to evade this sudden, lethal strike. She could only watch helplessly as the razor-sharp tip drew ever closer to her face. Damn it, that wretched sneak attack. Am I truly to meet my end here today? The Rose tightly shut her eyes, her heart seething with rage. Just as the Serpent Woman was on the verge of success, a flash of sword light surged forth. The Serpent Woman was compelled to relinquish her offensive opportunity, twisting her waist to narrowly evade the onslaught of the fierce sword gleam. The blade continued its relentless trajectory, akin to an indomitable sword, striking fiercely against the adjacent stone wall. Sparks flew, debris scattered, and a deep fissure etched itself into the wall. The Serpent Woman cast a grim glance at the shattered wall, then turned her gaze toward the source of the sword light. There atop the building stood a figure donning a Sun Wukong mask, who discarded a chicken bone and brandished an unsheathed, formless sword that orbited around him. Noticing the Serpent Woman's stare, he smirked mockingly, exclaiming, "Oh ho, the hero has arrived." Chapter 47. The scenes of television dramas are truly unsuitable for reality. Fang Jue, what brings you here? Didn't the captain instruct you to stay in the shop? I will hold them off. You must flee. Upon recognizing the figure approaching, Rose's heart raced, and she hurriedly exclaimed, momentarily dismissing the joy of surviving a crisis. Sister Rose, I have already mentioned that my codename is now eldest brother. Fang Jue seemed somewhat displeased that Rose had revealed his name, muttering as he approached her side and gestured to the sun Wukong mask adorning his face. Moreover, let us not forget that it was I who saved you. How can one send away their savior upon first meeting? And no, that's not it. Rose quickly waved her hands, but now that Fang Jue had descended, it was too late for her to protest. She glanced at Fang Jue beside her, sighed helplessly, yet felt a warm glow in her heart. This young man truly has no understanding of the peril he faces, does he? The explosion earlier must have attracted the captain's attention. If she could just hold on for a minute, the captain would arrive. She had sensed earlier that this alluring woman was merely at the pool level, making her easy to handle. However, what truly concerned her was the individual who had initially caused the explosion. Although it was but a fleeting moment, Rose had felt the mental energy emanating from sea-level power. This presence was formidable, rivaling that of the captain. If that sea-level expert were to intervene, her very survival would be in jeopardy, let alone her ability to protect Fang Jue. Holding her breath, Rose gripped the hammer's handle tightly, her fingers turning pale from the pressure as her cautious gaze swept the surroundings, seeking the hidden adversary while silently counting down. Yet, she seemed to overlook that the power of Fang Jue's previous strike was clearly beyond that of someone at the pool level. The serpent woman was equally captivated by Fang Jue, letting out a soft laugh as her crimson tongue glided across the blade's tip, her eyes brimming with a peculiar thrill. From the sound, he is quite the handsome young man. How about you come with me? Sister will show you what true ecstasy feels like. Fang Jue's mouth fell agape. But it was not the serpent woman's words that elicited such a reaction. Rather, it was her tongue, which had just licked the blade. He blinked and pointed at her tongue, which seemed to have been sliced open. Doesn't that hurt? The serpent woman. I'm inviting you. And you ask if my tongue hurts from the cut? Of course it hurts. Can't you see the blood? Had I known, I would have licked the knife to show off. Isn't that how they portray it on television? Why can't I do the same? Retracting her tongue, the serpent woman licked the blood that had oozed out, feeling disgruntled. However, her irritation was short-lived. Soon, an enigmatic smile returned to her lips. How intriguing. If she had initially approached this with a teasing mindset, she was now genuinely interested in this individual named Fang Jue. He is the one. She called out loudly in a particular direction. As her words fell, a shadow gradually emerged at the previously empty street corner. The eighth seed appeared, casting a cold glance at the serpent woman. We are selecting followers for the Lord of Whispers, not choosing servants for you. The arrival of the eighth seat set off alarm bells in Rose's mind. She sensed a profound pressure emanating from him. With an involuntary glance over her shoulder, she silently prayed for their captain to arrive swiftly. Seemingly aware of Rose's subtle movements, the eighth seat sneered. Waiting for your companions? Huh. Allow me to inform you that your team 106 Wound T stand a chance against me, even if you all attack together. His abilities were concealment and explosion. Previously, the sewers had limited his powers, but now, the expansive street would undoubtedly allow him to unleash his full strength. However, in his self-satisfied state, the eighth seat failed to notice the peculiar change in Rose's expression. Team 106? Who? Me? Rose initially thought Su Yeqing had joined, but after glancing left and right, she realized it was just her and Fang Jue. Finally, it dawned on her that the eighth seat was referring to her, leaving her at a loss for words. If you intend to execute a sneak attack, you ought to at least know who the assailant is. Is there such a lack of professionalism? Oh, really? As her ears perked up, she heard the sound of countless footsteps echoing from beneath the manhole cover, and a smile crept onto her lips. The eighth seat frowned, anger bubbling within him as he felt belittled. With a cold snort, he slowly extended his right hand, fingers slightly curled in a grasping motion. As he moved, an intensely hot energy rapidly converged in his palm. The air shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a blazing fireball the size of a basketball. Since there are new candidates for followers, there's no need to spare your life, he declared, flinging his hand, sending the flames surging toward Rose. The searing heat causing Fang Jue, clad in a coat, to feel uncomfortably warm. Following this, he flashed before Fang Jue and struck the back of his neck. Fang Jue, have you watched too much television, thinking that this will knock me out? After a moment's hesitation, he decided to play along. Em fainting. Winky face, he tilted his head and slumped against the 8th seat, but soon regretted it. Ugh, it smells terrible, even worse than that serpent woman. Though she seems a bit deranged, at least she is preferable to this foul man. At least the serpent woman has some substance. Fang Jue felt aggrieved. Could you stop holding me so tightly, and please don't grab my chest? You're from Nantong, right? He mentally berated, but unfortunately, the 8th seat couldn't hear him. He merely regarded Rose, who was about to be struck by the fireball, with disdain. Yet, what puzzled him was that Rose did not flinch or evade. She merely smiled at him. Has this woman lost her mind? The 8th seat mused, until he caught sight of a glint of steel and the fireball splitting in two. With his eyes wide open, he looked again, and beside the Rose stood a figure. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. This person seemed somewhat familiar. The 8th seat rubbed his eyes and focused on the mask worn by Wang Mian, his mind racing through past memories. It was perhaps a few years ago when the Lord of Murmurs attempted to recruit a divine agent, but was spurned, subsequently sending their followers to commit an assassination. At that time, he was not yet the 8th seat, but following that operation, he ascended to his current position. And that individual now stood as the captain of the Daxia special team, donning a false mask. Wang Mian. The 8th seat's nails trembled slightly as he pointed directly at the Rose and Wang Mian. You're not the 106 team? The Rose peeked out from behind Wang Mian, making a face at the 8th seat. Who the hell told you we were the 106 team? You fool. It was apparent that the recent humiliation had ignited a fierce anger within the Rose. Wang Mian visibly stiffened. He turned to face the Rose, his mouth momentarily agape. Before clearing his throat softly, Rose, mind your manners. Chapter 48. How delightful it is to insult others as a master of crafting passwords. I was met with an explosive welcome. With Wang Mian backing her, Rose was clearly not one to back down, her fury akin to that of a powder keg. The 8th seat's expression darkened instantly, his eyes, filled with resentment, fixed on Rose as though he yearned to leap forward and tear apart her incessant chatter. Yet, restrained by Wang Mian's presence, he suppressed his anger, refraining from any rash actions. However, Rose showed no fear in the face of his menacing glare. Realizing he dared to scowl at her, she defiantly widened her eyes, returning his fierce gaze with equal ferocity. She continued to shout loudly, "Oh, you dare glare at me? Come at me, and let us see if the captain doesn't beat you into the ground." Her sharp tongue provided a simple yet exquisite thrill, as profanities cascaded from her mouth like a rapid-fire barrage, transforming her petite lips into a highly efficient cursing machine. Ultimately, even Wang Mian could no longer endure the tirade, and, with a resigned twitch of his eye, covered Rose's mouth with his hand. "Cough, Rose, mind your manners," he stressed, reiterating the advice he had given her from start. He didn't want the first impression of the masked squad to be that one of their members was exceptionally foul-mouthed. Though her mouth was covered, Rose's defiant glare remained undiminished. Yet, perhaps mindful of her feminine image, her struggles gradually subsided. Wang Mian sighed in relief, releasing her, and then turned his gaze toward the 8th seat, narrowing his eyes. The ancient god church. The 8th seat remained silent, yet sometimes the answers do not need to be spoken. Huh. Wang Mian chuckled softly, gesturing towards Fang Jue, cradled in the 8th seat's arms. "Since I'm here, it seems you are out of luck. Return Fang Jue to me, and I might grant you a swift conclusion to this encounter." With that, he raised his arm, the gleaming long knife in his hand slicing through the air. A fierce wave of blade energy surged forth, ruthlessly aimed at a serpent's eye that had quietly manifested before them. A resounding crash echoed as the once placid space erupted in violent ripples. Suddenly, a disheveled figure tumbled out from within the disturbance. It was none other than the previously concealed serpent woman. Now a deep gash marred her waist, blood seeping forth, staining her already vibrant attire a deep crimson. "Little girl, your abilities are impressive, but you're still too inexperienced," Wang Mian remarked, arms crossed, a smug expression gracing his face as he regarded the injured serpent woman. He even adjusted the angle of his long knife, allowing it to glimmer brilliantly in the sunlight, relishing the moment as if it were a display of his own grandeur. Within Fang Jue's heart, he mused, "At present, I am not Fang Jue, but rather the senior brother." However, he was resolute in not allowing himself to be returned. For this rare opportunity to partake in a thrilling game of espionage was not one he wished to forego. Consequently, Wang Mian observed as the previously unconscious Fang Jue stealthily cracked open his eyes, subtly winking at him through the narrow slit. Simultaneously, a familiar voice resonated within his mind. "Do not concern yourself with me, old Wang. I am merely here to perform in a play of intrigue. Just watch how I dismantle the ancient god sect." Upon hearing this voice, a smirk involuntarily tugged at the corner of Wang Mian's mouth. Indeed, such a cheeky tone could only belong to Fang Jue himself. Although Wang Mian was aware of Fang Jue's enigmatic prowess and formidable strength, a lingering worry gnawed at him. Suddenly, he recalled Yi Fan's peculiar expression and words before their departure. "Do not mind what Fang Jue does, and do your utmost to fulfill his requests." It seemed the commander was privy to certain knowledge. Noticing Wang Mian lost in thought, the eighth seat, recognizing his disadvantage, swiftly moved to the injured snake woman's side. He hoisted her onto his shoulder, feeling the slickness of her form against his hands. Yet, he had no time to indulge in this fleeting awkwardness. Without hesitation, he activated his forbidden void. With a flash of light, the eighth seat's figure gradually blurred and ultimately vanished from sight, leaving behind a lingering echo of triumphant laughter. "Ha ha, Wang Mian, this is my escape route." Seeing this, the Rose rushed forward, her face etched with urgency. "Captain, how could you let that fellow escape?" Remember, the eighth seat still held Fang Jue. Their escape was trivial, but the capture of Fang Jue was a significant concern. The murmurs of the ancient god sect were adept at ensnaring hearts and minds. Wang Mian hesitated for a moment before dialing Yi Fan's number. When the call concluded, he exhaled a long breath and smiled reassuringly at Rose. "Rest easy. All will be well." As he spoke, he reached out to touch the wall that had been sliced by Fang Jue's sword energy, applying gentle pressure. Moreover, Fang Jue is not as feeble as you might think. With the touch of Wang Mian's fingers, the previously marked wall crumbled instantaneously, its center disintegrating into dust. Wang Mian turned his gaze toward the direction where the eighth seat had departed, now devoid of any presence, and with a smirk, he scoffed. "Fool." At this moment, Wang Mian realized the sheer exhilaration of uttering a curse. Chapter 49. If brainwashing is the order of the day, can we dispense with the trivialities? In the reception room of the Haijun Wedding Company, Su Yeqing gazed at Qingyu with profound admiration. The earlier display of prowess had completely captivated him. At that moment, he held a tablet, earnestly seeking in Qingyu's wisdom. With a creak, the door swung open, and Wang Mian entered, leading the masked team. The ice serpent had been vanquished, and Qingyu, Fang Jue mentioned that the enigmatic corpse you retrieved might prove useful. It has been placed outside for you. Soon, you shall return to Cangnan with us. As there are no tasks at hand, we shall escort you back. Wang Mian gestured toward the doorway. Though the ice serpent was not particularly large, it still loomed impressively. Even after processing, the creature's remains formed a considerable mass outside, and Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he followed Wang Mian's pointing finger. His gaze, fixed firmly through the window, landed on the serpent's body swathed in black cloth, revealing a flicker of yearning in his eyes. However, his attention quickly shifted back, scanning over the members of the masked team only to find the individual he sought was conspicuously absent. "Where's Fang Jue?" A frown creased his brow. Logically, Fang Jue ought to have been the first to enter, playfully flashing a peace sign at Wang Mian and exclaiming, "Yay, I won." Yet, as 2 minutes elapsed after the masked team's entrance, there was still no sign of him. Wang Mian hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Although he had confirmed with Commander Yi, who assured them there was no cause for concern regarding Fang Jue, he found it difficult to divulge to Qingyu that Fang Jue had been captured. Allow me to explain. Thorny Rose bit her lip, steeling herself to reveal the truth to Qingyu. Just when they anticipated Qingyu would react with anger or frustration, he merely responded with a subdued "Oh." "Qingyu, you're not worried that Fang Jue has been taken?" Wang Mian inquired hesitantly, fearing the revelation might overwhelm Qingyu. "Surely, he must have willingly allowed himself to be captured. How do you know that?" Thorny Rose was left astounded, even questioning whether Fang Jue had foreseen the arrival of the ancient cult and shared the plan with Qingyu. Qingyu offered a slight smile as he picked up the mask of Zhu Beiji, which he had removed not long ago, and donned it once more. Despite their brief acquaintance, he had discerned that Fang Jue was not one to embark on ventures without certainty. After all, the big brother always triumphed over monsters, rescuing the master in the process. When Fang Jue next opened his eyes, he was enveloped in darkness. Earlier, he had been carried away by the eighth seat, finding the journey tedious. He had taken a nap. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in a sealed chamber, devoid of windows, with even the walls cloaked in black. A light hung from the slanted ceiling, but despite his efforts to locate the switch, it seemed it could only be activated from outside. "So, I am imprisoned?" After contemplating for a moment, Fang Jue reclined back onto the bed. For sleep, Fang Jue harbored an undeniable fondness. Over the millennia, he had managed to maintain a cheerful disposition, largely attributed to his Buddhist-like philosophy. When faced with dilemmas, one could consult the east wind. However, the east wind would merely respond, "I am equally at a loss." So what to do? Sleep it off. Just as Fang Jue prepared to indulge in a delightful slumber, the gradual sound of footsteps outside the door alerted him to the fact that a restful sleep was no longer feasible. Tilting his head in contemplation, he mused, "I suppose I have been captured now. Should I be angry or sorrowful? Perhaps anger would suit me better, lending an air of defiance. What did an angry expression entail? Wide-eyed, furrowed brows, and then heavy breathing? Ah, yes, I am quite the genius." Fang Jue fiddled with his own handsome visage until he finally crafted the desired expression, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a key turning and a password being entered. The door to the chamber creaked open, followed by the illumination of the overhead light. The bright white light momentarily dazzled Fang Jue, causing him to squint instinctively after emerging from darkness. Fortunately, Fang Jue was not merely human. Thus, he peered through the glare to discern the gradually materializing figure. It was a man clad in a black tailcoat, standing tall and straight, each step measured with precision, reminiscent of the gentleman from the Eagle Kingdom whom Fang Jue had encountered in the past. The man approached Fang Jue with deliberate grace, seemingly pleased by Fang Jue's furious countenance, a smirk curling upon his sickly pale face. "You are the night watchman with great potential, as mentioned by the snake woman and the eighth seat?" he queried. "If you seek information about the night watchman from me, abandon that notion. I shall not divulge anything." Fang Jue spat defiantly, his brows knitting even tighter. He felt a surge of talent for the dramatic arts, secretly pleased with himself and contemplating that, should he find himself destitute, he could always seek a minor role in a production, provided it included meals. Upon hearing Fang Jue's tirade, the enigmatic figure smiled even wider. Bending slightly at the waist, his right hand spread across his chest, much like a magician preparing for a grand reveal. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am EU, one of the three ancient gods of the ancient divine church." "Oh, and what now? What do you intend to do? Who are you trying to impress with this charade?" Fang Jue inquired, picking at his nose, growing increasingly impatient. Maintaining a facade of anger was quite tiresome, and he wished for the proceedings to hasten. Listening to Fang Jue's insults, a barely perceptible twitch betrayed EU's composed facade. Yet, the hypocrisy ingrained in him compelled him to maintain an air of elegance, though his smile appeared slightly strained. Suppressing his rising irritation, he continued in a relatively calm tone, "Do you not wish to know what fate awaits you next?" Fang Jue's response was immediate. He raised a finger in a gesture of disdain, exclaiming, "Fool!" Having spoken, he extracted a dark, unsightly substance resembling nasal mucus from his nostrils and, with a flick, propelled it onto the impeccably tailored suit of the dreamer. Adding insult to injury, I usually refrain from cursing unless I'm addressing something that isn't human. The dreamer erupted in outrage. Initially, he was momentarily stunned, but as he processed Fang Jue's words, his composure shattered. Was he truly being called inhuman? And was he audacious enough to toss nasal filth at him? How dare he? In the dreamer's perception, Fang Jue was merely a minor figure within the realm, and upon encountering one as ancient and powerful as himself, he should either grovel in fear, pleading for mercy, or, if feeling particularly defiant, shout a few angry retorts, unafraid of the consequences. Yet, the dreamer had never witnessed Fang Jue's audacity in hurling nasal waste at him. His typically elegant visage contorted with fury, his hand morphing into a claw-like grasp as he seized Fang Jue by the head. I shall transform you into a devotee, rendering you unable to live or die. The dreamer screamed internally as he initiated the dream contract, forging a bond between their souls. In that fleeting moment, a connection was established, one that was entirely unilateral, allowing the dreamer to gain immediate insight into Fang Jue's thoughts. For instance, he could hear Fang Jue contemplating, "What do you intend to do, dreamer? You wretched. Long live Lord Dreamer." But in truth, Fang Jue's mind was occupied with, "Finally, this is over. That fool dreamer, I'm a bit hungry. Surely the followers will provide a meal, right?" Chapter 50, Private First Class Faithful 18 Seats, Fang Jue Loyal. From this day forth, you are now faithful 18 seats. Yu let out a cold laugh, his gaze toward Fang Jue reverting to one of disdain as he nonchalantly waved his gloved hand, rendering his soiled suit immaculate once more. Fang Jue, bewildered, stammered in confusion. Yet, with Yu's gesture, his dazed expression transformed into one of feigned reverence, and he stomped the floor twice with conviction. Private First Class Faithful 18 Seats, Fang Jue Loyal. Yu, sensing something amiss, scrutinized Fang Jue with a skeptical glance. Closing his eyes, he focused intently until he felt the successful binding of the soul contract, which brought him relief. No doubt about it. Fang Jue has indeed become my loyal servant. Having concluded the necessary rituals, Yu gently clapped his hands, a relaxed smile gracing his face. He then gestured toward the door, stepping out first. Fang Jue followed, his mind wandering as he contemplated what food might be available. Yu halted, but Fang Jue, lost in thought, collided with him. Surprisingly, Yu did not turn to reprimand Fang Jue. Instead, he stood frozen, his previously elegant countenance darkening with displeasure. "TCH, those lunatics," he muttered under his breath, unsure whom he was cursing. Almost immediately, his figure grew ethereal until it vanished completely. Fang Jue blinked, unfazed, for he had anticipated this. The Yu he encountered was merely a projection. Presumably, the true Yu was entangled in some predicament, hence the need to send a doppelganger to establish the soul contract. Reflecting on the soul contract, Fang Jue found it intriguing, reminiscent of something he had previously encountered, referred to then as a slave seal. Once established, this soul contract would subject the follower to continuous indoctrination, ensuring unwavering loyalty to Yu. It was no wonder Yu, despite sensing something awry, harbored no suspicion. His confidence led him to believe that his soul contract could bind anyone. However, Fang Jue knew that, aside from himself, this soul chain was not infallible. Should Yu persist in this manner, he might very well find himself in peril. Shaking his head, Fang Jue chose to abandon these thoughts and redirected his focus to another pressing matter. What should he do next? Outside the chamber lay a narrow corridor, dimly illuminated by flickering candlelight. It did not seem to be a sealed space, as the occasional gust of wind gently swayed the flames, causing the already uncertain light to flicker even more erratically. Another breeze swept through, casting shadows that danced across Fang Jue's figure, sometimes elongated and distorted, at other times shortened and misshapen. One must wonder, in the 21st century, could we not employ electric lighting? Even if one wishes to deliberately cultivate an atmosphere of eerie dread, such measures are hardly necessary. Fang Jue remarked with a hint of sarcasm. A millennium ago, people relied on candlelight for illumination, and yet, 1,000 years later, this place still clung to the flickering flame. Does this imply that the followers of the ancient deity are a millennium behind modern intellect? With a sense of resignation, Fang Jue continued along the corridor, soon arriving at a staircase leading only upwards. While the elements of basement, imprisonment, and brainwashing are certainly abundant, he grimaced slightly and ascended the stairs. His surroundings gradually expanded, the previously dim atmosphere beginning to be dispelled by an increasing amount of light. When he finally reached the top of the staircase, a tightly closed door stood before him. He extended his hand and gently pushed the door open, finally stepping into a chamber that appeared considerably more spacious. The most striking feature was a stone round table occupying roughly half of the hall, surrounded by 19 seats. From the arrangement of these seats, it was evident that there was one prominent position and 18 subordinate ones. At that moment, only the seat marked 16 was occupied. Upon seeing Fang Jue's arrival, the occupant displayed a hint of surprise, raising an eyebrow. "You must be the new occupant of the 18th seat?" Fang Jue nodded, now comprehending the purpose of these seats. 18 followers, 18 seats, with one being the principal position for the murmurer. Such a trivial matter posed no challenge for the astute and clever Fang Jue. He mused cheerfully as he approached his designated seat. As he drew closer, the individual seated at the 13th position finally discerned his features, along with the dark crimson cloak draped over his shoulders. His eyes widened in shock, and the hand that had been firmly resting on the table trembled involuntarily. After a brief silence, the person at the 13th seat could no longer contain his curiosity. You are the Night Watcher?" A trace of unmasked astonishment colored his voice. Upon hearing the inquiry, Fang Jue was momentarily taken aback, then nodded gently. "Indeed, I was simply fulfilling my duties as the Night Watcher, only to be captured and brought here to be made a follower of the Murmurer." Cough, cough. That is, Lord Murmurer. Realizing he had possibly spoken too candidly, Fang Jue quickly cleared his throat twice in an attempt to mask his oversight. Fortunately, the occupant of the 13th seat seemed preoccupied with his thoughts and paid no heed to Fang Jue's slip of the tongue. After a minute had passed, the individual regained his composure, regarding Fang Jue with a hint of complexity in his gaze. "My name is Han Xiaoyan, and I'm the 13th follower." He offered a brief introduction, yet appeared to ponder further words, ultimately refraining from voicing them. Hello, Uncle Han. I am Fang Jue, currently occupying the 18th seat." Fang Jue settled into the seat marked 18, resting his chin on one hand. "Uncle Han." He chuckled softly. Han Xiaoyan's lips curled slightly as he murmured, "What a familiar title. It has been ages since anyone has called me that." Fang Jue fixed his gaze upon him for a moment and inquired, "Uncle Han, do you harbor any concerns?" Han Xiaoyan paused, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head no. Upon uttering those words, he slightly bowed his head, concealing the emotions that flickered in his eyes, reverting to his usual demeanor of indifference. A trace of peculiarity lingered in his gaze, one that would undoubtedly elude the notice of ordinary individuals. However, Fang Jue was exceptionally adept at discerning the intricacies of the human heart. Scratching his head, he chuckled softly. "Uncle Han, have I ever mentioned that I possess a remarkable talent for fortune-telling?" Chapter 51. So, the demon-slaying youth shall ultimately become a demon, shall he? Divination? Han Xiaoyan lifted his lower gaze, looking at Fang Jue with keen interest. "Do Night Watchmen also engage in this?" "Indeed. One of my former team members even assisted a lady in uncovering her husband's infidelity." Fang Jue shrugged nonchalantly, then rolled up his sleeves and lowered his collar to display the prayer beads on his wrist and the cross around his neck to Han Xiaoyan. He proudly shook his wrist, causing the beads to produce a crisp, clinking sound. After a brief pause, he felt this was insufficient and quickly added, "In fact, I also possess knowledge of Taoist practices, but my robe has been removed, so you cannot see it." Han Xiaoyan, you certainly believe in quite a lot. The corner of Han Xiaoyan's eye twitched slightly, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond to such a statement. Why did he feel that this Night Watchman was rather peculiar? Fang Jue took Han Xiaoyan's earlier comment as a compliment, raising his head with pride and thumping his chest. "Isn't it impressive? I can chant Buddhist verses, discuss Taoism, and even throw in a few amen. Hey, is this a mental hospital? Do you have patients who have escaped?" Han Xiaoyan looked utterly speechless. Had circumstances permitted, he would have genuinely considered reporting this. Fang Jue was entirely lost in his self-satisfaction, reveling in his recent boastful declarations, to the extent that he failed to notice the increasingly bizarre expressions on Han Xiaoyan's face. Clearing his throat theatrically, he feigned mystery, shaking his head while leisurely drawing circles beside his head with his finger. Finally, he thrust his index finger forward, pointing directly at Han Xiaoyan. Therefore, Uncle Han, I can see at a glance that you have something weighing on your mind. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoyan first paused in surprise, then couldn't help but chuckle softly. Initially, he had no intention of revealing his inner thoughts. However, after Fang Jue's nonsensical ramblings and playful banter, he inexplicably felt that conversing with this young man might not be so bad after all. Yet when he genuinely intended to speak, the words seemed to be ensorcelled, leaving him utterly unable to articulate even a single syllable. After a moment's contemplation, he finally spoke slowly. Hey, kid, what is your opinion of night watchmen? How to view them? By looking with one's eyes. I mean your perspective. Oh, rather impressive. Isn't it? With a sigh, Han Xiaoyan at least confirmed one thing. Fang Jue's thoughts were still his own and had not been entirely clouded by delirium. Kid, Fang Jue responded, not understanding why everyone seemed to enjoy calling him kid. He personally had no objection to the term, as long as no old acquaintances overheard and accused him of trying to appear youthful. Han Xiaoyan's thin lips pressed tightly together, as if he were straining with all his might to keep them sealed. After a considerable pause, the lips finally relaxed, parting to reveal a narrow opening. Would you like to hear a story from me? His eyes, once as deep as a tranquil pool, now appeared even more profound as he cast his gaze out the window, silently surveying the distance. After speaking, perhaps due to the weight he had carried within for far too long, yearning for someone to confide in, he began to narrate without awaiting Fang Jue's response. There was once a night watchman, the captain of small team. Yes, a night watchman, the captain of small team. Fang Jue nodded, repeating the phrase. Han Xiaoyan, with a hint of frustration, exclaimed, I have finally mustered the emotions. Let me finish. He instinctively reached out to tap Fang Jue's head, but the distance between the 12th and 18th seats thwarted him. For a moment, his hand lingered in midair, and then he realized something, offering a bitter smile before retracting his hand and continuing. Once, he too harbored fervent ideals, believing himself to be a champion of justice, detesting evil, and wishing to wield his blade against the injustices of the world. It seemed he recalled something. A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia sparkled in his eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of desolation. Yet, in the end, what he truly subdued were merely the sharp edges of his youthful arrogance. He murmured to himself, his tone laced with self-mockery and resignation. When the enemy held the lives of his companions as leverage, forcing him to choose between capitulation or death. Can you guess what choice he made? Fang Jue already held the answer in his heart, yet he played along and asked, what did he choose? That scoundrel forsook all dignity and freedom, groveling before the one he loathed, merely to secure his own survival and that of his comrades. How absurd, isn't it? But you can probably guess, that spineless scoundrel was none other than me. After speaking, he concealed his melancholic expression and let out a deep breath. It feels so much better to say it. I nearly suffocated over the years, perhaps weary from supporting his head with his left hand for too long. Fang Jue shifted his shoulders slightly and gradually rested his head in the crook of his other arm, his large eyes fixed intently on Han Xiaoyan. It felt reminiscent of an anime scene, where a demon-slaying youth ultimately succumbs to darkness. How is that relevant? Han Xiaoyan shot him a glance. That tale speaks of a youth betrayed and turning to darkness. It has nothing to do with me. Fang Jue shook his head, though the movement resembled him nudging his own palm. But I truly believe, Uncle Han, that you are a hero. To protect your comrades, you willingly became the very person you despised. Your companions are indeed fortunate to have such a commendable captain like you. A warmth flowed through his heart, and he felt somewhat better. After pondering for a moment, Fang Jue pinched his fingers and inquired, Uncle Han, if you could sever the soul contract. What would you wish to do? Han Xiaoyan initially assumed it was a jest, yet he pondered seriously. I may visit my former teammates to see how they are faring now, and then perhaps in my own life. In my life. Fang Jue's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely that was unnecessary, for at most, one would merely be confined to a place of restraint. Yet, Han Xiaoyan shook his head and sighed. As a traitor such as I, the sins I carry are countless. How could mere confinement suffice for atonement? Han Xiaoyan gazed at Fang Jue, as if he could perceive the shadows of certain individuals within him, and earnestly said, "As for you, you are but a novice now. In the future, you shall accompany me in action. Do you understand?" Only after Fang Jue affirmed did he feel a slight sense of relief. The 18th seat, or rather, Fang Jue, though somewhat carefree, is indeed a good person. Having just entered the fold, untouched by sin, Han Xiaoyan wished for him not to follow the same path as himself, ultimately finding it impossible to turn back. Chapter 52. Isn't life merely a series of farewells? Uncle Han, when will dinner be served? Fang Jue raised his hand, genuinely feeling a pang of hunger. It had been a full day since his last meal at the wedding company of Hai Jun, and that included his sleeping hours. Though celestial beings are not afraid of hunger, they do not relish the experience. Are you hungry? Han Xiaoyan paused, taken aback. He had sensed it earlier. Fang Jue was unlike the other acolytes. At least, none of the other followers had ever expressed their hunger to him. In contrast to the rest, Fang Jue appeared excessively kind and innocent, devoid of any shadow of human darkness upon his countenance. During their brief 10-minute conversation, Han Xiaoyan felt an unusual sense of relaxation. Such a person should not be a believer. With this thought, Han Xiaoyan couldn't help but exhale softly, then gradually stood up, smiling at Fang Jue. "Since you are hungry, let's find something to eat." With that, he rose and walked towards the door. Upon stepping outside, Qingyu glanced back at the members of Team 106. Aside from Su Yeqing and Dai Xiaohan, the rest of the team had gathered. Notably, one of the portly members was named Wu Haijun, the very name after which the wedding company was named, as his family indeed owned such a business. It was said that his family remained oblivious to his involvement with the Night Watchers, believing he was merely expanding their family chain in Longjiang City, a venture that had seen little success, prompting them to repeatedly urge him to cease operations. Due to his larger physique, he had earned the nickname Stinky Brother after a particularly fragrant incident involving floral water following a summer extermination of a mysterious entity. With the ice serpent slain, they could now enjoy a brief respite. Their gathering was not only to behold the legendary mass squad, but also to hear Su Yeqing speak of a prodigy capable of operating 32 surveillance cameras at 8 times the speed. "Brother Qingyu, do come to play any time," shouted Yi Tingting, a female member of Team 106, as she vigorously waved her hand. The members of their team had taken a liking to this shy, yet formidable young man. "And if you ever wish to marry, just let Stinky Brother know. He will ensure everything is perfectly arranged." A robust man, resembling a muscular athlete with dark skin, threw an arm around Wu Haijun's shoulders, chuckling as he spoke. Hearing this, and Qingyu, already somewhat bashful, felt his porcelain-like cheeks ignite with a blush, rapidly spreading to the roots of his ears. He hurriedly lowered his head, stammering, "I'm still young. Marriage is too soon for me." "Oh my, look, Brother Qingyu is blushing. How adorable!" exclaimed Yi Tingting, unable to suppress her surprise. Covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes curved into crescent moons, and a mysterious, sweet smile illuminated her face. Immediately, she bounded forward with the lightness of a cheerful little rabbit, swiftly closing the distance to Qingyu's side. With her delicate fingers, she gently pinched Qingyu's round face, playfully shaking it from side to side. In response to Yi Tingting's affectionate gesture, Qingyu appeared increasingly bashful and uneasy. He instinctively attempted to shy away, yet his movements were clumsy and timid, prompting Yi Tingting to chuckle softly. "Tingting, don't tease him," cautioned Dai Xiaohan, the captain, with a light cough. His injuries had yet to fully heal, and he remained immobilized in a wheelchair, necessitating Su Yeqing to push him along. Bundled in a thick down jacket due to his frostbite, he resembled a dumpling. Yi Tingting seemed to heed the captain's words, flashing a grin at Qingyu. All right, I won't tease you anymore." With that, she dashed to the back of Dai Xiaohan, mercilessly ruffling his meticulously styled hair, leaving it in disarray. Dai Xiaohan, unable to resist, could only sigh in resignation, Ting Ting, I just had my hair done last week. Oomph, who told you to be immobile now? Yi Ting Ting retorted with a playful snort, before waving goodbye to Qingyu and the masked team. Bye-bye. Wang Mian smiled and nodded at them, leading the group towards the helicopter. The legendary pilot, Zhuo Beiyang, was already seated at the controls, waiting. Noting Wang Mian's delay, he unreservedly remarked slow, feeling a bit embarrassed by Zhuo Beiyang's reprimand. Wang Mian scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile. However, he understood Zhuo Beiyang's temperament well. Despite his bluntness, the pilot possessed a kind heart, often displaying a somewhat proud demeanor. Thus, he smiled back and mused. Farewells are inevitable, aren't they? Life is essentially composed of these partings. Sometimes a farewell can last a lifetime. Without it, one feels a sense of incompleteness. This sentiment seemed to resonate within Zhuo Beiyang, as a subtle shift flickered across his otherwise stern expression. He swiftly regained his composure, opting not to dwell on the slightly melancholic topic, and casually urged the group with a nod towards the back, get on the plane. As his words settled, the propellers began to whirl vigorously, emitting a deafening roar. The gust of wind stirred up dust, and the helicopter ascended like a colossal steel bird, gradually lifting off the ground. Qingyu, you're quite popular? Huh? Ha ha ha. Not really. Vortex, stop teasing Qingyu, he's shy. The others joined in the merriment, filling the cabin with laughter and joy. Wang Mian quietly gazed at the joyous scene before him, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing his lips. It is truly wonderful to have you all here. Chapter 53. Who says this face is tender? This face is simply marvelous. Khan, are we really dining here? Fang Jue glanced at the sign of the Sha County snack shop, perplexed. It wasn't that he disliked Sha County cuisine, rather, he found it somewhat abnormal for the two of them, as followers, to swagger into a regular establishment. What else? I don't have the extra funds to treat you to a lavish feast. Han Xiaoyan rolled his eyes in exasperation, helplessly spreading his hands. Are we expected to pay? One significant reason Fang Jue chose to become a follower was the thrill of it. He was quite eager to experience the sensation of mischief, like, for instance, dining and dashing. Of course, do you wish to enjoy a free meal? Fang Jue stood beside him, and this time Han Xiaoyan finally accomplished something he had previously failed to do. He shaped his palm like a knife and tapped Fang Jue's head with a bit of force. Ouch! Fang Jue cradled his head, choosing not to speak further, and followed Han Xiaoyan into the shop. Boss, the usual, a bowl of beef noodles, spicy, with extra scallions. As soon as he entered, Han Xiaoyan called out to the owner with familiarity, then turned to Fang Jue. Choose whatever you like, it's on me. Fang Jue pondered, his dark eyes spinning thoughtfully. I'll have a bowl of scallion oil noodles and a steamer of dumplings. With each dish he named, he counted on his fingers until he had 2 fingers raised, presenting a peace sign to Han Xiaoyan. 1 bowl of scallion oil noodles, a steamer of dumplings, and 1 duck leg. Han Xiaoyan shouted back to the kitchen, and after placing the order, he smiled at Fang Jue. A child should eat more to grow strong. Fang Jue wished to inform Han Xiaoyan that he was no longer a child and would not grow any taller, yet he refrained from speaking. He feared Han Xiaoyan might deny him the duck leg. The two found a quiet corner to sit, and during the wait for their food, Han Xiaoyan noticed Fang Jue's lingering confusion and patted his head. Kid, do you think being a follower means being a villainous scoundrel? Fang Jue nodded honestly, as he had always held that belief. However, you aren't entirely mistaken. Han Xiaoyan tapped the table and lowered his voice. The entity that forged our soul contract is terrifying, but perhaps he finds thoughtful servants more effective, as he has not stripped away our consciousness. Except when he issues commands, we generally maintain our self-awareness and autonomy. He paused, chuckling at himself. As long as we refrain from actions detrimental to him or the followers, we retain a sliver of our moral compass. Perhaps it is his mockery or pity for us. Who knows? Due to the soul contract, as soon as a follower mentions the name of the entity, it becomes aware of it. Thus, he deliberately refers to the entity as that one. Upon finishing his words, the boss deftly brought forth the dishes he had prepared. He first bestowed a smile upon Han Xiaoyan, patting his shoulder while gesturing toward Fang Jue. Old Han, why had you brought a child along today? Your son? The boss seemed quite familiar with Han Xiaoyan, even adding an extra duck leg to his beef noodles. Not my son. He is my colleague, Han Xiaoyan replied, blowing away the steam rising from the surface of his beef noodles, momentarily directing a cloud of white mist toward Fang Jue. Your colleague? He looks so young. Is he even of age? The boss remarked, astonished as he glanced at Fang Jue's somewhat youthful visage. Fang Jue thought to himself, if only I had known, I would have made my face appear more mature. Cool me. Come, let me treat you to another duck leg. You need to eat well while growing. With that, he returned to the kitchen to fetch another duck leg for Fang Jue. Fang Jue exclaimed, I take back what I just said. Who says my face looks young? It's absolutely splendid. He lowered his head, delighting in his meal, one duck leg in his left hand and another in his right, alternating bites. It nearly brought him to tears. Oh, how long has it been since I've indulged in such abundance? The training camp doesn't count. That time, I had to snatch it for myself. His cheeks were stuffed, resembling a plump little hamster. A gentle expression broke Han Xiaoyun's otherwise stern demeanor. If only there were no soul contract. Uncle Han, I can help you dissolve the soul contract. Fang Jue's voice was somewhat muffled due to his full mouth, and Han Xiaoyun could only vaguely catch the mention of dissolving the soul contract. Does this kid wish to dissolve the soul contract too? Although he secretly hoped so, as a senior, he decided to dissuade Fang Jue from such notions. After all, it was better for him to face reality rather than cling to an unrealistic fantasy. He himself did not know how long he could protect him. Contemplating this, he set down his chopsticks and paused thoughtfully. Ah, you're also a believer. You should be able to sense how terrifying this soul contract is. Once one becomes a believer, there's no turning back. Death is our only escape. Upon hearing this, Fang Jue realized that Han Xiaoyun had misunderstood. He chewed the duck meat thoroughly and, once he had swallowed, reiterated, Uncle Han, I can help you dissolve the soul contract. Han Xiaoyun was taken aback and then chuckled, shaking his head, dismissing Fang Jue's words as mere jest. Until, muttering, you're just a worthless thing, a bastard born of a mother who didn't raise you, a dog that only eats excrement. Han Xiaoyun, upon hearing Fang Jue's initial insult, hastily attempted to intervene. However, upon witnessing Fang Jue continue his tirade with the demeanor of someone unfazed, all expressions on his face morphed into wide-open mouths. Han Xiaoyun, taken aback, widened his eyes in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an entire egg. For a moment, his tongue seemed to lose all control, floundering within his mouth, stammering to the point where he could not utter a single coherent sentence. Observing his bewildered expression, Fang Jue decided to grant him a moment to compose himself. He picked up a steaming dumpling from the steamer, blew away the steam, and slowly brought it to his lips. The rich aroma of meat filled his mouth, causing him to involuntarily squint in delight. After approximately a minute, Han Xiaoyun regained his composure, suppressing the urge to curse. He cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to them, then lowered his voice to a near whisper, asking, How did you accomplish that? My forbidden abyss, the unfathomable immortal realm, grants me immunity to most mental attacks. Fang Jue shrugged, continuing to elaborate on his self-developed theory of the forbidden abyss. Can you help me break free as well? Otherwise, why would I even ask you? Fang Jue retorted, and then grasped Han Xiaoyun's wrist, channeling a flicker of celestial energy that coursed through him. Instantly, the soul contract that had taken root in his heart dissipated like ice melting in boiling water, leaving only an empty shell to assuage the doubts of his subconscious. This was a domination from the level of essence, and Fang Jue found it no more challenging to eradicate than swallowing another dumpling. As Han Xiaoyun felt the soul contract genuinely vanish, he paused for a few seconds before slowly uttering two words. Impressive. Chapter 54. The Immortal and the new year. The city of Cangnan has grown considerably colder, and as one strolls through the streets, vibrant hues of red are omnipresent. Red lanterns, red couplets, and red decorations adorn the surroundings. Half a year has passed, and winter has firmly taken hold of Cangnan. Soon, the new year will arrive. Fang Jue, feeling a sense of delight, has donned a crimson cotton jacket. He cherishes the new year, for it is a time when families reunite, and the air is filled with the essence of happiness. always bringing him something to treasure. In his early years, he would count down the new years with his fingers, starting with one hand, then moving to the other, and eventually counting on his toes. When there were no more limbs left to tally, he would turn his gaze to the flourishing trees. He tugged at the branches, unaware of how many trees had been stripped bare. The trees would grow bare, only to regrow, until they ultimately withered away. As another new year approached, Fang Jue leaned against a tree, gripping its branches, and suddenly froze. Why do I always pull at the branches of trees? He pondered. Will the trees not scold me? It seemed he had forgotten something essential. Why he felt compelled to pluck their branches and why he adored the new year. Did he relish the sweets of the new year? Fang Jue then indulged in candy, savoring its sweetness. Did he revel in the laughter of people? He too forced a smile, albeit insincerely. Yet, Fang Jue remained laid back, deciding that if he couldn't recall, he would simply let it be. When faced with indecision, he would consult the eastern wind. If the wind offered no solace, he would choose to sleep deeply. Muttering his own sage advice, he casually sought out a hilltop, using the sky as his blanket and the earth as his bed. With his eyes closed, he embraced slumber, confident that after a few days, the new year would have passed. For a millennium, this had been his routine. Most New Years were spent in solitary dreams. However, this year was evidently an exception. "Hey, Fang kid, would you like some sugar-coated hawthorn?" asked Han Xiaoyan, tilting his head toward Fang Jue as they passed a vendor. Yes. Fang Jue's eyes sparkled. He adored sweets, especially sugar-coated hawthorn. Ever since he had dissolved the soul contract with Han Xiaoyan, the two had resolved to act as undercover agents among the followers. In Han Xiaoyan's own words, he bore many sins. If he did not atone for them, choosing to end his own life would render him a coward plus. As for Fang Jue, he had joined the followers purely for amusement, so he had no objections. Thanks to the remnants of the soul contract left by Fang Jue, the Whispers had not detected the presence of a traitor among the followers. Moreover, due to being pursued by a team of mediums, they had managed to blend in quite comfortably among the devotees. Their visit to Cangnan marked the first time that the Whispers had formally issued an order to recruit the first dual deity agent in history, Lin Qiye. They had been emphatically warned that should the recruitment fail, they must spare no effort to eliminate him. With the Whispers stretched thin and the foremost followers preoccupied with their own affairs, the responsibility for this crucial task fell squarely upon Han Xiaoyan's shoulders. Although a few followers still stand by, it is evident to all that the 13th and 18th seeds have been acting in concert over the past 6 months, and thus, they have chosen to distance themselves. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoyan and Fang Jue indulged themselves freely, savoring their pleasures without a care. "Do not refer to me as Uncle Han any longer. It makes me feel rather aged," Han Xiaoyan remarked, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn. Previously, he had struggled to comprehend why the youth were so enamored with such treats, but now he found them quite delightful. "What should I call you then?" Fang Jue pondered. Call me Brother Han. I don't feel significantly older than you." Fang Jue licked the sugary coating of the hawthorn and cast a sidelong glance at him. "I believe you're mistaken in your perception. Nevertheless, Brother Han it shall be. You purchased the candied hawthorn, so you have the final say." Han Xiaoyan smiled, for he had already achieved his objective. It must be said that he had undergone considerable transformation over the past 6 months. Then a thought crossed his mind, and he inquired, "By the way, do you truly know Lin Qiye?" "Indeed, he and I are good brothers," Fang Jue nodded. "But he is a new recruit. How do you know him?" In Han Xiaoyan's recollection, Fang Jue had become part of the 18th seat while the new recruits were still in training, and Fang Jue had been apprehended in Longjiang City, which was quite distant from Cangnan City. "Well, actually, I'm also a new recruit from Cangnan City," Fang Jue admitted, scratching his head. "I merely graduated early." Han Xiaoyan was about to ask more questions when the crackle of his walkie-talkie interrupted his thoughts. "It's all set. There are 3 of our insiders in the training camp, and according to reliable intelligence, 5 missiles at the number 39 launch base are undergoing maintenance. Who will go?" The next moment, a sultry female voice chimed in, "If no one else is available, I shall go. I've been quite bored lately." Fang Jue recognized the voice. It belonged to the serpent woman from half a year ago. Han Xiaoyan turned to Fang Jue, raising the walkie-talkie in his hand with a grin, and said, Looks like we have work to do. He pressed a button on the walkie-talkie, lowered his voice, and spoke in a casual tone. I will go. As the most capable individual involved in the operation, Han Xiaoyan held absolute authority in this matter, given that this mission had been repeatedly sanctioned by the Whisper. Even a serpent woman dared not contest Han Xiaoyan's decision. After shutting off the walkie-talkie, he shot Fang Jue a triumphant glance, as if to say, "Did you see how impressive I am?" To such a question, Fang Jue's response was simply, "I did not." Chapter 55. Launching fireworks with a missile launcher. Is this something humans can conceive? Qiye, did you hear that? We really have a holiday. Bali Pang Pang turned to Lin Qiye with excitement. Although they could not leave Cangnan City, he declared, I can still treat you to delicious food. Next time you come to Guangshan, I shall ensure you experience a life fit for an emperor. Due to the cold weather, Bali Pong Pong's cheeks flushed crimson. As he exhaled, visible vapor slowly rose from his plump figure. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, a feeling that intensified until just before getting into the vehicle, solidifying his apprehensions. After all, who gives out knives during a holiday? Indeed, prior to boarding, Yuan Gang distributed standard star knives to everyone, cautioning them against use except in special circumstances. Inside the vehicle, Bali Pang Pang threw open the window, inhaling deeply the fresh air outside, his round face alight with enjoyment. The air outside the training camp is truly magnificent, filled with the essence of freedom and joy. Yet, he seemed to forget that their instructor was present. Instructor Hong, seated in the driver's seat, cast a glance at Bali Pang Pang and said coolly, "Freedom, is it? After the holiday, we shall have extra training, so you can truly savor the taste of freedom." A sudden chill enveloped Bali Pang Pang, immobilizing him in place, his expression turning sour as he pleaded, "Instructor, I was wrong. Spare me, please." Lin Qiye intended to converse with Bali Pang Pang when, all of a sudden, he felt a release throughout his body, a refreshing coolness in his mind, and a surge of mental energy akin to a rising tide. "I have broken through," he exclaimed in astonishment, feeling the newfound strength within him. To his surprise, most of the others in the vehicle shared his experience, although Bali Pang Pang was not among them. Watching his companions achieve breakthroughs one after another, he could only enviously blink and continue gazing out the window. "Wow!" Bali Pang Pang suddenly shouted. "Qiye, look! They're shooting stars." "Shooting stars? Where did those come from?" Lin Qiye pondered, following Bali Pong Pong's gaze. Amidst the pitch-black night, 5 fiery objects suddenly appeared, hurtling directly towards them. "What shooting stars? Those are missiles." 5 minutes earlier, the missile launch base number 39, not far from the training camp, had been infiltrated. 2 masked individuals had kidnapped all the base personnel. Strangely, they merely gathered the staff into a heap without any bindings or harm. Everyone crouched down, hands on your heads, legs together. "Hey, you there! Why is one of your hands moving in your pocket so quickly?" One individual wearing a George Pig mask reprimanded a staff member for a small indiscretion. Upon noticing that the authorities had been alerted, the individual reluctantly withdrew their hand from the mobile screen nestled in their pocket. George, observing the scene, cast his gaze over the staff huddled in a state of despair and cleared his throat. "Let me reiterate, if you cooperate with us, there will be no issues." A voice from the crowd challenged, "What if we choose not to cooperate?" George, upon hearing this, let out a sinister chuckle. "Oh, we are indeed the villains," he proclaimed. Seemingly unsatisfied with the intimidation factor, he added, "Very wicked, indeed. Should you provoke our displeasure, you shall face dire consequences." He then exaggerated his menace with a fierce expression. Yet the George mask he wore rendered him more comical than terrifying, evoking a rather endearing foolishness. With a disdainful glance at the cowering staff, he turned to his companion. "Pega, has the cargo arrived?" The individual known as Pega appeared somewhat exasperated, but accepted the premise nonetheless. Surprisingly, once he forced himself to embrace this role, he found it rather amusing. Pega and George were, in fact, Han Xiaoyan and Fang Jue. Since their last escapade in Longjiang, Fang Jue had developed a penchant for donning masks during their operations, each time adopting a different persona. Consequently, he had accumulated a plethora of self-bestowed nicknames. Han Xiaoyan, on the other hand, would only indulge Fang Jue in such antics when a disguise was requisite, allowing him to evade the fate of being burdened with an absurd moniker. At that moment, Pega, or Han Shaoyan, approached Fang Jue, carrying 5 large and hefty sticks, placing them upon the ground. He gave Fang Jue a thumbs up, declaring, "Rest assured, I specifically procured these super-duper cosmic fireworks. They will surely be spectacular." Fang Jue crossed his arms in satisfaction, nodding in agreement, envisioning the thrill of launching fireworks from missile platform. Had they dared, the base personnel would undoubtedly have pointed accusatory fingers at Fang Jue, exclaiming, "You've kidnapped everyone at this base just to launch fireworks? Are you out of your mind?" Fang Jue held a telescope, surveying the situation like a general assessing the battlefield, and soon spotted a bus gradually exiting the base. He exclaimed in excitement, "Oh, they're here." With a swift motion, he signaled Han Shaoyan to prepare. Han Shaoyan chuckled resignedly. Over the past 6 months, he had come to understand that Fang Jue's nature was invariably exuberant. He connected the fireworks to the equipment and, after making adjustments at the control panel, gave Fang Jue an approving gesture. "My dear Qiye, Happy New Year." With a mischievous grin, Fang Jue waved his hand dramatically. Fire in the hole. As Han Shaoyan's finger descended, 5 magnificent super fireworks ignited, trailing long tails as they soared into the distance, heralding the birth of a king. However, Lin Qiye's alarmed shout sent a wave of panic through the vehicle. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, the 5 missiles were already hovering ominously above them. There was no time to waste. With a resolute heart, Lin Qiye activated Dark Invasion. Instantly, a shroud of darkness emanated from him, enveloping the entire bus. Just as the missiles were about to descend, they unexpectedly detonated. Boom! 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 The air erupted with 5 violent explosions. Just as Lin Qiye braced himself to withstand the force of the blasts, his companion, Bai Li Pang Pang, nudged his arm. "Qiye, they are not missiles. They are fireworks. Look, fireworks." Against the backdrop of the inky night, the 5 fireworks burst forth, their breathtaking colors cascading like a deluge from the galaxy above. The vibrant hues merged with the darkness as the citizens of Cangnan City looked up, their eyes reflecting the splendid spectacle. Lin Qiye saw it, Bai Li Pang Pang saw it, Chao Yuan, Shun Qingzhu, and Mo Li saw it, as did the arriving support team of Hong Ying, Chun Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and Long Xian. Even Si Xiaonan and Qing Yu and Wen Qimo, who remained at the office, witnessed the scene. This was the most beautiful fireworks display they had ever experienced together. Chapter 56. In the 21st century, who still writes letters? After witnessing a spectacular fireworks display, Lin Qiye was escorted back to the Peace Affairs office by Hong Ying and Shun Mai. As he entered, his gaze immediately fixated upon Qing Yu, who was diligently writing couplets at the table. With a heavy heart, he approached without uttering a word, his melancholic eyes locking onto the pupils behind Qing Yu's glasses. How could it be that the 3 of us, who vowed to support one another as brothers during our training camp, would have you 2 abscond on the very first day, leaving me alone amidst the swirling snow and howling northern winds? And Qing Yu, fully aware of Lin Qiye's grievances, gently turned his head, attempting to evade his penetrating stare. Yet, Lin Qiye was relentless. He followed Qing Yu's every movement, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. Thus, wherever Qing Yu turned, Lin Qiye was right there in pursuit. Qing Yu, unable to maintain his composure any longer, pondered for a moment before devising an excuse. Stitch. Stitch can speak human language. Lin Qiye interjected with a sidelong glance. Qing Yu paused, momentarily bewildered. Having never seen the animated series, he mistakenly thought Stitch could only emit specific sounds, much like Pikachu. After a brief moment of confusion, he asked, "What about Hello Kitty?" "Hello Kitty doesn't speak." Qing Yu promptly closed his mouth, while Hong Ying, passing by, suppressed a laugh at their playful banter. "You 2 seem quite close. Qiye, since you're back, let's have a reunion dinner later. Look at you. You've slimmed down after 6 months at the training camp." "Slimmed down?" Lin Qiye squeezed his well-defined muscles, non-committal. However, as he surveyed the room, he noticed a missing presence. "Where's Fang Jue?" he inquired of Qing Yu. "He's gone undercover at the ancient god church," Qing Yu shrugged, revealing the truth to Lin Qiye without hesitation. Undercover? Lin Qiye's eyebrows arched in surprise. Yes, but unfortunately, he won't be able to join us for the reunion dinner. Han Ying pouted, clearly displeased. And Xingyu had already conveyed this information to Team 136, and initially, they were quite anxious, with Chen Mai even making a phone call to Shanjing. It wasn't until later that they received news from Fang Jue. What? You asked if he sent a letter. Please, that's so outdated. Who writes letters in the 21st century? Fang Jue had almost done so, but when Han Xiaoyan found out, he helplessly relayed this sentiment to Fang Jue. Consequently, Fang Jue had directly cut them off from a video call. Lin Qiye recalled Wang Mian's earlier warning that the ancient god church might have its sights set on him, coupled with the inexplicably timed break at the training camp and the 5 fireworks resembling missiles. A realization dawned upon him. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door. Bang! In the next moment, a figure donned in a George mask burst through the door with a flying kick. Brothers, I have returned, he exclaimed. An enemy attack. Red Ying's spear lunged forward the instant the masked individual entered, hovering perilously close to his throat. At that moment, the weapon was merely a millimeter from my own neck, yet I remained entirely unperturbed. The masked man raised his hands above his head, suddenly feeling an itch on his left hand, so he scratched it with his right. Sister Hong Ying, it's me, Fang Jue. Under Red Ying's scrutinizing gaze, he gradually lowered his hands towards the mask on his face and removed it, revealing a sheepish grin. Fang Jue, upon recognizing him, Red Ying's previously somber expression transformed into one of brightness. However, as if recalling something, her brow furrowed and her lips pursed, her demeanor hardening once more. Why did you come in like that? I thought I'd de-surprise you, he replied. Despite her stern expression, the corners of Red Ying's mouth betrayed her amusement. Thus, the entire group was reunited. Fang Jue leaned back and spotted Lin Qiye and Qingyu behind him, waving with a smile. Hi Qiye. Qingyu, it's been a while. Did you receive the gifts I sent? That fireworks display was indeed your doing, Lin Qiye remarked, his brow twitching. He had nearly been terrified to death when he saw 5 missiles hurtling toward him. If it weren't for me, you might have truly been blown to bits. Fang Jue swaggered over to the table, plopping down casually, and nonchalantly grabbed a handful of peanuts, savoring them as he chewed. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an expression that was half smile, half serious, as he fixed his gaze directly on Lin Qiye, declaring, You've caught the attention of the ancient god church, my friend. The first dual deity agent in history, and with top-tier deities like Michaelanix involved, it's nearly impossible not to be noticed. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his gaze sharp as he fixated on Fang Jue, instinctively stroking his chin in contemplation. So, the ancient god church intends to kill me? Fang Jue quickly waved his hands, chuckling as he clarified, No, they wish to recruit you. However, he paused, lowering his voice slightly to continue. If you refuse their offer, they will likely come after you. So, I've become the coveted prize? Lin Qiye remarked with resignation. Yet there was no hint of fear in his demeanor. A smirk played on his lips, confidence shimmering in his eyes. In that case, let them come. Chapter 57. Even those who wait in the wind and snow require sustenance. I shall step out for a moment. Lin Qiye intended to seek out by Li Pangpang, as it was rather inconsiderate to leave him alone at the hotel. Furthermore, Fang Jue had mentioned that the assailants targeting Cangnan were not solely from the ancient divine sect. While the sect desired Lin Qiye for his physique, others seemed more inclined towards Bai Li Pangpang. Therefore, as both the host of Cangnan City and a friend, Lin Qiye felt compelled to find him. The young master of the Bai family. That little chubby one? Goodness, with an 800 million bounty. How many buns could that buy? Fang Jue sidled up to Lin Qiye, muttering, having not forgotten his current role as an antagonist. I'm off to find a friend. Why are you tagging along? Lin Qiye was evidently still vexed about Fang Jue and Qingyu abandoning him. Didn't Ti mention? Cangnan is teeming with all sorts of characters, and how could I possibly miss such an intriguing affair? However, I shan't accompany you further, as I am now a believer. After speaking, he shook his head and unsheathed his Wuga black sword. He weighed the sword in his hand and handed the sheath to Lin Qiye. What is this? You want me to take your sheath? Lin Qiye inquired as he accepted it. Fang Jue rolled his eyes. Naturally, I fear you might be led astray. This sword of mine is a celestial sword, and its sheath is far from ordinary. Possessing it should allow you to stride confidently through Cangnan city. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye scrutinized the sheath in his grasp. It's black, aged, nothing particularly special. Lin Qiye assumed Fang Jue was merely concerned for him, yet out of curiosity, he still asked, what purpose does this sheath serve? Fang Jue had taken a few steps away, but slightly turned to cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qiye upon hearing his query. It slays gods if they obstruct, and it vanquishes Buddhas if they stand in the way. Fang Jue admitted he was somewhat exaggerating, yet he was not jesting with Lin Qiye. He was a celestial being, and the Xiali was a celestial sword. Naturally, it was indeed a celestial weapon, though he was currently bound to the Chuan realm. Wielding the Xiali made him fearless in battle. This was also the confidence that allowed him to assert to Yi Fan that he could confront a deity. Gazing at the elongated blade of the Xiali, Fang Jue once again recalled the one who gifted him the sword, reminiscing about the pear blossoms in full bloom. Yet he could not seem to recall the emotions he once felt. With a slight pout, Fang Jue dismissed such thoughts and ambled off to find his main force. When Fang Jue located Han Xiaoyan, he was leaning against a tree with a large halberd in hand. Noticing that Han had not spotted him, Fang Jue shouted, "Where's Feng Xian?" Indeed, this shout drew Han Xiaoyan's attention. Though my weapon is a halberd, not every man wielding a halberd is elbow. After spending half a year with Fang Jue, Han had made no significant breakthroughs in strength, but his skills in banter had certainly improved. Upon seeing Fang Jue return, he raised an eyebrow. "Have you finished your gathering with them?" Fang Jue pondered momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. He then extended the thermos in his hand to Han Xiaoyan, stating, "The team leader prepared this. I find it rather delectable. Is there anything you deem unpalatable?" Han Xiaoyan rolled his eyes, accepting the thermos, and upon lifting the lid, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, coinciding with the growling of his already famished stomach. Dried vegetables with braised pork and red braised lion's head. I must concede, you have shown some conscience by bringing me food." He wasted no time in devouring the meal with fervor. Fang Jue waited in silence, and only when he noticed Han Xiaoyan had nearly finished did he inquire, "What is the current situation?" After swallowing the last morsel, Han Xiaoyan cleared his throat slightly. "We have yet to make any moves against Lin Qiye. Our current target is that chubby lad from the Bailey family. However, it seems that snake woman intends to seek out Lin Qiye on her own. Let's go take a look." In a secluded high-rise, Lin Qiye lay in wait like a crouched leopard, his hands firmly gripping the cold sniper rifle, his eyes sharply focused through the scope, scanning the distance. A faint rustling sound emerged from behind him, causing a sudden jolt of alarm to course through him. Instantly, he tensed every muscle in his body and spun around with lightning speed. When the red dot in the scope finally brought into focus Fang Jue's familiar visage, the tension in his chest began to ease. "Fang Jue, what brings you here?" Fang Jue raised another thermos in his hand. "I brought you some food." Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible shift stirred within the depths of Lin Qiye's otherwise expressionless eyes. The corners of his lips, which had been slightly turned down, involuntarily lifted for a fleeting moment before he resumed his calm demeanor, replying coolly, "I will eat later." He set the thermos aside and returned to his sniper rifle. Understanding Lin Qiye's disposition, Fang Jue refrained from pressing the matter further. "Lin Qiye, do you have a knife?" "What kind of knife?" "Just a knife for cutting." Fang Jue paused, then added, "One with less power." "Less power?" Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, perplexed, failing to comprehend Fang Jue's sudden peculiar request. Yet, trusting his companion, he refrained from probing further and without hesitation reached for his waist, swiftly drawing a gleaming military knife. "How about this one?" Fang Jue considered for a moment before shaking his head. "Too powerful." Lin Qiye then produced a claw blade. "This one? Still too powerful." Lin Qiye. This claw blade was already the least powerful knife he possessed. However, he did not display any signs of impatience, instead standing still in contemplation. After a brief moment, his eyes lit up as if recalling something. "Oh, right. The team leader previously gave me a small knife meant for cutting fruit. Perhaps it will meet your requirements. This time, he presented a blunt fruit knife, the type with a plastic handle, measuring no longer than the span of a hand. Oh, splendid, splendid. Fang Jue remarked with satisfaction as he received it, toying with the knife for a moment before slipping it into his pocket. Off you go, remember to eat. He turned towards the staircase, his raised hand waving lightly in the air. In the darkness of the night, Lin Qiye observed his departing figure, shook his head with a smile, and then resumed his position, settling into a comfortable stance as he lifted the sniper rifle. Chapter 58. The Yandra has retreated on a dimly lit alley. Only a few street lamps cast a faint glow. The serpent woman swayed her slender waist as she walked, her exquisite high heels clattering against the stone pavement, producing a sharp and resonant sound that echoed oddly in the stillness of the night. Not far off, an explosion erupted from the Kalansky Hotel, followed by a blaze of fiery light. The serpent woman observed this scene with a dispassionate demeanor, seemingly unfazed. Have they already taken action? So that means, she murmured, the corners of her mouth curving upwards as if pulled by invisible strings, gradually forming an extremely eerie smile. The slit pupils in her eyes quivered slightly, reflecting a mesmerizing yet unsettling glint. That handsome Lin Qiye is nearly here, she exclaimed with excitement, her hands instinctively cradling her rosy cheeks, laughing maniacally as her laughter reverberated through the empty street, lingering in the air. She could hardly contain her eagerness to trample the dual-attribute agent beneath her feet, relishing the thought of ravaging his body while he writhed in pain and humiliation. The mere contemplation sent her blood boiling, and her heartbeat quickened. Hey, young lady, your thoughts are rather perilous. Do you not realize that the Yandra has already retreated? No one can compete with its Sundara. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed through the deserted street. Who? The serpent woman's heart raced with alarm, forcing her to abandon her fantasies of Lin Qiye. In the shadows, a figure gradually emerged. She held her breath, her gaze fixed intently on the source of the voice. As the dark silhouette became clearer, she found herself momentarily stunned when she recognized the face before her. It was a cartoonish pig visage. George, she instinctively exclaimed, memories of a cartoon featuring a pig brother flashing through her mind. You actually know it. The figure seemed genuinely surprised, as if encountering a kindred spirit. The serpent woman fought to suppress her urge to unleash a torrent of sarcasm, narrowing her elongated eyes as a barely perceptible glimmer of coldness flickered within them. Without hesitation, she secretly activated her forbidden realm, and countless tiny snake eyes swiftly spread silently around her. Who are you? My identity is of little consequence, the figure replied, then belatedly realized how clitched that sounded. Well, it doesn't matter. I must stop you from seeking Lin Qiye. The serpent woman regarded him warily, but then her tense expression softened as she let out a light chuckle. I see now. You're trying to prevent me from taking Lin Qiye as my servant because you're feeling jealous, aren't you? Oh dear, your charm is truly formidable. Very well. Under such circumstances, I shall reluctantly accept you. Despite her seemingly nonchalant demeanor, she was secretly channeling the mental energy within her. Countless serpentine eyes, gleaming with an eerie luminescence, detached from her form and swiftly slithered along the ground towards the wall. Soon, the entire space appeared to be suffused with these serpentine gazes, forming an impenetrable domain. At this moment, Fang Jue remained oblivious to the unfolding events around him, absent-mindedly scratching a niche, presenting a rather comical sight. Witnessing this, the snake woman couldn't help but let a subtle smile curve her lips, tracing a delicate arc. With a flick of her wrist, the forbidden object, snake tooth, settled securely into her dainty palm, as her figure seemed to meld into the surrounding air, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. A flash of cold light suddenly appeared, and in the next instant, the sharp edge of a blade materialized before Fang Jue's mask, even before the figure had manifested. The snake woman's melodic laughter echoed in the air. Let me see what kind of face lies beneath that mask of yours. Unhurriedly, Fang Jue retrieved an item from his pocket, casting a glance towards the diagonal front as he raised it to defend himself. With a resounding clash, Two beams of cold light collided fiercely in the air. The snake woman felt a jolt of pain surge through her hand, as if crushed under the weight of a mountain, the immense force coursing through her arm and compelling her to stumble backward several steps. TCH, what is this thing that can withstand my snake tooth? She pondered, secretly astonished. This snake tooth, a forbidden object bestowed by the divine, had proven invincible in her previous battles, yet today it had been effortlessly countered. However, when she finally discerned what Fang Jue held, she was left dumbfounded. A fruit knife? What a joke. This fellow just used a fruit knife to block my snake tooth? The snake woman found it hard to believe. She would rather convince herself that this fruit knife was a formidable forbidden item. Moreover, the strength of this individual was extraordinary. She could not afford a direct confrontation. With this thought, she lightly bit her lower lip, slightly pouting her delicate pink lips, resembling a ripe cherry, irresistibly alluring. Simultaneously, her slender fingers gently grasped the edge of her collar, seemingly nonchalantly tugging it down. As she performed this action, a vast expanse of flawless, snow-white skin gradually became visible, captivating to the eye. "Oh dear, little brother," she teased, deliberately raising her voice to a high-pitched, sultry tone. "What forbidden object is that knife of yours? You accidentally hurt me just now." As she spoke, her large, glistening eyes blinked, their glances radiating seductive charm. Fang Jue, upon hearing her question, momentarily stood in a daze. "Hell, look at that. Just a hint of my allure, and you couldn't withstand it." Just when the snake woman believed her charms were taking effect, Fang Jue snapped back to reality and earnestly replied, "Well, the forbidden nature of this knife is classified as super invincible, unbreakable by anything under heaven. Quite remarkable indeed. Rest assured, I harbor no intention of causing you harm. My sole purpose is to prevent you from seeking Lin Qiye." Snake woman, who inquired about that? Nonetheless, the infuriating tone of your voice inevitably conjured the image of someone specific in her mind, coupled with the recent information she had received regarding two masked individuals attacking the number 39 missile base. At this moment, the gears in Snake Woman's somewhat clever mind began to turn rapidly, leading her to a swift conclusion. You were one of the 18 disciples?" She pointed at Fang Jue, her face a mask of disbelief. "A traitor among the disciples?" Upon hearing Snake Woman's inquiry, Fang Jue appeared momentarily taken aback, then scratched his head in mild exasperation. "Ah, had I known, I would have chosen a different mask. Indeed, when venturing out, one must possess numerous aliases." He stretched lazily, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes, and his voice turned icy. "Since you have uncovered my identity, I regret to inform you that I must compel you to meet your demise." Chapter 59, What Black King? It's merely a child. The serpent woman sensed a sudden shift in the atmosphere surrounding Fang Jue, her heart gripped tightly by an invisible hand, contracting sharply. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she were being gazed upon by a deity from on high. A suffocating sense of oppression crashing over her like a relentless tide, nearly overwhelming her entirely, rendering her weak and on the verge of collapse. Flee. Regaining her breath, the serpent woman realized in a split second that this 18th seed of the followers was no ordinary individual. His presence among the faithful must serve some ulterior motive. She had to escape at once. Gazing at the serpent eyes surrounding her, a flicker of hope ignited within her. The fierce instinct for survival twisted her expression into something grotesque, erasing her previous allure. Yet, the serpent woman could not afford to dwell on such matters now. With every ounce of her strength, she propelled herself through the forbidden abyss, leaping between the serpent eyes. In an instant, she had teleported a considerable distance away. Looking back from her position, she could only see Fang Jue reduced to a mere pinprick in the distance. Fang Jue remained motionless, quietly observing the serpent woman as she fled. He idly toyed with an exceedingly sharp fruit knife in his hand, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, I truly did not intend to kill you. I even borrowed this fruit knife from Lin Qiye." As he spoke, he tucked the fruit knife away and drew forth a blade wrapped in layers of cloth, the xiali. The blade glimmered with a chilling brilliance under the sparse moonlight of the dark night. Narrowing his eyes, he positioned the xiali before his chest, gesturing toward the distant black dot that was the serpent woman. Then, with a single motion, he lightly pointed the tip of the sword in the direction she had escaped. Meanwhile, the serpent woman glanced back and, upon realizing that Fang Jue did not pursue her, let out a sigh of relief. Had she truly escaped? But following her moment of relaxation came an overwhelming wave of humiliation and rage. The 18th seat of the followers. Damn it, damn it, damn it. When I return, I will surely. Suddenly, the serpent woman noticed her speed diminishing. Not just her speed, but her senses began to blur. What is happening to me? It felt as if the world had turned upside down. She could no longer withstand the debilitating sensation coursing through her, collapsing to the ground. Without a sound, she seemed to fall, yet she felt nothing. She wished to close her eyes and succumb to slumber, but found herself unable to do so. She realized she could no longer exert control over any part of her body. Even her thoughts began to solidify into a state of inertia. Had anyone been present to witness these events unfold, they would undoubtedly be left agape, questioning their own perception of reality. The serpent woman's body gradually became ethereal at a visible pace. First, her outline blurred, followed by her limbs and torso, until even her striking visage slowly vanished without a trace. Until the very last moment, the entire body dissolved into the air as if it had never existed. It was as though she were a figure drawn on paper, mercilessly erased by an eraser. Gazing into the distance, Fang Jue clapped his hands and continued to wrap, Xiali, in cloth. After all, without a sheath, what would happen if he accidentally tore his own clothes? Should he really spend another 20 at the market to buy a counterfeit robe? 20 could buy him 2 meals. Dying in such a manner truly seemed a stroke of fortune. Fang Jue muttered, couldn't he, that snake woman, be just a tad less foolish? Must she force me to employ a smidgen of the true capabilities of the transcendent? Casting another glance at the hotel, he noted that the sounds of battle were gradually subsiding. Well, this fight has made me quite hungry. I should find something to eat. With no money left, I'll seek out Qi. Fang Jue patted his stomach, aware that he had already eaten before coming here, and had not even moved an inch during the skirmish. Yet, he craved something delectable. He hummed a tune, bouncing away into the distance. When Fang Jue reached the noodle shop, he discovered Lin Qiye inside, accompanied by several familiar faces, by Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Shun Qingzhu along with his 3 lackeys. It was late at night, and given the shop's remote location, there were not many patrons. Consequently, Fang Jue drew everyone's attention the moment he stepped inside. Wow, Peppa Pig! Bai Li Pangpang exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the mask on Fang Jue's face. You fool, this is George. Fang Jue removed the mask and rolled his eyes at Bai Li Pangpang. Upon seeing Fang Jue's true visage beneath the mask, Bai Li Pangpang was even more delighted, shouting again, Fang Jue, are you some sort of NPC that always yells when encountering people? Ignoring Bai Li Pangpang. Fang Jue nodded at Shun Qingzhu and the others before sitting beside Lin Qiye, tugging at his sleeve and looking at him with pleading eyes. Jie, am hungry. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. So? Fang Jue grinned mischievously. Treat me to some noodles. Ultimately, Lin Qiye relinquished his remaining 28 yuan to Fang Jue, who spent 12 yuan on a bowl of braised noodles and pocketed the remaining 16. The steam rising from the broth caressed Fang Jue's face. He inhaled deeply, the enticing aroma filling his nostrils, and he picked up his chopsticks, diving into his meal. Lin Qiye glanced at Shun Qingzhu, who was eating plain noodles, and then at Bai Li Pangpang, whose bowl was overflowing with ingredients, deep in thought. He then approached Bai Li Pangpang to discuss the possibility of having Shun Qingzhu act as Bai Li Pangpang's bodyguard. Fang Jue savored a mouthful of noodles and a sip of broth, turning his attention to Chao Yuan. Their interactions had been quite limited, primarily consisting of a single confrontation when Chao Yuan was in a frenzied state. However, Chao Yuan had nonetheless left a lasting impression on Fang Jue. By the way, Chao Yuan, your forbidden domain is Black King Annihilation. I assenti it? He remarked without looking up, continuing to savor his noodles. Indeed, I recall our previous encounter, albeit with you emerging as the victor. Chao Yuan nodded, awkwardly rubbing his nose, clearly still haunted by the events of that night. The thought of the Black King's decimation, the Black King, stirs a sense of nostalgia. Fang Jue clicked his tongue, extending a finger to his forehead, seemingly lost in thought. Have you encountered any other bearers of the Black King's decimation? Chao Yuan asked, his surprise evident. The higher the rank of a forbidden domain, the scarcer its bearers become. Moreover, the Black King's decimation is unique. It is not merely a forbidden domain, but a seal of the Black King, its power fundamentally emanating from the malevolent aura of the Black King. Thus, during the same era, there should ideally be only one bearer of the Black King's decimation. Indeed, Fang Jue shook his head. No, I have not encountered any other Black King's decimation. He truly had not met any other bearers of the Black King's decimation. Save for a scruffy little child who once tugged at his sleeve, looking pitiful. Chapter 60. A familiar wine, the Asylum of the Gods. When Lin Qiye arrived, Li Yifei was busy mopping the floor of the asylum. Qiye, you're back. Li Yifei greeted Lin Qiye with the demeanor of a devoted housewife, a smile gracing his face. Lin Qiye nodded and made his way towards the second door. Having reached the realm of the pool, he should be able to unlock the second deity now. Taking a deep breath, he exerted force with his palm and slowly pushed open the dust-laden door. Seeing Fang Jue enter, Li Yifei continued his conversation with the Zhu. At that moment, another figure emerged at the entrance of the asylum. Fei, Li Yifei. Fang Jue waved at Li Yifei, calling out, Fang Jue. Li Yifei expressed surprise, as it had been quite some time since Fang Jue last visited. Oh, it seems the asylum has gained quite a few new staff members. You've become quite the authority now, he remarked, winking at Li Yifei. Fang Jue chuckled teasingly, and after exchanging a few more words, he turned his attention to the first door. Nix's treatment progress, 78, pushing the door open. A woman clad in a starry gown sat quietly in a chair. Upon seeing Fang Jue, she was not taken aback but smiled, saying, You've come. Fang Jue spread his hands. Should I still call you mother? Nix paused momentarily, recalling the scene from half a year ago when she first met Fang Jue in this asylum. A faint smile emerging on her lips. If you wish to call me that, it is entirely up to you, Nix responded with a smile, continuing, I feel quite honored to be the mother of a celestial being. She hesitated for a moment before adding, but you must keep your promise about helping me eliminate Zeus. Fang Jue contemplated, realizing that the celestial power within Xiali should indeed be capable of defeating Zeus, yet his current realm was too low, making it easy for Zeus to escape. Next time I encounter Zeus, I shall give it a try, he shrugged, his tone casual as if the task at hand were no more significant than dispatching a mere chicken. You didn't come here just to chat with me, did you? In truth, Fang Jue had merely wished to revisit the asylum. From his first entry, he sensed that this place was not of this world, and, contrary to its outward appearance, it seemed to conceal something profound. His curiosity about the true nature of the asylum was piqued. However, since Nix had inquired, he decided to share something comparatively less significant. Well, Lin Qiye, take care of him. Fang Jue raised his arm, gently pointing his finger towards the door to indicate Lin Qiye. Then, as if fearing that she might not grasp the importance, he emphasized, he is very important. Without hesitation, Nix nodded in agreement. You need not tell me. He is my child, and I shall protect him. Fang Jue raised an eyebrow, gazing at her with a look of astonishment, and after a brief pause, he replied slowly, You should be aware, he is not Thanatos. He is not Thanatos. Nix nodded, reiterating his words, and then his expression turned serious. But he is my child. Fang Jue was momentarily taken aback. He sensed a profound bond had already developed between Nix and Lin Qiye. This connection might have initially stemmed from a misunderstanding, but now it had evolved into something genuine. Do deities possess emotions as well? He stood there, his face blank, murmuring to himself in a daze. What did you say? His voice was so soft that Nix could barely discern his words. Fang Jue quickly regained his composure and shook his head. It's nothing. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, the city was bathed in festive and harmonious lights. However, within the peace office, a different scene unfolded. The usual work atmosphere had been replaced by a palpable sense of celebration as everyone busied themselves. Chen Mai, uncharacteristically generous, had purchased several large bags of ingredients and was donning an apron, preparing the New Year's Eve feast alongside Si Xiaonan. As Fang Jue entered, pushing the door with Han Xiaoyun, a rich aroma of delectable dishes wafted from the kitchen, igniting his appetite and prompting an involuntary swallow. Since they often video-called, the members of Team 136 were not unfamiliar with Han Xiaoyun. Upon seeing Fang Jue and Han Xiaoyun enter, they smiled and nodded, warmly inviting them to come inside. The moment Fang Jue stepped in, his gaze homed in on the roast goose on the table, as if guided by an unseen force. Yet, he was not the only one with such intentions. Hong Ying was also leaning over the table, her beautiful eyes fixated vacantly on the goose leg. Fang Jue's eyes sparkled with excitement as he darted towards the roast goose, seizing a pair of chopsticks with the intent to indulge. At that moment, the languid Hong Ying suddenly focused her gaze, and in the next instant, her hand deftly intercepted Fang Jue's chopsticks. "If I can't have it, neither shall you." She glared fiercely at him. Under her watchful eyes, Fang Jue had no choice but to reluctantly relinquish the chopsticks and join her in languishing at the table like a salted fish. Fortunately, Fang Jue arrived just in time. Within minutes, Chen Mai and Si Xiaonan emerged carrying dishes. Upon seeing Fang Jue, Si Xiaonan smiled, having missed him when he returned earlier. Fang Jue responded with a smile he believed to be flawless. Dinner commenced at last. Chen Mai poured a glass of wine for himself and Zhao Kongchen, then handed drinks to Hong Ying, allowing the younger ones to share. "Would you like cola or orange juice?" Hong Ying held a cola in her left hand and orange juice in her right, shaking the corresponding drink when asked. "I want to drink wine." Fang Jue pointed at the wine jug in Zhao Kongqing's hand, pressed his lips together, and added, "I am of age." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing's eyes sparkled with delight, and a mischievous grin crept onto his face. Ah, how surprising it is that Fang has taken a fancy to indulge in a drink. "Very well then, come. Uncle Zhao shall accompany you for a few delightful glasses today." Hardly had the words left his lips when he swiftly grasped the wine jug and poured a generous amount into Fang Jue's glass. Chen Mai, perceiving Zhao Kongqing's intentions, helplessly cautioned, "Old Zhao, take it easy, don't let Fang Jue become intoxicated." He then turned to the somewhat reserved Han Xiaoyun sitting nearby, offering him a friendly smile. "Do not hold back, just as you did in your little team back in the day." Once everything was prepared, Chen Mai took a deep breath and slowly raised his glass brimming with exquisite wine, lifting it high into the air. "Everyone, Happy New Year!" Upon the utterance of these words, all present, adorned with smiles, raised their glasses in unison, echoing Chen Mai's gesture and joyfully exclaiming, "Happy New Year!" Fang Jue took a sip of the wine. It bore a hint of bitterness and spiciness. Yet, whether it was merely his imagination or not, this particular wine seemed to possess something extra compared to those he had tasted before. It felt as though, in a time long past, so distant that he could scarcely recall, he had savored a wine of this very essence. Chapter 61. The correction of fate. The mission has failed, and the Serpent Lady is dead. Upon hearing the reports from Han Xiaoyun and Fang Jue, Yu's originally slender brows knitted tightly into a twisted knot. How could this be? In Cangnan City, Yuan Gang was the only one at the Sea Realm level. Han Xiaoyun should have been able to hold him off, especially with Fang Jue from the River Realm and those others. As Yu murmured to himself, he began to pace restlessly, his agitation visibly affecting Fang Jue, who could not help but yawn. This small gesture caught Yu's attention, intensifying his suspicions. He abruptly halted, turning to fix a scrutinizing gaze on Fang Jue. Extending a hand, he hovered it before Fang Jue's forehead, attempting to sense the soul contract within him. After a moment, the grave expression on Yu's face finally eased somewhat. "Well, that's a relief. The contract is still intact, which means they cannot betray me." Yu mused to himself, concluding that Fang Jue's yawn was likely due to genuine fatigue, rather than irritation with him. However, he was mistaken. Fang Jue indeed found Yu bothersome and was contemplating whether to eliminate him and seize control of the ancient god sect himself. After half a year as a follower, The novelty had worn off, and he was beginning to feel jaded. Nevertheless, Fang Jue held back, for through a glimpse of destiny, he had perceived something quite intriguing. You deserve to meet his end in a far more dramatic fashion. Oh well, next time, I shall take matters into my own hands. He sighed. After all, his true self was still being hunted, and such affairs could only be entrusted to this avatar. With Lu Liang deceased, Fang Jue, you shall henceforth be follower 16. Perform well, and the organization will not treat you poorly. Does it not resemble a leader drawing grand visions for you? With a dismissive wave, he signaled for Fang Jue and Han Shaoyan to withdraw. Fang Jue blinked, secretly implanting a mark on EU to prevent him from engaging in any dubious activities. After completing this task, he strode away with an air of confidence. Whether it was EU's twisted sense of humor or not, the followers' base was rather secluded, poorly situated, allowing little sunlight to penetrate, rendering it quite dim. Fang Jue had to venture far to bask in the sun. While wandering, he retrieved the shali from his waist. The moment he touched it, the blade emitted a resonant hum. The scabbard of shali remained in Lin Qiye's possession, and rather than reclaim it, he found another scabbard of similar dimensions for shali. The sword seemed rather displeased, frequently protesting with its humming. Fang Jue, however, shrugged it off, thinking, you can protest all you want. I shall sleep as I please. Thus, he settled into a lounge chair under the sun and drifted off to sleep. In the days that followed, life became quite leisurely. While Yi was being hunted, Fang Jue indulged in food and drink, occasionally stepping outside to enjoy the sunlight. Until, what the hell, bro, you're here too? Fang Jue looked thoughtfully at the figure of Sun Qingzhu before him. Sun Qingzhu raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze swiftly sweeping over Fang Jue, a fleeting expression of subtle surprise flickering across his face. However, this emotion lasted but a moment before he quickly suppressed it, his countenance returning to its usual indifference. Do not call me Brother Cool. I am now the 18th disciple. His voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Qingzhu did not spare Fang Jue another glance and resolutely turned to leave. Fang Jue observed his departing figure, a slight frown creasing his brow. On that day in the noodle shop, he had encountered Sun Qingzhu and casually performed a fortune-telling for him, the outcome of which unexpectedly astonished Fang Jue. It was destined for Sun Qingzhu to become a disciple. According to Fang Jue's calculations, Sun Qingzhu was originally meant to serve in a small team in Shanjing City. But due to the recent death of one of his subordinates during a mission, he had infiltrated the ancient god church. Fang Jue pondered whether he could alter the course of fate. Thus, he did not reclaim the sword sheath from Lin Qiye. The sheath would save Sun Qingzhu's 3 subordinates. Therefore, logically, Sun Qingzhu should not have joined the disciples. Yet he still did. A correction of destiny? Fang Jue mused, stroking his chin, and soon he smiled again. This is even better. I can create freely. He realized that ever since Lin Qiye began to rise, the laws of fate in this world were gradually being reshaped. Once, he had to tread carefully, fearing that his transcendent butterfly wings might inadvertently stir the air, triggering a cascade of consequences. However, it now appeared that the world's consciousness was gradually refining itself, and the influence of that octopus-like entity was slowly waning. On this note, Fang Jue was no longer sleepy. He rose from his reclining chair and chased after Sun Qingzhu. Hey, Brother Cool, wait for me. He clapped a hand on Sun Qingzhu's shoulder, meeting his cold gaze head-on. In the face of such an icy stare, Fang Jue merely chuckled, unfazed. Then, as if fearing Sun Qingzhu had not heard him clearly, he loudly repeated his initial question. Brother Cool, what brings you here? Sun Qingzhu furrowed his brow, a hint of concealed worry lurking in the depths of his eyes. With a cold snort, he replied, It is my honor to be accepted as a disciple by Lord Yu. I am solely focused on serving Lord Yu. Fang Jue felt a pang of realization. He seemed to have forgotten to mention to Sun Qingzhu that he too was an undercover agent. Thus, he fixed his gaze on Sun Qingzhu, cautiously leaning closer to whisper in a tone audible only to the two of them, uttering the familiar phrase. EUSB. He then raised his eyebrows in a boastful manner. Rest assured, there is no one else here. In an instant, The previously calm expression on Shun Qingzhu's face rippled with turmoil, the once still countenance finally undergoing a transformation. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Fang Jue, his lips trembling slightly, struggling to articulate a coherent response. At last, he could only dumbly extend his finger, pointing directly at Fang Jue, stammering, I, too, am an undercover agent, Fang Jue replied, unhurriedly picking up where Shun Qingzhu had left off, speaking in a calm tone. After a prolonged moment, Shun Qingzhu finally emerged from a state of shock. Yet, he remained silent, merely lowering his head, engulfed in contemplation. I must eliminate EU. At this juncture, he paused, seemingly gauging Fang Jue's reaction. Observing Fang Jue's faint smile, he helplessly shrugged. Rest assured, do you think I have infiltrated this place without purpose? I have long been prepared. He will meet his demise soon enough. Shun Qingzhu. So, what is the significance of my presence here undercover? Chapter 62. Hades. If I were to summon the gods to slay the murmurs, would you not be astonished? Alibaba, a joyous youth indeed. The ringtone of a mobile phone pierced through Fang Jue's slumber, rousing him from his dreams. He fished out his phone, and upon seeing the contact name, Yi Fan, he furrowed his brow, instinctively knowing the purpose of the call. Deliberately, he held the phone at a distance from his ear before accepting the call. Immortal, they have arrived. Yi Fan's anxious voice resonated from the speaker. Thankfully, Fang Jue had kept the phone away. Otherwise, the cacophony would have deafened him. Understood. Assist others and allocate a spirit to manage this for me, he replied with a slight grimace. He then slowly shifted his gaze toward the window, his eyes piercing through the transparent glass, directed towards the distant horizon. In the far sky, tumultuous clouds surged forth, imposing and formidable. The weighty dark clouds loomed like a vast black curtain, swiftly enveloping the heavens, as if intent on devouring the earth. The once azure sky transformed into a gray, oppressive expanse, rendering the atmosphere stifling. Drip, drip. Initially, only a few scattered raindrops descended softly to the ground, producing a delicate and crisp sound. Yet, this was merely the prelude. In an instant, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens, crashing down in a relentless torrent, forming an impermeable curtain of rain. The water pounded vehemently against the windows, the roof, and the streets, splattering droplets everywhere, as the entire world succumbed to the enveloping mist of rain. Oh, what a downpour! I do not relish the rain, he murmured as he gradually rose, stretching his arms wide and vigorously loosening his stiffened limbs. The sword at his waist, Xiali, quivered gently, its obsidian blade gleaming. Closing his eyes, Fang Jue calmed his spirit, meticulously attuning himself to his surroundings. Moments later, he discerned several extraordinarily powerful presences rapidly approaching from afar, each aura akin to surging ocean waves, harboring immense divine power. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, it seems. Outside, the relentless raindrops fell like silver arrows, fiercely striking the ground. Fang Jue, without an umbrella, boldly stepped into the dense curtain of rain. The water instantly soaked his garments, yet he remained unperturbed. Before Great Xia, the divine shall not pass, Zhou Ping calmly declared to the imposing figure before him. Simultaneously, he deftly brandished a sword. In an instant, the once tumultuous waves crashing against the shore seemed to be abruptly halted by an invisible hand, suspended mid-air. Divine Sequence 009, Poseidon. Zhou Ping gazed steadily at Poseidon, who stood upon the waves, saying nothing, merely caressing the hilt of his sword, as myriad sharp intents of swordsmanship coiled around him, halting Poseidon's advance. Human, are you aware of the consequences of defying the divine? Poseidon's countenance darkened, his voice as frigid as the thunder rumbling in the heavens. Zhou Ping pondered for a moment and shook his head, confessing his ignorance. Yet, he quickly added, however, if I were to defeat you, there should be no repercussions, right? Equally caught in a dire predicament was Hades, the lord of the underworld, who never imagined he would be bested by someone so ordinary. With a mere spiritual prowess at the level of an ordinary mortal, just outside the city of Cangnan. Though the ethereal features of his face made it difficult to discern his emotions, The slight tremor at the corners of his mouth suggested his mood was far from pleasant. "Who are you?" Hades's voice resonated like a chilling echo from the depths of the abyss, cold and oppressive. "The 18th seat of the faithful. Oh no, it is the 16th seat now." Fang Jue raised his hand, resembling a student eager to answer a teacher's question, responding honestly. However, he soon realized his mistake and hastily corrected himself. As the words left his lips, Fang Jue recognized his blunder and coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. He swiftly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor as he declared, "Let us start anew. I am the 16th seat of the faithful, at your service." "Faithful?" Hades furrowed his brow, murmuring in confusion. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his deep, abyss-like eyes, revealing his ignorance of this suddenly emerging organization. From Fang Jue's previous words, he gathered that the individual before him was merely the 16th member of this mysterious assembly. This implied that there were 15 others even more formidable than he. The realization caused Hades to draw a sharp breath. If a mere 16th seat could impede a deity of his caliber, what terrifying power must this organization wield? Hades contemplated strategies to extract vital information about the faithful from Fang Jue. Uncovering further details regarding this enigmatic group had become his most pressing concern. After all, facing an organization of such obscure origins, yet possessing formidable strength, warranted utmost caution, as any oversight could yield dire and unforeseen consequences. At that moment, he set aside his initial intent to seize the wrath of Shiva in Cangnan and instead found himself in a standoff with Fang Jue. Affecting an air of nonchalance, he scoffed, "Faithful, what is that?" Upon hearing Hades's renewed inquiry, a smug expression spread across Fang Jue's face. Without needing further prompting, he eagerly divulged, "Indeed, we, the faithful, are quite formidable. I am merely the 16th seat." He paused briefly, seemingly aiming to create an atmosphere of suspense, before continuing with fervor. "You see, our unwavering dedication to the organization stems from our devout service to the esteemed Lord of Whispers. Moreover, the most crucial point is that each of us has forged a soul contract with the Lord of Whispers. Once the esteemed Dream Master meets an untimely demise, we, the devoted followers, shall no longer be able to exist in this world. Therefore, safeguarding the Dream Master at all times and in all places is our paramount mission." It is uncertain whether the speaker intended this, yet the listener is undoubtedly attentive. Hades, taken aback, pondered the identity of this Dream Master, who possesses the extraordinary ability to forge soul contracts with so many beings of divine caliber. This individual must not be allowed to remain. However, as a sense of relief washed over him, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Is this human a fool? With just a single inquiry, he divulged all the intelligence of his organization. "If I were to summon the gods to eliminate the Dream Master, would you not be obliterated?" Chapter 63. The White Garb, the Black Sword, and the Slaying of Deities. Hades resolved in his heart that upon returning, he would summon his brethren to surround and eliminate the murmuring foe. Meanwhile, far away, the murmuring figure unexpectedly sneezed. "Oh, why does it feel so chilly behind me? Surely, my loyal subordinates are singing my praises. Here I stand, and you shall not pass." Fang Jue, wielding a long sword, gently swept it, leaving a faint mark upon the ground. He pointed his blade at the overturned earth, his gaze distant as he spoke. "I do not wish to slay you. At least, not at this moment. Thus, I suggest you step aside. I seek others. Gods have departed." In the darkness, Hades felt a profound humiliation upon hearing these words. A flicker of rage ignited within his eyes, concealed in the shadows, burning with an intensity akin to a fierce flame. "Mortal, you dare speak of killing me?" Then, Hades burst into uproarious laughter, as though he had heard the most ludicrous and absurd jest imaginable. It must be said, Hades possessed a formidable voice, startling the birds within the nearby woods. Fang Jue instinctively covered his ears, muttering, "What is so amusing? Even that bratting Zheng could slay you." Hades, unable to comprehend Fang Jue's nonsensical remarks, gazed upon the minuscule figure before him and scoffed, "Ignorant fool, I possess divinity. What do you have to kill me?" Fang Jue blinked innocently and shook the hilt of the sword still sheathed at his side. This. Upon seeing the unranked black sword, Hades' heart sank. He suddenly recalled a long-forgotten tale. Centuries prior, Olympus had been invaded. The gods of Olympus united to confront this threat, with Zeus himself descending to battle. Their adversary was not a foreign deity or the collapse of belief, but rather a man clad in white, wielding a black-sheathed sword. Though it sounded a ludicrous tale, it required a fittingly absurd conclusion. As the Greek pantheon suffered grave losses and Zeus lay gravely wounded, Olympus was left in ruins, while that figure remained resplendent in white, the dark sword gleaming in the air. Ultimately, with a dismissive comment, he concluded one of the most catastrophic tragedies in the history of Olympus. Hades, then in the underworld, had not partaken in that battle. Those who experienced it spoke little of it, only recounting the legendary black sword devoid of a rank. As his thoughts returned to the present, Hades scrutinized Fang Jue's Xiali with grave seriousness. While the design appeared similar, he noted that the scabbard differed from the fabled sword. Phew! Thankfully, it is not that sword. After a prolonged gaze, Hades exhaled in relief, regaining his arrogance. Mortal, I shall warn you once more. Shiva's wrath is not something you can withstand. Step aside swiftly, and I may spare your life. Hades roared with fury, and as his voice resonated, a torrent of ominous black mist surged forth from one side of his body, resembling a monstrous beast, its claws outstretched as it spread ominously in all directions. Wherever the dark mist passed, the original scenery vanished in an instant, replaced by a desolate wasteland devoid of life. Flowers, grasses, and trees withered at a visible pace, ultimately transforming into charred heaps of earth scattered across the ground. In stark contrast stood Fang Jue, a slender figure alone in the midst of it all. Under the overwhelming black mist, which seemed to harbor boundless destructive power, Fang Jue appeared particularly small and fragile, as if a mere breath from Hades could obliterate him entirely. Had anyone else been present, they would have surely quaked with fear before such divine majesty. Let me think. Though few could hear me, I still wish to utter a profound statement. Fang Jue merely stood there, one hand casually resting on his chin, his eyes slightly squinted, as though lost in contemplation. I have it. He clapped his hands, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness, and, clearing his throat, lowered his voice. In the realm of Dacia, the divine are forbidden to act. Olympus. In this exalted divine realm, a palace stood, its walls a pristine, immaculate white, as if sculpted from the finest jade. Deep within, a man sat quietly upon a throne, his eyes firmly closed. Even with his eyes shut, an overwhelming, suffocating divine aura emanated from him, like an invisible storm sweeping through the surroundings. Yet his slightly trembling form and the furrowed brows indicated his current discomfort. Step, step, step. In the midst of this stifling silence, a sudden, crisp, rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed throughout the empty hall, resonating with remarkable clarity. Soon after, a goddess of graceful stature and exquisite beauty approached from the far end of the corridor. She walked softly to Zeus's side, extending a delicate hand to gently stroke his stern, chiseled cheek, eventually resting her fingers on his temples, beginning to knead them gently. In that moment, the entire hall fell back into silence, neither deity uttering a word, the only sounds breaking the tranquility being the soft breaths and Hera's subtle movements. As time passed, Zeus finally exhaled deeply, the tension in his furrowed brow gradually easing, while a fine sheen of sweat had stealthily formed along his back. "Thank you, Hera," he said, lifting a hand to massage his aching forehead from prolonged strain, turning to Hera with a gaze filled with gratitude, nodding slightly as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, Hera let out a gentle sigh, her beautiful eyes revealing a profound concern. "Zeus, it has been centuries. Have your wounds not yet healed?" Zeus remained silent for an extended period, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Slowly, he lowered his head, gazing through his robe at the deep, searing scar that penetrated to his very core. A faint, bitter smile barely graced his lips. "It will heal. It is almost there. Almost. Yet." Zeus knew all too well that this injury was likely beyond repair. Even after centuries had passed, that scar continued to burn relentlessly within him, a torment that even his supreme divine power could not suppress. This was merely a remnant of that fateful moment when a figure clad in white had pierced through the assembly of gods, locking its gaze upon him for but an instant. With a single strike, it had wrought destruction upon half of Olympus, extinguishing the lives of numerous deities. Whether it was a cruel jest from that being, the blade's radiance inexplicably dissipated as it sliced across his chest. He did not perish. Instead, he was ensnared in enduring agony, tormented by the wound for hundreds of years. Clad in white, wielding a black sword, the slayer of gods. In the depths of Zeus's eyes, constricted by pain, that unparalleled figure flickered back into his memory. Chapter 64. The laws of death are no match for the national trend of takeout. What has become of Poseidon and the others? He inquired, glancing at Hera beside him, his voice deep and slightly husky. Following the battle, Olympus had suffered grave losses, becoming the weakest among the four supreme divine realms. Fortunately, Asgard and the divine temple had received a cordial visit from that immortal. Odin, revered as the mightiest god in Asgard, shared his injuries with Zeus, both relying on external powers to merely survive. The divine temple, once home to three supreme deities and the strongest divine realm outside of the Great Xia, was in the direst condition. Shiva had been slain, his divine essence rendered forbidden, while Vishnu lay gravely wounded and Brahma had succumbed to a split psyche, manifesting as two entities, the savior Brahma and the destroyer Brahma. It was fortunate that the gods of Great Xia adhered to a principle of non-aggression, having been sealed by mist a century ago. Otherwise, Olympus might have already faced obliteration at the hands of other gods. The resentment of Shiva, born from the death of the supreme god, must remain in the hands of Olympus. They were not driven by expansion, but merely by the instinct to survive. Over the years, Zeus had gleaned some understanding of the immortal's intentions, recognizing, I can allow your existence, but you must remain discreet. The divine temple, the mightiest, had suffered the most, followed closely by Odin. In light of this, perhaps Olympus was not so unfortunate after all, Zeus mused. Though he could not summon a sense of joy, had the immortal not vanished for a century, he would not have dared invade Great Xia, even with 100-fold courage. Rest assured, my brother and the others have ventured forth together. The now godless Great Xia will surely falter. Hera offered a gentle smile, grasping Zeus's hand to assuage his unease. Let's hope for such. Zeus sighed deeply, inexplicably gripped by a foreboding sense, one that had often proven accurate. Across this vast expanse of land, stretching thousands of miles, the eye could only behold a heart-stirring sea of pitch blackness. The pervasive atmosphere was thick with an overwhelming aura of death. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might discern that this ominous energy was dissipating at an alarming rate. Observing the colossal form that had collapsed before him, Fang Jue felt a twinge of helplessness. I have already stated, I do not wish to kill you. He considered himself a lover of peace, detesting conflict above all. With Hades' demise, an incredibly suffocating aura of death erupted from his being. The once dominant laws of death surrounding Hades began to tremble violently, resembling startled birds flitting chaotically. However, these laws possessed a mysterious allure, drawing them toward the fallen form of Hades after a brief tumult. Thus, above Hades' body, a vast black vortex of death laws began to take shape. The vortex spun relentlessly, mercilessly consuming the vital forces of all surrounding life. However, before long, the black whirlpool, formed from the essence of the laws of death, abruptly ceased its rotation, and the deathly essence within began to visibly dissipate. Fang Jue understood that this was the fading of the divine law following a deity's demise. As this essence of death merged with the heavenly path, the gods would come to know of Hades' passing, and the portion of the death law belonging to him would soon be contested by other deities of death. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a takeout box from his pocket, adorned with a trendy national style, and opened the plastic container. With a flick of his hand, the dark vortex gradually converged into the takeout box. A pang of regret crossed Fang Jue's face. The proprietor had promised that holding this takeout box would entitle him to a complimentary meal at his establishment, but alas, that was now lost. He shook the takeout box vigorously, causing the black vortex within to swirl in tandem with his movements, while his gaze followed the whirlpool in a trance. Pondering the nature of the laws of death. Had he ever slain a god of death? He struggled to recall, having defeated numerous deities, yet it seemed plausible. Suddenly, Poseidon's expression shifted as he received a message from his elder brother. Murmurs? Poseidon muttered to himself, his brow furrowing deeply. Just moments ago, he had received a dire communication from Hades, the necessity to eliminate a person named Murmurs at all costs. His brother warned that failure to eradicate this individual would lead to endless troubles in the future. Yet, as Poseidon, filled with confusion, attempted to send another message to his brother inquiring about the identity of Murmurs, he was met with silence, as if his words had sunk into the abyss. With a frown, Poseidon pondered the implications of this turn of events, but the pressing situation demanded his immediate attention. Gradually, he shifted his focus back to Huo Qubing, who had been his adversary for quite some time. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Unbeknownst to them, they had been locked in this standoff for nearly an hour. During this period, Poseidon had exerted every possible effort to break the deadlock and penetrate Huo Qubing's defenses. However, whether through waves or trident, Huo Qubing's response was always a single, unwavering sword strike. This reminded Poseidon of troubling memories. The figure clad in white from his recollections had also been so resolute, breaking through any attack with a single sword. Mortal, Poseidon spoke again, his deep voice laced with suppressed fury. He realized that prolonging this standoff with Huo Qubing served no purpose. He had exhausted all his strategies. It would be wiser to heed his brother's advice and seek out Murmurs instead. Reluctantly, he acknowledged Huo Qubing's strength, yet recognized his own current state was less than optimal. Rest assured, once I regain my full strength, I shall return to claim your life. With those final, fierce words, Poseidon swept his trident through the air and vanished into the tumultuous waves like a flash of lightning. With the departure of Poseidon, the colossal tsunami, which had surged like a wild stallion, gradually subsided. The sea surface regained its former tranquility, leaving only delicate ripples gently undulating. Huo Qubing, is this how it ends? So, I can return now? Chapter 65. The frost giants I do not understand, he said, but they summoned me. At the edge of the city, legendary frost giants approached from afar, their massive forms causing the earth to be blanketed in thick ice. In the blink of an eye, the previously sweltering heat transformed into an unbearable chill. Clutching a colossal axe, the frost giants roared as they charged toward the city's borders, surrounded by violent storms. Each one possessed strength beyond the capabilities of the forces of Cangnan City. Shemai gritted his teeth, his strong hands tightening in resolve as he prepared to summon the forces of the unknown and draw his blade for battle. Yet, the frost giants abruptly summoned, appeared equally bewildered. Frost Giant number 1. Charge, brothers, for the glory of giants. Frost Giant number 2. Boss, what are we doing here? Frost Giant no. 3. I don't know, I just came because they said to. Frost Giant number 4. ABA, ABA, ABA. Frost Giant number 5. Charge, charge. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, it felt as though the very sky had been torn asunder. A majestic and solemn sound filled the air, resonating through the heavens. In that instant, the world was illuminated with brilliant golden light, a dazzling radiance surging forth like a tidal wave, leaving all in awe. Amidst this resplendent glory, a colossal visage of a Buddha gradually emerged. Towering several dozen feet high, it exuded an aura of sacred inviolability, its countenance both compassionate and commanding, instilling an instinctive reverence in all who beheld it. Upon closer inspection, beneath this magnificent Buddha form stood a solitary figure cloaked in black. Despite appearing diminutive compared to the grandeur of the Buddha and the towering frost giants, this figure radiated an undeniable presence. As the night watchmen caught sight of this figure, their previously dim expressions ignited with renewed hope. The commander of the Night Watch, the pinnacle of humanity, revered as Yifan. Each of these titles commanded awe and respect. I may have seemed insignificant before the celestial beings, but truthfully, I possess considerable strength, Yi Fan murmured. He raised his head, his gaze icy as he regarded the encroaching frost giants, a slight smirk revealing his disdain. Do they dare to intrude upon the territory of our great Xia? Yi Fan's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear, imbued with an irresistible pressure. With the utterance of a sacred tone, the Buddha's form raised a hand, creating a golden imprint in the sky. The Buddha's palm expanded rapidly, nearly enveloping the entire heavens, painting the sky in a magnificent gold. Yi Fan gestured with an effortless wave, and the enormous Buddha's hand slowly descended. The frost giants came to a halt. Although their intellect was limited, their instincts compelled them to sense an immense threat emanating from the Buddha's palm. Frost Giant number 1 exclaimed, "The glory of giants, oh, I am doomed." Frost Giant no. 2 remarked, "So, are we merely here to play minor roles? A giant's life is worth something, right?" Frost Giant number 3 inquired, "Will our overall scores still be counted?" Frost Giant number 4 stammered, "ABA, ABA, ABA." Frost Giant number 5 shouted, "Charge, charge." Addressing Giants number 4 and 5, the others turned their heads in unison, gazing towards a distant direction outside Cangnan City, where Loki beckoned them forth. "No, I, the Frost Giant, am the pinnacle of combat against humanity. Is this for real?" As the colossal palm descended, tranquility enveloped the scene, and our unfortunate Frost Giants met their demise. Moreover, there would be no additional scores. That is rather unfortunate. Next time, I shall not summon my father again. As the dust settled, the site where the Buddha's palm had fallen was left with mere remnants of shattered walls, devoid of any frost giant. "Wow, Commander, you are impressive." 666, "Commander is so cool." "Commander Yi, I want to bear your children." Yi Fan stood still, his cloak billowing in the wind as he listened to the cheers behind him. Despite his efforts to suppress his emotions, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. He cleared his throat, clasped his hands together, and solemnly chanted a Buddhist mantra. "Amitabha, should you not comprehend the Dharma? This commander possesses some knowledge of martial arts as well." That display was rather splendid, was it not? Yi Fan mused inwardly. "Hello, I would like an Americano, please." Inside a CAF in the southern part of Cangnan, a woman of exquisite beauty beckoned to the server beside her. With a light touch of makeup enhancing her already striking features, her silky hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and she carried an LV crocodile leather bag, her attire exuding considerable value. The server turned to glance at her, momentarily entranced. Several seconds passed before he snapped back to reality, realizing his lapse in composure. His face turned a deep crimson, overwhelmed by a wave of embarrassment and fluster. "Oh, all right, please hold on," he stammered, hurriedly turning away with somewhat unsteady steps. The woman, observing his bashful demeanor, stifled a giggle, casually selecting a vacant table and placing her bag on the adjacent seat. The coffee was prepared swiftly, and as she lifted the cup, she inhaled the enticing aroma before cautiously savoring a small sip, relishing the rich flavor that unfolded on her palate. A large floor-to-ceiling window on the southern side of the CAF allowed her to cross her right leg over her left, resting her head on one hand as she tilted her gaze towards the city beyond, indulging in a moment of leisure. Suddenly, her expression shifted, her brows knitting together. How could the Frost Giant have been utterly annihilated in an instant? Hades, Poseidon, Indra, and the apex forces of the Dacia Empire, theoretically, should have been unable to intervene. Could it be that enigmatic entity in seclusion, the Void? As she pondered, the previously bashful young attendant reappeared before her. Taking a deep breath, summoning his courage, his face flushed crimson, he stammered, "Excuse me, miss, could I possibly have your contact information?" Surprised by his address, the woman raised her delicately arched brows, and her lips gradually curled into a playful smile. Of course, her voice, laced with a touch of languor, was melodious enough to nearly leave the young attendant entranced. "Come closer, lean in a little." Chapter 66, Apologies, you cannot depart, yet come closer, just a little. This phrase seemed to possess an enchanting power, rendering the server's gaze increasingly vacant and devoid of consciousness. It was as if he had lost all sense of self-awareness, his body instinctively edging closer to the woman. As the distance between the server and the woman diminished, her smile blossomed more radiantly, her lips curving upwards in delight. Ding dong. Welcome. Just as the server was about to draw near to the woman, another guest arrived. His pupils abruptly refocused, and as he pondered how he had momentarily slipped into a trance, the newcomer's request was already upon him. It was a youth, his face remarkably youthful, perhaps still in his teens. What set him apart was his strikingly handsome features, almost resembling that of a celebrity. Why was it that his mind felt so chaotic at this moment, leading him to such fanciful thoughts? The boy stood at the front desk, blinking his large, expressive eyes up at him. Hello, I would like a bottle of Wangzai milk. The server's expression stiffened momentarily before he replied with resignation. Young man, this is a coffee shop. We do not serve Wangzai milk. Oh. The boy visibly deflated. Pointing to the coffee cup in the woman's hand, he asked, Then what is that lady drinking? I'd like a cup just like hers. The server approached the cash register, manipulating the display screen before him. Before long, accompanied by a soft whirring sound, a small, delicate receipt emerged from the printer. He gently tore it off, stating, 1 iced Americano, 28 yuan. Fang Jue felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave. 28 yuan for a cup of coffee? Are you robbing me? He rummaged through his left pocket and produced a crumpled 10 yuan note. He then checked his right pocket, finding a crumpled 5 yuan bill. He explored his left trouser pocket, discovering a pack of tissues and a lollipop, and finally, to his delight, a coin in his right trouser pocket. He recalled that this 16 yuan was the change Lin Qiye had given him half a year ago. Clenching his meager possessions in his palm, he presented his hands to the server with a pained expression. I only have this much. The server's countenance darkened instantly. Not only had this boy interrupted his moment with the beautiful woman, but he also dared to present a mere 16 yuan as payment. Was he trying to provoke him? I will cover that boy's bill. The woman seated by the floor-to-ceiling window interjected with a smile, producing a 100 yuan note from her purse. Take this, and just add my coffee to the bill. There's no need for change. Upon seeing her generosity, Fang Jue let out a sigh of relief and hastily told the server, Please give me the change of 44 yuan. With a rather exasperated look on the server's face, he made his way to sit opposite the woman. Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome. The woman's face radiated with a cheerful smile. However, in the next moment, her voice underwent a startling transformation. The originally bright and melodious tone sank abruptly, becoming deep and husky, rendering it almost impossible to discern whether she was male or female. Who are you, really? Andy, what are you saying? I don't understand, Fang Jue replied, somewhat confused, shaking his head as he pulled a lollipop from his pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Before you entered the shop, I felt no trace of your presence. You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. Although the woman maintained her smile, a profound seriousness had taken root within her. He was unafraid of the pinnacle of humanity in the great Xia, nor did he dread the deities of other divine realms. Yet, for reasons unknown, a flicker of fear arose within him upon gazing at the youth from Chuanjing. Who am I? Fang Jue pondered momentarily, placing his finger on his lips in a contemplative manner. After a brief reflection, he sighed in frustration. Do you know what I was just thinking? I was considering whether to concoct a random identity to share with you. But then I realized that ordinary lies wouldn't suffice to fool you. God of deception, Loki. At this point, he fell silent as his coffee arrived. The young waiter, witnessing Fang Jue seated with such a beautiful woman, felt a surge of envy but was helpless in his predicament. After all, he was merely a hapless worker. Sigh. Once the young man turned away, Fang Jue gently picked up the cup of coffee in front of him, carefully bringing it to his lips for a small sip. However, at that very moment, his expression shifted dramatically, his brows knitting tightly together. Immediately after, he opened his mouth wide and expelled the coffee he had just tasted. Yuck! How bitter! Are you sure this isn't traditional Chinese medicine? Loki, observing his reaction, felt even more perplexed but kindly offered a reminder. An Americano is served without sugar or cream. If you desire something sweet, you should order a cappuccino. Fang Jue vigorously wiped the coffee stains from the corners of his mouth while attempting to mask the bitterness with the sweetness of the lollipop. He shot a pained glance at Loki and lamented, Do you honestly think someone like me, with only 16 coins to my name, can afford coffee? I'd be better off with Wangzai milk. This fellow, was he merely pretending? Loki's delicate brows furrowed tightly. She realized she could not see through this individual at all. He was like a wisp of fog, enveloping those ensnared within and then consuming them. Loki despised the sensation. With that thought, she smiled softly, gathered her belongings, and prepared to rise. Since you are unwilling to speak, I shan't press you further. I shall take my leave. Until next time. With that, she waved goodbye to Fang Jue. The two were seated across from each other, with Fang Jue positioned slightly closer to the entrance, making it necessary for Loki to pass by him if she wished to exit. Smack! Something was placed on the table by Fang Jue, followed closely by his voice. I'm afraid you cannot leave just yet. Loki furrowed his brow, yet his curiosity compelled him to turn back. At that moment, a sword lay upon the table, its blade partially unsheathed due to inertia, glimmering with a cold radiance as it caught the light streaming in through the floor-to-ceiling window. He stood frozen in place, turning to gaze at Fang Jue's face, which bore a hint of mockery. With a gulp, he incredulously uttered two words, Immortal. Being. Chapter 67. Do you cherish your life or the woe of Shiva? Loki, I cherish my life. Oh, do you still remember me? Fang Jue continued to savor the lollipop in his mouth, his eyes narrowing slightly. He then snapped his fingers, an invisible force separating him and Loki from the CAF. The young attendant at the counter felt a sudden dizziness. By the time he regained his senses, Fang Jue and Loki had vanished without a trace. How strange. What is happening today? Could it be that I'm hallucinating? He muttered to himself before reopening his phone to scroll through some motivational videos. Now, we can converse properly. Fang Jue rose, gently patting the seat where Loki had just sat across the table. Since you recognized me, why not take a seat? Loki remained stationary, taking a deep, heavy breath that sounded somewhat labored and hurried. You were sealed away by those things. You are no longer the immortal you once were, are you? Perhaps at this moment. You are merely an ordinary person from the mortal realm. He was aware of certain truths, feigning a relaxed demeanor to uphold his facade. Yet, it was evident that his trembling body and the nervous swallowing betrayed his apparent calmness. It is true that I have been sealed, but not by the trifles you speak of. Fang Jue shrugged, unperturbed by sharing this with Loki. That entity, called Azathoth or something similar to that name. You wouldn't recognize it if I mentioned it. He flicked the blade of Shali lightly with his fingers and pulled out a takeaway box adorned with a national trendy design, chuckling softly. As for whether I can stop you, you may certainly try. With that, he gently lifted a corner of the plastic lid. A chilling, overwhelming aura of death surged forth from the tiny crevice, spreading rapidly in all directions like a breached dam. Even someone of Loki's caliber, a top-tier deity, felt a tremor of fear. This is the law of death. Have you slain Hades? Loki was thoroughly alarmed. Hades was no weaker than he, and if one could kill Hades, then naturally he could be next. Truly, the Immortal has returned. In an instant, Loki recalled the day of Ragnarok, the piercing sword light that rent the heavens, and the terror of the gods subjugated by the Immortal. He silently returned, seating himself across from Fang Jue. I wonder why the Immortal has summoned me. His tightly pressed lips quivered slightly, retaining the allure of his beauty, his lipstick-clad mouth appearing temptingly luscious. Fang Jue, with the lollipop still in his mouth, spoke with a muffled tone. It's nothing much, merely a desire to sample the flavor of coffee. And then at this juncture, he paused briefly, his gaze subtly sweeping over Loki, a fleeting glimmer of inscrutable brilliance flashing in his deep-set eyes. I simply wish to prevent you from causing any chaos. Loki hastily forced a smile, chuckling nervously. The Immortal is jesting. Do I possess the power to sow chaos? Currently, the realm of Cangnan is populated solely by deities from India and Greece, and I am the only god from Asgard. Even if I desired the wrath of Shiva, I lack the capability. Upon uttering these words, he noticed Fang Jue regarding him with an expression typically reserved for fools. Do you take me for a simpleton? Little Nan is your proxy, is she not? As the god of trickery, you have long been orchestrating your schemes in Cangnan. Surely, you cannot claim to do nothing now and expect me to believe it? Faced with such an inquiry, Loki fell into silence. Deep down, he understood that his plans had been exposed. He was at a loss for how to respond adequately. Before Loki could devise a suitable explanation, Fang Jue continued, "Dissolve your soul contract with Little Nan." Upon hearing this, Loki's face betrayed his inner turmoil as he hesitated. This scheme had consumed a decade of his time and effort. To relinquish it so easily was profoundly unsatisfying. This Loki stammered, attempting to buy time. Dissolving the contract or facing death was a straightforward choice. Loki stared blankly at Fang Jue, whose eyes were devoid of any emotion, as though he were not a supreme deity, but rather an object of little significance to Fang Jue. What a familiar gaze. This is the true immortal, indifferent to mortal beings and the gods alike. In the face of such an expression, Loki found himself devoid of any rebellious thoughts. In that fleeting moment, he contemplated abandoning his corporeal form and resurrecting in Asgard through a blood sacrifice. Though the cost would be steep, the mere prospect of escaping this place, of fleeing from here, fueled his resolve. Loki clenched his fists beneath the table, a surge of gray energy pulsing within him, seemingly ready to break free. "Loki!" Fang Jue's voice interrupted Loki's suicidal contemplation. He stowed the takeout box back into his bag and lifted his gaze. "I know you have contingencies. As the god of trickery, you must be among the most difficult to kill among the supreme deities. However, believe me when I say, if I decree your death, you shall not survive. At most, it will be a minor inconvenience." Loki's countenance darkened. It was the first time he found himself in such a humiliating predicament. Previously, he could jest and banter even in the presence of the highest gods. "If I perish, Cangnan will not survive either." In this dire situation, he found himself placing hope in the very proxy he had once dismissed, attempting to gain leverage for negotiations with the Immortal. Fang Jue grew increasingly impatient. Having already spent $28, though not his own, it was rounded up to be his, on a cup of coffee more bitter than traditional medicine. He was already irked. Yet, Loki continued to dither before him. Were it not for Loki's usefulness, Fang Jue would have long since dispatched him with a single strike. Reflecting on this, Fang Jue sighed inwardly, reminiscing about the past when he had no responsibilities other than to slay his enemies. Now, there are many more concerns to ponder. Perhaps it is a sign of my maturation. Ha ha ha. Fang Jue silently nodded in agreement. He was too weary to engage in further banter with Loki, so he simply raised 3 fingers to count down. Loki, however, remained embroiled in a mental struggle, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. Yet it was evident that Fang Jue would not wait for him any longer. With an elongated sigh, he finally relented. "Alas, I concede." The choice between Shiva's grievance and his own life was evidently not a difficult one. Ultimately, Loki sighed deeply, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I will dissolve the soul contract with Cangnan and depart from Cangnan." Chapter 68. The extraordinary one-character ID, as its name suggests, is indeed remarkable. "Well then, you may leave." Fang Jue nonchalantly waved his hand, dismissing him. "You are truly letting me go just like that?" Loki hesitated. Although he had acquiesced to Fang Jue's terms, he found it hard to believe that the merciless deity would spare his life so easily. "Did I not mention? You have too many contingencies. Eliminating you entirely would pose a bit of challenge." He extended 2 slender fingers, gently pinching them together, leaving only a minuscule gap, almost negligible, and continued, "And coincidentally, I detest complications." After all, Fang Jue currently possessed only his celestial body and sword, while his mental prowess was merely at the level of a mere realm. A deity like Hades was manageable, easily dispatched, but a god like Loki would not rest easy without several resurrection methods. To slay Loki would require more than a single strike, at least 7 or 8, along with considerable effort in locating him. As Fang Jue himself remarked, he abhorred entanglements. Thus he was disinclined to pursue Loki's demise. During their conversation, a delivery person clad in a yellow rice ball uniform approached the CAF. "It seems he is here for you," Fang Jue remarked to Loki, gesturing towards the door. "Do you have a delivery?" If Loki had ordered something, Fang Jue would not mind assisting him. Loki shrugged. "Regrettably, no, but he is indeed looking for me. I shall dissolve the soul contract with Cangnan. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. It is rather inconvenient being ensnared by that fellow." Noting Fang Jue's apparent lack of hostile intent, Loki breathed a sigh of relief as a gray light flickered in his hand. The scheme of Loki is not in Cangnan, but in Asgard was nearing completion. Ah, by the way, Fang Jue seemed to recall something and spoke again. Inform Odin that if he encounters those entities again, he should await his demise. The plot had been nearly woven, and in the next moment, Loki vanished. In the fleeting second before his departure, Fang Jue caught a glimpse of the celestial being's gaze. Beep beep. Lu Wuwei abruptly halted his electric scooter, the wheels screeching against the ground. He sat on the vehicle, his expression grave, brow furrowed tightly. In that brief moment, he suddenly felt an utter absence of Loki's presence. An ominous premonition surged within him. There were two possibilities. Either Loki had completely departed from the Great Xia, or he had employed some method to obscure his aura from detection. Given Loki's nature, it was far more likely to be the latter. Lu Wuwei took a deep breath, steadied himself, and nimbly dismounted the scooter, securing it with a swift motion. With deliberate steps, he approached the familiar CAF's entrance. As he arrived before the door, he hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately reached out and gently pushed open the half-closed door. Upon pushing open the door, the first sight to greet Lu Wuwei was that of the young attendant at the front desk, who appeared to have succumbed to slumber at some point. The air still bore the faint fragrance of Loki, indicating that he had recently been present. However, Lu Wuwei found himself with no time to investigate the attendant's condition, for in this CF, there was a figure far more deserving of his attention. Who are you? Fang Jue sighed, vexed by the repetitive nature of such inquiries. Could there not be a hint of sincerity? Although unfamiliar with Lu Wuwei, Fang Jue could surmise his identity. One of the apex beings of the Great Xia, a knight, Lu Wuwei. As he pondered how to elucidate his circumstances to Lu Wuwei, he ultimately decided against any explanation. Loki has fled. I am not affiliated with him. After a moment's contemplation, he succinctly conveyed these two crucial pieces of information. Loki has fled? Lu Wuwei's expression hardened. He could scarcely fathom that the trickster god would depart so easily. Casting a suspicious glance at Fang Jue, he inquired, "How can I trust you? How can you trust me?" Fang Jue retorted, slightly exasperated. Was there not a fundamental level of trust between individuals? He wished to voice his skepticism, asserting that he never spoke untruths, save for moments of deception. Yet, Lu Wuwei's doubt was entirely reasonable, had their roles been reversed. Fang Jue might have drawn his sword in response. To prove his innocence, he opted to directly call Yi Fan. On the other end of the line was Yi Fan, whom Lu Wuwei should recognize as the supreme commander of the Night Watch. Once the call connected, Fang Jue handed his phone to Lu Wuwei, leisurely gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window at the scenery. Outside, a torrential downpour raged, leaving one to wonder what he was observing. Before long, Lu Wuwei concluded his conversation with Yi Fan in haste. The tension that had gripped his features dissipated, replaced by a look of relief as he exhaled deeply, his overall demeanor becoming markedly more relaxed. Yi Fan had informed him that, barring a few jesting remarks, Fang Jue's words could be unconditionally trusted. He did not disclose Fang Jue's true identity to Lu Wuwei, who merely regarded him as the enigmatic figure Yi Fan had previously mentioned. At that moment, although Loki had escaped, the divine conflict in Cangnan was far from over. The master was still entangled with Indra, and Lu Wuwei knew he must hasten to assist. With this thought in mind, he glanced at Fang Jue, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. Fang Jue, right? Would you be so kind as to accompany me to support the master? He is currently ensnared by Indra and cannot extricate himself. Indra, a deity of paramount significance in Indian mythology, second only to Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma, loomed large in Lu Wuwei's mind. He feared that relying solely on himself and the master would prove insufficient to confront him. Given that this individual had already repelled Loki, it was evident that his strength surpassed both Lu Wuwei and the master, making his enlistment a matter of utmost necessity. Indra. Fang Jue tilted his head, murmuring to himself, the name sounding vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. He pondered, yet could not recall. Apart from a few particularly notable supreme deities, he generally only remembered those whose names comprised two characters. There is no denying that he has encountered or battled numerous deities, most of whom possess names that are exceedingly difficult to remember. Names such as Ding and Luo, or Dong and Shi, truly escape his memory. However, the deity that remains most vividly etched in Fang Jue's mind is none other than Ra, the supreme god of Egypt and the sun god. Not only does Ra possess an exquisite singular name, but he also holds the esteemed title of supreme deity. Moreover, the name Ra resonates with Fang Jue's own, undeniably captivating. As someone who has faced every supreme god at least once, Fang Jue can confidently assert that Ra ranks among the weakest of them all. Just observe the might of Asgard and Olympus. In realms where only one supreme god reigns, Odin and Zeus are comparably formidable. Ra's power is likely on par with that of Vishnu. Thus, when he ascended to the heavens, wielding his sword to slay gods, the Sun City was the place where he inflicted the least carnage. After all, had he unleashed his full strength, the entire Sun City would have been utterly annihilated. Chapter 69. One day, I shall brandish my blade against the divine in the eastern reaches of Cangnan. A secluded forest lay hidden. Cangnan, being merely a third-tier city, was further isolated in this remote corner, where human presence was scarce. Typically, only a handful of birds perched upon the boughs, chirping melodiously. Yet, even amidst a torrential downpour, the bird brothers stood resolutely on their branches, poised to serenade the woodland creatures. Elder bird, ahem, dear brothers, today is yet another splendid day. It is time for the children of the forest to bask in our enchanting melodies. Second bird, indeed, brother. Third bird, what elder brother and second brother say is true. As the two younger siblings fervently agreed with him, elder bird nodded in satisfaction, preparing to unleash his voice. Suddenly, a swift object hurtled past, generating a powerful gust of wind that sent the bird brothers tumbling. Elder bird, what audacity! Who dares to interrupt my song? Second bird, brother, I believe I saw it, a carriage. Third bird, goodness, what kind of carriage can race so swiftly? Not even Maserati could keep up. Let's momentarily disregard how a bird could be aware of a Maserati. Elder bird, upon receiving this news, was incensed. Elder bird, unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. I care not whether you are a BMW or a Maserati. Second bird, third bird, follow me into battle. Second bird immediately pressed his wings against his head in a gesture of salute. Acknowledged. However, he awaited a response from third bird, who remained silent. Thus, he nudged third bird with his wing. Third bird, what troubles you? Now is the time for loyalty. Third bird still did not respond. Elder bird and second bird exchanged puzzled glances, only to find third bird's expression frozen in shock. Elder bird, brother, what is it? Third bird, stiffly raising his wing, pointed ahead. I can't shake the feeling that this is not something we can confront. Elder bird and second bird followed his gaze and beheld a colossal giant crackling with lightning, charging towards them. Goodness gracious! The three birds huddled together in fear. At that moment, they had even prepared their last words. May there be someone in heaven who enjoys listening to birds sing. In the blink of an eye, the giant surged through the entire forest, countless trees disintegrating at their trunks, leaving only charred remnants. The giant was, of course, in pursuit of Master Chun, having chased him for nearly an hour. Even he had to concede that this human was as resilient as a tortoise, with capabilities as tough as its shell, yet he ran like the wind, refusing to engage in combat. However, within Master Chun's mind, he was equally distressed. Even his hand, which held the chess piece while facing Lin Qiye, trembled uncontrollably. Cold sweat trickled down his back, though he forced a facade of calm upon his face. Master, what troubles you? Lin Qiye inquired, noticing the unusual behavior of his opponent. Ahem, it's nothing. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's inquiry, Master Chun was taken aback, hastily clearing his throat to mask his unease, feigning nonchalance as he nervously wobbled the chess piece in his grasp. General, accompanied by this thunderous exclamation, he forcefully slammed the piece onto the board with an overwhelming force. The atmosphere immediately descended into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Lin Qiye slowly lifted his gaze, staring blankly at Master Chun. After a moment of silence, he could no longer restrain himself, and gently reminded, "Master, we are playing Go." Master Chen's expression stiffened. Glancing at the board, he noted the intersecting lines. Observing the pieces, he acknowledged the black and white colors. Very well, it was indeed Go. Suddenly, just as he was about to continue speaking, a deafening crash erupted, abruptly cutting off his unfinished words. Turning towards the source of the sound, he beheld a corner of the mindscape being shattered. The once sealed domain now exposed to the outside world, revealing the ominous stormy skies beyond. Yet, the spectacle was not over. In the next moment, a blinding bolt of lightning, as thick as Lin Qiye's thigh, struck down with ferocity, directly hitting the newly formed breach. Accompanied by a terrifying rumble, the fissure widened, rendering the scene increasingly alarming. However, soon after, vibrant colors began to fill the void, and the mindscape returned to its former tranquility, the thunder and lightning replaced by the gentle sounds of nature. Lin Qiye, his eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the spot where the breach had appeared, filled with confusion and disbelief. Gradually, he shifted his gaze to the side, where Master Chen was furrowing his brow, seemingly seeking a reasonable explanation from him. "Well, if I were to say this is merely a normal weather change in my mindscape, would you believe me?" Master Chen chuckled awkwardly, attempting to conceal his own embarrassment. "Lin Qiye, do you think I will believe that?" He furrowed his brow, gazing intently into Master Chen's eyes with a serious demeanor. Under Lin Qiye's penetrating gaze, Master Chen felt a pang of guilt. He instinctively averted his eyes, unable to meet Lin Qiye's stare. "Master, what exactly is happening?" Lin Qiye asked in a low voice. Master Chen sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. "Ah, it's nothing much, just a thunder god. Rest assured, while I may not be able to defeat him, he cannot breach my defenses." A thunder god? Lin Qiye never anticipated that a deity would be pursuing them. However, the involvement of a divine being indicated that something serious had indeed transpired in Cangnan. "Master, let me out. I'm a night watcher. I must fulfill my duties." His gaze was resolute, undeterred by the potential dangers that lurked outside. Master Chen smiled, his eyes filled with approval as he regarded Lin Qiye. "Since you are so determined. Very well, I shall allow you to descend." Upon finishing his words, he gently waved at Lin Qiye, causing Lin Qiye's form to gradually become ethereal, until ultimately, only Master Chen remained in the realm of the heart. Lin Qiye reappeared atop a mountain several kilometers away. In the distance, the colossal figure of Indra loomed, surrounded by crackling thunder, fiercely assaulting the carriage beneath him. Is this the power of a deity? Lin Qiye swallowed hard. He had encountered deities before, seeing Nyx and Merlin daily at the hospital. Yet their powers were incomplete, and they always presented a gentle demeanor towards him, leaving him with an unclear understanding of divine destruction. Indra, however, unveiled to him the true essence of divine power, that world-shattering force. "Deity," he whispered softly, "one day I shall wield my blade against you." Chapter 70. There are ghosts, clearly there are ghosts. As Chun Mai gazed at Yi Fan's departing figure, he sank into contemplation. Just moments ago, he had been prepared to fight valiantly, yet Commander Ye's actions rendered him a mere jester. The impending calamity that loomed over them now seemed to have dissipated so effortlessly. Feeling a pang of hunger, Chun Mai resolved to procure some sustenance. At that moment, a shadow suddenly flitted across the sky as a helicopter hurtled towards him. Initially, his expression remained calm, but as the aircraft drew nearer, terror began to etch itself across his features. "It's going to crash," he exclaimed in alarm. He watched as several figures emerged from the helicopter, leaping from the cabin and landing on the ground. The unmanned helicopter then careened erratically before crashing down, emitting a final, defiant roar against fate as it transformed into a heap of scrap metal. "Nobody cares about my feelings. The world isolates me, allowing it to mock my existence," lamented the wreckage. "Captain," a commanding voice broke through as a figure clad in red dashed towards Chun Mai. Hong Ying, with her exquisite visage deliberately stern, fixed her beautiful gaze upon him, as if searching for answers on his face. "Something has happened in Cangnan. Why did you send us away?" When Shimal leisurely strolled out next, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Captain, we are also part Cangnan. Your action seems somewhat unscrupulous. Behind him, Zhao, Kongcheng, and Qingyu, Lin Qiye, Si Xiaonan, and Wu Xiangnan emerged, each wearing a smile, their collective gaze fixed intently on Chen Mai. Shouldn't you all be in the capital? Chen Mai stood frozen, a warm current flowing through his heart, and he felt a sudden sting in his nose. Taking a deep breath to mask his emotional tumult, he feigned calmness. I didn't send you away at all. With a deliberate air of innocence, he added, Look at Cangnan now. Where is the trouble? As he spoke, he raised his arm, gesturing towards the city behind him. Cangnan appeared particularly tranquil at that moment, the sudden downpour having sent most pedestrians scurrying home to escape the storm. The streets lay desolate, with only a few solitary figures braving the rain under their umbrellas. Where's the trouble? Hong Ying seemed taken aback, casting a doubtful glance at Chen Mai before shifting her gaze to Wu Xiangnan. Weren't you the one who said something had happened in Cangnan? Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Chen Mai felt a twinge of embarrassment and recounted the events that had transpired. As he concluded, a brief silence enveloped the group, as if they were still absorbing the information they had just received. So, everything's fine now? Lin Qiye inquired. Chen Mai nodded in affirmation. We've returned from the capital by, and Qingyu interjected. Chen Mai nodded slightly. Is the expense for the helicopter reimbursable? When Qima chuckled dryly, Chen Mai ceased nodding, perhaps disliking the act. No worries. I shall cover the helicopter's cost. The affluent Hong Ying patted her chest, responding with a carefree demeanor. For her, such expenses were negligible. She would spare no cost to ensure the safety of the person she cherished. So what shall we do now? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Mai inquired. There's a wonton shop ahead still open. Shall we indulge? Boss, 7 bowls of fresh meat wontons. Chen Mai called out as he entered. All right, that will be 63 yuan in total. The boss replied, then shouted towards the kitchen, 7 bowls of fresh meat wontons. Chen Mai swiftly reached into his pocket. First, he pulled out 2 crumpled 50 yuan bills and a 5 yuan note, then rummaged through his other pockets in search of the remaining 4 yuan in change. After some effort, he finally gathered 4 shiny coins. Captain, should I pay? On Ying hésitated, noticing Shen Muyes trouble. No need, I said I would treat, and I will. Chen Mai grinned, confident that he could afford to buy his team a bowl of wontons. When was the last time we all gathered like this for a meal? When Shima suddenly asked. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before responding, 3 days ago. When Shima, I merely wished to cultivate a warm atmosphere. Not that I genuinely did not know. It was unfortunate that Qiye and Fang Jue were absent. Otherwise, our team could have reunited. On Ying sighed, then recalled something and asked Chen Mai, by the way, Captain, where is Qiye? Isn't he with you? He was taken away by Chan Fuzi. Hearing Hong Ying's query, Chen Mai shrugged helplessly. I don't know where he is now. As they spoke, 7 steaming bowls of wontons were carefully placed on the table by the waitress. These wontons were evidently freshly cooked, still releasing an enticing steam. Chen Mai picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, a rich meaty aroma enveloped his palate, causing him to blissfully squint his eyes. At that moment, he noticed Si Xiaonan beside him, who had been silent since earlier, her eyes wide open, blinking only after a long while, clearly lost in thought. Xiaonan, what is wrong? Chen Mai prompted. Startled by his address, Si Xiaonan returned to her senses as if awakening from a dream. She first looked up at him in confusion. Then a flurry of panic crossed her face as she waved her hands and stammered, nothing. Nothing at all. I'm really fine. However, despite her words, the pallor of her face and her flickering gaze betrayed her true feelings. In an attempt to mask her own unease, Si Xiaonan instinctively grasped a wonton from the table and hurriedly stuffed it into her mouth. However, in her haste, she failed to savor it properly. The scalding wonton, as soon as it touched her lips, caused her to grimace in discomfort. As she lifted her gaze, she found everyone regarding her with a peculiar expression. What's the matter, everyone? She asked timidly, retracting her neck. The group remained silent, exchanging glances among themselves, before their eyes finally returned to Si Xiaonan. There was something amiss. Clearly, something was amiss. Chapter 71. Little Huo Qubing and Mr. Immortal after Poseidon departed from the East Sea. Huo Qubing lingered at the same spot for another 10 minutes, only feeling relieved once he was certain of the god's absence. Well, I must return. My uncle mentioned he would be quite busy today, and I have been away for so long that there will be no one to wash the dishes. Huo Qubing meticulously polished the sword case, ensuring it remained spotless before carefully placing the dragon elephant sword within. This sword case was a treasured gift from a benefactor during his childhood, a possession he cherished dearly. When might I see you again, dear sir? His hand gently brushed the surface of the sword case, and within the depths of his eyes, waves of nostalgia surged forth, transporting his thoughts back to that fateful night a decade ago. On that night, he lost his parents but gained a mentor, though referred to as a sir. The man appeared youthful, resembling more of an elder brother to Huo Qubing. After rescuing Huo Qubing from the clutches of human traffickers, perhaps out of fear of their return, perhaps for amusement, or perhaps for reasons unknown, he took the young Huo Qubing under his wing and they lived together for a time. Little Huo Qubing wished to address him as brother, yet the man only smiled and insisted he be called sir. Sir, what is a sword? Little Huo Qubing inquired, sitting on a bench with a book in hand. Seemingly captivated by something intriguing within its pages, he lifted his gaze. Before him lay a lounge chair occupied by a man, similarly engrossed in a book, albeit using it as a shield against the sun. Upon hearing little Huo Qubing's question, the man stirred slightly, emitting vague sounds of acknowledgement. He turned over, only to discover that the lounge chair lacked armrests and was rather narrow, causing him to tumble to the ground with a thud. Ouch! The sir exclaimed as he rose, rubbing his back. Little Huo Qubing's words faltered as he feared he had disturbed the sir's slumber and dreaded his ire. In his previous home, any misstep would result in a thrashing with a wrought-tan stick from his parents, leaving painful red marks that took ages to fade. Had it not been for the captivating scene he had just witnessed, which stirred his excitement, he would have kept silent. Yet, the sir did not express anger. Instead, he chuckled and affectionately ruffled little Huo Qubing's hair. Sir, I heard that children who have their heads patted won't grow tall. Little Huo Qubing pouted, voicing his grievance. Who told you that? The sir's tone was gentle, his voice laced with amusement. My mother. She deceived you. Little Huo Qubing's head was delightful to touzle, prompting the sir to apply a bit more force, playfully tugging at his hair. When I was young, my master also enjoyed ruffling my hair. Look at me now. I have grown quite tall. The sir raised his hand from little Huo Qubing's head to measure their heights, lifting it above his own. Noticing the sir's considerable height, little Huo Qubing nodded in vague comprehension. His mother may have abandoned him, but the sir had chosen him. Thus, he placed his trust in the sir. By the way, you just asked me what is a sword. The gentleman seemed to have recalled something, although he had just been asleep. It did not imply that he was oblivious to the occurrences outside. With a firm nod, Huo Qubing handed over a book to him. Upon receiving it, the gentleman noticed that the cover bore the bold title The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, and within its pages lay a passage depicting the renowned swordplay of Donggu Jian. Do you enjoy reading these martial arts novels? The gentleman inquired, raising a slender eyebrow. Huo Qubing blinked, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he lowered his gaze and replied, Yes. I have read The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Return of the Condor Heroes, and The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. All of them. Have you delved into any fantasy novels? The gentleman asked eagerly. Fantasy? Huo Qubing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. His home contained only martial arts literature, and he had not explored other genres. The gentleman felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he quickly regained his composure, mulling over his earlier question. As for swords, to him, a sword was merely a weapon for striking down foes. If Zhang San were displeased, he would slay Zhang San. If Li Qiye were defiant, he would vanquish Li Qiye. Once everyone bowed to his might, even a mere brick could be regarded as a treasured sword. However, articulating such thoughts to a child would lack any semblance of sophistication. The gentleman, deep in contemplation, endeavored to craft a discourse that would resonate impressively, one that would surely leave Huo Qubing in awe. Clearing his throat symbolically, he closed his eyes, but soon felt uncertain and cautiously peered through a slit, satisfied to see Huo Qubing gazing at him with admiration before resuming his closed-eyed demeanor. The sword is the instrument of a gentleman. its form is elegant, and its substance is resilient. A swordsman cultivates himself through the way of the sword, taking lives from 3 feet away while safeguarding his own within the same distance. Each individual's path with the sword is unique, yet they may broadly be divided into 3 realms. As he spoke, he extended 3 long fingers, then slowly retracted 2 of them. The first realm, one possesses a sword, yet the heart knows not of its presence, relying solely on masterful techniques to triumph over adversaries. In this state, the sword moves with the body, and the techniques flow like water. Though devoid of a spirited heart, they wield the power to slay. The second realm, one holds a sword, and the heart too acknowledges its existence, sweeping through legions with an overwhelming sword aura. In this state, the sword and the individual become one. The sword's energy fierce and unyielding, capable of slaying unseen and protecting in dire moments. The third realm, one may no longer hold a sword, yet the sword remains alive within the heart. At this moment, the sword's intent soars to the heavens, having reached a state of transcendence. With the intent as the blade, it slays invisibly and protects unmatched. Wherever the sword's essence reaches, all things bow in submission. As he articulated his thoughts, he swayed his head, delivering a monologue he deemed impressive, before reopening his eyes to gauge Xiao Zhoping's reaction. The boy appeared utterly entranced, his eyes shimmering as if contemplating something profound. The gentleman, feeling at ease, reclined back in his chair, preparing to doze off once more. "Sir," Xiao Zhoping suddenly spoke. What is it?" The gentleman inquired from his seat. "Sir, to what realm do you currently belong?" Xiao Zhoping inquired with curiosity, having witnessed the extraordinary prowess of the master's swordsmanship. The master chuckled softly and gestured to the vicinity of his heart. "Ah, here there is no sword." Xiao Zhoping, assuming the master was indicating he resided in the first realm, was astonished that such a formidable individual was confined to such a level. Regardless in his eyes, the master was the mightiest of all. "Master, you will undoubtedly grow even more powerful," Xiao Zhoping encouraged, successfully eliciting a smile from the master. Though devoid of a sword in his heart, he mused, "But I never claimed to wield one in my hand. All the swords are tucked away in my pocket." He remarked, "Master, what is it?" The master propped his chin on his hand, his eyelids drooping with fatigue. "Can I become as formidable as you, to embody the heroic figures depicted in literature?" Xiao Zhoping gazed intently at the master, a resolute gleam flickering in his eyes. "A hero, you say?" The master repeated the term thoughtfully before playfully ruffling Xiao Zhoping's hair. "You may be small in stature, yet your ambitions are grand." "Ah, master, you're tousling my hair again. I've told you, it won't teased on my growth, haha." Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a few scattered rays into the modest courtyard, which was adorned with a dilapidated door. Outside, a throng of decrepit onlookers bustled about, while within, 2 solitary souls reveled in the sweet fragrance of their companionship. Chapter 72. Is it true, brother? Are you that formidable? Thoughts surged back into Zhou Ping's mind as he cast one last glance at the horizon of Donghai before turning to depart. At that moment, a powerful disturbance echoed from afar, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of death, particularly pronounced against the gray sky. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow, sensing the presence of the god of death's authority. "Uncle, it seems you may need to be busy for a while longer." He grasped his sword box and prepared to hasten towards the south of Tsang. However, he soon noticed something amiss. The deathly aura was diminishing. Moreover, he perceived a familiar sword energy emanating from these lingering remnants of death. Although faint, the essence of every swordsman is unique, and, as a master of the sword, Zhou Ping could not be mistaken. This was the aura of his mentor. With this realization, Zhou Ping's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace on his sword. "Could you please refrain from nudging the little yellow duck atop my head?" Lu Wuwei lamented as he rode his eternally traffic-free electric scooter. This tale begins 10 minutes prior. Fang Jue and Lu Wuwei had just exited the CAF, with Lu Wuwei taking the lead by mounting his scooter and patting the back seat to signal Fang Jue to join him. As he spoke, he retrieved a helmet from the front basket and placed it upon his head. "Why wear a helmet?" Fang Jue inquired, puzzled. to comply with traffic regulations. But I don't have a helmet. Lu Wuwei paused momentarily before responding. Traffic police do not govern night watchmen. His helmet was quite charming. The kind typically associated with delivery services, a bright yellow with a small yellow duck attached to top, connected by a spring. Thus, as Lu Wuwei rode, the little duck bobbed playfully with the momentum. Seated behind him, Fang Jue found this amusing and repeatedly reached out to grasp the duck, preventing it from moving. This action had been repeated several times within those 10 minutes, leading to Lu Wuwei's exasperated plea for him to stop. Following this, Fang Jue sheepishly withdrew his hand and nonchalantly began humming a tune. Seeing him relent, Lu Wuwei focused intently on driving, with the throttle fully engaged. The speedometer of the electric scooter soared to 700 meters per hour. Whoosh! A Lamborghini owner beside them watched in disbelief as the electric scooter zipped past, engulfed in self-doubt. Riding the exceptionally swift electric scooter, Fang Jue and Lu Wuwei quickly located their mentor. At that moment, the once ancient and exquisite carriage appeared somewhat dilapidated, while a deity with copper-hued skin manipulated the thunder, laughing boisterously. Ha ha ha! Humans, I can see that your turtle shell is indeed quite sturdy, but the disparity in rank cannot be compensated by such feeble defenses. The Shiva's grievance rightfully belongs to the temple of the deities. I advise you to surrender it promptly, lest you provoke my wrath. Indra's gigantic hand seized a bolt of lightning from the storm clouds, shaping it into a spear, and hurled it forcefully towards the carriage. The lightning spear, imbued with cataclysmic force, whistled as it hurtled towards its target, colliding violently with the carriage. Amidst a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the space, the entire area was enveloped in a dazzling radiance and billowing smoke. Following this strike, the carriage appeared even more dilapidated, yet stood resiliently. Damn it! Do they really think I am some sort of Hello Kitty? A voice, slightly aged yet resonant, emerged from within the carriage. Before the words had fully escaped, a fierce rain of sword-like water, transformed from tea, erupted from the vehicle. These water blades shimmered with a chilling light, racing toward their target like shooting stars. Alas! Upon colliding with the thunder in the sky, they were instantly obliterated by the fierce current, dispersing into wisps of vapor. Fang Jue observed Indra, stroking his chin. This seems familiar. I believe I have encountered this before. Master, I come to assist you. Lu Wuwei bellowed, his voice echoing across the landscape. Without hesitation, he twisted the throttle once more, and the aging electric scooter beneath him roared to life, akin to a wild stallion, charging fiercely toward the approaching Indra. At that moment, Indra was engaged in a fierce battle with the master. Suddenly, hearing the shout from behind, he turned his head slightly, his gaze locking onto the swiftly approaching small black dot. A smirk of disdain played upon his lips as he murmured, "Oh, another insect has come to meet its demise?" With a flick of his wrist, a spear of lightning, radiating an aura of terror, materialized in his hand. He exerted his arm's strength and hurled the lightning spear toward Lu Wuwei's direction as if it were a javelin. TSK. Lu Wuwei grimaced, swiftly twisting the handlebars with determination, his feet pressing down with fervor. The once charging electric scooter glided gracefully across the ground, narrowly evading the vast shockwave produced by the spear's explosion. In that fleeting moment of escape, Lu Wuwei even managed to cast a provocative glance toward Indra. "Trash! Come and face me if you dare." Indra seemed incensed by the taunt. He roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of lightning that radiated from him, transforming the sky into a brilliant expanse of azure white. "This is becoming troublesome." Lu Wuwei's expression darkened. Indra's destructive power was among the most formidable beneath the celestial beings, and facing them with just himself and the master would prove arduous. Just as Lu Wuwei was consumed by worry, a slender hand landed on his shoulder. "Allow me." Turning to look, he did not first see Fang Jue's face, but rather the unsheathed black sword. Following closely was a cascade of sword light. Each beam of light appeared to be equipped with a navigation device, striking the scattered bolts of lightning with precision, dispersing them effortlessly. Lu Wuwei, his mouth agape. He gazed at Fang Jue in disbelief. "Goodness, brother, are you truly this formidable?" Chapter 73. The gyroscope must be struck hard. Ah, did Yi Fan not inform you? Fang Jue shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, in truth, I am rather formidable. Upon hearing these words, Lu Wuwei instinctively raised his head, his gaze drawn towards the swirling sword intent filling the air. The fierce sword energy danced like colossal dragons, intertwining in the skies, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, confronted by such a terrifying spectacle, Lu Wuwei merely pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. Goodness, even Zhou Ping would not be so audacious. Where on earth did Yi Fan find such a celestial being? Meanwhile, at a slight distance, Indra furrowed his brow upon witnessing his most formidable strike effortlessly countered by his opponent. He began to keenly perceive the surrounding aura and energy fluctuations, seeking to uncover any weaknesses in his adversary. However, as time passed, his frown deepened, and his heart swelled with confusion. Why does this sword energy feel so familiar? Finally, he shifted his focus to the distant shadow he had initially disregarded. Ah, the figure in the front row bears the face of an ordinary passerby, with a commendable mental strength, likely comparable to that of the old tortoise in the carriage, though insufficient to intimidate him. The figure at the back appears rather youthful, with a delicate visage. Is there truly no one left in the Great Xia? Are children now stepping onto the battlefield? How dare they glare at me, the divine being, with such arrogance? Why does this face seem somewhat familiar? Indra rubbed his eyes and scrutinized once more. Holy moly! Is he possibly a celestial being? Indra's astute mind finally grasped the implication, his massive form freezing mid-air, motionless. Hadn't the celestial beings vanished a century ago? Vantian, did you not claim that the celestial beings were either dead or sealed away in some obscure corner? Had I known better, I would not have been deceived by you. This Great Xia is truly not a realm for mortals. Indeed, a living celestial being appears before me in such a resplendent manner. Vantian, I curse you. The Temple of the Gods, as the domain most deeply afflicted by the celestial beings, had since that fateful battle instilled profound fear in all its inhabitants, from the two supreme deities to the common folk. As evidenced by Indra's lightning-fast prostration, the depth of that fear is evident. Crash! Indra's colossal knees hit the ground, producing a thunderous sound upon contact. Celestial being, I was wrong. Accompanied by this terrified plea for mercy, Indra wasted no time in kneeling, his body trembling uncontrollably. This sudden turn of events left everyone present utterly astounded. Lu Wuwei, positioned closest, widened his eyes in disbelief. His previously tranquil countenance was instantly overtaken by shock. His mouth agape, as if he wished to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. As the carriage was relentlessly battered, Master Chun was left in a state of shock, his face still bearing the remnants of swollen bruises, momentarily oblivious to the pain. Lu Wuwei, standing nearby, directed a gaze towards Fang Jue that was so intricate it defied description. He stammered, "Is he calling for you?" His voice trembled slightly. "Yes." Fang Jue nodded obediently, appearing entirely harmless. "Are you an immortal?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wuwei involuntarily gasped. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within him, and spoke again. "Yes," he affirmed once more. Lu Wuwei fell silent. Though not a commander of the Night Watch, he had heard tales of immortals, albeit in vague whispers. What else could be said but that they were impressive, truly remarkable? Noticing Lu Wuwei's silence, Fang Jue dismounted and turned his attention to the large figure kneeling on the ground. I believe her name is, what was it, Yiro? Fang Jue scratched his head, his face revealing a hint of confusion and uncertainty. As a highly regarded model youth, he always adhered to the principles of civility and politeness, and inquiring about the other's name seemed an essential step. The once prostrate Indra suddenly stiffened, though this rigidity lasted only a moment. Almost immediately, he began to tremble like a leaf in autumn, his head bowed deeply, too afraid to meet Fang Jue's gaze. The immortal spoke, I am Yiro. Thank you, Immortal, for the name." Fang Jue was at a loss for words. He had merely wished to inquire about Indra's name. Age had dulled his memory. However, It mattered little. Since he had declared himself Yiro, that was what he would be called. After all, he had not coerced him, had he? What was the most notable characteristic of a Yiro? Quite simply, it's deserving of a beating. Indra inexplicably felt a chill creep up his spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He instinctively raised his head, and upon doing so, his face turned ashen with fear. The immortal before him wore an expression of exuberance, hands waving animatedly, as if he had already designated Indra as a punching bag. It was over. He was doomed. Indra was filled with terror, his eyes nearly brimming with tears as he cried out, "Immortal, spare me. Fear not, for I, Fang, am most disinclined towards violence." Fang Jue reassured him, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of grievance. Why did everyone hold such a poor impression of him? He genuinely wished to coexist amicably with others. Nonetheless, Yiro was an exception. He had to be punished. Mystical energy coalesced in the air, transforming into a colossal hand, which, with a wave of Fang Jue's own hand, descended upon Indra's kneeling backside with great force. Slap, slap, slap. If one were to inquire whether it hurt, Indra would certainly confirm it. It truly aches, to the point that when the sage approached, his gaze fell upon this bizarre scene, rendering him momentarily speechless, his countenance revealing an expression of disbelief, followed by a profound silence. It seems I am indeed out of touch with the times. What is happening here? Is it admiration for Ace? Naturally, Fang Jue did not overlook the sage's approach, pausing momentarily in his actions, tilting his head to inquire, "Old man, would you care to join in?" After a brief moment of contemplation, the sage solemnly nodded. "Indeed, by heavens, how long have you pursued me in this manner? Have you shattered my carriage in the process? I indulged you before, but now the tables have turned." Chapter 74. A child's head patting does not hinder growth. In the distant sky, a glimmer of light emerged as Huo Qubing swiftly soared towards Cangnan on his sword. The distance was closing, and the outline of Cangnan became increasingly visible, stirring a sense of anticipation within him. As he entered Cangnan, the pervasive aura of sword energy took him by surprise, causing him to halt involuntarily. Was this sword energy emanating from his master? He couldn't help but swallow hard. His master had once imparted to him that the path of the sword consists of 3 realms: holding a sword in hand, yet having no sword in heart; holding a sword in hand and having a sword in heart; holding no sword in hand, yet having a sword in heart. As he resided in the 3rd realm, it felt as though he had reached an impasse. A sense of bewilderment enveloped him regarding the path ahead, leaving him unsure of how to break free. Presently, he found himself unable to unleash the sword energy emanating from his master. Was it possible that there existed an even higher realm beyond the 3rd? Huo Qubing felt a surge of elation, not solely for the prospect of his own potential growth, but also for the joy that his master had ascended to that exalted realm. "I knew it. My master is the mightiest." With renewed vigor, he hastened toward the source of the sword energy. However, as his feet firmly touched the ground, the scene before him rendered him momentarily paralyzed. The figure before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his master, and Huo Qubing felt as though he had been ensnared by a spell of paralysis, sinking into an oppressive silence. "You dare strike me, old man? You pursued me for an hour," he fumed. "Oh, weren't you quite arrogant before, thinking yourself invincible? That lightning you conjured was indeed terrifying. What is this? You enjoy playing with thunder? Come on, strike me if you dare. Show me your mettle." Before him stood a figure strikingly reminiscent of his master, wielding fierce sword energy conjured from the depths of his imagination, mercilessly lashing out at a kneeling deity while hurling insults. "This must be my master," Huo Qubing thought, though uncertainty clouded his mind, as his memory of his master was that of a gentle elder, while the person before him was, well, rather difficult to describe. "I was mistaken, sir. I apologize. I will never dare again." Indra was on the verge of tears, feeling the relentless sting of the sword energy upon his body. Though not fatal, it was undeniably painful. Stealing a glance at Fang Jue, he noticed him seated leisurely on a small electric scooter. Fang Jue caught his gaze, smiled sweetly, and waved at him. However, to Indra, That seemingly innocent smile felt like the most horrifying grin emerging from the depths of hell. In that instant, a chill ran down his spine, and every hair on his body stood on end. Withdrawing his gaze, he lowered his head and silently wept. Well, I guess I'll just endure this beating. I'll be thankful if I can preserve my life. Huo Qubing observed his master for a while, deciding it best not to disturb him, and finally spotted the person he had set out to find not far away. Master! He hurried forward, running ahead of Fang Jue, calling out. Before Fang Jue could respond, Lu Wei beside him spoke first. Huo Qubing? He pointed at Huo Qubing, then turned to Fang Jue with a look of incredulity. You address the Immortal as Sir? Lu Wei felt as though he had unraveled a mystery. The reason Huo Qubing was so formidable at such a young age was that he had an Immortal backing him. Well, you two carry on. I too wish to experience the thrill of confronting a deity. He discreetly stepped away, yet truth be told, after watching the master spar for so long, he felt an undeniable urge to join in. Confronting a deity, how spectacular would that sound if shared? Yi Fan and Guan would surely be envious beyond measure. You are, little Huo Qubing? Fang Jue ventured uncertainly. Indeed, as he had mentioned, his memory was not particularly sharp, or perhaps he simply didn't prioritize remembering others. Yet Huo Qubing was an exception. He was the first person he encountered upon re-entering the world, and also the first to evoke a flicker of emotion within him. Sir, you remember me. Huo Qubing could hardly contain his excitement, his voice trembling slightly. The complex emotions that surged within him during this reunion rendered him momentarily at a loss, hesitating to speak. He had envisioned countless scenarios of their reunion in his mind, imagining himself sharing the myriad experiences and growth of the years gone by. But now, facing the familiar and warm visage of his mentor, all his rehearsed words seemed to choke in his throat, leaving him uncertain of how to commence. Oh, it's been years. You've grown so tall. Fang Jue gestured to compare their heights, realizing that Huo Qubing now exceeded him in stature. With that, he playfully stood on his tiptoes and tousled Huo Qubing's hair, chuckling with glee. See, I was lying. A little head pat won't hinder a child's growth. Haha. Huo Qubing replied, but then he noticed Fang Jue's unchanging face and seemed to ponder something, smiling softly. You, however, remain just the same. 10 years ago, Fang Jue resembled an elder brother to him, yet a decade later, he appeared more like a younger sibling. Well, I am an immortal, so living longer is quite normal. Fang Jue shrugged nonchalantly. It must have been lonely all these years, Huo Qubing remarked. A fleeting, unusual light glimmered in Fang Jue's eyes, so ephemeral it was nearly imperceptible. He broke into that signature radiant smile again, exclaiming in surprise, how could it be? Longevity is wonderful. Who doesn't enjoy a long life? Returning to the topic at hand, Fang Jue continued, since Lu Wei knows you, you must have joined the Night Watchers, right? Huo Qubing gazed deeply at Fang Jue, aware that he was deliberately shifting the conversation. Yet he chose not to pursue the matter further and nodded in agreement. Yes, I am now one of the apex humans of the Great Xia. Oh, that's impressive. Fang Jue patted Huo Qubing's shoulder with a sense of satisfaction, proclaiming him to be a worthy disciple. Are you still reading novels? Yes, came the reply. Are they still martial arts novels? Indeed, but I'm thinking of exploring the realm of Xinxia literature next. Chapter 75. The Immortal of the Great Xia. After reminiscing briefly with Huo Qubing, Fang Jue redirected his gaze towards Indra, who was being subjected to a mixed onslaught from both the old and the young. I am immortal. Upon hearing Fang Jue call out to him, Indra quickly stammered a response, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. However, despite his retort, Chun Fuzi and Lu Wei showed no intention of ceasing their relentless assault, continuing to strike him without pause. You have come here to seize the woe of Shiva, haven't you? Fang Jue asked, arms crossed and gaze disdainful. Indra, curled up from the blows, appeared woefully pitiful. He opened his mouth to speak, then closed it, ultimately managing only a timid murmur. But I must add, he hurriedly continued, the two old ones, Brahma and Vishnu, sent me here. If I had known you were here, I would never have dared to come. So, you are merely afraid of me? Fang Jue raised an eyebrow. After a moment's contemplation, Indra nodded earnestly. Yes, I am afraid. As a deity, he could not utter falsehoods. Very well, continue. With Indra's candid admission, a subtle smile graced Fang Jue's lips. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Wuwei and Chen Fuzi, who immediately grasped his intent. With clenched fists, their already formidable blows intensified. Ow, ow! Indra cried out, unable to retaliate or even defend himself. He merely hoped that the Immortal would take pity on him and spare his life. After a considerable duration of punishment, the two finally ceased their actions. After some time had elapsed, Chen Fuzi, shaking his hands while muttering curses, exclaimed, "Damn it, this deity's skin is excessively tough. It has truly worn me out. Even my old hands feel as though they might cramp." Lu Wuwei, unlocking his electric scooter, glanced at his phone with urgency. Ah, disaster. My delivery order is overdue, and the customer has left me a negative review. His fingers swiped across the screen, and soon he appeared to relax. He opted to cancel the order, declaring, "This delivery need not be made. Who wants to eat?" With that, he retrieved a package from the rear compartment of his scooter and approached the group. Upon opening it, a pizza was revealed, seemingly of the Orleans chicken variety. "I want to eat." Fang Jue raised his hand, never one to hesitate in indulging his culinary desires. He took a bite of the pizza, commenting, "It's a bit cold, but tolerable." Why did he order pizza without a cola? Fang Jue lamented, his mouth full of pizza. Doesn't he know that eating only pizza will leave one's mouth parched? Though they had never met, the Immortals silently held a grudge against the person responsible for the order. If Indra were aware of the pettiness of the celestial being, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Truly, I am a genius. Enough of this. Yiro, return whence you came." Fang Jue waved dismissively at the battered Indra, declaring, "I am too fatigued to take your life." Upon hearing these words, Indra was overwhelmed with gratitude, proclaiming, "Thank you, celestial being, for sparing my life." He vowed never to set foot in the Great Xia again. The renowned General MacArthur, an oddly named Chinese general, once remarked, "If the divine were to confront me, I would aim my firearm at the gods." Oh, and let me remind Brahma and Vishnu, if they wish to avoid sharing the fate of their dear brother Shiva, they ought to behave themselves. Brahma resented this, as did Vishnu. It sounded rather harsh. Fang Jue smirked, genuinely contemplating what names Brahma and Vishnu might assume upon their demise and transformation into forbidden entities. "Celestial being, I shall convey your message dutifully," Indra stammered, hastily rising to his feet, transforming into a whirlwind of light, and swiftly retreating towards the borders of the Great Xia. Lu Wuwei was preparing to call Yi Fan, while the Confucian scholar glanced at Fang Jue, hesitating to speak. "Celestial being, are we truly allowing him to depart?" Fang Jue was still preoccupied with an abandoned pizza. His eating habits were not merely unrefined, they were rather grotesque. Forcing down a mouthful of dough, his lips were smeared with grease and meat sauce. Upon hearing the scholar's inquiry, he waved his hand dismissively. "Fear not, he should not dare to return to the Great Xia again. It is of no concern." With that, he devoured the last slice of pizza, licking the sauce from his fingers. The taste was acceptable, albeit rather dry. After Indra's departure, the Battle of Cangnan had finally drawn to a close. Yi Fan had anticipated a fierce confrontation, yet appeared that victory had come rather effortlessly. Despite the arrival of several deities, he had prepared himself for sacrifice, yet remarkably, not a single night watchman had perished. At that moment, he caught sight of a figure approaching him. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Qiye. "Commander Yi, what is the situation now?" Lin Qiye approached with urgency, his right hand gripping a straight sword so tightly that his knuckles turned pale from the strain. "Qiye?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Did I not instruct the scholar to protect you? Cangnan is in peril. I cannot remain uninvolved. Is there anything I can do?" Yi Fan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No." Lin Qiye, believing that Yi Fan was reluctant to let him partake in the battle, grew increasingly anxious. "Commander Yi, I am capable. I am the dual deity's proxy. I can fight beyond my rank." Before Lin Qiye could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yi Fan, who regarded him with a peculiar gaze, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. "No, Yi, it is not that I am prohibiting you from the battlefield. It is simply that the battle has already concluded." "Concluded?" Lin Qiye's body trembled, for I had distinctly witnessed a thunder god pursuing the master. Yi Fan pressed her lips together and replied, "He has already fled." Fled? Lin Qiye expressed disbelief. Could a deity truly retreat? Could it be that the gods of our great Xia have resurfaced? Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired. No. Yi Fan shook her head. The deities of Great Xia have yet to appear, but Great Xia possesses immortals. Yang Jin gazed through the window at the outside world. Although the boundless void had insulated the battlefield from the disturbances, he could still perceive all that transpired beyond. I had originally intended to intervene personally. Yang Jin sighed, shaking his head, for that fellow only seeks to steal the spotlight. After a moment, he suddenly smiled and murmured softly, "However, it is quite reassuring, isn't it, Immortal?" "Ajin," a voice called from within the room, belonging to Wang Fang. "What is it, Mom?" Yang Jin turned his head in response. "Considering the heavy rain outside, do you think Shaoqi might catch a cold?" Wang Fang's tone was tinged with anxiety. Yang Jin paused for a moment before reassuring her. "Mom, there's no need to worry. He's not a child anymore and can take care of himself. Moreover," he gestured towards the sky outside. "The rain has already ceased. Look, a rainbow!" Beyond the window, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, and vibrant colors emerged in the azure sky, resembling a splendid shield of hues. Chapter 76. Sweet dumplings, you will never escape from me. Si Xiaonan. Ah. Si Xiaonan, jolte dawake. Beads of cold sweat trickling down her back as she gasped for breath. Ever since she was chosen as a proxy by Loki a decade ago, she had not experienced a single peaceful night. Each evening, Loki's voice would haunt her like a nightmare, incessantly reminding her of her status. She was but a puppet, undeserving of emotions. The chains of their soul contract bound her tightly, extinguishing any flicker of rebellion within her. Everything about her existence in Team 136 was a fade, destined to dissolve into nothingness once she obtained the Shiva's grievance. It was akin to the bubbles glistening in sunlight, beautiful yet ephemeral. Si Xiaonan cherished her companions in Team 136. However, she also felt a profound disconnection from them. "Xiaonan, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Hong Ying, rubbing her sleepy eyes, asked drowsily. It was their first night in the capital, and fearing Si Xiaonan might be frightened, Hong Ying had chosen to sleep beside her. "It's nothing, Hong Ying Jie," Si Xiaonan replied, shaking her head as her gaze drifted towards the southern horizon. "If it's nothing, then go back to sleep. Don't be afraid. I'm here," perhaps overwhelmed by exhaustion. Hong Ying failed to notice Si Xiaonan's unease, interpreting it merely as the effects of a nightmare. Gently patting Si Xiaonan's back, she rubbed her sleepy eyes once more before lying back down, soon falling into a deep slumber again. Si Xiaonan observed Hong Ying for a while. She sprawled across the bed, the covers cast aside, revealing her long legs. Si Xiaonan pulled the blanket up over Hong Ying, chuckling helplessly. "Hong Ying Jie, you really need to change your sleeping posture." "Xiaonan, Xiaonan." The repeated calls jolted Si Xiaonan from her daze. She swallowed the dumpling in her mouth, staring blankly at her companions. Just moments ago, that tormenting voice that had plagued her for 10 years echoed once more, but it seemed different this time. "Si Xiaonan, I was wrong. I will release you from the soul contract right now. From this moment on, you are free." It was indeed Loki's voice, but upon closer inspection, one could discern a profound sense of helplessness within it. Is this really Loki? Si Xiaonan found herself momentarily stunned, yet she dared not let her guard down. Loki was the god of mischief. This could very well be a ruse. But what could he possibly gain from such antics? As her mind swirled with questions, she was astonished to feel the soul contract within her gradually dissipating until it vanished completely. After thoroughly checking her entire being, she finally confirmed it. The soul contract was truly gone. "So, I am truly free?" Tears threatened to spill from Si Xiaonan's eyes. Those ephemeral feelings, reminiscent of fleeting dreams, now surged within her, overwhelming her with emotion. Drip, drip. The dumplings lay hidden in the soup as rain suddenly began to pour outside. The downpour intensified, accompanied by the soft sound of the girl's sobs. A soft sobbing gradually transformed into a full-blown cry as Si Xiaonan desperately attempted to wipe away her tears with the back of her hand. Yet the tears flowed uncontrollably, akin to a kite severed from its string. "Xiaonan, why are you crying?" The onlookers felt somewhat at a loss, but it was Han Ying who reacted first, pulling Si Xiaonan into her embrace while gently patting her back. Casting a reproachful glance at Chun Mai, she scolded, "Captain, you've made Xiaonan cry. Why don't you comfort her?" Chun Mai and the others exchanged glances, momentarily frozen in place. They were adept at wielding swords against the mysterious. Yet soothing a girl was evidently a daunting task for them. "Xiaonan, I apologize. We shouldn't have pressed you about your feelings." Ultimately, it was Chun Mai, as the captain, who took it upon himself to address the situation. Having had a wife before, he understood that the first step when a girl is upset is to admit fault. However, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "No, it's not that." Si Xiaonan's voice, laced with tears, reached their ears, somewhat unclear. "It's not because of you. I'm just so happy. So happy." Chun Mai blinked in surprise. Could it be that the wontons were so delicious that they brought her tears? He glanced at the wontons. Indeed, the thin skin and generous filling were quite appetizing. He lifted a spoon, scooping another into his mouth. Not only were they delightful, they were indeed quite tasty. But to suggest they were delicious enough to provoke tears seemed a stretch. Perhaps girls were simply more sentimental? "Being with everyone truly makes me very happy." Si Xiaonan continued, her mind flooded with memories of her time in Team 136, causing the tears that had just begun to subside to well up once more. Don't cry. We're all here." Han Ying quickly offered her comfort. "Yes, Xiaonan, if you feel the wontons aren't enough, the captain can always treat you to another bowl," Chun Mai vowed, glancing at his wallet. Lung Xian shot a knowing look at Chun Mai and added, "Even if the captain doesn't treat you, I can certainly afford it." Wu Xiangnan and Wen Shima. Just then, amidst the lingering tension, Si Xiaonan unexpectedly burst into laughter, a sound that shattered the surrounding stillness like a ray of light piercing the night sky. As she laughed, she gently wiped her eyes, her smile blossoming like fireworks ignited, becoming ever more radiant and unstoppable. "I'm fine now. Everyone, let us continue eating." She extended her chopsticks, carefully retrieving another wonton and bringing it to her mouth. Oddly enough, the wontons that had been touched by her tears tasted sweet. Chapter 77. The inverted matching mechanism. On the periphery of the Great Xia, nestled beside the South China Sea, lies a realm enveloped by towering mountains. This secluded expanse, where peaks intertwine and human presence is scarce, is seldom disturbed, allowing tranquility to reign supreme. However, today an unexpected visitor seems to have arrived. Should one be present, they would witness an astonishing spectacle. The surrounding air appears to have solidified, and time seems to have come to a halt at this very moment. Centered around a singular point, the fabric of space shatters like fragile porcelain. Countless fissures swiftly spread and proliferate, engulfing the entire domain in a heartbeat, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound. As the space disintegrates, an unfathomable void emerges, revealing a vague silhouette that flickers in and out of focus. Initially, this figure appears ethereal and insubstantial, akin to a mere wisp of shadow, yet gradually it becomes increasingly vivid and corporeal. In the next instant, the silhouette solidifies, stepping forth from the obsidian abyss. As this being emerges, the previously fragmented space restores itself to its former state in an instant. All traces of the cracks vanish, as though the preceding turmoil had merely been an absurd, surreal dream. The figure collapses to the ground, disheveled and trembling, gasping for breath as if having narrowly escaped a life-and-death chase. Between labored breaths, he mutters curses under his breath. Finally escaped those lunatics of the spiritual medium. What a troublesome lot. His recent disposition has been woefully dismal. Since a while ago, every task he entrusted to his followers has met with failure, none accomplishing their objectives. This predicament has left him, who prides himself on omnipotence and control, bewildered and enraged. It feels as though an enigmatic force is deliberately thwarting his followers. Initially, he had suspected treachery among his acolytes, yet after thorough investigation, he found no evidence to support such a notion. Reluctantly, he resorted to meticulously reviewing the soul contracts of all his followers to ensure no discrepancies existed. However, disappointment lingered. After enduring relentless pursuit by the spiritual medium for over half a year, had he not decisively fractured his own spiritual essence, at a tremendous cost to create a doppelganger imbued with half of his original power to divert the medium's attention, he would still be ensnared in the throes of relentless chase. Now, having sacrificed half of his spiritual essence, he feels a heaviness in his head, and his consciousness begins to blur. He exhales a deep breath, striving to regain some clarity. Just then, as if sensing an anomaly, his previously dazed eyes widen abruptly. His head whips around to a specific direction, his gaze locking onto it with laser-like sharpness, and the atmosphere around him grows tense and grave. On the distant horizon, an unexpected surge of potent energy waves suddenly erupted, their intensity so profound that even he, the divine agent of the Klein realm, felt a shudder of trepidation. This disturbance emanated from the direction of Cangnan, causing Yu to furrow her brow in a tangled knot, a sense of inexplicable alarm washing over her. What could possibly be occurring? These energies were of the utmost caliber, with some even surpassing this echelon. Could it be deities? The congregation of such formidable beings in one confined locale left Yu incredulous at the notion that nothing was amiss. In the absence of divine entities in the Great Xia, it could only signify the intrusion of foreign gods. Coupled with a few slightly weaker human pinnacle fluctuations, Yu swiftly deduced a conclusion: an invasion by external deities, with several top-tier individuals of Great Xia attempting to thwart them. Her narrow, elongated eyes narrowed further, the irises swirling within their sockets. Currently, the pinnacle humans of Great Xia were preoccupied, struggling to contend with the relentless onslaught of foreign gods. This situation might present an exceptional opportunity for the ancient divine sect, which had long remained in hiding. The immediate priority was to return to the ancient divine sect as swiftly as possible to confer with Yu Huai and Qianmo, exploring potential avenues for profit amidst the chaos. With this thought, she hesitated no longer and severed her mental connection with her avatar. Although this would substantially deplete her spiritual essence, the trade-off for evading the pursuit of the medium team was worth it. The waters of the South China Sea had always been tranquil, but for reasons unknown, this expanse suddenly exhibited a dramatic shift. The once gentle sea breeze seemed to have been incensed, howling and conjuring towering waves that surged violently toward the shore. The seabirds, startled by the tumult, took flight in a frenzied escape. Simultaneously, the tumultuous tides crashed fiercely against the iron-like rocks along the coastline, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. The sky, imperceptibly, began to darken. The once pristine clouds, as white as snow, appeared to be stained with ink, swiftly gathering to form a dense blanket of ominous clouds. Before long, torrential raindrops began to pour from the heavy cloud cover, splattering against the ground and creating small bursts of water. Zan, Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. When she had first arrived, the sky had been devoid of clouds, yet in the blink of an eye, it had transformed. However, she dismissed the concern. After all, the weather in the south could shift in an instant, and a little rain was hardly catastrophic. She gently patted the droplets from her tailcoat, casting one final glance toward the direction of her avatar, a cold smirk escaping her lips. Humph, medium team, if you wish to take my life, you might as well wait until you break through the human pinnacle. With that, she extended a fingertip, poised to glide through the space to depart. However, why could she not break through? She frowned, repeating the motion. Yet, it was futile. The space resisted her efforts as if it were a maiden's heart, refusing to yield to her in the slightest. Unyielding, Yu attempted several more times, but each effort met with the same disheartening result. The tide surged with increasing ferocity, and the winds howled ever louder, even conjuring two waterspouts upon the sea. Is such tumultuous weather commonplace? All around, silence enveloped the surroundings. Save for the rhythmic patter of raindrops meeting the ground, it felt as though something ominous was approaching. In that moment, Yu sensed an unsettling shift. He could no longer maintain his customary grace. The wind whisked away his top hat, and the rain disheveled his meticulously arranged hair. A sense of panic gripped Yu as he stared blankly at the sea. Before him, a colossal vortex began to swirl, and from its depths, a man with Western features slowly emerged. He opened his golden-hued eyes, wielding a trident that shimmered as if forged from gold. With a gaze that exuded authority, he appraised Yu, who resembled a drenched dog, and spoke with deliberate slowness. "You are Yu?" Chapter 78. Is it still possible for the Night Watcher to return? Poseidon was enveloped in confusion. His elder brother had summoned him to eliminate the one known as Murmurs, his tone gravely serious. Initially, he had assumed that Murmurs was some ancient deity, but upon locating him, he discovered that this was merely a human. If he resembled the formidable human he had encountered in the East Sea, it would have been one thing. That swordsman was indeed terrifying. Had he possessed any laws, Poseidon might have truly met his end in the East Sea. However, the individual before him, known as Murmurs, appeared nothing more than a feeble being. Murmurs gazed upon the dapper Poseidon, a figure exuding an air of British elegance, and then glanced at the trident in his grasp and the roaring waves surrounding them, rendering him momentarily speechless. How could this person bear such a striking resemblance to the legendary sea god Poseidon? Surely, he must be Poseidon. The realization sent Murmur's heart racing, leading him to inwardly curse the outrageous matchmaking mechanisms of his homeland's gaming system. In the face of Poseidon's intimidating divine presence, Murmurs felt a tremor coursing through his body. Summoning his courage, he pushed aside the damp hair clinging to his forehead and inquired, "What brings you to seek me, Lord Poseidon? If there is something you require of me, I shall do my utmost to assist." Poseidon raised an eyebrow, the sharpness of his features softening as a sly smile graced his lips, hinting at amusement. "Ah, it appears I do indeed have a task for you," he replied, his voice languid, yet imbued with an authority that commanded respect. Upon hearing this, Murmur's heart leaped, and he quickly adorned his face with a broad smile, responding, "What might this task entail? Please, Lord Poseidon, enlighten me, and I shall endeavor to fulfill it to the best of my abilities." Simultaneously, he exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat reassured. After all, the mere fact that Poseidon sought him out suggested he still held some value in the eyes of this sea deity. Perhaps Poseidon was merely here to engage in idle conversation due to his acquaintance with the god he represented. With this thought, Murmurs found his spirits lifting considerably. Poseidon, upon hearing his words, smiled even more broadly. He slowly turned his palm, an action that appeared light yet unleashed a tempest, causing the already tumultuous waves to grow even more ferocious. It was as if a horde of enraged behemoths was roaring and thrashing about, unleashing towering waves that soared dozens of meters high. "I want." Poseidon elongated his words, his tone laced with mockery and playfulness, akin to teasing a helpless little puppy. "Your life." Murmur's smile froze at the corners of his mouth, and under the gaze of his horrified expression, Poseidon gently waved the trident glimmering with a chilling light. In an instant, a colossal tsunami surged forth, crashing from the distance with a might that seemed insurmountable, rapidly engulfing the horizon and soaring into the heavens. The deluge blotted out the sun and obscured the mountains, erasing the last flicker of light from Murmur's eyes. Han Dynasty reclined comfortably in the inviting rattan chair, his legs stretched out naturally. One hand casually rested on the armrest, while the other repeatedly brought plump sunflower seeds to his lips, producing a crisp cracking sound. At this moment, he was intently observing Fang Jue with great interest. After spending a considerable amount of time with Fang Jue, Han Dynasty found himself unwittingly beginning to savor the pleasures of a leisurely life. 198, 199, 200. As this final number escaped Fang Jue's lips, he seemed to expend his last ounce of strength. Subsequently, he could no longer sustain his weary body and collapsed to the hard ground, gasping for breath. "Here, a towel." Han Dynasty smiled slightly as he reached for the pristine white towel resting on the arm of the lounge chair. With a gentle toss, he accurately delivered it to Fang Jue, his eyes betraying unabashed admiration. "Not bad," accomplishing 200 one-handed push-ups solely with physical strength. I was never as formidable in my youth. Shen Qingzhu laboriously raised his hand to grasp the towel, disregarding any semblance of decorum, and vigorously wiped his sweat-laden face several times. Then, he closed his eyes tightly, inhaling deeply in an effort to calm his rapidly racing heart. Sweat streamed down him like a torrent, swiftly soaking the ground beneath. With a sigh, Shen Qingzhu opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. I can no longer perceive the soul contract. The soul contract within Shen Qingzhu was merely an empty vessel, designed to shield against the perception of murmurs. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoyun attuned himself to the situation and confirmed that the soul contract had indeed vanished, as Shen Qingzhu had indicated. The murmurs would never unilaterally dissolve a follower's soul contract. His expression grew serious as he stroked his chin. Thus, only one possibility remains. The murmurs are dead. Shen Qingzhu seized upon Han Xiaoyun's thoughts, continuing, "Rest assured. Do you think I am here undercover for no reason? I have long been prepared. The murmurs will perish, and it will not be long." He suddenly recalled the words Fang Jue had spoken to him that day. Initially, he had not taken them to heart. After all, in his recollection, Fang Jue was merely a rookie night watchman, perhaps slightly more capable. If they were to eliminate the murmurs, a long road lay ahead. Yet, he had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. It was Fang Jue's doing. Han Xiaoyun did not exhibit much surprise regarding the demise of the murmurs. Do not underestimate Fang Jue. He is far more formidable than you might imagine. Even after spending half a year with Fang Jue, Han Xiaoyun still felt that what Fang Jue displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Nevertheless, regardless of Fang Jue's true nature, he had bestowed upon him the courage to survive, and thus, Han Xiaoyun was willing to place his faith in him. Shen Qingzhu pressed his lips together in silence. Yet his thoughts were anything but tranquil. How frustrating it was to realize that being a follower here served no purpose whatsoever. If you were truly so formidable, why didn't you disclose it sooner? Had he known, he would never have boasted before his subordinates about avenging their grievances and subsequently joining the followers to vanquish the murmurs. It would have been far more prudent to join a team in the capital instead. At this moment, he yearned to ascertain whether it was still possible to return to the Night Watch. Chapter 79. Yi Fan. Have I become a malicious parent? After indulging in pizza, Fang Jue felt a genuine thirst brewing within him, prompting him to seek a place to procure a refreshing beverage. Chen Fuzi and Lu Wuwei bid farewell to the Immortal and departed, intending to report to Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping seemed to have something on his mind, following closely behind Fang Jue until they arrived at a bubble tea shop. "A cup of sweet taro boba milk tea, please," Fang Jue announced cheerfully at the counter. He had a penchant for sweet treats, unburdened by concerns of excessive sugar affecting his physique. Turning to Zhou Ping, he inquired, "Little Zhou Ping, what would you like to drink?" "It's on me." It was quite a rarity for the notoriously frugal Fang Jue to offer to treat someone. However, Zhou Ping had no intentions of ordering extravagantly. Instead, he opted for the most economical choice. "I'll just have a cup of lemonade. Thank you." "All right, please wait a moment," the young lady at the counter replied with a polite smile as she handed the receipt to Fang Jue. Upon examining it, he noted the total was a mere 15 yuan, a trivial amount for him, who had a bounty of 60 yuan at his disposal. Having recently endured a downpour, the shop was relatively empty, exuding a sense of tranquility, which allowed for their drinks to be prepared swiftly. "Thank you, Miss," Fang Jue said, graciously accepting his milk tea and flashing a sweet smile in appreciation. It appeared that he truly relished his childlike demeanor. With a buoyant stride, he casually selected an empty seat within the shop and plopped down comfortably. Opposite him sat Zhou Ping, who watched as Fang Jue eagerly inserted the straw into his cup and took a hearty sip. The sweet flavor cascaded down his throat, causing him to involuntarily squint his eyes in delight, resembling a cat that had pilfered a delectable treat. "Sir," Zhou Ping broke the silence, taking a gentle sip of his lemonade. "You once told me that there are 3 realms in swordsmanship. I have now reached the pinnacle. Yet, as I stand here surveying my surroundings, I am engulfed in confusion, uncertain of my next steps." Pausing, he pressed his lips together, taking a deep breath before continuing. I truly cannot fathom where the ultimate destination of this sword path lies. Fang Jue lifted his gaze slightly, leisurely swallowing the round pearls from his drink, and a subtle smile graced his lips. The way is inherently boundless, without beginning or end. Thus there is no definitive conclusion. However, if you genuinely wish to advance further along this path, perhaps you might consider relinquishing certain burdens. His voice was calm and soothing, yet it struck Huo Qubing's heart like a heavy hammer. Let go. Huo Qubing softly murmured the words, the mist in his eyes not only failing to dissipate, but growing ever denser. He furrowed his brow, deeply pondering their profound significance. I'll let go. Fang Jue indicated his left chest. As I have previously mentioned, there is no sword here. Neither is there a sword within me. He then spread his hand, which cradled a cup of milk tea, revealing an emptiness. Without a sword in hand, nor one in heart, without beginning or end, one can attain true freedom. Huo Qubing listened, seemingly puzzled, yet earnestly asked, then is what we cultivate still the way of the sword? As soon as the words left his lips, a soft clap resounded as Fang Jue gently tapped Huo Qubing's head. Huo Qubing momentarily froze, then shook his head. The way is simply the way. It is inherently impartial. What distinction is there between the way of the sword and that of the knife? These are merely labels imposed by the world. When one truly enters the path, grass can be a sword, chopsticks can be a sword, even this straw. As he spoke, he whimsically waved the straw in his hand, producing a delicate whisper of wind, which too is a sword. Nothingness is a sword, and yet it is not. Such concepts may sound convoluted, but you will come to understand in due time. Fang Jue consistently exhibited ample patience towards his disciple. Huo Qubing slightly lowered his head, his brow furrowed, and as he pondered, a flicker of enlightenment seemed to pass through his gaze. He fell silent, merely smiling gently alongside Fang Jue, occasionally taking a sip of the lemonade Fang Jue had purchased for him. Their conversation was not conducted in hushed tones, and the young waitress caught wind of Fang Jue's words, her face lighting up with a peculiar smile. Ah, youth is indeed a blessing. I too was once so whimsically naive. Meanwhile, the older brother played alongside his younger sibling. How delightful. The waitress stifled a giggle, her hands busy with numerous takeout orders, forcing her to keep her musings to herself and concentrate on her tasks. Glop, glop, glop. The sound of shoes against the ceramic floor was quite pronounced as the waitress glanced towards the entrance, cheerfully uttering a signature welcome. However, upon seeing the newcomer, she was taken aback. Oh, could this elder gentleman possibly be here for milk tea as well? Yet, maintaining her professionalism, she politely inquired, may I ask what you would like to drink, sir? Yi Fan bit his lip, awkwardly scratching his head, and pointed to the corner where Huo Qubing and Fang Jue were sipping their milk tea. I apologize. I am here to find someone. Oh, the waitress quickly responded, her mind racing with possibilities. This gentleman must be their father. Could be they played truant and were caught, judging by his serious demeanor. Could it truly be so? At that moment, having watched countless odd dramas, the waitress had concocted an entire narrative in her imagination. Two brothers ran away from home to spend time at an internet CF. Thirsty, they stepped out for a cup of milk tea, only for their father to find them amidst a torrential downpour, preparing to drag them home for a severe reprimanding. At this thought, the young lady couldn't help but feel concern for the fate that awaited Huo Qubing and Fang Jue. Just as Yi Fan was about to lead the two away and step out of the shop, she suddenly reached out her hand. Don't hit the kids, Yi Fan exclaimed. Am I truly becoming a cruel parent? A light laugh resonated in the air as the three stood quietly at the entrance of the milk tea shop. Upon hearing the sound, Yi Fan turned to see Fang Jue and Huo Qubing staring intently at her, their expressions a peculiar blend of amusement and restraint, as if they wished to laugh but dared not. Their faces flushed a deep crimson, and eventually it was Fang Jue who could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. Yi Fan, momentarily taken aback by their mirth, instinctively averted her gaze and murmured in resignation, Do I really resemble that kind of cruel parent? Exchanging glances, Fang Jue and Huo Qubing nodded in unison. Yes, you do. Chapter 80. You claim this law of death was simply found on the ground? Who would believe that? Yi Fan's lips parted slightly, as if he wished to articulate something. Yet, ultimately, he merely sighed in resignation, his entire being deflating like a punctured balloon. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he resolved to abandon this line of discourse and instead address the matter that brought him to Fang Jue, the Immortal. Yi Fan furrowed his brow tightly, his already serious expression now imbued with an even greater gravity, as if shrouded in a thick layer of ominous clouds. He inhaled deeply, steadied his mind, and spoke in a low tone. "What is it?" Fang Jue, leaning companionably beside Huo Qubing, responded to Yi Fan's call, inquiring, "Isn't everything resolved?" "Why the long face?" Yi Fan sighed again, his troubled expression unwavering. "Though the outer god has retreated, you are aware of the truth regarding Cangnan, aren't you?" He paused momentarily, seemingly deliberating how best to articulate his thoughts with precision. "Indeed." Fang Jue nodded, comprehending Yi Fan's implication. Cangnan ceased to exist long ago, erased by the Shiva's grievance 10 years prior. Its continued existence relies solely on the miraculous power bestowed upon Lin Qiye by Michael. Clenching his fists, Yi Fan appeared hesitant. But after a moment's contemplation, he ventured, "Immortal, do you possess any means?" Yi Fan was acutely aware of his lack of standing to request such a favor from the Immortal. Despite being a member of the Night Watch, he could never regard the Immortal as an ordinary guardian. Even the two chief officers of the Exorcism Department were disciples of this Immortal, and his connection to the Immortal was but a courtesy granted due to his associations with Huo Qubing and Cangnan. The records of the Night Watch indicate the Immortal is devoid of sentiment. Even in the accounts of Huo Qubing and Cangnan, the Immortal is perpetually depicted as aloof, unmoved by external joys or personal sorrows. To him, human lives are merely a sequence of numbers. Even at the cost of countless lives, he would not blink an eye. Though the reason for the Immortal's current guise as an ordinary person eluded him, Yi Fan was grateful that the Immortal might assist in resolving the crisis in Cangnan. Restoring a city that had been obliterated was a feat even the legendary Seraph Michael could only sustain for a decade. Even if the Immortal possessed a solution, his powers were currently sealed. Any attempt to employ them might result in grievous repercussions. "Ah, indeed," Fang Jue interjected, interrupting Yi Fan's spiraling thoughts. "Immortal, are you willing to help?" Yi Fan's face was a picture of astonishment, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. Subsequently, an uncontrollable wave of elation surged within him, transforming his already astonished visage into a tapestry of vibrant emotions. However, in response to Yi Fan's exuberant reaction, Fang Jue's expression faltered slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "Ah, do you not wish for my assistance?" As he spoke, he cast a perplexed glance at Yi Fan, inwardly musing. Could it be that I am perceived as a cold-hearted and unfeeling individual by others? Defamation. I shall bring forth charges of slander. Hearing Fang Jue's remarks, Yi Fan was jolted back to reality, hastily shaking his head like a rattled drum, fervently denying, No. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration and anxiety, rendering his mind a blank, devoid of any words of praise to offer. Thus, an awkward silence enveloped the scene, creating a peculiar equilibrium among the three. Yi Fan stood rooted to the spot, at a loss as to what to do. Huo Qubing maintained a detached demeanor, his focus inward. Fang Jue continued to sip from his milk teacup, slurping away. Once he had drained the last sip, Fang Jue disposed of the empty cup in a nearby trash bin and returned to Yi Fan, breaking the silence with, in truth, restoring Cangnan is not an arduous task. Initially, I intended to seek a bit of miraculous power from Michael, but it appears that such a course is unnecessary. As he spoke, he rummaged in his pocket. Under Yi Fan's watchful gaze, he produced a takeout box adorned with national trendy designs. Yi Fan could scarcely believe his eyes, rubbing them to confirm the reality before him. Indeed, it appeared to be an ordinary takeout box. "Sir, this is merely a commonplace takeout box," Yi Fan stated. Fang Jue acknowledged his deduction, clarifying that it was not mere speculation. Yi Fan replied, "Are you jesting with me?" Clearing his throat, Fang Jue, seemingly wary of inciting Yi Fan's ire, quickly added, although it is an ordinary takeout box. What lies within is anything, but, without further ado, he lifted the plastic lid. Instantly, an exquisitely pure wave of deathly energy emanated from within. Gulp! Yi Fan swallowed hard, as a realization struck him, trembling slightly. This is the law of death? While an ordinary individual might fail to recognize it, Yi Fan was different. He had diligently prepared to assist Huo Qubing in taking that crucial step. This energy, without a doubt, embodied the divine law. If his memory served him correctly, the deity that Fang Jue had initially confronted in the north was Hades, the lord of the underworld. The fact that Fang Jue could produce this law of death implied that. Fortunately, an oblivious entity had just declared that I did not wish to kill him. Yet approached my sword. Fang Jue shrugged, a look of resignation on his face. Yet this is for the best. At least I need not embark on a celestial quest to seek Michael. Yi Fan gazed blankly at Fang Jue and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed immortal, is that sightless entity you mentioned named Hades?" Fang Jue furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation, and ultimately concluded, "I've forgotten." Although Fang Jue did not confirm it, Yi Fan had already formed a firm belief in his heart. After all, what were the odds of coincidentally encountering the king of the underworld, Hades, only to subsequently possess a decree of death? One might wonder if this was merely fortuitous chance. Who would believe such a tale? Chapter 81. The Law of Death. It was known that this place harbored a multitude of laws, and astonishingly, a quarter of all death laws could be found here. Fang Jue grasped the essence of the death law, and to his surprise, the typically volatile and destructive force of death now appeared remarkably docile in his hands, akin to a charming and gentle kitten. Were it capable of speech, it might have called out to Fang Jue in various tones. He pondered for a moment, calculating the situation. After all, Cangnan was not a large city, and its population was limited. Could the death law be wielded in such a manner? Yi Fan, lacking experience as a deity, possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the power of laws. Fang Jue carefully resealed the plastic lid onto the container and murmured a wish for the merchant to honor his word and provide him with another bowl. After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, he began to address the inquiries posed by Yi Fan with earnestness. In this world, everything exists in a state of mutual creation and destruction. Just as there is light, there must also be darkness, and where there is death, there exists the possibility of rebirth. Although Cangnan had been utterly erased, under the miraculous influence of Michael, it now maintained a precarious balance between life and death. At this juncture, he emphasized the uniqueness of the situation. Presently, Cangnan resembled an individual on the brink of plummeting from a precipice. As he spoke, he raised his hands to illustrate the concept. One hand spread wide to symbolize the steep cliff, while the other formed a diminutive figure teetering on the edge, desperately grasping at the cliff's edge to preserve its fragile existence. However, this state of equilibrium was inherently temporary and unstable. Once Michael's miraculous power waned, it would be akin to that figure losing its grip and succumbing to the abyss below. As he concluded this thought, the figure he had crafted with his hands slipped away, and he playfully stuck out his tongue, hinting at the tragic fate awaiting that figure. The law of death was not solely a weapon. It bore resemblance to those so-called paths, though he had already elaborated on that point and felt disinclined to reiterate. Rubbing his temples, he continued, "Ultimately, when a miraculous power dissipates and Cangnan re-enters the cycle of reincarnation, the expansion of this death law could reverse death itself, transforming miracles into reality." The juxtaposition of a quarter of the death laws against the life of an individual from a third-tier city seemed incongruous. For the vast majority of people or deities, acquiring such a law would render the act of taking countless lives inconsequential. Should they learn that the expenditure of such a law was merely to save the inhabitants of a city, they would surely scoff in disbelief. If the law of death possessed consciousness, it might lament, "Had I known this was a wretched factory." Yet, there are always exceptions, such as the Sentinel Commander before us. After all, are humans not peculiar beings? Upon hearing these words, Yi Fan's once tranquil eyes suddenly ignited with a brilliant light. akin to two blazing flames erupting in the darkness. He pondered, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this method. However, it was evident that the application of the law ventured into his realm of ignorance, leaving him at a loss for a considerable time. He chose to trust the immortal. In the old district of Cangnan City, at Jin, dinner is ready, Wang Fang softly called out, deftly arranging the meticulously prepared dishes on the dining table. Soon, the response from Yang Jin echoed through the room. "Oh, got it, Mom, I'm coming." Following this, hurried footsteps approached, and the door creaked open to reveal Yang Jin's figure at the threshold. "Wow, it smells wonderful. So many dishes today." As he stepped out, he was instantly captivated by the enticing aroma of the meal wafting through the air. He inhaled deeply, a joyful smile blossoming on his face, his previously weary eyes now sparkling with excitement. "You aced your exam a few days ago. This is a reward from your mother," Wang Fang remarked, observing her son's delighted expression with a gentle smile, her hands never ceasing in their task of setting the table. "Besides, at your age, you are in a growth spurt. Just tell me what you want to eat in the future, and I'll make sure to get it for you." Yang Jin's gaze flickered slightly. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately settled for a faint smile. "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Mom. Why are you being so polite with your mother? Come sit down and taste my cooking to see if I've improved." Ding dong. The sound of the doorbell interrupted the tender moment between mother and son. Wang Fang stood up, a hint of confusion on her face. How strange. Who could be at this hour? As she murmured to herself, she walked toward the door to open it. Outside stood a figure that took Wang Fang by surprise. "You are Xiao Ju," she exclaimed, delight flashing across her features as she recognized Fang Jue standing at the door. "Hello, Auntie Wang." Fang Jue greeted with a smile, his keen nose quickly picking up the delicious scent of the meal emanating from within. "Are you all having dinner? If so, should I come back later?" "Oh, no need for that. Have you eaten? If not, come and have a bite." Wang Fang clearly cherished her son as classmate. Fang Jue's face displayed a hint of embarrassment, but it was not a mere pretense. He had just finished an entire pizza not long ago and was now contemplating whether to indulge in another meal. After deliberating for about 2.5 seconds, he obediently followed his heart. "Thank you, Auntie." Thus, Yang Jin watched as Fang Jue snatched away the chicken leg he was just about to take a bite of, raising an eyebrow in a taunting manner. "Yang Jin, why do you always choose mealtime to do this?" The dinner concluded in such a harmonious atmosphere. "Xiao Ju, may I ask, how has Xiao Qi been lately?" Finally, after everyone had finished their meal, Wang Fang could no longer contain her curiosity and spoke up. This matter had weighed heavily on her heart, causing her much unrest. Her gaze was firmly fixed on Fang Jue, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Chapter 82. The celestial being who excels at naming ridicules the mortal who cannot. Fang Jue and Lin Qiye had enlisted together, a fact known to Wang Fang. Now that Fang Jue had returned, did it signify Lin Qiye's return as well? At this thought, a glimmer of hope sparkled in the depths of Wang Fang's eyes, akin to the radiant stars piercing through the night sky. In that moment, she sat there quietly, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her garment, her body slightly leaning forward, as if yearning to draw closer to Fang Jue, eager to hear the long-anticipated answer. Fang Jue paused momentarily, but soon broke into a smile again. Adjusting his posture slightly, he cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "Qiye has returned as well, Auntie. However, due to the duty assignments within the army, we are on a rotating schedule, and it just so happens that he is on duty at the moment. I came here specifically to let you know that he will be home as soon as he finishes his tasks." After delivering this message, Fang Jue did not forget to offer Wang Fang a reassuring smile. Celestial beings are often inclined to assist those rich in emotion. Hearing Fang Jue's words, Wang Fang stood frozen for a moment, and then her eyes brimmed with tears. She murmured repeatedly, "As long as he yes back." As long as he yes back, though her voice was soft, it resonated clearly in Fang Jue's ears. Wang Fang's previously tense features began to relax, her lips curling upward into a gentle arc, a curve seemingly enchanted, impossible to halt. "I must prepare more dishes. What if Xiao Qi returns hungry?" she declared, springing to her feet and dashing towards the kitchen, seemingly intent on whipping up additional fare. In the living room, Fang Jue and Yang Jin exchanged glances. Eventually, Yang Jin broke the silence. Did you fend off those foreign deities? Indeed, a motley crew. Fang Jue shrugged, as if recounting a trivial matter. Yang Jin exhaled in relief. We owe you one. Otherwise, I truly feared I might have acted rashly. Fang Jue raised an eyebrow in surprise. Aren't you still in the midst of your cycle? Aren't you afraid of death? Yang Jin chucklet, his gaze drifting through the glass window towards Wang Fang in the kitchen. And what of it? I am a deity of the great Xia. How could I stand idly by while foreign gods invade? Fang Jue contemplated, attempting to grasp his sentiment, while Yang Jin rolled his eyes at his perplexed expression. What is the matter? Did you overindulge and now suffer from constipation? Though he appreciated Fang Jue's intervention, Yang Jin still harbored a grudge over the earlier incident at the dining table regarding the chicken leg. Impossible. Celestial beings do not suffer from constipation. Fang Jue dismissed the remark, assuming Yang Jin was merely boasting about his appetite. Shaking his head, he finally recalled the matter at hand. By the way, may I borrow your soul-binding bag? Yang Jin's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening with curiosity. What do you need that for? To bind souls, of course. Xiao Fang, the celestial being, retorted with a sense of righteous indignation and a look of disdain, as if gazing upon a simpleton. What use is a soul-restraining pouch if it cannot capture souls? Should it serve as a mere food container? Celestial beings have always held a particular fondness for matters of sustenance. You cannot capture souls yourself? Yang Jin, well aware of the Celestial's capabilities, harbored doubts. Indeed, but I lack an appropriate vessel for the souls. Fang Jue shrugged, searching his person to substantiate his claim. The only item he produced was a trendy takeout box. Are you suggesting I can find the souls of everyone in Cangnan City within this takeout box? Yang Jin paused momentarily, then swiftly grasped the implication. You intend to resurrect the souls of Cangnan City? Fang Jue's expression remained unchanged. He wondered if Yang Jin's reincarnation had muddled his intellect, as this was rather self-evident. He opened the takeout box, revealing the embodiment of the law of death, lying quietly like a curled-up black cat. The law of death. Did you slay Hades? Yang Jin was momentarily taken aback, more so than before, and Fang Jue found himself exasperated by the repetitive inquiries. Why did everyone seem familiar with that ill-fated entity's name? He nodded, choosing not to feign ignorance in front of acquaintances. Yang Jin inhaled deeply, giving Fang Jue a thumbs up. Utilizing the law to save lives, you're the first to do so. Fang Jue, however, appeared indifferent. So what? I've encountered the laws countless times. I grew weary of their caprices long ago. Instead of wasting time seeking Michael, wouldn't this be swifter? Yang Jin was rendered speechless by such astonishing declarations. He was aware that the Celestial had once ascended with a sword, yet upon Fang Jue's return, he merely mentioned having had amicable exchanges. Thus, he was unaware that the Celestial had nearly extinguished the main deity's lineage. Silently, he stepped into a room and emerged with a bag in hand. Here, he handed the soul-restraining pouch to Fang Jue without much reluctance. After all, he had originally intended to use it to gather the souls upon his reincarnation in Cangnan, hoping to discover a means to resurrect them over time. Now that the Celestial had a solution, he need not worry further. After all, aside from himself, the Celestial was rather dependable. Just then, Xiao Hei Lai joyfully wagged its fluffy tail, bounding toward Fang Jue and affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. Xiao Qiao. It has been a while. Fang Jue's demeanor toward the dog was noticeably more courteous than toward its owner. He crouched down, gently stroking Xiao Hei Lai's head and scratching its chin. The little creature grew increasingly delighted, emitting contented hums. It rolled over onto its back, legs in the air, allowing Fang Jue to tenderly caress its belly, and then excitedly began to tumble about. It was no longer known as the Celestial Hound, but rather as Xiao Hei Lai. Yang Jin corrected him, stating that until the cycle of reincarnation was complete, he would still be Yang Jin, and the Celestial Hound would remain as Little Black. At the very least, they were still members of this family. Little Black? Fang Jue murmured, what an unpleasant name. Who came up with that? Yang Jin pressed his lips together, his expression tinged with complexity. My brother. Haha. Celestials do not hold back their emotions. They laugh when they wish to. Your brother truly lacks creativity in naming. You should teach him a thing or two, for I am quite adept at naming. The Xiali at his waist gently quivered, as if protesting his words. Historical records indicate that the Celestial initially named his sword Firewood Stick. Chapter 83. Indeed, it is a delightful thing to have someone who cares for you. After wandering a few circles in Cangnan City, Lin Qiye discovered that it was indeed tranquil. So, why did I get off the car from the master? Pondering this, Lin Qiye felt somewhat perplexed, and after much contemplation, he reached no conclusion. Thus, he could only return to the peace agency in a gloomy mood. Upon opening the door to the agency, he was greeted by a festive atmosphere. Decorations adorned the place, and everyone was gathered together, their faces alight with smiles. Noticing his arrival, Wen Qima beckoned him over. Qiye, come here. Lin Qiye stepped forward and inquired. What holiday is it today? Why is it so lively? The captain said that Cangnan City has successfully weathered this calamity, and for some reason, Xiaonan is particularly joyous today, so he declared a day off for us, Hong Ying replied, holding a small, glowing lantern she had purchased long ago, placing on the door frame. By the way, Qiye, I heard you met the master. How was it? Was he impressive? When Qima leaned in, curiosity etched on his face. The pinnacle of humanity is not someone one encounters every day. Lin Qiye thought for a moment, recalling the master's disheveled appearance after being struck by Indra, along with his thunderous shout of general. He nodded with a peculiar expression. Yes, he is quite formidable. I wish I could meet the master too. The pinnacle of humanity must be quite imposing, when Qima mused, his small stature harboring grand aspirations, wishing to become the pinnacle himself. At least, if that were the case, he would not have to worry about the significant matters of life. Well, it seems this dream is not too grand after all. After this reflection, he seemed to remember something and mentioned to Lin Qiye, by the way, Qiye, the captain wants you to see him when you return. The captain? Lin Qiye paused, unsure of what Chunmai needed, but curiosity piqued. He nodded and made his way deeper into the agency. As he approached the door, he noticed it was not fully closed, but merely ajar, leaving a minuscule crack through which the interior scene was faintly visible. Gently pushing the door open, a wave of darkness enveloped him. The room seemed shrouded in a heavy curtain of black, nearly obscuring everything from view. Only the faint light filtering in from the doorway faintly outlined Chun Mai's blurred silhouette. Captain, you called for me? Lin Qiye said, feeling his way along the wall to locate the light switch. With a soft click, the lights suddenly illuminated the room. However, as the brightness flooded in, Lin Qiye was taken aback to find Chun Mai's complexion somewhat pallid, his demeanor appearing quite listless. A foreboding sense crept into Lin Qiye's heart as he cautiously inquired, Captain, are you feeling unwell? His concerned gaze fixed intently on Chun Mai. He sought to glean any hint from the other's reaction. Qiye, you have arrived. In Chun Mai's eyes, illuminated by the light, he smiled upon seeing Lin Qiye at the door and patted the chair beside him. Come, have a seat. Lin Qiye complied, sitting beside Chun Mai. Yet despite the latter's relaxed demeanor, the gravity on Lin Qiye's face remained unabated. Captain, what is troubling you? Noting cuff. Chun Mai's words trailed off as he stifled a groan, his body trembling slightly from the pain he was enduring. After a moment, he managed to regain his composure, wiping away the faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, shaking his head in resignation. It is the wrath of Shiva, he murmured. I'm struggling to contain it. The wrath of Shiva? Lin Qiye suddenly recalled Chun Mai's earlier words. Chun Mai's impermanence palace served as the vessel sealing the wrath of Shiva. Just days ago, he had utilized the power of impermanence, resulting in the breach of the seal, attracting the attention of outer deities. This calamity in Cangnan was instigated by those outer gods seeking the wrath of Shiva. Chun Mai paused briefly before continuing. However, for reasons unknown, this disaster seems to have concluded rather quietly. The outer deities that have come may merely be the advance party. If the aura of the wrath of Shiva continues to leak, we may face an influx of more divine beings. His voice was deliberate, and even Lin Qiye, who was typically unperceptive to emotions, could sense the profound concern underlying his words. Captain, did you summon me to transfer the wrath of Shiva? Lin Qiye asked eagerly, pondering that perhaps his mortal realm could obscure the aura of the wrath of Shiva, alleviating the captain's suffering from its corruption. No. Chen Mai gently shook his head, gazing deeply at Lin Qiye. I called you here to convey something of great importance. What is it? After a moment of silence, Chen Mai's voice carried a weight of complexity. The truth of Cangnan. At that moment, a series of loud and urgent knocks resounded against the door of the Peace Affairs office, which had just moments ago been knocked upon by Lin Qiye. Now, it was being struck with renewed fervor. The somewhat dilapidated door, marred by rust, seemed to lament, "Could you please be gentler?" The door was opened by Qingyu, who first noticed Fang Jue standing at the forefront, a flicker of joy crossing his eyes. However, his gaze was soon drawn to the other two individuals accompanying Fang Jue, prompting him to cast a questioning look at Fang Jue. Who are these two? Fang Jue rolled his eyes, smiling at Qingyu as he introduced them. This is Uncle Yi. He gestured toward the cloaky fan on the left. And this is Xiao Zhouping, he added, throwing an arm around Zhou Ping's shoulders on the right. Uncle Yi, Xiao Zhouping? And Qingyu's eyes twitched. Isn't that just as good as not introducing them? Nevertheless, it was evidently impolite to keep guests waiting at the door. Being a shy and courteous young man, and Qingyu refrained from asking further questions and stepped aside to let them in. Fang Jue. The commotion at the entrance had undoubtedly captured the attention of everyone inside, and when the familiar face of Fang Jue appeared before them, exclamations of surprise escaped their lips. Fang Jue greeted each of them with a smile, leaving Yi Fan and Zhou Ping momentarily forgotten in their place. Why on earth would you go undercover among the devotees? It's far too perilous. Han Ying, who had always been the most protective of her brother, expressed her concern, fearing that Fang Jue might come to harm. Don't worry, I probably won't return to the devotees anymore, he reassured her. Upon hearing this, Han Ying's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? I knew it. Those kinds of people are not ones you can easily outsmart. They certainly have formidable special teams to handle such matters. Fang Jue had intended to mention that the murmurer was already deceased. However, as Han Ying continued to chatter with her worried inquiries, she offered him no opportunity to interject. Thus, he could only close his mouth, feeling a mix of helplessness and a slight upward curve of his lips. Chapter 84. Those who truly trust you will never doubt you. What about the captain and Qi Yi? Fang Jue, with his astute mind, had not forgotten the purpose of their visit. Inside the room, the captain was engaged in a mysterious conversation with Qi Yi, the content of which remained unknown to us. Lung Xian, who had been intently polishing his firearm, suddenly paused. He raised his head and gestured subtly towards the inner room, speaking softly, "Oh, very well. I shall wait for a while." Fang Jue nodded slightly in understanding. He appeared unhurried, merely shrugging nonchalantly before casually finding a seat to occupy. Meanwhile, Han Ying noticed Zhou Ping and Yi Fan behind Fang Jue. A mischievous smile flickered across her lips as she turned to Wu Xiangnan and exclaimed, "Wu Xiangnan, come over here and fetch a stool for our guests." She intended to delegate this menial task to the vice captain, whom she found most irksome. However, to her surprise, her call seemed to vanish into thin air, receiving no response whatsoever. A wave of dissatisfaction surged within her, and she pouted her rosy lips, raising her voice again. "Hey, Wu Xiangnan, I'm calling you. Are you deaf?" As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Wu Xiangnan. To her astonishment, the usually composed and unflappable Wu Xiangnan had risen to his feet, his typically serious demeanor now utterly transformed. He extended a trembling finger towards Yi Fan, his mouth agape, as if witnessing the most astonishing sight imaginable. After a considerable pause, he managed to stammer out a few words. "See, Commander?" Wu Xiangnan recognized Yi Fan well, having served under him during his time with the Blue Rain team. He was thoroughly familiar with Yi Fan's features, that stern countenance, the elongated eyebrows, the nose, and the lips. It could not be mistaken. This was indeed Commander Yi. Why would Commander Yi be here? Though it was inevitable for several prominent figures to appear in Cangnan during the recent catastrophe, now that the crisis had subsided. What could possibly bring Commander Yi to this insignificant outpost in a small city? Wu Xiangnan felt a twinge of panic. Had he forgotten to wash his face this morning? Would he leave a poor impression on Commander Yi? At this moment, Wu Xiangnan could no longer concern himself with maintaining his facade. He merely hoped that Yi Fan would not think poorly of him. As a survivor of the Blue Rain team, he had long harbored feelings of regret and inadequacy. Were it not for his hatred and sense of responsibility, he might not have survived to this day. Yi Fan observed the flustered expression on Wu Xiangnan's face and understood his turmoil. He approached Wu Xiangnan slowly, placing a broad, reassuring hand on his shoulder, giving him a gentle nod. In that silent moment, more was conveyed than words could express. Wu Xiangnan felt his restless heart finally settle. He opened his mouth, intending to say something more, but upon meeting Yi Fan's gentle gaze, he ultimately remained silent. Nearby, Hong Ying cast a sidelong glance at the two of them. Wu Xiangnan, with his back to Hong Ying and his voice hardly loud enough, did not attract her attention when he called out Commander. In her eyes, it appeared as though Yi Fan and Wu Xiangnan exchanged tender glances for a moment before she stepped forward and patted his shoulder. The key detail was Wu Xiangnan's bashful demeanor. Oh, who would have thought that this old fellow Wu Xiangnan had such a penchant? Hong Ying found him even more distasteful. Zhou Ping, noticing that no one was paying attention to him, walked over to the teacher's side. It may sound unbelievable, but our great Xia sword immortal, Zhou Ping, was actually quite socially anxious. He brought over a stool and sat down next to Fang Jue, who was engaged in conversation with Si Xiaonan. Their chat unfolded as follows. "Xiaonan, have you eaten?" Fang Jue inquired. "Yes, I have," Si Xiaonan replied. "Oh, what did you have?" Fang Jue asked again. "I had wontons," Si Xiaonan responded, then added it was treated by the captain. Fang Jue became flustered, exclaiming, "The captain? That miserly fellow actually treated you? I must insist that Chun Mai treat me again." Si Xiaonan merely giggled at him, her bright, watery eyes crescent-shaped with delight, her lips curving upwards, revealing two adorable dimples. If all went as expected, she would maintain this smile for the next few days. However, an unexpected incident occurred. "You are Klein?" Zhou Ping raised an eyebrow in surprise, pointing at Si Xiaonan. With no one else speaking prior, his somewhat soft voice managed to capture everyone's attention. Yi Fan glanced at Fang Jue and, noticing his conspiratorial wink, understood this was the work of an immortal, thus chose to remain silent. Aside from Fang Jue, Yi Fan, and Zhou Ping, all present turned their gaze towards Si Xiaonan, including Wu Xiangnan, who was locked in a stare with Yi Fan. Si Xiaonan was no longer giggling. Indeed, she had long harbored plans to find a suitable opportunity to clarify everything to the group. Yet, the sudden turn of events struck like a tempest, rendering the meticulously crafted words that had been rehearsed countless times stuck in her throat, unable to be voiced. Her gaze darted nervously, avoiding eye contact with anyone, as she resembled a lost and anxious little lamb. Her mouth opened and closed, stammering out a few meaningless syllables. But, Xiaonan, you are Klein? Wow, that is impressive. I didn't expect you to be so remarkable. Xiaonan, are you trying to surprise us?" To see Xiaonan's astonishment, not a single person questioned her abilities. Even Chun Mai, who had just emerged from the inner room, was momentarily astonished by the news, but soon thereafter, he chuckled and made a light-hearted remark. Si Xiaonan silently observed the reactions of those around her, and a subtle ripple stirred within the depths of her gaze. An ineffable warmth, akin to a gentle stream, gradually flowed into the recesses of her heart, steadily filling her entire being. It was as if, on a frigid winter's day, she had suddenly felt the embrace of a warm ray of sunlight, bringing with it an unparalleled sense of comfort and tranquility. It became evident that those who truly trust you will, regardless of the circumstances, steadfastly stand by your side, unwaveringly bestowing upon you strength and courage, never harboring doubts about you. Chapter 85, Little One. Do you have many questions? Commander Chun Mai's voice resonated louder than Wu Xiangnan's, ensuring that everyone in the room could hear him distinctly. He was not particularly surprised by Yi Fan's arrival. The release of the Shiva's grievance, aura, and the fact that his own Black Wu Chang was nearing its limit indicated that the commander would inevitably seek him out. The members of Team 136 were left with numerous questions swirling above their heads, particularly Han Ying, who had just moments ago speculated about a peculiar relationship between Yi Fan and Wu Xiangnan. Now, she felt her face flush with embarrassment, wishing she could burrow into the ground. Yi Fan acknowledged them with a nod, followed by a series of simplistic exclamations and banal exchanges that astute and charming readers could easily recognize as filler. Fang Jue, typically disinclined to listen to such trivialities, cupped his ears and squinted his eyes open just enough to catch sight of Lin Qiye, who sat quietly with his head bowed. Self-styled as a master of emotional guidance, Fang Jue was determined not to let his friend remain disheartened. With a pat on his chest, he approached Lin Qiye. "Qiye, if something is troubling you, speak up and let me share in your joy." This seemingly high emotional intelligence remark elicited a flicker of response on Lin Qiye's otherwise expressionless face. He raised his eyelids and shot Fang Jue a sidelong glance. Fang Jue took this as a positive sign, as any shift in expression was preferable to a visage of utter despondency. Elated by this thought, he eagerly settled beside Lin Qiye. However, after a considerable pause, he noticed Lin Qiye's continued indifference and, with a spark of inspiration, sprang to his feet and stealthily circled behind him. Seizing the moment when Lin Qiye was unguarded, Fang Jue suddenly thrust his hands towards Lin Qiye's waist, embarking on a relentless tickling assault. Anyone who had experienced such a tickling attack knew that it often provoked uncontrollable laughter due to the unbearable itchiness. At least, that was Fang Jue's clever notion, which he believed would yield results. Yet it appeared to have no effect on Lin Qiye. With a vacant gaze, Lin Qiye allowed Fang Jue's hands to roam freely at his waist, seemingly unperturbed and without any inclination to resist. "I say, if you're going to tickle me, at least reach inside my clothes. Doing it over my clothing hardly elicits any sensation," he remarked with a resigned smile. Surprisingly, despite his initial gloom, his mood had indeed improved considerably. "Let us step outside," he suggested, swiftly surveying the lively scene in the office before lowering his voice. After speaking, he stood up first and made his way toward the door. Fang Jue could not help but once again marvel at his own emotional intelligence, and, with a pat on his backside, prepare to follow. "Hey, sir," Zhou Ping's voice, tinged with urgency, called out to Fang Jue, attempting to halt him. Yi Fan was engaged in discussion with Chun Mai, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, leaving Zhou Ping, who struggled with social anxiety, feeling somewhat lost and unsure of how to proceed. Fang Jue cast a reassuring glance at him and called for Han Ying and Wen Qiye, intending for them to entertain him a bit. "This, younger brother, what is your name?" Although Zhou Ping was already 20, his youthful visage and awkward demeanor easily led others to underestimate his age. Thus, with a wave of her hand, Han Ying included Zhou Ping among her cadre of younger brothers. Zhou Ping, he was somewhat reticent, wishing to say more, yet it was evident that he had not yet conquered his social anxiety. Observing this, Han Ying swiftly exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Qiye, and in an instant, they were in sync. They were determined to warmly welcome this lad into their fold. "Given your youth, I am curious about your abilities. How about a spar later?" Han Ying, eager for a challenge, had just broken through the barriers in her training while in the capital, and was itching for some action. Nothing could bridge the gap between people quite like an exhilarating bout. With hands on her hips, she smiled mischievously. However, Zhou Ping hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at the sword case in his hand before declining. Seeing his refusal, Han Ying assumed he was afraid and generously patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, sister will go easy on you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping realized Han Ying had misunderstood him, and he quickly waved his hands in protest. "No, it's not that. I'm concerned you might not be able to handle my sword." Zhou Ping was refreshingly honest, unlike the celestial beings who sometimes jested. He spoke plainly. "Oh, is that so? Quite confident, aren't we?" Han Ying raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing her lips. With a flourish, she seized a spear from nearby and executed a stunning display of skill. The movement flowed seamlessly, captivatingly graceful. However, the result, crash. A glass jar on the shelf was swept off, shattering into countless pieces on the floor. "Ying, I recall the captain previously advising you against displaying weapons in the office, when Qiye remarked, his brow twitching as he cautiously peered toward Chen Muye's direction. When he saw Chen Muye still engrossed in conversation with Yi Fan, seemingly oblivious to the commotion, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The instigator, Han Ying, was acutely aware that she had created quite the mess. She shrank her neck, then quickly crouched down, hurriedly gathering the scattered glass shards and tossing them all into a nearby trash bin. Once she completed this task, she feigned nonchalance and began to whistle. After a while, realizing no one was scolding her, the tension in her heart gradually eased. With a triumphant grin reappearing on her face, she bent down to align herself at eye level with Huo Qubing, who was seated in a chair. Then, with a slightly provocative yet boastful glint in her eyes, she cast a sidelong glance at Huo Qubing and cheerfully remarked, "So, are you impressed by my prowess now?" In truth, Huo Qubing did not perceive her earlier actions as particularly impressive. However, recalling the high emotional intelligence tips he had previously sought from Fang Jue, he nodded in reluctant agreement. This only fueled Han Ying's pride further. With a mischievous grin, she unconsciously lifted her head and declared, "Sister, I've already reached the realm of Chuanjing. So, what level are you at now?" As mentioned earlier, Huo Qubing was not adept at deceit. After a brief pause, he opted for candor. "Well, I am at the pinnacle of humanity." Han Ying and Lin Qiye exchanged puzzled glances, their minds swirling with more questions. Chapter 86. A Face of Injustice and Truth. I possess considerable strength, Commander. However, I fear I may not endure much longer. The pallor on Chen Mai's face was merely a fade he maintained to alleviate his comrade's concerns. At that moment, with his back turned to the others, he relinquished his facade, his demeanor collapsing into despondency. "Captain Chen, I have come to discuss this matter with you." Standing nearby, Yi Fan observed Chen Mai, a glimmer of reassurance flashing in his eyes. He took a step closer and softly said, "Rest assured, Cangnan shall be saved." "Saved?" Chen Mai momentarily froze, clearly struggling to grasp the profound implications of Yi Fan's words. Yet, after a brief pause, a brilliant light suddenly ignited in his once dull eyes. "Are you suggesting a miracle?" Yi Fan smiled, refraining from immediately answering Chen Mai's query. Instead, he gently lifted his gaze, directing it beyond Chen Mai towards the horizon, now enveloped in a cloak of night. At this moment, darkness had descended, and through the window, a myriad of lights twinkled in the distance. Those who believe in miracles are, in their essence, remarkable, are they not? So you imply that the Cangnan city has already been erased, and this present Cangnan, constructed by the immortal domain bestowed upon you by Michael, is nothing but a miracle? Fang Jue had initially assumed that Lin Qiye's discontent stemmed from an aversion to food or perhaps insomnia, scenarios that could instill fear. Yet, he was taken aback that it was merely this. In due time, as the miraculous power left within me dissipates, Cangnan will cease to exist entirely. Seeing Fang Jue remain silent, Lin Qiye believed he was also overwhelmed, unable to articulate his thoughts. When that moment arrives, all that transpires here will transform into illusory shadows. Lin Qiye slowly turned his gaze towards the brilliantly illuminated city, akin to daylight, and murmured in a voice barely audible, "The world may be false, yet love is genuine." Fang Jue suddenly broke the silence, shrugging innocently as he added, "But that's not my sentiment. I have always been rather oblivious to such notions of love and affection. The world is false, yet love is genuine." This phrase echoed in Lin Qiye's mind. He shook his head vigorously, striving to regain clarity, then inhaled deeply and lifted his chin. The moon on the 15th night was full and round. Cangnan, a small third-tier city, boasted remarkably pristine air quality. The sky was adorned with twinkling stars, each blinking in harmony around a resplendent moon. Lin Qiye gazed intently for a long while, his resolve gradually solidifying. He understood that an angel resided on the moon, perhaps capable of bestowing another miracle upon Cangnan. I must seek out Michael. If the miraculous power is insufficient, then I shall gather more. The greater the miraculous power, the better, unlike coffee, which, when overindulged, leads to weariness. Yet, You cannot leave Cangnan City. The Immortal is quite adept at undermining others. How do you know? It appears that Lin Qiye has not considered this matter thoroughly, prompting the benevolent Immortal to offer a timely reminder. Did you not claim that this Cangnan City is a marvel constructed within your immortal realm? Upon your departure, the mortal realm would inevitably falter. This statement struck Lin Qiye's heart like a heavy hammer. Is it impossible? Will, Ant, Ajin, and the members of Team 136 perish with the dissolution of Cangnan? It was the first time Lin Qiye felt such helplessness, as if his very backbone had been suddenly wrenched away. His body swayed violently, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Fang Jue, quick-witted and swift, reached out to support the faltering Lin Qiye, using his shoulder to brace Lin Qiye's right arm in an effort to stabilize him. However, Fang Jue soon felt the strain. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gently lowered Lin Qiye to the ground. Lin Qiye remarked, "If you did not wish to assist me, there was no need for such pretense." Yet, clearly, Lin Qiye's current mood rendered him incapable of voicing his grievances, leaving him to ponder silently. "Well, I suppose we need not seek out Michael. Perhaps there are others with solutions." Lin Qiye lifted his gaze, noticing Fang Jue making exaggerated expressions, urging him to look closely. "Are you suggesting you possess a solution?" Lin Qiye inquired, a flicker of hope igniting within him, though he quickly succumbed to self-mockery with a soft chuckle and shook his head. How could it be? Such feats are beyond even the gods." "Correct. You have answered rightly." The other party retracted their condescension and tossed a local delicacy in Lin Qiye's direction. Under Lin Qiye's watchful eyes, Fang Jue slowly extended his hand, peeling back the plastic wrapping. At that moment, the surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees, an icy chill enveloping them. Lin Qiye focused intently, discovering that the takeaway box contained a mass of inky blackness, an enigmatic substance. This mysterious dark matter lay there quietly, exuding a disquieting aura. Merely gazing at it for a moment sent a wave of dizziness through Lin Qiye, and the world around him began to blur. "What is this?" Lin Qiye murmured internally. Though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, his brow furrowed tightly as his gaze remained fixed on the dark entity. The black substance was extracted by Fang Jue. The instant it left the box, the previously motionless dark matter seemed to be imbued with life, becoming extraordinarily animated. The inky hue swiftly spread, swirling like a spiraling vortex, expanding at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, this black spiral reached its zenith, enveloping the skies above Cangnan City in an endless shroud of darkness. In the pitch darkness where one cannot see a hand in front of one's face, Lin Qiye found solace in the presence of mortal realm that remained visible. He observed Fang Jue standing still, as the wind danced around him, causing the edges of his garments to flutter and produce a sound. The breeze tousled his hair, with a few strands falling over his eyes. Yet, he remained unfazed, simply smiling at Lin Qiye with a cheerful demeanor. "Oh dear, it seems I have been underestimated." As he spoke, he pouted slightly, appearing somewhat aggrieved. "In truth, I possess quite a remarkable prowess." Chapter 87. You are correct, but the immortals do not allow it. Goodness. Who turned off the lights? Is this the legendary lunar eclipse? Why has it suddenly grown so dark? How peculiar. Perhaps we should close up early today. The night sky over Cangnan was shrouded in the law of death, and for a moment, even the moonlight could not penetrate. The entire city was illuminated solely by flickering lights. In the absence of illumination, darkness reigned supreme. "Commander, why has it turned dark outside? Is it the outer gods again?" Within the office, Chen Mai gazed at the unexpectedly dimmed sky, his brow furrowing in concern. Yi Fan merely shook his head, speaking softly, "No, it is the immortals at work." Lin Qiye stared blankly at Fang Jue, his loosely draped robes dancing freely, resembling a sprite in the wind. Fang Jue approached him, winking and smiling. "I need to borrow something from you." He playfully tapped Lin Qiye's head, and in the next moment, a brilliant golden light ignited in Lin Qiye's eyes. Reaching out, the golden light transformed into a tangible form, gradually detaching from Lin Qiye's gaze and ascending into the air. As it rose, the golden light continuously gathered and coalesced, ultimately forming a sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, quietly suspended in the air. This was the divine power left within him by Michael. Lin Qiye recognized it instantly. As the moment the golden light departed, he felt something shatter within him. The range of the mortal realm he could perceive had expanded more than twice, and the power of miracles surged once again. The members of Squad 136 had previously expressed their confusion. The divine gift of the mortal realm should encompass more than what Lin Qiye had described. However, Lin Qiye now comprehended that the abilities of the mortal realm were indeed formidable. It was merely that no one had noticed its continuous operation, which encompassed the entirety of Cangnan. Now that his mortal realm abilities were complete, it meant the miracles of Cangnan City had dissipated. Lin Qiye's mind was undoubtedly sharp. He grasped these concepts in but a fleeting moment. He wished to warn Fang Jue of everything, but as the words formed on his lips, they inexplicably lodged in his throat. It felt as though an invisible force tightened around his throat, rendering him mute. Fang Jue, as if sensing something, slowly turned his head. He placed his index finger gently against his lips, slightly bending it to signal for silence. Hush! As if a mute button had been pressed, all surrounding sounds were consumed. The breeze that once rustled through the foliage now fell silent, softly gliding past the trees, yet failing to produce its usual delightful whisper. The words that had surged to the tip of Lin Qiye's tongue were now irrevocably confined within his mouth, no matter how he struggled to articulate them. The entire space seemed enveloped in an eerie stillness, with only the pitch-black orb in Fang Jue's hand remaining quietly present. From the original point, a continuous expanse of black spiral patterns unfurled outward, these spirals expanding slowly yet resolutely, as if intent on engulfing everything around them into an abyss of darkness. What on earth is happening? Lin Qiye's mind screamed in chaos. Even he found himself utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Let us view this from Lin Qiye's perspective. Initially, he was informed that everything about Cangnan was a fabrication, and just as he was grappling with his sorrow, his good friend came to offer comfort. In an effort not to disturb the joyous atmosphere of the office, he took Fang Jue aside to vent his frustrations. After a few sarcastic remarks, his friend coldly remarked, "It's simple. I'll just save you." In an instant, the aura of his friend became unmasked, akin to a divine warrior unleashed. Lights extinguished, speech silenced, and the very essence of Cangnan's existence, the power of miracles, was forcefully extracted. All of this transpired within the span of an hour. One must ask, who wouldn't be disoriented under such circumstances? As Fang Jue gently cast the golden sphere imbued with residual miraculous power into the air, it ascended slowly, ultimately vanishing into the profound darkness. Everything appeared serene, yet soon an anomaly emerged. The heart-stopping darkness did not endure as long as one might have anticipated. In an instant, the previously tranquil air began to disperse tiny specks of golden light without warning. Initially sparse, these glimmers multiplied rapidly until the sky was awash with gold, illuminating the inky night like fireflies. "Miracle," Lin Qiye murmured as he beheld the points of light emanating from Cangnan. The trees of Cangnan, the walls of Cangnan, the people of Cangnan, except for those who had come over the past decade and the children born. Everything within the city of Cangnan began to transform into small luminous orbs. They floated gracefully away from their origins, soaring into the air, and then, like fireworks bursting in the night sky, they scattered, merging into a magnificent galaxy composed of countless radiant points. A wave of panic surged within Lin Qiye. Instinctively, he extended his right hand and clenched his fist tightly, the force so great that the veins on the back of his hand stood out prominently. No, please. With the loss of miraculous power, Cangnan should return to its rightful place. It was meant to be this way. Yet, someone opposed this fate, a well-meaning immortal. "Didn't I mention I have a solution? Why are you still lamenting?" The immortal grumbled, somewhat displeased that Lin Qiye was calmly observing the spectacle. He sighed and retrieved a small pouch. It must be said, the items from that rotund fellow are sometimes quite useful. What was the incantation again? Let me think. Here it is. "Return to your soul." Countless golden specks of light, as if drawn by some mysterious force, swiftly converged, forming a resplendent golden stream. Meanwhile, the soul-collecting bag, which was originally no larger than a palm, began to expand at an astonishingly visible rate. Fang Jue extended his right hand, forming a gesture, and the golden stream surged forth as if it had finally discovered an outlet, rushing directly into the soul-collecting bag, which absorbed it entirely in the blink of an eye. The dark curtain was adorned with a shimmering golden river. Fang Jue gazed at it and nodded slightly. It was quite beautiful. It would take some time to gather all the souls of Cangnan City, and feeling somewhat weary of holding it aloft, he allowed the soul-collecting bag to hover independently in the air. His attention shifted back to Lin Qiye, who grinned widely, revealing a set of brilliant white teeth. Even Lin Qiye, despite his usual dullness, could sense that Fang Jue was no ordinary individual. Fortunately, he had harbored suspicions earlier, so this revelation was not entirely overwhelming. Who exactly are you? Chapter 88. The sensation of ascension. Fang Jue tilted his head slightly, a hint of exaggerated expression gracing his features as he pointed at himself. Me? Fang Jue, Sweet Potato, Pikachu George. He skillfully recited a series of titles he had previously used, disregarding the twitch at the corner of Lin Qiye's eye, and continued, "You can call me whatever you like. It matters not to me." With a nonchalant shrug, Fang Jue ambled over to Lin Qiye and plopped down beside him. Lin Qiye's gaze followed Fang Jue as he moved, until he finally settled next to him. "You know, I wasn't referring to that." In truth, Lin Qiye did not harbor high hopes for Fang Jue to divulge his identity. However, since the two had some idle time, he thought it would be worth inquiring casually. "Are you a deity of the great Xia?" Fang Jue shook his head vigorously, reminiscent of a rattledrum. "Then are you an outer god?" Another shake of the head followed, but he appeared unsatisfied with that response. Widening his eyes, he pointed at his own charmingly handsome face and questioned, "Do I look like a foreigner?" Not really." Observing Fang Jue's distinctly great Xia features, Lin Qiye shook his head honestly. He gestured towards a soul-collecting bag in the sky and asked, "What about that? What is the story there?" "I borrowed it," Fang Jue replied, pondering for a moment before adding, "I borrowed it from a deity of the great Xia." "Then how can you claim you are not a deity?" It was only other deities who could know where the deities of the great Xia had gone and borrow items from them, which seemed quite reasonable. "I am not a deity. I am an immortal." Fang Jue decided to drop the pretense. After all, with such prowess, it would be unsatisfying not to exhibit a bit of bravado. An immortal? How does that differ from a deity? This was the first time Lin Qiye had encountered this term. In his understanding, gods and immortals were synonymous. There was no distinction between the two. "The difference is substantial," Fang Jue muttered, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qiye. Noting that Lin Qiye was merely studying him with a curious gaze, he widened his eyes in return. The lack of reverence in Lin Qiye's expression left the immortal feeling somewhat unappreciated. "So, are you Fang Jue or an immortal?" The immortal turned back to see Lin Qiye gazing intently at him, his eyes ablaze with curiosity. With a light chuckle, Fang Jue responded, "Fang Jue is the immortal, and the immortal is Fang Jue. What is the difference? A potato?" Lin Qiye pressed his lips together, subtly exhaling with relief. At least this person before him was still the familiar Fang Jue he knew. Just then, the golden stream began to slow, as the souls of all those in Cangnan were drawn into the soul-collecting bag. Fang Jue waved his hand, and the opening of the bag gradually closed, drifting back into his grasp. Holding the soul-collecting bag, a triumphant smile spread across Fang Jue's face as he deliberately waved the cloth bag in front of Lin Qiye, seemingly flaunting his achievement. Cangnan is undoubtedly in a state of chaos now, even from the outside. Fang Jue and Lin Qiye can hear the commotion and the sounds of weeping emanating from the office. Fortunately, Commander Yi Fan possesses a commendable authority, which seems to have deterred anyone from rushing out, likely due to his words with Hong Ying and the others. "It matters little to you. All you need to grasp is my remarkable prowess." As Fang Jue's voice trailed off, he gently pressed the pitch-black orb onto the soul-gathering bag. In an instant, the previously erratic and pervasive laws of death in the sky appeared to be drawn by an irresistible force, converging with astonishing speed towards the location of the soul-gathering bag. much like birds returning to their nests. These laws of death wove and intertwined in the air, forming visible black threads, which, akin to a writhing serpent, gradually adhered to the periphery of the soul-gathering bag. They resembled iron filings attracted to a magnet, arranged closely and orderly, enveloping the entire bag in a thick layer of deathly energy. As time passed, the once unadorned soul-gathering bag began to transform under the influence of this powerful law of death. Its hue gradually shifted from a humble earthy tone to a profound black, deepening continually until it became as dark and lustrous as ink. From a distance, the soul-gathering bag now exuded a chilling aura, reminiscent of a malevolent artifact. Lin Qiye exclaimed, "Are you certain you are saving Cangnan and not sacrificing it instead?" Fang Jue, seemingly perceiving his thoughts, let out a sinister chuckle. Lin Qiye grew increasingly anxious, realizing he might be entangled with a villain. "All right, I shall cease jesting." Fang Jue retracted his disconcerting grin, stretching his body with some difficulty. Fatigued, he decided it was time to wrap up and retire for the night. Through the filtration of the soul-gathering bag, Fang Jue utilized the power of the laws of death to negate Cangnan's demise on a causal level. In other words, from this moment forth, Cangnan, who had been inscribed upon the Shiva's grievance 10 years ago, was reborn. He reopened the mouth of the soul-gathering bag, and Cangnan's soul surged forth as a golden torrent, returning to its rightful place. In truth, this matter is partially my fault. The Immortal intended to reflect on his errors to Lin Qiye, yet it was evident that Lin Qiye, with a perplexed expression, was unaware of what he referred to. The Shiva's grievance was originally mine, but a slight mishap along the way allowed those from Olympus to obtain it. One could argue that had it not been for me, Cangnan would never have been erased. This, too, is the true reason behind the Immortal's determination to save Cangnan. He wished to explore whether he possessed any semblance of regret, or rather, when regret is remedied, whether he could experience the joy that ought to exist. However, it appears that the results are rather meager. The Immortal's demeanor remained composed, and were it not for his admission of fault, Lin Qiye would have been unable to discern anything amiss. It must be said, the Immortal's fortitude surpasses that of others. Lin Qiye bore no resentment towards Fang Jue. He blinked twice, gazing at the unaltered visage of Fang Jue, which remained unchanged from a year prior. "Fang Jue, you are an immortal. Have you lived for an extensive period?" "Indeed, as an immortal, I am undoubtedly blessed with eternal life." "What is it like to have lived for so long?" It feels rather exhilarating." Beneath the moonlight, the two youths sat side by side, engaging in a casual conversation. Above them, the moonlight shone brightly, while behind them, golden radiance sparkled. Chapter 89. We still do not know the fear the Immortal brought to the gods that year. Olympus. Zeus sat majestically upon his throne, his calm visage still exuding authority. Yet a closer inspection revealed the weariness deep within his countenance. Suddenly, he was jolted, his narrowed eyes widening in shock. He swiftly turned his gaze towards the direction of Great Xia, where moments ago, a force embodying the essence of death had arisen, only to dissipate swiftly thereafter. "Brother." Zeus recognized this ominous presence all too well. It was the deathly aura of his brother Hades. At this moment, the vanishing of the death essence distinctly confirmed a harrowing truth. Hades was dead. How could this be possible? Great Xia was devoid of deities. Who could have slain Hades? Was it Asgard? Or perhaps the celestial temple? Zeus was acutely aware that in the ensuing scramble for the Shiva's grievance, other divine realms would certainly not remain passive, eager to partake in the spoils. Yet, he had not anticipated that these audacious beings would dare to murder his own brother. This was nothing short of a flagrant affront to his sovereignty. Did they not fear that he would unleash divine war at any cost? In a fit of rage, Zeus's once handsome features contorted into a visage of fury, rendering him particularly fearsome. His right hand clenched into a fist, the knuckles turning pale from sheer force, before he slammed it down with tremendous might. In an instant, an overwhelming and formidable divine power surged forth like a torrential tide, soaring into the heavens. Within the blink of an eye, this divine might spread with astonishing speed enveloping the entire realm of the gods. The previously clear blue sky darkened ominously, thick, inky clouds rolling in like a tempest. From within the clouds, ominous, oppressive thunder rumbled, deafening and chilling to the core. Under the weight of this terrifying pressure, the various divine beasts upon Mount Olympus trembled in fear, instinctively bowing to the ground, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. They understood that the king of the gods was enraged. After a moment, Zeus gradually regained his composure, his rational mind allowing him the capacity for contemplation. He had not received any distress signal from Hades, indicating that his brother had been slain before he could even send out a warning. To eliminate a peak deity who commanded the essence of death with a single strike. Zeus questioned himself. He could not achieve such a feat, moreover. He could assert with confidence that no current supreme deity was capable of it. Could it be Odin? Zeus furrowed his thick brows in deep thought, contemplating every possible scenario. It was said that Odin had engaged in a transaction with those entities to restore the injuries left by the Immortal. Wait, the Immortal? Zeus was suddenly startled by this thought. The term Immortal struck him like a thunderbolt, reverberating explosively in his mind. An unprecedented wave of terror surged within him, enveloping him completely. This fear was so intense that it eclipsed even the rage he had felt upon learning of Hades' demise. No, it cannot be. The Immortal perished long ago. Over a century passed. Otherwise, why was he absent when the great Xia faced calamity? Zeus continually reassured himself, attempting to dispel this absurd notion. Yet, no matter how he sought solace, that dreadful thought lingered, deeply rooted in his heart like a malignant growth that refused to be exorcised. The more he contemplated it, the more his trepidation intensified. He was afraid of that graceful figure, afraid of that black sword, fearful of the possibility that he might once again unlock the gates of Olympus and wield his blade with nonchalance. Thus, he was unwilling to accept the truth. Even as the answer beckoned, Odin could not have left Asgard, nor would he brazenly wield such power in the outside world. Zeus's hand instinctively balled into a fist once more, but this time it was not fueled by anger, rather by profound fear and unease. He raised his gaze to the distance. Beyond the divine realm lay a shroud of mist, mirroring the clouds of sorrow that lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. In the temple of the deities, deep within its confines, a stone statue stood quietly. Towering several dozen feet, it radiated a dazzling golden light akin to the sun. With 4 heads and 4 arms, its surface adorned with intricate Sanskrit inscriptions, the supreme deity of India, Brahma. At that moment, one of the statue's faces slowly opened its eyes as if it were alive. Its gaze fell upon the tightly shut doors of the temple. Then, a deep and resonant voice emanated from the statue, echoing as if from an ancient era, sending ripples through the air. Indra had returned, and as he had proclaimed, Indra's form soon manifested before him. Indra, the wrath of Shiva, have you successfully retrieved? What has happened to you? Upon seeing Indra's battered appearance, Brahma's previously placid voice was tinged with emotion. Indra, having finally returned home, was nearly moved to tears. He choked back his emotions and eagerly reported to Brahma, the Immortal. The Immortal has come. Time seemed to freeze as the already eerily quiet temple fell into an even deeper silence. Not a sound was heard. Even the fall of a pin would have echoed clearly. One could only wonder how such an expression appeared on Brahma's eternally impassive visage. But after a brief silence, he spoke again, quickly. Seal the temple doors. Everyone must hide at once. All deities remain inside the temple obediently. Should anyone dare to step outside, their fate is sealed. This was the second time Indra had witnessed his supreme deity in such a manner. The first encounter occurred when the celestial being arrived. Yet Indra could comprehend the situation, for he too now felt like a frightened bird. And what of Vishnu? Our esteemed Brahma has begun seeking companions. It appears he may have ventured outside. As rumors suggest, he has recently grown close to those from Asgard. Indra speculated, yet it was evident that he was not entirely aware of the whereabouts of another supreme deity. Curse it, he should return swiftly. I do not wish to be the sole supreme god left in the heavenly temple. especially when there are matters to contend with. Our esteemed Brahma even uttered a curse. It seems the vastness of the Daxia culture is indeed profound, as even Indian deities are prone to exclaiming in its expletives. Chapter 90. The Full Moon of the 15th Asgard. Within the Rainbow Bridge, a profound black radiance flickered unexpectedly. Shortly thereafter, Loki's somewhat disheveled figure gradually emerged from the shadows. A hint of relief from having survived a harrowing ordeal lingered on his face as he stumbled back onto the familiar soil of Asgard. With a deep exhale, Loki released a breath laden with tension, his gaze fixated on the once familiar scenery around him. The taut strings of his heart began to relax ever so slightly. They did not pursue him. Throughout his journey back to Asgard, Loki had remained vigilant. He harbored no illusions that the Celestials would allow him to escape unscathed. After all, the Celestials had once shown a ruthless disposition, mercilessly eliminating any divine presence they encountered. Returning to inform Odin, he thought grimly that if he encountered those entities again, it would be best to let them await their demise. This had been the last piece of advice he received from the Celestials before their departure. Loki furrowed his brow. If not absolutely necessary, he wished to avoid engaging in conversation with his brother. He was acutely aware that Odin was fully cognizant of his machinations within Asgard over the years, yet he had refrained from intervening. The reasons behind this silence were not difficult to deduce. Either Odin harbored a sense of trust in him, or he had grown indifferent towards the fate of Asgard itself. The former seemed implausible, which left the latter as a grim possibility. Odin intended to forsake the entirety of Asgard. Regrettably, apart from Loki, no one had discerned this reality. Loki had recognized this truth long ago, which emboldened him to orchestrate his daring plans, paving his path towards divinity. However, the sudden reappearance of the Celestials left him feeling somewhat helpless. He had been meticulously strategizing his moves, only to have the game board abruptly overturned. The frustrating part was that he could not even express his anger. Ah, family, who understands? Loki suddenly felt that perhaps conversing with his dear brother might not be so dreadful after all. After all, he could not be the sole bearer of gloom. What expression would the king of gods assume upon learning of these developments? The god of deceit mused, his spirits inexplicably lifted. The moon, upon the vast, unending surface, pockmarked with craters, stood a solitary figure in the distance. Behind him, 6 wings as pure as snow unfurled, radiating a holy luminescence. Each feather seemed meticulously crafted, emanating a dazzling golden glow. This brilliance enveloped him like a diaphanous veil, surrounding him with an aura of mystery and sanctity. Sensing something amiss, Michael slowly opened his blazing golden eyes, which momentarily stirred from their tranquil depths. Noticing the divine power that had once clung to Lin Qiye had dissipated, he cast a glance towards the direction of the great Xia. This gaze revealed to him a new reality. The 6 sacred wings gently lowered, and the corners of his perpetually taut lips curled into a subtle smile. Though the smile was exceedingly subtle, nearly imperceptible, with merely a slight upward curve of the lips, it marked his first smile in a century. He had returned. The voice of Michael bore a neutral tone, devoid of gender, yet it resonated with an air of authority. At that moment, beneath the surface of the moon, a crimson pattern began to emerge subtly. Initially, this pattern was but a faint suggestion, yet swiftly accompanied by its appearance. A cacophony of indistinguishable murmurs followed suit. These voices intertwined, forming an eerie and jarring din, akin to countless individuals scraping their sharp fingernails against glass, sending shivers down one's spine. How irritating! Michael's eyes narrowed slightly, his previously relaxed brow now furrowed, revealing a distinct displeasure. Subsequently, he raised his arm with a casual motion, summoning a radiant golden sword that descended from the heavens with tremendous force, striking fiercely at the crimson pattern. The dazzling golden light erupted like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire dark expanse. As this miraculous radiance shone forth, the realm of mortal divinity enveloped everything in its vicinity. Under the influence of this divine power, the crimson pattern began to tremble violently. Despite its desperate struggle, it could not withstand the unparalleled might. After a moment of stalemate, The crimson pattern, albeit reluctantly, began to recede slowly, ultimately vanishing without a trace, retreating back into the depths below. Are there more of them? Michael murmured, his furrowed brow remaining tense. After a long silence, he sighed abruptly. The miracle was on the verge of collapse. His gaze pierced through layers of mist, landing upon the two boys seated upon the earth. Yet, thankfully there was still time. This was his second scrutiny of them. 7 nights. Do you think something is watching us now? Fang Jue suddenly inquired, pointing at the sky. Lin Qiye shot him a glance. With the southern sea currently being reshaped, who will be watching us? I never said it had to be a person, Fang Jue muttered softly, but Lin Qiye paid no heed to his words, continuing to gaze at the night sky. The golden light gradually intensified, signaling the completion of the southern sea's reconstruction. Faint echoes of screams and cheers could once again be heard from within the office. Lin Qiye stood up, brushing off the dust from his attire, and nodded towards Fang Jue. It seems to be over. Let us go. I heard there is a party in the team today. Oh, I'm coming. Fang Jue also stood, following closely behind Lin Qiye. Before entering the building, he cast one last glance at the sky. The full moon shone brightly, radiating a pure light. Fang Jue smiled slightly, shook his head, and closed the door behind him. Chapter 91. FBI, open the door. The Asylum of the Gods. Fang Jue, this is Lord Merlin, the god of magic, the second deity in my hospital, Lin Qiye introduced as he welcomed Merlin. It was their first encounter. Fang Jue seldom visited Lin Qiye's institution. The last time he came, Lin Qiye was preoccupied with his own affairs, and Fang Jue missed meeting Merlin altogether. Magic? Can you conjure doves from your hat? Fang Jue had always been intrigued by the notion of so many doves being concealed within a mere hat, and today he seized the opportunity to inquire. Merlin's cheeks twitched slightly as he struggled to quell his irritation at the question. Your Excellency, he began, his tone remarkably courteous despite the rebuttal. What you refer to is likely a trick which bears little relation to actual magic. Clearly, Merlin possessed a commendable temperament, capable of maintaining politeness even in contradiction. How could this be? Fang Jue murmured, disappointment evident in his eyes. At that moment, Nike's, seated nearby, paused her knitting and lifted her gaze, scanning Fang Jue's woeful expression. With a huff, she declared, What is the difference between magic and tricks? My child wishes to see doves. As a magician, you ought to conjure them forth without delay. Though Merlin was unfamiliar with the celestial being, Nike's was well aware of how to engage with such entities. To appease a celestial being, one must indulge them, and perhaps they would refrain from delivering a blow. Moreover, opportunities to gain favor with a celestial being were rare. Since she had the celestial being's tacit approval, Nike's seized the moment. Merlin stood there, utterly speechless, his heart heavy with vexation. After a considerable pause, he exhaled deeply, extending his hand to gracefully remove his exquisite top hat. With an elegant and gentlemanly demeanor, he gave a slight bow to Fang Jue, covering the opening of the hat. He then, under the expectant gazes of Lin Qiye and Fang Jue, dramatically lifted his hand. With a resounding pop, several pure, white doves burst forth from the hat, their powerful wings flapping as they emitted a melodious sound, akin to a beautiful symphony. Wow, how impressive! Although it was rather disheartening for the great god of magic to perform tricks, the praise from Fang Jue was gratifying. Thus Merlin, who had initially kept his eyes tightly shut, slightly narrowed them to sneak a glance at the expressions on Fang Jue and Lin Qiye's faces. However, upon realizing they were fixated on him, Merlin hastily closed his eyes once more, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment, and he averted his gaze slightly. Clearing his throat deliberately, he feigned nonchalance and coughed twice. Ahem! More doves erupted from the hat, filling the air above the asylum with their fluttering presence. The doves soared, spiraled, and even danced a waltz. But why, one might wonder, do the doves dance the waltz? After a brief interlude, Lin Qiye arrived at the third door. Following that night, he had ascended to the ranks of Chuanjing, and it was time to welcome the third patient. Fang Jue had no intention of entering with Lin Qiye, as he had other matters to attend to. Once Lin Qiye stepped through the door adorned with a harp motif, Fang Jue rose from his seat. Nike seemed to understand and refrained from inquiring about Fang Jue's intentions, choosing instead to bask in the sunlight while weaving the garment in her hands. Fang Jue walked along the corridor, passing by Nike's room, then Mei Lin's, and finally arriving at the third room, where Lin Qiye was currently situated. He lingered momentarily at the entrance of the fourth room before proceeding onward. It was not until he reached the end of the corridor, arriving at the final door, that he came to a halt. The design on this door depicted a book, and without hesitation, he knocked. "Is anyone inside?" Fang Jue politely inquired, but no sound emanated from within. "The soundproofing here is rather impressive," he muttered to himself, then resolved to implement Plan B. "FBI, open the door," he shouted, delivering a forceful kick to the wooden door. The door shook violently, yet remained steadfast. The quality is quite commendable. This is no shoddy construction. Such conscientious builders are a rarity these days, Fang Jue remarked to himself as he continued to kick the door. Thus, through Fang Jue's relentless efforts on the fourth kick, the once impenetrable door finally emitted a pained groan, slowly creaking open a narrow gap. A faint beam of light filtered through the crack, illuminating Fang Jue's vibrant face. Inside the room sat an elderly man, everything about him seemingly white. White hair, white robes, surrounded by pure white clouds. As the door was forcefully kicked open, the elderly man raised his head slightly. Upon recognizing Fang Jue, his brow imperceptibly twitched, yet this fleeting gesture vanished as quickly as it had come. In the next instant, the man's previously stern features transformed into a visage of profound kindness, akin to a gentle spring breeze. "You have done well, my child," he spoke slowly, his voice warm and compassionate, imbued with empathy. As his words fell, the surrounding mist began to dissipate, gradually revealing his true form. The elderly man's sapphire-like eyes were now fixed intently on Fang Jue, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Room 6, patient, Yolanda. Current treatment progress, 0, however." In the face of Yolanda's praise and amiable demeanor, Fang Jue appeared unimpressed. He blinked a few times, swiftly adopting a dismissive expression. With his head tilted, he regarded Yolanda with a sidelong glance, resembling a streetwise rascal. Subsequently, he arrogantly extended a finger, pointing directly at the elderly man before him, and loudly exclaimed, "What are you staring at?" In truth, Fang Jue was rather eager to hear him retort with what of it. However, much to his dismay, Yilan's expression remained utterly unperturbed. He continued to wear his smile, reiterating the words Fang Jue had already heard once before. "You are doing splendidly, my child." Chapter 92, Chaos. "I wish to pledge brotherhood with Brahma." "You have done exceptionally well, my child," the elderly man clad in white remarked. "Child, do you dare to call me out again? Let's see if I one tea give you a good slap." Upon hearing these words, Fang Jue furrowed his brow, his expression darkening in an instant. He abruptly lifted his head, glaring fiercely at the old man before retorting with irritation. He had no inclination to indulge this pretender. Apart from the man skilled in elbow strikes, no one had the right to call him child. Enough with the charade. Do you truly believe such pitiful deception could fool me? With that, Fang Jue rolled his eyes and scoffed dismissively. Yelland fell silent, initially remaining quiet for an extended period before exhaling a deep sigh. As the sigh resonated, the compassionate expression that once adorned his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a grimace akin to one who had just swallowed a fly. "What brings you, you killer?" He had intended to curse the rascal, but hesitated and opted instead for the term killer to address the celestial being. "Naya, what was your name again? It's not that I don't wish to remember. Your name is simply too convoluted." The celestial being adhered to the principle of politely inquiring about another's name before proceeding with any task. "Nayerototep, Yelland, or Nayerototep as he preferred to be called," answered the celestial's inquiry with candor. "From the heart. Still can't recall." Fang Jue attempted to commit it to memory, but ultimately surrendered to the futility of the endeavor. Fortunately, the entity before him possessed a more memorable moniker, Chaos of the Abyss. "Let us just call you Wonton. It's succinct and delectable." Chaos opened his mouth to protest, but, realizing the futility, chose to remain silent and accepted his new name with resignation. Engaging in logic with a celestial being would only reveal what it meant to be illogical. Not sensing any impending aggression from the celestial, Chaos ventured to voice his curiosity. Haven't you transcended? Fang Jue glanced at him, replying, Indeed, I have transcended after having a tussle with your father. However, due to the constraints of the world's will, neither of us emerged victorious. The mere mention of this incident incited anger within the celestial. He had nearly bested Azathoth, only for the world's consciousness to converge upon Lin Qiye. Azathoth had placed upon him a seal that bore little difference from none. While he retaliated by cleaving off a third of Azathoth's form, forcing it into slumber. Left with no choice, he was compelled to lower his dimensional status once more, awaiting the incarnation of the world's will, Lin Qiye, to fulfill their sacred covenant. Chaos recoiled slightly, reflecting on why he had been unable to reach Lord Azathoth for centuries. It was because the Celestial had been embroiled in a conflict. Bowing his head, his demeanor grew even more submissive. It has been so long since we last met. What brings you to Lin Qiye's hospital? I detected your foul presence upon my first arrival. Speak your purpose, and I shall spare you from my wrath. Fang Jue remained quite curious. To suggest that Chaos was masquerading as Yelon and lurking here without ulterior motives was a notion he found hard to believe. Moreover, according to his observations, Lin Qiye's hospital did not belong to this dimension. He could only employ certain transcendent methods to influence this establishment. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to enter, let alone kick down the door. Chaos indeed possessed formidable strength, yet it was still far from achieving a higher dimension, having barely taken half a step. Hence, Fang Jue wished to inquire about Chaos's intentions in this place. After all, a considered immortal is always polite. Naturally, if Chaos chose to remain silent, the polite immortal would not hesitate to employ physical means to elicit a response. Chaos hesitated momentarily, suddenly stammering, but upon catching a glimpse of Fang Jue's enigmatic smile, a shiver ran through him, compelling him to adhere to his true inclinations. I stumbled upon this hospital by chance, and in a moment of folly, I entered, Chaos confessed, while internally berating himself. If it weren't for you leaving Lord Azathoth on read, would I be so desperate to seek a way to ascend? Oh, perhaps, maybe, probably not. Chaos was uncertain, as he further contemplated that even if Lord Azathoth were online, he would likely not so easily relinquish this opportunity for ascension. Ah, the chance for ascension. The frustration boiled within him. Just a hair's breadth away, Chaos screamed internally, cursing Fang Jue's ancestors for good measure. Given Lin Qiye's talent, reaching the Klein realm would take mere years at that point. He could seize control of this hospital. Obtaining the immortal divine domain and sweeping through the lesser Karami would make ascension a dream within reach. However, all of this had been utterly ruined by the individual standing before him. Chaos realized that with the immortal present, his plans were, for all intents and purposes, doomed to fail. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, spiraling into a vortex of frustration, akin to an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. All right, I understand. Chaos balloon glanced at the immortal before deflating. There was no recourse. In this realm, strength was the ultimate truth. Unable to contend with the immortal, what options remained? They were still unaware of the extent of the immortal's devastation during that fateful year against the three pillars of the Klein system. The Black Goat was left dazed, the key of gates shattered, and Chaos himself was left fearful of the immortal. Does that sound somewhat familiar? Indeed, the Temple of the Celestial Beings. I am addressing you. If Brahma and Chaos could share their grievances, they might even forge a brotherly bond and secretly establish an anti-mortal alliance. Sensing the emotional turmoil within Chaos, Fang Jue raised an eyebrow. Wanton. Are you cursing me in your heart? Chaos immediately halted his thoughts, adopting a serious demeanor. Immortal, what are you speaking of? I do not comprehend. Oh, it's nothing. If you have any grievances against me, feel free to express them. After all, I am not a devil. Fang Jue clasped his hands under his chin, displaying a smile he believed to be amicable. Really? Chaos paused, momentarily taken aback, prompting an involuntary question. Upon hearing this, Fang Jue swiftly retracted his gentle smile, replacing it with a cold sneer. "Ha, that's false. I didn't expect you to truly insult me. You seek a beating?" Outside the door, Nyx and Merlin listened to the piercing screams emanating from the infirmary, both falling into a profound silence. What exactly is he? Merlin pondered his choice of words, cautiously inquiring. Nyx chuckled, adjusting the hem of Xingye's attire before taking a seat. "My child is remarkable, isn't he?" After a brief pause, she continued, "However, he possesses another identity, that of an immortal." Chapter 93. A hidden white-eyed figure after the battle in Cangnan, a semblance of tranquility seemed to return. The enigmatic figure known as EU had perished, and the majority of his followers had descended into the depths of hell alongside him due to their soul contracts. Aside from Fang Jue, Han Xiaoyun, and Shen Qingzhu, there remained one other survivor. The ninth seat? Han Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow, taken aback that the ever-loyal ninth seat, who had been unwaveringly devoted to EU, was revealed to be an undercover agent. If that were the case, perhaps EU should have been renamed Qingzhou. However, such a notion was futile, as EU was no longer among the living, and the name of the deceased held little importance. "Cough, you may call me Lin." The ninth seat, or rather Lin, cleared his throat, his expression reflecting a hint of resignation. He had not anticipated EU's demise. It left him pondering the significance of his years spent undercover. Lin voiced the same questions that Shen Qingzhu had once posed, yet unlike Shen Qingzhu, he had infiltrated the ranks of the believers for many years. The fulfillment of his long-held ambition had come so unexpectedly that it left him feeling somewhat hollow. Nonetheless, as an undercover agent, his psychological fortitude was commendable. After a brief moment of reflection, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Regardless of the circumstances, his mission was complete, and it was time for him to depart. "Are you also one of the Night Watchers?" Han Xiaoyun inquired. He had spent a considerable amount of time among the Night Watchers, but had never encountered anyone by the name of Lin. "No," Lin shook his head. "I hail from an organization known as the Shang Xie Society." He paused momentarily, seemingly hesitant. "I cannot divulge too much, but should fate allow us to meet again, I would be honored to treat you to a drink." With a final nod to the three, he turned and walked away. The Shang Xie Society? Fang Jue attempted to recall any pertinent information. Nothing came to mind. It must be an organization that had emerged in the past century. Clearly, the mind of an immortal could not retain such trivial matters, and he quickly dismissed the term, shifting his thoughts to what he might eat next. Before he could settle on a meal, a voice interrupted his reverie. I just want to know if I can return to the Night Watchers now." Shen Qingzhu looked towards Fang Jue, scratching the ends of his hair. Perhaps the greatest regret he harbored lately was infiltrating the believers. He had finally found a way to partake in the officials' provisions, only to have shattered his own opportunity. The irony was that he had barely been undercover for a few days before the leader's demise rendered him once again a man without occupation. He was aware that among the three present, only Fang Jue held the identity of a Night Watcher and seemed to be acquainted with their commander. So he decided to inquire. It was not that he felt compelled to return to the Night Watchers. It was merely that he had nowhere else to go. The Night Watchers provided sustenance and offered him the chance to grow stronger, making it undoubtedly his best option. "Returning to the Night Watchers is not difficult," Fang Jue replied. "You need only inform Yi Fan, and I am sure he will not refuse." As his eyes darted around, Fang Jue suddenly recalled the mention of the fifth special team that Yi Fan had previously brought up. He intended to suggest to Lin Qiye the re-establishment of a special team and inquired if there were any suitable candidates. With this thought, Fang Jue chuckled to himself, once again marveling at his own greatness for assisting our commander in resolving a challenging matter. However, lacking an official Night Watchman identity, he knew that a conventional team would be beyond his reach. Fang Jue stroked his chin, scrutinizing Shen Qingzhu before him. Shen Qingzhu understood that such statements often came with a caveat. And indeed, Fang Jue had a but to follow. "The commander wishes to form the fifth special team. If you wish to join, you should seek out Lin Qiye." "A special team?" Instantly, Shen Qingzhu's mind conjured images of the mass team from a year ago during training camp. The scene of 5 individuals taking on an entire training camp was vividly imprinted in his memory, Although Wang Mian was ultimately subdued by Fang Jue, the impact was still profound. Am I to join a special team? In that fleeting moment, Shen Qingzhu felt a flicker of doubt regarding his own abilities. Yet soon after, he chuckled softly, his resolve in his eyes growing steadfast. What a special team. I, Shen Qingzhu, am not inferior to anyone. After Shen Qingzhu departed, only Fang Jue and Han Xiaoyan remained. The sun was setting, casting a gentle golden hue across the landscape. Han Shu, what do you plan to do next? Fang Jue asked. I told you to call me Han Ge. Han Xiaoyan rolled his eyes, but then seemed to recall something, a smirk gracing his lips. Forget it. Call me whatever you like. He stretched languidly, inhaling deeply before exhaling, allowing his chest to rise and fall with each breath. At that moment, sunlight bathed him, outlining a golden silhouette as he stood facing the sun, leaving only his back to Fang Jue. I suppose I will spend the rest of my days for the mistakes I made in the past require accountability. After uttering this, Han Xiaoyun fell silent for a moment. From Fang Jue's perspective, he raised a finger to scratch his cheek, seemingly hesitant about the words that were to follow. Finally, Han Xiaoyun broke the silence. Fang Jue. He merely called Fang Jue's name, then pressed his lips together, refraining from further speech. After a considerable pause, he continued. In the past, my delirium forced me into a soul contract, subjecting me to relentless torment, a fate worse than death, compelling me to commit numerous sins. During that time, I constantly wished for an end to my life, yearning for release. Yet after meeting you, I discovered that there remain many things in this world worth cherishing, and I shall willingly accept the punishment I deserve. Clearing his throat, he turned around, his gaze fixed intently on Fang Jue. Thank you, Fang Jue. Han Xiaoyan ultimately found himself unable to endure the prevailing atmosphere. He slightly turned his head, feigning indifference, yet the crimson flush on his cheeks betrayed his inner thoughts. Uncle Han, you're being rather cheesy, Fang Jue remarked, scratching his cheek, uncertain of how to respond. He resolved to adhere to his initial instinct. Han Xiaoyun thought to himself, I mustered the courage to say that. I know it's cheesy. Did you not see that I turned my head away? Could you not grasp the ambience and say something to alleviate my embarrassment? Irate, Han Xiaoyan stepped forward, intending to grasp Fang Jue's cheek, wishing to impart a lesson on the gravity of age. However, Fang Jue blocked him, holding what appeared to be a letter. What is this? Han Xiaoyan inquired impatiently, deciding to grant Fang Jue a moment to elaborate before resuming his advance. A letter, Fang Jue replied candidly. Han Xiaoyan clenched his fists once more. I am well aware that it is a letter. He took the letter, tucked it into his pocket, and continued to approach Fang Jue. Hey, Uncle Han, aren't you going to read it? It's a letter from your team member. Fang Jue retreated step by step, adding this remark, which evidently had a profound effect. Upon hearing those words, Han Xiaoyan froze in place. A team member? What a term both foreign and familiar. Han Xiaoyun's previously relaxed demeanor tightened again, and he lost the inclination to chastise Fang Jue. He retrieved the letter from his pocket, unfolded it, and began to read by the fading sunlight. Fang Jue stood nearby, allowing Han Xiaoyan the space to absorb the contents while he pondered what to eat next. The letter was brief, and soon Han Xiaoyan set the envelope down, momentarily rendered speechless. He turned away, concealing his expression from Fang Jue, though still struggling to comprehend Han Xiaoyan's emotions. The straightforward and kind-hearted Fang Jue decided to offer some comfort. Uncle Han, if you wish to cry, then let it out. Men, crying is not a sin. He sang the last part, believing his melodious voice might ease Han Xiaoyan's heart. Han Xiaoyan shot him a sidelong glance, which seemed to reveal a hidden vulnerability. For that glance bore a hint of redness. Chapter 94. The greatest aid to Zhou Pingqing's ascendance turns out to be a roast duck? Tap arriving in the capital, at the headquarters of the Night Watch. Fang Jue hummed a tune, bouncing joyfully toward the entrance. It wasn't he that he had a sudden urge to relocate. Rather, Yi Fan had summoned him, indicating there was a matter of importance to discuss. However, to rouse the lazy, oh no, the industrious, Immortal was certainly not something that could be accomplished with a mere verbal request from Yi Fan. Immortal, I shall cover all your expenses during your visit to the capital. This was Yi Fan's exact wording. After contemplating for 2.5 seconds, Fang Jue acquiesced. It wasn't merely the allure of money. Rather, it was the immortal's genuine kindness, unable to bear seeing others in distress. Indeed, as soon as Yi Fan mentioned it, it wasn't long before Fang Jue found himself at the entrance of the Night Watch headquarters. Halt! No entry for idle folk. The sentinel stationed at the entrance barred his way. Fang Jue. Why must I be obstructed? Yi Fan, you have forced my hand. I shan't come, I shan't. Even immortals possess their own little tempers. Yet, before he could take a few steps back, the enticing shouts from a nearby vendor drew his attention. Authentic Beijing roast duck. Come and get it. Following the sound, Fang Jue turned his gaze toward the source. Before him, in a nearby establishment, numerous roasting ovens were meticulously lined up, each adorned with golden, crispy skinned ducks. These ducks, sizzling under the charcoal flames, released hot oil that dripped down, falling into the roaring fire below, producing a symphony of crackling sounds. Even from a distance of several hundred meters, the rich, mouth-watering aroma seemed to sprout wings, flying directly into Fang Jue's nostrils. Gurgle, gurgle. Fang Jue's stomach protested. Stomach, I desire to partake. Fang Jue, but we have no money. Stomach, Yi Fan promised all meals and accommodations would be covered. Fang Jue, but that would embarrass me. Stomach, do you value your pride more than the roast duck? Fang Jue, well, I adore roast duck. Immortal. You have arrived. Ahem, the guard at the entrance are merely fulfilling their duties. Please do not hold it against them. Yi Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had only just mentioned this matter to Fang Jue that very morning, and in his mind, he had anticipated that the immortal would arrive a few days later. Yet, it had only been 1 hour, 42 minutes, and 9 seconds since their conversation. Lunchtime had not even approached. Thus, it was truly unreasonable to blame him for not informing the guards. Fang Jue cast a furtive glance at the entrance below, feigning seriousness as he waved dismissively. Ahem, understanding. I shall not hold it against them. Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he underestimated the immortal's sensitivity. Rather, he believed that such formidable individuals often bore a certain pride, and one could never be certain when they might inadvertently touch upon their sore spots. Yet, with the celestial being's arrival, he ceased his idle chatter and articulated the purpose of his visit. Do you recall the question I once posed to you? What? Xiao Fang. The celestial being appeared utterly perplexed, clearly having forgotten. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, ultimately deciding to speak plainly to the celestial being. It was during our training camp when I inquired whether a person could attain immortality. Oh, Fang Jue elongated his tone, shaking his head as the memory resurfaced. Who do you wish to ascend? Fang Jue was aware that Yi Fan had previously expressed that the individual he wished to see immortalized was not himself. He had refrained from probing further then, but now that Yi Fan had broached the subject again, he felt compelled to inquire. That person is someone you know, Zhou Ping. Little Zhou Ping? With a raised brow, Fang Jue's mind conjured an image of Zhou Ping. His words, perhaps they might indeed hold merit. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Zhou Ping, Fang Jue discerned his uniqueness. Zhou Ping possessed an exceptionally pure essence of the Tao. To put it more simply, he harbored a heart as clear as crystal. Fang Jue had once divined Zhou Ping's fate, which was fraught with tribulations, evoking a sense of empathy within him. Initially, he would endure the harshness of human nature and the betrayal of those closest to him. Yet subsequently, he would experience a rebirth akin to a phoenix, soaring high into the heavens. However, while crystal may shine brilliantly, it is also fragile. It seemed as though fate envied Zhou Ping. He would fall from the pinnacle of success. Such was his destiny, immutable and unalterable. Yet, Fang Jue felt compelled to add, except for the celestial being, he held no faith in fate, only in himself and the sword in his hand. Previously, he had mentioned that he possessed ample patience and favoritism toward his disciple. If fate sought to claim his disciple's life, Fang Jue would demonstrate whose strength prevailed. Celestial being, look at this. During Fang Jue's contemplative reverie, Yi Fan was not idle. He retrieved a box from a hidden compartment within a drawer and slowly opened it, revealing an ancient Buddhist bead. The fate-transcending pearl. Surely you have heard of it. It is said to have originated from a monk during the Han Dynasty, who possessed the second Wang Su Fate Buddha. After his death, he transformed into a relic. Yi Fan continued to speak, oblivious to Fang Jue's increasingly peculiar expression. Fate Buddha? You mean he has perished? Who, then, was the person I conversed with a few months ago? Was it his ghost? Chapter 95. The power of humanity is inherently limited. Hence, I shall no longer remain human. Are you suggesting that you plan to wait until Huo Qubing takes that step, and then utilize the fate-reversing pearl to alter destiny, sacrificing your own life to prevent the transformation of young Huo Qubing? As Fang Jue spoke, he stuffed a large duck leg into his mouth, filling it to the brim and rendering his words somewhat garbled. Nevertheless, one could still faintly detect the surprise in his tone. Ah, tender and savory, it is utterly delightful. At lunchtime, under Fang Jue's insistent request, Yi Fan ordered a takeout of Peking duck. Fang Jue was overjoyed, finally able to indulge in the delectable roasted duck he had longed for. While he savored the dish, Yi Fan conveyed his thoughts to the Immortal, seeking the latter's perspective. Indeed, I have not yet attempted this, so I remain uncertain of the likelihood of success, which is why I summoned you, esteemed Immortal, to seek your counsel. Yi Fan furrowed his brows, a persistent frown etched upon his face. After all, aside from the present Fang Jue, there had never been a case of a human becoming a deity. The forces of the laws are beyond human control. Upon contact with the laws, a human becomes a part of them, a process referred to as transformation. Although the Night Watchers research team calculated that the Fate Buddha does possess the ability to distort fate, Yi Fan himself harbored no certainty regarding its success. Indeed, the Fate Buddha possesses such capability. If you proceed as you intend, the probability of success stands at approximately 80%. Fang Jue wiped the grease from his hands and responded to Yi Fan's inquiry. Upon hearing the Immortal's affirmation, Yi Fan's tense expression finally relaxed, and a smile graced his lips. 80%? That suffices. To exchange one's life for an additional sword immortal for the great Xia is worthwhile. By the way, Yi Fan. Suddenly, Fang Jue interrupted Yi Fan's train of thought with an odd expression. I am here. What do you call me? Immortal. So, am I not quite impressive? Yi Fan paused, momentarily bewildered by Fang Jue's unexpected question. However, despite his confusion, he nodded in agreement. Yes, Immortal, you are indeed amazing. Quite formidable. As the commander, he could not utter overly mundane phrases. Yet, upon hearing these words, Fang Jue's expression became even more peculiar. He sighed and shook his head in pity. How could one describe Fang Jue's expression? It was a mixture of incredulity and resignation. He could not fathom why the selection of the Night Watcher commander would solely focus on strength rather than intellect. With such a remarkable immortal before him, a rational person would surely ponder how to assist Huo Qubing in achieving divinity. Then, feigning indifference, he would share a brilliant solution with Yi Fan, ultimately earning a gaze of admiration, while he would dismiss it with a casual wave of his hand, stating, "Oh, it's merely a trivial matter." Ah, a win-win scenario. Yet, what was the outcome? Before us stands our illustrious commander, contemplating the notion of sacrificing himself, trading his life for that of Huo Qubing. Such nobility is profoundly moving, yet undeniably foolish. Please keep this transmutation pearl safe, Fang Jue indicated toward the ornate box nearby. His hands, still greasy from the roast duck, did not dare to touch it. However, the Immortal, Yi Fan initially thought that Fang Jue was disallowing him, and he grew anxious. Yet before he could finish his thought, a hand reached out, interrupting him. Swallowing the last morsel of duck, Fang Jue continued, "I will resolve Huo Qubing's issue. There is no need for you to exchange lives." Yi Fan paused, finally comprehending the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the Immortal was right before him, and here he was, contemplating his own demise. How foolish of him! He raised his head, intending to express his heartfelt gratitude to Fang Jue, perhaps even pen a little composition to amuse the Immortal. However, upon meeting Fang Jue's slightly disdainful gaze, Yi Fan maintained his composure, revealing not a hint of trepidation. After all, he had served as the chief of Night Watch for many years, What storms had he not weathered? Thus, after several minutes of flattery, which the readers might find tedious, yet the immortal relished, Fang Jue was once again in high spirits. Having just finished his meal, Fang Jue settled onto a nearby sofa, adopting a relaxed posture. After retrieving a piece of dental floss to clean his teeth, he resumed discussing matters of importance with Yi Fan. Well, it should be considered important. Fang Jue's expression turned grave as he donned a look of compassion, one hand resting thoughtfully on his forehead. The power of humanity is limited. Through my lengthy existence, I have learned that the more cunning humans become, the more likely they are to face utter defeat. Thus, one must transcend humanity. Yi Fan, momentarily bewildered, paused and inquired, "What do you mean? What are you saying?" Fang Jue let out a cold laugh and bellowed, "I shall no longer be human. Fan Fan." With this exclamation, Fang Jue produced a mask from seemingly nowhere and extended it forward under Yi Fan's bewildered gaze. Yi Fan responded, requesting a transfer to artificial. Noticing that Yi Fan was unable to grasp his jest, Fang Jue sighed in disappointment. "Do you not watch television at all?" Yi Fan considered this and replied, "Rarely, but I have seen some." "What did you watch?" "The Bright Sword." To affirm his statement, Yi Fan quoted a line, "2nd Battalion Commander, where's my Italian cannon?" Fang Jue scrutinized him for a moment, his eyes unwavering. Let us return to discussing Huo Qubing. While he was unsure of the whereabouts of Yi Fan's Italian cannon, he knew that the forthcoming dialogue would need to be more straightforward. In simple terms, if the human form cannot withstand the laws, we merely need to construct a body for Huo Qubing that can endure those laws. Yi Fan understood now. This was precisely what he had been contemplating. The dragon elephant sword, would that suffice? The Longxiang sword is the companion blade of Huo Qubing, sufficient to harness the power of the laws. Yet, Fang Jue feels it is inadequate. Although Huo Qubing's sword possesses commendable capabilities, it can only bear the laws of the main deity, limited to that tier alone. Should there come a day when Huo Qubing can transcend his constraints and ascend to the apex? As he spoke, he casually picked up the disposable chopsticks that accompanied his takeout. Extending his hands, he grasped both ends of the chopsticks and applied gentle pressure. With a subtle crack, the chopsticks snapped cleanly in two. However, Fang Jue seemed to feel it was still insufficient, exerting a bit more force with his grip. In an instant, the wooden chopsticks disintegrated into powder, which Fang Jue delicately blew away, scattering it into the air. He would meet the same fate as these chopsticks. When life ceases, so too does the sword. Chapter 96. The Pear Blossom Tree. The Courtyard. 3 individuals. What shall we do? A treasure more precious than the dragon elephant sword. Yi Fan lowered his head in contemplation, then gazed at Fang Jue with an expression of hope. Could it be that, oh, immortal you? I cannot provide anything either. Fang Jue spread his hands, interrupting Yi Fan's incantation. Apart from the Xiali and 45 coins, he possessed nothing else, and even the sheath of Xiali remained with Lin Qiye. This was not entirely his fault. Although an abundance of equipment and items had indeed dropped during the Divine Kingdom dungeon run, very few had caught his eye, and our immortal had no penchant for scavenging. Aside from a few items he deemed useful or intriguing, everything else lay buried in that divine soil. Moreover, the spoils he had acquired were not in his possession. He had handed them all over to the supreme treasure master of the Great Xia. Ah, if only that rotund fellow had not entered the cycle of reincarnation. The supreme treasure master possessed quite a few good items, as he had a penchant for collecting rare artifacts. Apart from those he had given him, there were many more. It could be said that while the supreme treasure master might not be the most formidable in combat, he certainly had the most valuable possessions. However, now that the supreme treasure master had entered reincarnation, Fang Jue had to abandon the thought of appropriating items from him. Question: how can one obtain a treasure capable of bearing the divine power of a supreme god? This question is quite challenging. Do any clever souls know the answer? Naturally, the astute immortal would not be stumped by such a query. After a moment of reflection, he arrived at an answer. Answer: simply seize, strike through, persuade a supreme god to willingly bestow his treasures upon him. Wouldn't that suffice? Fang Jue admired his own cleverness and shared his plan with Yi Fan. After listening, Yi Fan smacked his lips and pretended to seriously contemplate the feasibility of the plan, ultimately giving a thumbs up. The Immortal is truly wise. It seemed Yi Fan held great admiration for the Immortal's sharp intellect. Fang Jue felt a surge of pride, and his mood significantly improved. However, the question of which divine kingdom to approach remained. Although they were all good friends, surely each would warmly welcome him. Yet, given that Huo Qubing only required one, the incessant traveling seemed quite bothersome. The Sun City? No, it's too far, and with nothing of value. I cannot withstand my own whims. The Temple of the Gods? They're already in dire straits. The Immortal decided to spare them this time. Olympus? That could be considered, but would it not be inappropriate to invade their lairs so soon after slaying Hades? Thus, through a simple process of elimination, Fang Jue easily arrived at his answer. Indeed, it is you, Asgard. Coincidentally, it was said that Odin had been rather restless lately. The Immortal intended to treat him to his beloved big mouthfuls. Odin, why do I feel a chill creeping up my back? Is that rascal Loki speaking ill of me? Having settled this trivial matter, Fang Jue reclined once more. He instructed Yi Fan to summon Huo Qubing. Yet Huo Qubing replied that his uncle's restaurant was exceedingly busy these days, and he would need to wait until after the weekend to travel to the capital. Fang Jue expressed indifference, noting that a day or two was inconsequential, and moreover, Yi Fan had assured him that all expenses during their stay in the capital would be covered. What a splendid opportunity to savor all the delicacies of the capital during these days. With this thought, a smile involuntarily crept upon Fang Jue's lips. However, before that, he had a question to pose to Yi Fan. By the way, what about Qiye and the others? It is worth mentioning that Lin Qiye had recently departed from the Cangnan 136 team and was now honing his skills as part of the reserve team for the 5th Special Squad on a nationwide training mission. The current members included Lin Qiye and Qingyu, Bali Pangpang, Shun Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan. Initially, Bali Pangpang and Chao Yuan had wished for Fang Jue to join them and had encouraged Lin Qiye to extend the invitation. However, Lin Qiye, recalling Fang Jue's celestial identity, had hesitated and found an excuse to evade the matter. In his mind, Fang Jue had far more significant affairs to attend to. The idea of inviting a celestial being to join them seemed utterly unrealistic. Were Fang Jue to learn of Lin Qiye's thoughts, he would undoubtedly correct him with righteous fervor. Had Lin Qiye extended the invitation, Fang Jue might have indeed considered joining, primarily due to the presence of Bali Pangpang, the generous benefactor, or rather, the affluent gentleman footing the bill. Well, Yi Fan pondered for a moment before responding. They should currently be executing a mysterious cleansing mission in Antak County. Antak County? Fang Jue paused, then suddenly appeared to recall something amusing, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Antak County, that must be where Feng Jue is located. Moreover, if memory serves, she is also there. This promises to be quite the spectacle. At that moment, Fang Jue lamented his inability to be on the front lines to witness the events unfold. However, since he could not partake in happenings there, he resolved to indulge in the delights of the capital. I wish to eat watermelon, the celestial being expressed to the commander, gesturing with his arms to outline a grand circle, adding the large and sweet variety. Yi Fan acquiesced, but couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. Why does it feel as though the celestial being is exhibiting a touch of childlike whimsy? Shaking his head with a gentle smile, he proceeded to place an order for a watermelon from the rice dumpling delivery service. The celestial being. He suddenly recalled that someone had entrusted him with a message for the celestial being. What is it? Someone wishes to meet you. Who? Fang Jue inquired, puzzled, as he did not recall any old friends who were acquainted with Yi Fan. They're named Huo Qubing and Gong Yangwan. 2 succinct names. Fang Jue's hand, raised in the air, froze momentarily as memories surged forth like a tide. A courtyard, beside which bloomed a pear tree, and beneath the pavilion sat 3 individuals. Their faces were obscured, but he could vaguely discern 2 men and a woman. Sir, look, your favorite pear tree has blossomed. It is indeed beautiful. One of the men sipped his tea, unable to suppress a few coughs, glancing at the crimson on his palm and wiping away the blood with a silk handkerchief. Indeed, The individual engaged in conversation with him merely offered a soft hum in response, falling silent thereafter. The wind whispered through the trees, causing the branches to sway and dislodge a few delicate pear-white petals. The man smiled gently, and as he lightly rocked the teacup in his hand, several tea leaves danced upon the surface of the water. He rose to his feet, offering a respectful gesture towards the person opposite him. "Sir, may you be free from ailments for many years to come. It is a privilege to accompany you through this life. Take care of yourself in the years that lie ahead." Finally, a flicker of emotion crossed the other's face, their gaze shifting from the flowering tree, their eyes widening ever so slightly. After sipping a bit of tea, they nodded in acknowledgement. "General Huo, you needn't worry. I shall remain by your side. Furthermore, as long as you are present, I will take care of your demon suppression division as well." Beside them, a young lady appeared somewhat indignant and quickly interjected. Noticing their attention turned towards her, she straightened her posture, as if that would bolster her confidence. General Huo suddenly burst into laughter, offering a slight fist salute to the young lady. "Then allow me to express my gratitude to Miss Cangnan." Chapter 97. "Sir, you have arrived. Are they still alive?" After a brief silence, Fang Jue inquired. "Well, one might not exactly call it living. They have transformed into heroic spirits, safeguarding the fate of the great Xia." Yifan scratched his head and gestured towards himself. "I may also become like this in the future. It is customary for the commanders of the Night Watch to metamorphose into heroic spirits upon their demise, and Yifan believed he would not be an exception. Heroic spirits. Their bones and blood forged into vessels, never to reincarnate, never to transcend." Fang Jue sighed softly. "I merely mentioned it in passing, yet you truly went ahead and did it. You are rather foolish, yet impressive. Ha! After all, having been a commander and enjoying certain privileges, one must contribute something to the great Xia." Yifan chuckled, pleasantly surprised to receive praise from an immortal. Besides, becoming a heroic spirit is not necessarily a negative outcome. At least I can continue to exist in this vibrant world. I have yet to see enough of it. Fang Jue fixed him with a profound gaze, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes. After a long pause, he shrugged. "Remember your words. I hope you will never tire of this world. Kulme, it has been a while since I have seen them. Take me to visit." With that, he stood up from his sofa and walked towards the door. Few have left a lasting impression on the immortal throughout his extensive life. Thankfully, Huo Qubing and Cangnan still made the list, on a remote island far from the mainland. Here, human presence is scarce, as if forgotten by the world, surrounded by vast oceans, distant from land. Even the birds refuse to linger, merely flying past in haste, leaving no trace behind. A deafening roar shattered the long-standing tranquility of the island. A helicopter, akin to a majestic eagle, pierced through the clouds, swiftly approaching the island. As the helicopter neared, its speed began to decelerate, eventually hovering several dozen meters above the island. Fang Jue's head emerged from the cabin, the wind from the rotor disheveling his hair. On his somewhat youthful face lingered a hint of helplessness. "I say, they're truly this far away?" Fang Jue regretted coming to this desolate isle. He had initially envisioned a life of indulgence in the capital, dining lavishly and sending the bills to Yifan, departing without a care. Instead, he found himself on this forsaken island, experiencing a wilderness survival akin to Bear Grylls. Do not blame the immortal. After all, the lords are embodiments of fortune, unable to move freely. They express their deep longing for you, immortal. Moreover, you need not worry about provisions. Lu Wuwei will deliver them in due time. Yifan, having grasped the immortal's temperament, quickly deflected Fang Jue's discontent with a series of unelaborated responses. The immortal's vexation was fleeting, and soon enough, Fang Jue was joyfully sprinting along the sandy beach of the island. As he ran, he caught sight of a faint figure emerging in the distance. As the distance diminished, Fang Jue finally discerned the features of the figure before him. It was a man clad in a long black robe, standing tall and proud like a pine tree. His expressionless face exuded an innate aura of authority that commanded respect without a hint of anger. "You are the immortal?" he inquired, his tone calm as his cold gaze flickered indifferently towards Fang Jue. Fang Jue sensed a hint of disapproval directed at him, prompting him to forego any hesitation and speak directly. "Hey, who are you? Do you have a problem with me?" The Immortal, clearly displeased, had yet to encounter anyone who dared to question him. Those who did had been swiftly subdued. It was evident that the man slightly trembled, his facial muscles stiffening momentarily. Yet he quickly regained his composure, striving to muster a congenial smile to alleviate the tension. However, contrary to his intentions, the forced smile was far from commendable, failing to ease the atmosphere and instead appearing somewhat, well, unsatisfactory. During their standoff, Fang Jue observed the man's peculiar expressions silently. After a prolonged struggle, the man relinquished his attempt, exhaling a sigh. "Apologies, I suffer from facial paralysis." The atmosphere grew awkward as Fang Jue and the man exchanged glances, neither willing to break the silence. Ultimately, the man shattered the stillness, introducing himself first. "The Immortal has my respects. I am Ye Jingshan, the first commander of the Night Watch, a disciple of the esteemed Ganyang. Senior Ganyang has spoken of you often, which piqued my curiosity. I apologize for any offense caused. Please forgive me." Hearing Ye Jingshan's blend of ancient and modern tones in his apology made Fang Jue feel somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, he graciously forgave Ye Jingshan, affectionately bestowing upon him the nickname Little Qiye. "Little Qiye, where are Zimeng and Xiaowan? Didn't Yi Fan mention they were waiting for me?" Upon saying this, he placed his hand on his forehead, slightly squinting as he turned his head from side to side, scanning the surroundings. Zimeng was the courtesy name of Huo Qubing. While Ganyang Wan's parents had unfortunately passed away before she reached her coming-of-age ceremony, leaving her without a courtesy name. At that time, Fang Jue was not particularly cultured, and after taking in the two siblings, he had not assigned them names. Thus he could only refer to her as Xiaowan. "They are all waiting for you. Please follow me." As he spoke, he gestured for Fang Jue to follow his lead, simultaneously nodding gently to Yi Fan, who stood a short distance behind Fang Jue, signaling her to join them. They traversed into the depths of the small island, initially surrounded by towering mountains. However, upon passing a narrow path, they were greeted by an expansive, open space. The once mighty peaks seemed to recede automatically, revealing a vast, unbounded plain. Not far ahead lay a courtyard, and as Fang Jue approached, he felt a pang of familiarity with the sight of this courtyard. Beside him, Ye Jingshan gently grasped Yi Fan's arm, saying, "There is no need to intrude upon the reunion of the Immortals. Come with me." Wang Qing expressed a desire to test whether your prowess has diminished. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's forward momentum abruptly halted, his expression morphing into one of dismay. It appeared that an impending beating was unavoidable. After the two departed, Fang Jue stood alone, gazing at the courtyard. A memory flickered to life. This courtyard bore an uncanny resemblance to the one where he once enjoyed tea and blossoms alongside Huo Qubing and Ganyang Wan. Blinking slowly, he inched closer. The first sight to capture his attention was undoubtedly the pear tree in the front yard. It seemed to have been meticulously tended, flourishing in the season of bloom, its branches adorned with cascading white petals that swayed gently in the breeze. Approaching the courtyard, he extended his hand to catch a falling petal, cradling it in his palm and caressing it thoughtfully. Lost in contemplation, Fang Jue lingered momentarily before regaining his senses. Ascending the steps, he slowly pushed open the wooden door. The familiar courtyard, the well-worn stone table, and the two familiar figures greeted him. Upon noticing Fang Jue's entrance, the two individuals set down their teacups and rose in unison. "Sir, you have arrived." Chapter 98. Waiting and searching, sir. You have arrived. In the courtyard, Huo Qubing and Ganyang Wan rose, clasping their hands before them in a respectful gesture towards Fang Jue. The weighty atmosphere left Fang Jue feeling uncomfortable. He needed to devise a means to lighten the mood. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter a simple greeting. "It has been a long time." Indeed, it had been an eternity for Huo Qubing, 2 millennia of seasons. For Ganyang Wan, it was somewhat different every few decades. Fang Jue would visit her during the blossoming of the pear trees, enjoying tea, admiring the flowers, and reminiscing about old times. Sir, do observe this courtyard. I have arranged it to resemble its former glory. And that pear tree over there was personally planted by Ganyang. It has grown so much now. Huo Qubing strolled over to the pear tree, gently resting his hand on its trunk. The fierce demeanor he typically bore had faded. In this moment, he appeared less like a general and more like an ordinary young man. Fang Jue remained silent, responding only with a slight nod, feeling a bit awkward. Sir, why the silence? Huo Qubing chuckled softly, picking up a fallen pear blossom from the ground. Normally, he and Ye Jingshan would struggle to utter a single word. But today, he felt an overwhelming desire to converse more. And you, Ganyang, weren't you just lamenting about wanting to see the Sir? Now that he is here, you have fallen silent? He noticed that he was the only one speaking. Ganyang Wan had also quieted after her initial greeting. What would you have me say? Fang Jue rolled his eyes and spoke first. I have already cautioned you that the practice of refining bones and blood in vessels carries great risk. I forbade you from pursuing it. Did you not promise to heed my words? His gaze shifted to Ganyang Wan. And you, little Wan, have you been keeping this from me? Well, it appears you both have deceived me. I have become the neglected, empty-nested elder. No, that's not it, sir. Ganyang Wan stammered, shaking her hands in denial. It was my request for Ganyang to do this. Huo Qubing interjected, taking on the responsibility. It was my fault for not informing you, sir. If there is to be punishment, let it fall upon me. He wore an expression of remorse and continued. Moreover, without my actions, there would have been no chance for us to reunite. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Fang Jue pursed his lips. Forget it. I shall not hold this against you. Disheartened, he walked over to the stone table and chose a seat to sit down. Lightly tapping the tabletop, he declared, I would like some tea. Huo Qubing smiled, realizing that the Sir had forgiven him. He exchanged a glance with Ganyang Wan, signaling her to serve the tea. Understanding, she rose to pour tea, her meticulously arranged palace attire contrasting with the tremor of her fingers, revealing a heart far less composed than her exterior suggested. After sipping his tea, Fang Jue smacked his lips. Still, cola is the superior beverage, he remarked with genuine sentiment. Uff, Ganyang Wan could not suppress a light laugh. What is so amusing? The Immortal asked with a frown. It's nothing, Ganyang Wan replied, uttering her second sentence of the day. She merely felt that the gentleman had changed a bit from how he used to be. Her gaze was as serene as a crystal-clear spring, quietly fixed upon the Immortal before her. What has changed? The Immortal felt he had always been the same, intelligent, charming, kind, and generous. You seem younger, and a bit temperamental. A faint smile blossomed on her exquisite face, akin to a lotus flower unfurling in the morning light. Fang Jue pondered for a moment. It was indeed true. He was not like this in the past. Back then, he was strikingly handsome, exuding a remarkable charm. Although he remained handsome now, he had never been so talkative or filled with so many thoughts. Perhaps being bound by power was not entirely a misfortune, Fang Jue mused, oblivious to Ganyang Wan's entranced gaze upon his profile. Sir, Ganyang Wan called out. Fang Jue responded. Where have you been for the past century? Unable to restrain herself, she posed a question that weighed most heavily on her heart. Her voice trembled slightly, for she did not comprehend. For 2 millennia, everything had been well. Every few decades, the gentleman would visit her. In comparison to decades, a single day felt exceptionally brief. It was precisely because of the gentleman's presence on that day that Ganyang Wan could face the ensuing decades of solitude with confidence. Much like a robot awaiting decades merely to recharge on that one day. However, from the past century onward, she suddenly realized the gentleman was missing. Initially, she thought the Immortal had merely lost track of time and would return after a while. After all, such occurrences had happened frequently over the course of 2,000 years. Thus, she waited day after day, year after year, until she had waited for several decades. Still, the gentleman did not come. Panic engulfed Ganyang Wan. She began to search for traces of him, yet he was an Immortal. How could she find him if he wished to remain hidden? Consequently, she searched day after day, year after year, until several decades had passed. The Immortal remained elusive. Despair settled in Ganyang Wan. She had made a promise to Huo Qubing. As long as the gentleman was present, she would guard the town evil agency for him. But with the gentleman gone, Gong Yangwan felt weary. 2,000 years had elapsed. She had not betrayed Huo Qubing's trust, had she? If she had endured such solitude for 2 millennia, how many years had the gentleman lived? How lonely must he be? Gong Yangwan thought, yet she did not know. She only knew that she longed to sleep. She discovered a remarkably gifted young boy and began to nurture him, hoping that when he matured, he would take her place. Thus, Gong Yangwan, the second master of the town evil agency, faded from the public eye. In her stead, the first commander of the night watch, Nie Jingshan, of the 139 Special Biological Response Team emerged. Chapter 99. The Immortal's Words. A persuasion is a persuasion. Fang Jue found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, he was in the wrong. He had originally promised to visit her once every few decades. Without prior consultation with Gong Yangwan, he had vanished, leaving the young lady to wait in vain for over a century. As he beheld the hint of melancholy in Gong Yangwan's gaze, Fang Jue instinctively averted his eyes. He subconsciously reached up to scratch the back of his head, momentarily struck speechless, unsure of how to respond appropriately. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to conceal certain truths. It was simply too challenging to explain matters beyond their world. I had a confrontation with the Great Old One, Fang Jue thought, feeling he had not lied. He indeed had clashed with Azathoth, who was, without a doubt, the Great Old One of the Cthulhu mythos. Both Huo Qubing and Gong Yangwan had witnessed Cthulhu firsthand. Though they were unaware of what Fang Jue referred to as the Great Old One, it was evident that such an entity, given the immortal's attention, was no trivial character. Despite Fang Jue's somewhat dismissive tone, which left Gong Yangwan feeling somewhat aggrieved, her concern surfaced as she asked, "Sir, you were not harmed, were you? How could that be? Do you not know who I am? That creature named Azathoth was subdued with a mere stroke of my sword," Fang Jue boasted, conveniently omitting the fact that he had been sealed away. "Sir, you are truly remarkable." The two echoed their admiration for their master, their smiles betraying an undeniable sense of pride. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Fang Jue added, "Well, Shaowan, I have found a solution regarding Ajwa." At this revelation, Gong Yangwan's composure shattered in an instant. You're not deceiving me?" Her voice trembled. The two most significant individuals in her life were her master and her younger brother, Gong Jue, who bore the ominous title of the Black King. Immortal, yet one who stood shoulder to shoulder with deities, only to fall abruptly at the pinnacle of his ascension. His malevolence endured, known as the Black King's annihilation. Fang Jue did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he turned his head to survey Huo Qubing and Gong Yangwan, letting out a deep sigh. "Alas, none of you three are a source of comfort. I have earnestly advised him, yet that young man simply refuses to heed my counsel." Gong Yangwan's perceptive eyes flickered, her heart murmuring silently, "You did not advise in such a manner back then. Let us now adjust our temporal perspective to 1,000 years ago, revisiting a courtyard, where a figure clad in white stood before a venerable master. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the figure was a young man. The master was, of course, Fang Jue, and the young man was none other than Gong Yangwan's brother, Gong Jue. At this moment, Gong Jue appeared exceedingly unusual, enveloped in a dense shroud of dark energy. It coiled around him like a venomous serpent, writhing and twisting continuously. From a distance, Gong Jue appeared as if he had emerged from the depths of a hellish abyss, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. A mere glance at him unleashed a sinister energy that pierced the heart like a razor-sharp blade, instilling a profound sense of fear and trepidation. "Sir, I implore you." With a sudden thud, Gong Jue knelt directly before Fang Jue. The force of his kneel was so immense that the floor beneath him could hardly withstand the impact, resonating with a heavy, resounding sound. "Do not rise," Fang Jue commanded. In that moment, he appeared slightly older than he would a millennium hence, resembling a man in his 20s. Yet, the most striking difference was not the youthful visage marked by the passage of time, but rather the expression that seemed eternally stagnant, akin to still waters. Upon hearing Gong Jue's plea, his eyelids lifted ever so slightly, and he replied with an indifferent tone. Gong Yangzuo, trembling, paused momentarily at his words. "If you do not grant me this, I shall not rise." Fang Jue's gaze remained devoid of any emotion, and he chose silence. Quietly sipping his tea, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence for an extended period. Fang Jue, true to his word, continued to kneel steadfastly, his gaze fixed downward. At last, as if the cup of tea had reached its bottom, Fang Jue rose gracefully. Clad in white, as pure as snow, he appeared almost celestial, his garments flowing like a divine being descending to the mortal realm. As he passed by Fang Jue, he exhibited no hesitation or pause. Even as he approached the intricately carved wooden door, he remembered to gently close it behind him. The sky gradually darkened, the sun sinking towards the horizon, its crimson hues quietly fading. Fang Jue remained motionless in his kneeling position, resembling a stone statue, with only his occasionally blinking eyes betraying his vitality. With a soft creak, the wooden door opened, and Fang Jue entered. She walked directly into the room and halted before her brother, letting out a gentle sigh. "Ajua, perhaps you should heed the sir's advice. He acts for your own good." She knelt down, intending to assist her brother in rising. "Sister, it's all right." Fang Jue gently shook his head, pulling away from her comforting grasp, and softly declared, "My strength is still insufficient. Only by reaching that realm can I truly protect you." He turned his gaze towards the dimming sky, where only a few stars flickered in the vast expanse. "Foolish boy." Seeing her brother's resolute determination, Fang Jue had no choice but to acquiesce. She had already attempted to persuade the Sir, and now her brother was equally obstinate. With a resigned sigh, she departed. Dong, dong, dong. The bell tolled 12 times, and the courtyard fell into a profound silence. It seemed as though something had shifted, the air momentarily thickening. A barely perceptible sigh drifted down from the heavens. "Very well. Since you wish to try, I shall not interfere. However, should you meet your demise, it will bear no consequence for me, and I shall not extend my hand to save you." Fang Jue's voice drifted through the air, calm and devoid of emotion, as if it were merely the most ordinary of conversations. Yet in the stillness of the night, it resonated profoundly. Fang Jue's brows twitched slightly, and he offered a faint smile. He lowered himself to the ground and bowed deeply before the hall. "May Master Xie be blessed." Chapter 100. It seems that this is quite agreeable. Fang Jue indeed did not intervene to save Fang Jue. Instead, he wielded his sword. When Fang Jue faltered in his ascent to the pinnacle, losing his sanity and on the verge of demise, Fang Jue severed the gaze of Cthulhu that was upon him with a single stroke.